The first major of the Blast Rainbow Six circuit is just a couple of weeks away. 16 teams have already qualified, but the total amount of teams going is 20. Stage 2 has already been locked in, but Stage 1 still has a couple of spots that we need to lock in this weekend. 2 of them will go to Asian teams, 1 of them will go to a Latin American team, and 1 of them will be the 4th Brazilian participant at the Blast Copenhagen Major in just a couple of weeks' time. So, welcome to the Brazilian LCQ. Caliber Jacob Anderson. I'm joined by Connor Apolonio. We have a fast and furious weekend, specifically starting with today, Connor, because we have 4 freaking best of 3s that we got to get through in order to figure out what our semifinals look like tomorrow.
Yeah, we're hitting the ground running because this is qual seasons, baby. You know, people are trying to punch their ticket to Copenhagen. We've got a couple of familiar names and a couple that you might not know about unless you're really keen and tuned in to the Serie B Challenger League version of Brazil. Los One Magic Squad, Black Dragons, NIP, and MIBR. You know them, you love them. XSN?
Who?
Tulazito.
Who?
And Clayton's, you might not know. But I'm sure as we go through this stage and go through the rest of the show, you should at least recognize some of the names, especially on that Atualazito team. You know, there's Bullet, there's Sexy Cake. You definitely should know them if you're kind of haven't lived under a rock for the last year.
Yeah, it's very true. There are some Tier 1 teams from the Brazil League that did not qualify for this bracket, more specifically LFO and Tropicals. Both had ample opportunity through the open and closed qualifier portion to get to this stage, but unfortunately were not able to do so based on group placements and just getting knocked out by some of these other open qualifier teams. And there isn't ever really a time where every single Tier 1 team that wasn't able to qualify gets to the very, very end of the qual anyways. There's always going to be a team from Tier 2 or even a pug stack that manages to get as far as this stage. But we have 4 games to get through. We don't have a lot of time to mince words or really dive super specific into the details, but we got to get through our first game. We're starting with Los One and Magic Squad. These teams have only played one time. They were in the same group starting off the league. I believe this was just a couple of weeks ago. They had one game that was Skyscraper. It was a 7-5 affair. That went to Los One. Everything else at this stage is very much up in the air because a best of 3 plays very different to a best of 1, Connor.
Yeah, and for Los One, they actually have that advantage because they punched their ticket to playoffs. They've actually gotten to play some BO3s this stage, and when you have a roster that has been together for as long as we've seen with Los One, without any changes, now getting even more experience and not even necessarily looking that bad in the playoffs, they're really going to be putting the pressure on Magic Squad, who we know have had a lot of struggles.
We would like to assume that it's just a slow seasonal start, and that's something that hopefully everyone can put in their rearview mirror at this stage because it was 4 weeks ago now. Everyone certainly would like to think that Los One definitely, like, their fate is in their own hands at this point, because it's not like there is a group stage to figure out if they can even qualify at this point. It's just, can you defeat teams that you already know should be a little bit weaker than you in a best of 3 context? Connor, are Magic Squad sufficiently weaker than Los One overall? It's still a little bit difficult to pinpoint exactly where this team's supposed to sit right now.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record because we always say, this game relies on Hornetau completely. He needs to show up. What little success that Magic Squad has had has fallen on the back of Hornetau really hard carrying when he was at the top of the world, the #1 rated player across all leagues. However, when he gets shut down, mainly when we saw Oregon played against Team Liquid, the team does really struggle. Sure, you still have Gomez on the side of Magic Squad who can step up and bring some great things to the table, but the man right here, Hornetau, he's the one that you really have to focus on if you're in the shoes of Los One, and you have to shut him down. He's had a phenomenal KD, and it's mainly been in the late round, the mid to late, the transitionary period, where he really finds a hole in the opposition and exploits it, giving his team a wonderful opening. But if you shut him down early, that's where you'll find success.
He is tied in overall rating with several different players in the league right now. One of them is Cyber, one of them is Paulu, and one of them is somebody he's facing just across the server from him today, and that's Maya. They are neck and neck from a statistical standpoint. Obviously, a lot of focus gets put on Hornetau as being the only good thing Magic Squad has going for it. Is that necessarily the same case with Maya? It feels like they both have one figurehead, and everyone else is just the puzzle pieces that fit around them.
Yeah, I think for the puzzle pieces of Los One, they're just that little bit stronger though, and they're a bit more proven. We've seen almost every single player on Los One step up to the table to support Maya, with him being the consistent great player. So as we're going towards the rest of this game in a BO3, I don't think either of these players, if it goes all the way to the cider, are going to be able to string together 3 amazing maps. And it's kind of going to be up to the rest of the remaining 4 players to step up to the table and be like, hey, I'm going to bring my team across the finish line, especially as we go into the map ban phase, because like we mentioned, Jacob, it's a BO3.
I would like no skyscraper. I think we've already established that battleground is really close. Maybe if we see it, it's as a decider map. But there are plenty of other options I think both teams can work with just as adequately. But I definitely still believe that the onus is on Magic Squad to pull something out of the bag here that maybe is a little bit unexpected. If they're a really good attacking clubhouse team, then I wouldn't have a problem with this pick, Connor. But neither one of them are necessarily the greatest on attack, at least as far as the regular season was concerned.
Yeah, sure, a 42% win percentage for the attacking side of Clubhouse isn't the worst for Magic Squad, but looking at the record of Los One being 5-1 on that map might be a little bit of an ego chow, or kind of just really neglecting the opponent towards their own map choice. But as we go in towards Villa, that is another strong Los One map, and arguably in these 2 maps right now, I would say are the #1 and #2 priority map for Los One to play on, and they got both of them.
So 2 super heavily strong defensive maps for 2 teams that usually aren't that great with attack, and no skyscraper. Los One opts to remove that from the field, so we get the standard North American tier 2 rotation on a best of 3. It could be considerably worse, but I think for a lot of people, they would call this the de facto NA rotation for maps at least. I'm not opposed to it. I think if you're going to go the distance against a team that you might actually relatively be fairly even statistically with, you might as well take on a couple of maps that do really truly test what your overall attack and coordination and synergy looks like. And if for some reason you fall apart on defense on any of these maps, then very clearly you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, and for Los One, I think that they've won this map ban phase entirely, because even when they played Magic Squad and it was close on Skyscraper, that was almost like a past iteration of this roster. We've seen phenomenal transformation from Los One as they've constantly improved week to week. They got in that time chamber towards playoffs and just looked like such a better roster. Now they're going to arguably the 3 equalizer maps in the pool currently, where they're just confident that they can strip down to their fundamentals, right to those building blocks, and beat the team on even ground.
Yep, this is definitely what feels like the type of battleground that doesn't swing to one's team favor or the other as heavily as you might think. Let's talk to casters real quick because we've got a marathon, not a sprint, that we have to get through today, gentlemen. Good to have both of you with us. Let's talk Magic Squad. Are they good enough to beat a team like Los One? Los One have showed their fair share of struggles, but right now their overall map record for this stage is still 0-1. Gibson, do we think there's the possibility for Magic Squad to win their own pick as we start on Club?
I think there definitely is, but you could look at both of these sides, Jacob, and the first thing that stands out is neither of them were overly impressive in the regular season, so one of them's dash to Denmark is going to end today.
Weird to think about it, huh, Whippet?
It's tough what the team have been already having that team in the major dropped out. Lost one, beat up a little stronger in this. They've got their preference here. For Magic Squad, it is that question. Will Moratow show up? Will he be that player that's one of the scariest in the world, or will he be a little bit quieter? Unfortunately, this might rely on one player being awake and alert, but beating that case off the stage so far.
I think, what, Connor, is this the first time that we're seeing Magic Squad take Club into the pool in quite some time? No, they did play this. It was FaZe Clan. It was at the very end of the group stage. They very nearly won that thing and almost punched their own darn ticket directly into playoffs. They were really, really close to doing it too, but that was still an 8-6 loss to FaZe. Can we put Los One on the same pedestal that we put FaZe Clan, so maybe this ends up being a similar scoreline, or do you expect this to still be a closer map regardless of who has a preference to which side?
You know, historically, you got to give the edge towards Los One on this map, but recency bias is huge, and an overtime loss against FaZe Clan, who came into playoffs and absolutely dominated everybody, as well as beat Team Liquid on that very same map in overtime of Clubhouse. You got to give a little bit of strength towards Magic Squad on this map. However, I'm a believer in Los One because their overall team synergy is just that little bit better. They're more of a 5-man punch, and I think they win this 2-0.
Gibby, is there anything to suggest that because you have the first game on a 4 best-of-3 day, once you finish this one, you have the decided advantage going into tomorrow, just because you can look at what all the other teams have done today, specifically whoever their opponent ends up being tomorrow, and have a little bit more time to prep? Is that an advantage, or does that not really matter that much?
Oh, 100%. It's definitely an advantage because you get your game over and done. You can sit back, you can watch every other fixture over the course of the weekend. And not only that, if you want to go get your full night's sleep, get a good night rest, prepare, you can do that. If the day goes on really long and you're playing in game number 4 and you get loads of overtimes left, right, and center, you're looking at a really quick turnaround. So 100% getting on the top of the draw, getting game number 1 will definitely do these sides a favor going into the weekend.
I'm liking the fact that we have a matchup that seems relatively even on both sides. We don't really get an opportunity to see something like this that is very, very much stripped down, bare bones, bare knuckle brawl type thing that's about to happen here. The only thing I don't want, Connor, just for myself, is for there to be it's completely defender sided. If the only thing we end up seeing is teams really having substantial 4-2, 5-1 like defensive sides, and there isn't any attacking prowess or any ingenuity, that's not going to give me a lot of faith that whatever team they end up playing tomorrow, when they win, is actually going to be a better contest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, especially because both of these rosters, their Achilles heel is definitely that attacking side. 36% win percentage for Magic Squad. Los One, it's only a 39, so marginally better. And now you're also removing the Montaigne off the board from the ban phase. That is a very good kind of push factor for the attack to buff them up. Things are going to get a little bit weird.
All right, Gibson, whip it. You got one best of 3 to take us through, and then we're going to start rotating people in. We got a long day ahead of us, people. Have fun with the first game.
Thank you, guys, and this is it. The last couple of steps towards Copenhagen starts now. We are going to Clubhouse Whippet, and I am sure the biggest sigh of relief breathed by anyone globally at any time in the world history was you there now when you saw Monty being the first ban.
We good?
So, I don't know what happened at home, guys, but I think Whippet deserted me. Whippet, are you there?
I abandoned you, Gibby.
You left me alone. I did a massive intro. I bigged you up. I spoke about how happy you were to see a Monty ban. And you were just gone? You left me hanging?
I'm sorry about that. I vanished briefly. I left this mortal realm. I'm back though, ready to get this. So Gibby, saw a multi-ban. I am ecstatic. I can't wait.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to start off here on Clubhouse. Basement will be the defensive site of choice to get us underway. You look at that attacking lineup, still not fully locked into stone just yet, but you got a lot of pretty good utility. The big thing that I was about to bring up was the fact they've got a Ying, but more exciting than that, Whippet, we're going to see Blitz being brought into play in round number 1, and he's going to be enabled by having a Capital and a couple of nades in the back as well.
A Blitz, very aggressive, very early pick. I mean, I see a Blitz, I see this basement site, and I'm thrown back to that amazing moment where Mint was able to use the operator's fantastic success all those moons ago. I'm just curious about what the intention is going to be. Like, what's going to be the primary focus of this one? Are they going to try and use that to clear map control which is blue very quickly?
Well, we're not going to see.
It's a reveal. It's a reveal. You know, get excited. What? There we go.
There we go.
It's going to be inside of dirt. Then they're going to try and get that initial pressure away. So to me, that's going to indicate a kitchen dirt push. Going to have that direct avenue. The Blitz will be that kind of that catalyst towards the execution. When they want to get things rolling, they're going to send them in. That's going to try and create space and panic in the site itself.
So the first engagement is going to step off now. GDN stepping down. Valk will spot him in the distance, so we'll dip further back as Ace now has already got the hatch open and they're pushing down. The smoke will delay the push just a little bit as Maya gets the opener, but there's Hates to get the trade. Instantly back the other way. Rare gets taken down though. Or begins to push on down the back road as Hates that gets refragged back the other way. But 4 versus 3, minute and 10 gone, and we've seen a lot of action already.
No primary engagements, at least for the most part. Just trying to. I want to see where this Blitz is going to go. Just me, Gibby. Have we lost a little bit of our HUD?
Just a little.
I'm not used to this. And our Blitz is going to charge straight into blue. Get caught up with a dropping Warden. Warden, the last thing a Blitz will want to run into. It will be dropped down. Try 1-for-1 though. Whoever gets that confirmation case recovered, they'll try and work their way through it.
There we go. We got the HUD back. We're back in the 3v2 for those at home.
My microphone went walkies and our HUD went walkies.
It's fine. It's fine. Welcome to Brazil. We're getting ready. So Rare will move on over. We're seeing some one-way angles being created now as well by those Kiva barriers as they look to prevent any real easy avenue of push. The big problem here for Magic Squad is Rare's got the case and his HP is low, but Hornet will step in, making it a 2 versus 2. 40 seconds to go, and Rare will begin to plant that case below the hatch. A lot of pressure on the shoulder of Hornet, but he has some man for one man here as that case will go down. 43 seconds with it. Can Dash and Dots pull this back?
Oh, well, Dash certainly can't, and nor can Dots, as he's going to get removed by Hornet instantly. You cursed them, Gibby, with that one.
I did.
And the Blitz wasn't even a part of that execution. They rotated off from going from that primary kitchen dirt push to put pressure on blue. They'll crack that map wide open, and it worked absolutely perfectly. Bit by bit, they got control, and very well done from Magic Squad. Now, it wasn't the most flashy of rounds by Hornet. However, that's the type of glimpse that you want to have from a player that we've been building up as perhaps that main vocal point of Magic Squad. You know, every time it seems that we've been on the cast of Magic Squad during the regular season, the desk speaks about how good he is, and then all of a sudden he drops 2 kills in the map. It's a pretty sad thing to watch, but I hope we can see a little bit more from him because I've seen so much hype, so many clips from this guy. I want to see what he can do.
Well, you think back to one of our first times on the cast, and I think it was the debut of Toxic Tex, and we were asked, was Hornet the only person making Magic Squad relevant? And we kind of said, at the moment, yes, but we wanted to see more from the rest of the squad. I think in that round, you saw people having a bit of an impact. Hates had an impact. Rare was able to pick up 2 important frags at the end. So they'll need a little bit more of that over the course of these 2, maybe 3 maps if they want to take down Los One. Well, but 1 round does not make a map. Magic Squad have the lead on attack, but there's still a lot to play.
Oh, I mean, it's the first round has been played of a best of 3, Gibby. First round of a best of 3.
First to 45.
Oh, don't say that. No, actually, hold up. Yes, do say that. So you've had a long day. You've already been on the desk for the league already. If you want that one, 45 rounds of siege action. Who wouldn't be complaining with that one? 2 sides slugging it out to get themselves ever closer to that coveted spot. Copenhagen Early days so far, H will try and dabble with an entryway inside of stock. Nothing presenting itself just yet. Upstairs, CC is going to be a site of choice, so I'd imagine a primary vocal point will be established, opening up that main balcony breach, and then a rotation towards construction. That's probably going to be... That's going to be the next idea, the next intention.
Yeah, it looks like in the early stages that is what they're attempting to do, but now they'll get into that important middle phase of the game where they're going to get on the drones, try to see where there are any roamers, if any, on that ground floor to work out if you can play from below, if you can remove the bandit, and just like that, Hates will take him down with the depth charge. Dots is able to trade one back onto Gomez, but could it be too little too late? Dash will take down Hates though, 4v3 now, as that breach has now been opened, has now been secured for the side of Magic Squad. But with the numbers in the favour of Los One, you'd like to think they should be able to clutch this out, but I said a minute and 30 on the clock, that is an eternity.
It takes one pick to turn this a little bit awry. Again, this is one of the weakest defensive sides. Let's not forget that. So Lost One, you know, while yes, you might have that player advantage for the time being, but that might not last long. Rare looks to be establishing a decent flank watch on that drone network, and a very important one, because I think I saw a silhouette toying with the idea of going up main stairs, and considering that pre-fire was correct in that assumption, and Dash down below on that Valkyrie has pretty good role to play. C4 down below can deny those plants, and that's going to be the difficult thing for Magic Squad to deal with. They need to hunt down below to find a Valkyrie, and they've done so. They're going to do that absolutely brilliantly. Rare gets that confirmation, gets us level 3 versus 3, and that's a very key engagement.
50 seconds to go, and you can see Magic Squad rotating now as well to open up that construction wall to give them even more avenues to push from. That wall, of course, that goes external because the main one has been opened. This smoke will come out, forcing Rare to step on in, and Dots will take him down. Takes some gunfire from the window, but he's going to dash on over, and there's GDN to make it a 2v2. Hornet now, low HP, but he manages to find one on the Ying, leaving it all down to Rise on the smoke. Steps in now. There's another Candela going off. He's going to be full blind. The case goes down. He can see absolutely nothing. Magic Squad will dip on out of dodge. Now 1 versus 2. Looks like it could be Magic Squad about to take a 2-0 lead.
SMG-11 in the dream. A long shot in the repelling Ying's going to be the key one to win this fight out. Sees the arm, and just the very tip of the elbow will swing wide. Gets one, knows to read it. And oh, the LMG can suppress him for a long time, but Hornet's only got a sliver of HP, Gibby. A single shot will be enough, and he'll run deep. He'll try and stand it, but beneath him lurks an LMG of Hornet, who stings him and gets the job done. 2 rounds Magic Squad on the offense here on Club.
For just a second there, I thought he was going to pull it off, you know. For just a second, I thought he was going to do it.
Hornet was exposed on that second swing, I was like, that's done. That's you get the one, you get the opening engage on the thermite, and then all of a sudden you're feeling yourself. The SMG-11, it gets 1 kill. It's gonna find a second or third if you give it that opportunity. If he had his head just over that ledge, he probably would have lost that engagement. But Magic Squad, well, they get themselves in a position to get the case down, considering the early engagements didn't go their way, and they win the round. Very well done, very clean execution from them. And this is a much more clinical side, considering this side hasn't had the best track record on the offense for the entire stage so far. I'm very impressed with these improvements that they've made.
And it's not even that, it's the fact that everybody's chipping in. I know Gomez hasn't really been getting too much in the kill feed, but look at everybody else. Hates, GDN, Rare, finally giving Hornet the support so he's not the one trying to carry the burden of the load for this Magic Squad side. For Los One, though, you've lost 2 very close rounds in a row. Both rounds you had either 2 or 1 players left live in a 2v2 or a 2v1 scenario, and you were unable to pull one back. So it's not necessarily panic stations or anything like that for Los One just yet. You know, still a lot to be played, still a lot of changes to go. They've opted to go for a 3rd site on the rotation. This time we'll see Gym Bedroom. And when you bring the setup that they have up, where you decide not to, to forego the Mira, you're going to bring the Azami instead and try to use Kiva barriers to make the site a little bit more difficult to play through. Loban's position inside of Jim is very important.
It's going to be a difficult task to clear him. You either have to go below, use your nades, the hatch is closed to help secure him, give that extra level of security. No one can walk in the pool table and just catch him napping. That's the reason behind it. Now he's trapped in there. He can't make a quick rotation if that window gets a little bit too much to deal with. Lack of mirror, though, does weaken the position inside of bathroom. You consider perhaps, you could maybe go down to bar, start a bad site very quickly, already seeing the hole in CC actually weakened up a little bit as Maya takes almost all the HP from an early spray from that red wall. The breach gets cracked on open. Hornet watching a nasty long angle all the way from dirt tunnel entrance, right up main stairs to try and catch any rotations. He's fishing for the next couple of minutes, I have a feeling.
Yeah, and why not? It's a great day for it. Let's see if he can catch
He's not, though.
anything.
He's actually decided no, he's not fishing. He's straight down into the tunnel.
Why not? Again, it's, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't, but he'll push on in anyway and see if he can make something happen. Drone work being done to identify the Goyo and place on top of red stairs. Gomez will hop on a drone once more. Nice to see the Twitch kept the default in the back pocket as well, so you can still use with that drone along with your 2 additional Twitch drones as well. But as you said, Maya's taken a chunk of damage. Loban has eaten some lead as well. So early engagements in the favor of Magic Squad, but the clock is starting to chew down just a little bit.
Don't really recommend eating lead. It's not very tasty, more nutritious for you.
Or good for you.
That is true. It really isn't, actually. I mean, look at the HP. They've got some damage from it. The early fights, of course, going the way of Magic Squad, and looks like for the defensive lost one, they're very compacted right now. Flushed back. Kiva Barrier is showing their time waste ability, but Hates will just completely charge on it, crack it wide open, and be able to make that angle. Azami gets really close to that window now and playing that corner. Vault on out. Perfect time to be able to connect one. Cross for second trait, but doesn't find it. Hornet eventually gets one on the Maya. Now we'll proceed to try and get control of Logi. Doesn't have to worry about that yet. I think we lost one of a defender flanking up red stairs, and that's going to be the priority right now to deal with a base. And Hornet gets that done. Where it's dead falls. 30 seconds though. Time in the favor of lost one. Can they hold it out?
Well, you got to take control of construction because it's being held. The C4 tossed outside, isn't able to pick up the DBNO player. Dash does get that one on the Gomez. Another player DBNO now as Hornet gets one. That's a 2 versus 3. Steps on in. Dots will make it a 2v2 now as Rare begins to push in towards main stairs. They're trying to pinch on to the last 2 members, but there's only 5 seconds to go. Loban makes one roll, and Dots will clear that one up. It got a little bit close in the end once more. But first round on the board for Los One, and they'll be glad to get that one.
They're following the script, you know. If a team's going to come out offense heavy, you're typically going to get the side that you pick third, and they're going to be, or typically you see that going to be where you see a little bit of mix-up happening when you get that third side rotation. We saw that here. Lovely timing from Loban, just vaults out perfectly. I think, again, just based off audio, was able to read into that, get that one. No one's there to find that trade. A frantic few moments towards the ending here. Really came down to that wire, made everyone a little bit nervous. That case going cold outside Jim really did wrap that round. Oh, Magic Squad, though, very improved. Saw in the regular season on the offense in particular. And for Lost One, back to the basement we go. Second bite to the cherry this time, and I don't imagine we'll be seeing a blitz getting brought out again.
No,
Normally, if I say that, though, Gibby, they're just going to instant pick it, but they haven't done that this time.
yeah, but they'll probably stick the Ying this time around. We've seen Ying get used successfully in round 2. Blitz was successful in a way in round 1, though. They were able to get some success taking dirt control. They took dirt control.
Gibby, come on.
Look, I'm an optimist, and you know this.
I appreciate that. Well, listen, why we always need a good optimist in our life. He walked
You're
in
the
dirt.
realist.
He walked in. That's optimism, I think, or hopium, I think is what you're on today. Walks in dirt and then decides to give it up and go out and get control of blue, or be a stock, and runs into a warden. So I don't think that's necessarily the most pivotal part of that round.
Look, I'm trying to be positive here, but
no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I wanted it. I believed.
Yeah, GDN takes a bit of damage, so does Loban, so it nearly happened there. Maya playing down inside of Adam right now as well. Has some cameras in position as well to maybe feed him some information as to what's going on, but nobody really nearby that's going to threaten them too much just yet. It is a basement site that they're going for, and as you can see by the way that Magic Squad are playing, they've elected to try to clear the whole map, top to bottom, make sure that they're not going to get wrapped on from behind. There's no Oryx on the board, so, you know, there'll be nobody going up to the very top floor pretty quickly and then flanking back down again.
There's no row presence, Gibby! There's no one roaming!
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. They're clearing it, though. They're wasting their time clearing it.
Right, if you ever wanted a wonderful example of why good pre-placed drone networks can save you so much time and win you rounds right now, every single second that's been wasted ever since Loban dropped back the site has been basically non-required. No one's roaming, and now they're finally getting control. But they've wasted time off phantom pressure. Again, well done, Lost One for baiting that out. Every second counts. Right now, there's still a lot to work with. But one less player from the side of Magic Squad is D4 down below. Detonates and Rare. Off the scope, you lose race.
So now Maya still holding blue, Loban holding long angles as well. Flores will begin sending those Roteros down to try and move players out of positions and maybe trying to use it to tempt someone towards Hates, but nice idea, but it didn't quite work. 1 minute to go, the push is starting to look like it's going to be very focused on pushing down from this blue side and then a late drop down through that kitchen hatch, and Low Swan, they've got all the players up in the right place to repel this.
All they do is hold their key positions, be able to lock it out and play for trade. 45 seconds. Hates needs to win these fights. This is critical. This is the most important engagement to win. You need to displace the player behind Generator. 2 ADSs and no nades and back pockets, so it's all down that G3060. Spray deep, try and catch anyone deep, or bait out a single smoke canister. The push from oil pit can't happen, but no one's there. Every second that they waste by these power positions makes it a more and more desperate effort by Magic Sword to try and push for that map control. Fireballs go out, but Maya can persist and just exist to win that fight. Hates needs to push a little bit deeper, finding a game where GDN gets slain, though, and going to be a kill feed flurry. Side of Ross one player deep in sight, and Gomez finds one, only to be found as shotgun himself, and Skeleton Key can't pick that lock as Maya shuts it down and lost one draws level.
Another good bounce back round from Low Swan after losing the opening 2 in a row. So now we move to round 5 and the sides are level. So the strong start from Magic Squad has been pushed back, and the thing that I've noticed is Magic Squad started this game very aggressive on the entry, trying to force something to happen. And if you look at the way Low Swan have played the last 2 rounds, they've slowed the pace way down. They're making Magic Squad play their game. As we pointed out in that last round, there was 0 roam presence whatsoever, and Magic Squad spent so much time trying to clear that whenever it came to the execute with the last 40 seconds on the clock, they didn't have very many options as to where to push from.
Right now, so they got baited out by a Phantom Roam. Well, what's it really Phantom? Loban went for a spawn peak on that middle floor, and then they got a little bit panicky about was anyone upstairs. Lack of prep drones, I think, is going to be the diagnosis of that situation. Now, CC and Cash, you don't have to worry about your own presence as much. However, the Solace is going to be that problem. You can't have a good drone network off the spawn, but you can't get your drones in the building. Solace is going to go hunting. We've seen that again, all the way deep towards Strip Club was looking. Try and find that pressure. Try and get as many drones as possible. Now, all drones survive the prep phase. That means to me that no drone is in the building.
Well, that's, Solace being brought out as well. You'd be pretty disappointed even if they're not getting in the building to not maybe pick up one of them that's just left maybe a little bit lazily. GDN's going to pick up his drone, one of those those prep phase that he'll look to use maybe just a little bit later in the round. Now, the big thing is if Magic Squad can identify that there is a Solace, it's a bit like having a pulse on the other side. You can be 90% sure that Solace is going to be playing below, trying to stay alive into the late game to try impact your execute a little bit later on in the round. So, what you got to do, Whippet, is make a conscious decision to either clear that Solace early, or get the site clear and plant in a position where the Solace can't have an impact.
Yeah, what making points I agree with, Gibby. I meant to disagree with you on everything. That's the whole dynamic that we've built over this year. However, you're right. I mean, the Solace changes things directly, and the worst thing is it's more complicated than dealing with a Pulse, right? A Pulse knows where you are all the time, but doesn't know he's being hunted. Doesn't see those drones unless they're very obvious. A Solace knows what you're planning, what utility you have, and where you are when you're on that utility. This a Solace knows when you're at your most vulnerable at any time. It's a very dangerous thing. That was spectator issue. That was not the Flores drone detonating at Flores. His feet hates to send the second one in to try and kill utility. And this will chew away at whatever's helping the Azami hold up. Actually, no, it doesn't detonate in time. Keeper barriers remain, and that's going to be the utility sink they don't want to play into. They don't want to burn all the Flores drones as Loban. Very good position to cause a little bit of chaos just by main stairs.
Well, you got a lot to deal with. There's Loban managing to find the kill on the hits, and now that signal flare's gone up 100% that there's definitely a Solace that you got to deal with. This toxic bait being thrown on the window prevents any pressure being put onto that CCTV window, which will look to force those attackers in towards that construction site as well, as Low Swan now look to create a funnel of doom. Now, you look at those Kiba barrier setups, it's really difficult to clear those Kiba barriers, never mind push in, as GDN will take down Dots, and that is Maya down. I thought it was for Azami for just a second, but no, that is Maya. Loban steps on and Maya removes the head of Gomez, but there's Rare on the outside of the breach to pull one back onto Maya. So now you have Rafters control with it, but you have 28 seconds.
No real time to rotate anyone to mod off that position, and Logan down below. So the case might be going down in the hands of GDM, but the fact is, that's going to get denied, and he won't be able to stick it. Falls off, Shotgun reveals that position, C4 detonates just below the breach as well. A flurry of trades, leaving us in a 2 versus 2. 10 seconds remain, and Rare will rotate all the way inside of Garage. Push the player down below, but GDM will get one to dash. 6 seconds, 000 is dawning, and you need to find Loban. Got a perfect clear to do so, and Rare finds it absolutely perfectly read. Well done.
Those picks on site were crucial, though, to allow Rare to go hunting. You know, in that 2v1, you know the Solace is below. As I said, you're 99% sure where Solace is going to be. And not for the first time, Rare gets the final kill in the round. So it's 3-2 Magic Squad now as they, you know, lost a little bit of early momentum, but they've pulled the lead once more. In my opinion, on Clubhouse, you expect to get 3 rounds on attack. Magic Squad have done that. Is there a extra little cherry on the cake of their attack and half and maybe a 4-2 split with it, or do you see Los One being able to clutch out this site out like they did earlier?
Oh, give me all the hard questions, right? I want Los One to get this forward, go in the level half. I think that's the most exciting time, the most exciting the dynamic going into a second half when both teams are level. They couldn't shake each other, but Magic Squad have played a very clean, crisp, and better thought out style of offense that we've seen compared to what they brought out the other time during the regular stage. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got that done. This has been a side to break down, and if they allow freedom of players and they can't get a lot of map control very early, they're gonna struggle. It'll be a very long day in the office, and they have another Solace to deal with down below, and that could be an absolute nightmare.
Said it could be a long day in the office, but we're 5 rounds in, and it feels like we've really just started this matchup as well. It's been pretty high tempo, even though some of the rounds have gone to the end. It feels like there's been action in almost every phase of the rounds. Now, with the Solace playing inside of Garage again, the whole point is to try identify where the attack is coming from. Are there any drones in the end to maybe prevent you from flanking up through CCTV cache a little bit later inside the round? And even more importantly, can you get a freebie through those soft walls on any attackers who maybe hop on their drones outside of the gym and bedroom windows? So 2 minutes and 14 seconds to go. Gomez repositioning himself now on the sledge. Lots of utility on the board. Still 4 nades with it. And they'll look to maybe clear Dash from this position.
It should be easy enough to clear him. You can, if they wanted, they can aid from below, but there's nothing to really prevent them getting that control. Without the mirror window, again, he's very vulnerable. The Flores drones will begin to burn away that utility a little bit closer to home. Jumps it in, you're able to get information with this as well, can read out what's going on. The Kiva barriers will be a priority again. Those are a pretty difficult piece of cover to deal with. They're bulletproof, they're set up, they can be very difficult to read into, and they regenerate over time, so clearing them now better than doing it later. The rotation over that single wall in construction cracked open as well, so GDN's giving his team a lot more freedom of movement. And nade down below, miscalculated. Player not in the default corner, lurking on the desk, just close to it though. Actually, no, he was underneath the desk. It was actually... Hey, yeah, you naded it off, If you wanted the default, then you would have got it. Unfortunate moment.
It happens sometimes, though. Maybe every once in a while we're all guilty of trying to be a little bit too clever with the placement, but look, you've still got 3 nades to play with over the course of the round. You've still got all 5 operators in place, and as it stands, you've got most of the checklist done already. Now, Dash is going to get pretty aggressive onto the breach with that shotgun, sees the bullets firing his way, and just dips back inside. So Gomez will live the scrap and brawl just another day, and it is a better attacking round from Magic Squad on the site. The nade on the Loban almost takes him down, but Maya's able to find one on the hits. He peeks, does dash on the breach, swings towards this. Oh my god, Thermite somehow dodges the shrapnel, and now it's a 4 versus 2. There's Warden though, being able to pick up one onto Rare. 3 versus 2. Maya inside construction, 30 seconds to go, but in a 2 versus 2, in reality, you gotta say the hand that is in favor of Los One. 2 versus 1 now. Hornet playing on the window, jumps inside. Maya takes him down, and just like that, we got a 3-3 half.
Godless level. That's what I was hoping for. Now, I'm definitely not saying I put my prediction between all the talent out on Lost One. Actually, you done it as well, didn't you, Gibby?
We all did. Everybody put it on Lost One.
Don't really despite it. We all went Lost One. Yeah, but yeah, we all went Lost One in our predictions. We're so original. You're the only one that really deviated from the predictions today. We'll get on to that later on in this stream. But 3-3, we go level. We go to the side swap. Round number 7. I normally say this is one of, if not the most important rounds that you can play in a team. It's that shifting around, like attack the defense, the tempo being changed completely on a team. It can really upset or complement the rhythm of a side. When you go in level 3-3 like this, it's not as big of a swap or momentum or as critical. So important if Magic Squad can set the tempo, make things difficult from Lost One. I'd be very impressed. That's too close to call. I love it.
2 years ago, if you had a 3-3 half on Clubhouse on attack, you'd be like, that was a great half. This is perfect. We have such a good chance now to win it. But long gone are the 4-2 half days. 3-3 again is what you feel is the bare minimum for these attacking sides, especially on a map like Clubhouse, where every single pixel of the map is known like the back of the hand.
Out he goes. Out he goes. Go on.
He's cooking.
He's got recipe.
It's the stock cube. He's got the stock cube in his hand. Is he going to throw it in the pot? There we go. Tosses it outside. Goes for the peak, but nobody there.
You did not just refer to the impact nade as a stock cube.
Look, he's cooking.
No.
Well, he was cooking.
Hornet's gonna find Dots sleeping as he's on the rappel. Stock cube. Give up. Alright, Maya's gonna get that trade off and get us to level 4 versus 4. You've thrown me off, kid. You've thrown me completely off kilter with that one.
That means I'm doing my job to perfection. So 4-4, Maya gets a bit of a late refrag back the other way. Solace now will be able to say, right, well, there's one player on top of the window, so I'm going to impact the window, hop on out, and get myself a freebie. Hits takes down Loban. 4v3, and Dash was not in position to get the trade back the other way. So Dash and Dots won't be that dynamic duo this time. Maya, though, gets a couple, gets rid of those Capcan traps as well as he steps inside of sight. Long angle gets the DBNO onto Rare, making it a 3 versus 2. But there's the C4. Hits takes down Dash. And well, it's a 1 versus 2. Seems like the round just started.
Trying to speedrun this. They know there's a long day ahead of everyone. They don't want them to farm the drops. They want to get through this as quick as possible, it seems. Our bridge goes off, detonates that moto hatch, gives an access point, sends, of course, the operator in play, can send these little wheelie boys in. And
oh no.
It just misses. The hitbox is a little bit bigger than the visual representation, so it can be difficult to aim at times. Minute 13, he'll try and creep up long. No rotation by Astrosh. He has to worry about the one a little bit closer, and he's going to be able to find it. Hates falls, 1 versus 1 with a minute, but the shotgun up close cuts him down. You'd almost believe that he was able to find that one. If Free Fire came out a second earlier, perhaps, with a shotgun at that type of range, you're never going to win it, and we're going to see Magic Squad take the lead on defense.
And it wasn't a clean one again, though. Every single round has seemed, for the most part, like it's gone down to the wire. We've seen so many 1v1s, and this time it goes in favor of Magic Squad again. I like the aggression, though. You know, Magic Squad, they're trying to get into the faces of Los One. We spoke on Attack about how they tried to set the tempo in the early rounds by being hyper-aggressive. We saw 2 runouts in that round. 1 success, well, 3 runouts actually, because there was the impact in the early stage as well. 2 of them were successful. That's a ratio I would take. If you get 2 kills for every 3 runouts you do, you're on a bit of a tree into success.
So here, break me out. Break this down for me, Gibbs. If you have a positive success ratio on something, you'll take it.
Yeah. You know, as a wise man called Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
That went whoosh over my head. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're young.
Whoosh. Yes, I'm not ancient. I'm not a dinosaur like you.
I'm your favorite dinosaur, though.
My bones might creak like an old man, but I'm still able to. I still have a little bit of youth left in me.
For now.
Gibby,
for now.
Gibby. You've derailed it completely. You've ruined it. Ruined me.
Did you take my train pun and just throw derailed in there because you want to keep the train going?
Oh, goodness gracious me. Have the next 30 seconds. Off you go.
Let's get ourselves back on track here, shall we?
Oh, stop it!
4-3, and the breach is going to be open. Gomez playing on top red stairs. Dots, after getting that breach, will now move himself to a different position, try to maybe get that construction wall open on the other side. We'll see the Maverick being used to open up this jacuzzi wall again as they look to just get through all the little items on that checklist. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Looks like you've got 2 out of 3 breaches open already.
Very efficient job of utility getting this cracked wide open. Again, Magic Squad or Lost One need to be very efficient with their time here. They fell victim to that Phantom Roam. Maverick in play. You have other utility. You have the capability to break this down with thermites. You have ace charges as well. Maverick requires something very specialized in to get this on effectively. Beautifully done though. No time wasted. No fat the bones. Reached open with the sledgehammers as well. A lot of pressure being applied to the defense.
Yeah. So drone will be tossed now as Los One look to just chart out where all of these defenders are now playing. Now, really, you'll have a good idea where 4 of them are going to be. The question is there a roam and where is it going to come from? Gomez still trenched into position inside of Cash. GDN looking to prevent anybody from walking in through that construction wall breach as well, as they look to just make it a little bit difficult. Now the flank is in position. Dash is holding that angle, and I don't know if Rare knows just how close he came to meeting his maker. 1 minute to go and Rare gets the opener because Dash got distracted.
Magic Squad have set a trap and Lost One have walked straight into it. Hornet finds a second one. Dotch is next to fall. Sub 1 minute to work with, but Maya gets one back, finds the life of Hates. 45. Next couple of engagements. The next pick in particular is going to be critical to this round. If Magic Squad can find it, they can coast their way to victory. If this goes away of Lost One, we're straight back in this fight. And that nade might crack us wide open. Sends it deep over. It's going to be Hornet. Yes! No! It's going to be AR. Finds one on the Hornet. Level 3 versus 3. 30 seconds. Maya takes a beating on that sledge. Deep angle held by Loban. The DMR, the position given away by that bulletproof camera. They know not to peek. They can hold the line. And it's going to be walking straight into Rare. He vaults the window. And Rare will find a second one. And from the deep angle, Gomez shuts it down. Magic Squad get one more defense to their name.
Rare is having himself a game right now as they really start to assert dominance here on Clubhouse. Round 9, 5-3 lead now for Magic Squad. And genuinely, they've not really put a foot wrong the whole way through this game. It's been a pretty good performance by them, and everybody has stepped up to the task. So what are Los One going to change on their attacks? Both times they've fallen into the trap, as we've said. Magic Squad are laying them out, and Los One are just stepping right into it every time. So let's see if they can maybe dance around it. Now, this is one of the sites where you have that direct avenue to site. You get that main breach wall open. Los One, they need to take Rafters control though, and really in order to do that, you got to clear hits.
You have to be able to deal with that one and get. The issue is, right, Lost One just seemed to be walking into the exact intention of the defense of Magic Squad every single time. There's not really anything fancy. Magic Squad are playing to themselves. They're not trying to hunt down Lost One. They're not trying to fight them on the entryways. Have their setup, they're playing it perfectly. It's honestly has been, looks like at least, a very perfect counter to what Lost One want to bring out stylistically. Caveat, little asterisk, this is the map choice of Magic Squad, so they are very much prepared for it. Obviously,
so I like the fact that they're bringing an OSA this time, so if you are able to clear the player on Rafters, you can use the OSA to just neutralize the player that's playing over by red, and you can also peek the breach, which is exactly what they're going to do, and just be a distraction once Maverick gets to tricking that wall. So the old-fashioned way, open up the lower one, the player on the breach will then see if he can maybe get a freebie onto the player on red, then you get the top half open, and then at that point Sophia can use utility to pop that one open. I'd hope for a second he might be able to get a free one, as that hits, but no. 2 minutes gone, or 2 minutes to go, and the breach will now be opened.
There is probably nothing as satisfying as watching a perfectly executed Maverick brick on a wall. One of the greatest things you can see in Siege. It's a dying art form, you would say, considering how many teams don't really run it necessarily. Eva Barriers sent out to try and plug the hole in that primary breach, but no one's out there. Again, they're not going to be playing it. That's not the primary focal point. They're going to use it to create pressure, use it as a cutoff later on, and well, Dash down below on that Nook could be a massive part of this one. We'll hunt, probe, and look for that initial or that opening fight they need to find, and it's going to be a massive problem as they don't have no idea that Nook's down below in lobby.
So Dash has the nades, will toss them to the default positions, but Hits is playing in the corner beside the table. Tosses another Kiba barrier down, but like you said, while Nook is below with those nades, can be a problem. And Dash has been a problem for many teams in the past inside of BR. Minute and 10 seconds to go. Construction now has been taken control of as well. Loban needs to get that wall open, but I'm looking at the utility side, he's got 2 left, so he can get it open. But you can't stall any more time.
50 seconds, less than a minute to work with. The Valkyrie cameras give a perfect network of information. Maverick could have been aware of it in that moment, but for the time being, we'll elude the idea that they have complete eyes on where this push is arriving from Lost One and Rare. C4 in back pocket down below. That will unravel this round if no one's there to counter it, and I don't believe they have anyone, as Maya just walks in the garage and gets one, an absolute freebie. Instantaneous trade though, GDN finds it. Rare now down below will send the C4. It's going to be perfectly timed to find the Maverick, and just in time as well, because he loses his life to Loban. Barrage falls, the Nook charges up and takes control. 20 seconds! Or needs to win these ones. SMG-12 proves to be a little bit unruly, and now he's all alone. No shotgun up close and personal, it doesn't matter. Loban finds him, and Lost One finally get their opening offense.
Better. Much better this time around. They were able to assert dominance on map control. They got the breach open. They got control inside of construction. And they were able to win their 1v1s whenever they presented themselves. So round 10 now. If Los One win this round, guaranteed to have every single round in regulation in this one. Magic Squad won it, of course, for those of you who are maths buffs. Spent too much time with the Americans, and they kept telling me it's math, not maths. But for the maths buffs out there, that puts them on match point. Means they're only one round away from winning if they're able to clutch out this basement
I'm sorry,
defense.
would you just use the phrase a math buff to say one more round is match point?
Exactly. You see what I did there? Like, it's...
No, I don't. Like, even I can count to one.
Look, we're casters. Our maths is supposed to be bad. As a caster, we're supposed to get sums wrong. So when we get one right, we gotta be proud of ourselves.
How? That's such a... Is that a universe... Like, do we everyone call all math questions sums?
Probably not. Again, everyone watching at home is like, what are these two Irish guys talking about?
Oh, we live in a wonderful country, huh? Hates will try and go for a spawn peek here. He's inside his strip. But again, the Solace will be able to get on the camera. If anyone recovers the drone, he's going to just wander on out and go, hello, I'm claiming you now. And funny enough, what Loban's doing? He's got a drone, actually, and I don't think Hates has the time to react to that one, so he's going to be able to fall back, stay alive. But they now are at least aware of Solace. They would have heard that P90 rain its rate of fire of rounds towards a singular drone. They'll continue to have and hunt down information. They'll choke it out. And again, that's 3 drones taken away. They'll probably find that 4th upstairs later on. Very effective use of choking out information. And look how proficient, look how keen they are to hunt down these drones. They don't want any information available for Loban. Oh, he's just going to be a fraction of a second late and couldn't pounce and find anyone.
Committed a bit of a cardinal sin there, though, Los One. They allowed the Solace to cross and get back down towards site. When you're inside a bathroom and you're in that position where you got a player playing near the fence, you cannot let that defender cross and fall back to site. So now Magic Squad have sent all their soldiers back behind the front line. They're defending the fort. So for Los One now, can you break their nerve? Can you get the open and pick? Dots will open up one of those hatches. The other hatch in kitchen should be open pretty soon now as well. You look at the operators that were brought by Magic Squad, and you should have no trouble whatsoever. The only thing that could be a problem is hits now with those impacts.
5 versus 5, though, as they begin to put that pressure on the site. No opening engagement. Rare's going to be a key one, though. In this situation, he's going to be able to hold the ground, and we've seen so much of how effective a player who is able to stay inside of blue and stay alive and win those fights can be. I'm just beginning to feel that it's going to be a very rash and very aggressive push to get that kick match open. The impact you mentioned down below gets sent, and that's going to choke out the information, choke out the utility, I should say, and drain more time. And every single second that Lost One lose, the Magic Squad begins to make that final execution feel a little bit more frantic. 50 seconds, Gibbs.
Yeah, but they don't have kitchen hatch open. I think the thermite just draw. Oh, Dots gets a nice headshot onto Rare, making it a 5v4. Gomez will look to get aggressive, but Maya shuts that one down too inside of blue. We talked about time being the enemy. Well, no, it doesn't matter. It's a 3v3 because Hates GDN, and now Hornet is going to pick up one, making it a 3v2. The attack is stalled. Dash gives away his position down inside dirt, but there's one on to RHC, and well, Hornet clutches out the round. Magic Squad move to match point. All that action in about 20 seconds.
Before you say it, no, it's not the 20-second meta, Gibby.
No, it wasn't. It was well before then.
Yeah, good. Just before you say it, because I don't ever want to hear that phrase again. But that was a very rapid execution. Lost one, fine. 2 picks back to back. It looks to be that moment where they can collapse and make sight crumble to their very will. The fact is, you don't have kitchen hatch open. You have a limited amount of map control. You have to go through a very, very small avenue of entryways. A Magic squad, one by one, take these fights, take those engagements. They all go their way. Lost one didn't have enough options to make that difficult. They didn't create enough dilemmas for Magic squad to really worry them, so they were able to pinpoint focus on where these threats arrive. Match point for them. Can they get it done? Gym bedroom will be their next site of choice. Will Lost one themselves one more lifeline and force us to round 12.
And do you notice they've doubled down on the castle and the Azami? So whenever Los One were defending this site, as far as I know, they didn't take the castle. They just used the Kiba barriers and the regular reinforcements to try hold that gym position. By bringing that castle now, it enables you to delay it even longer. You can then use Azami to play that position later into the round and cause even more of a problem. Gomez sets himself up on top of Red. Rare doing nothing too crazy here, the normal setup inside a bathroom. But all the pressure, all the onus is on Los One now to break down this defense and try to give themselves an opportunity to force overtime.
Still a long road to get themselves to that OT situation. Maverick trick once again set up, and it's just a joy to watch them do this. Not a little bit diagonal. I think you lose points of that one, so it's not going to be 10 out of 10 Maverick trick, maybe.
9?
I think
9?
so. If that next line is perfect, 9 out of 10 Maverick trick. I think that was a near perfect execution of it.
Speed and power, Whippet. Speed and power.
No, you know what? Yeah, I agree with that one. Actually, you have to go. It can be the worst line possible, but the Maverick trick is done. So when that charge goes off, they have access inside on the jacuzzi balcony. What can they do with that one? As it's going to act as a cutoff and compress a little bit of Magic Squad down.
Yeah, well, you lock down those defenders in the positions now, so you've done part of the task. Now, in this scenario, right, if you're droning that area of the map and you see that that gym wall is castled, it kind of actually can be sometimes a bit of a boon, because you know that you can step in and focus on maybe 1 or 2 angles instead of focusing on 3. So if they can isolate the player that's playing just below that hatch, or even force their way into bathroom, it could be a bit of a problem here for Magic Squad with the way they're playing. Now, one of those castles will be opened. The second one should be opened now as well by Maya. And all of a sudden now, Hates has got his back to a wall. The castle's behind him. The stun rate's coming in. And it looks like Los One are going to push the trigger. But there's GDN getting one. Rare gets a second whip, but it's a 1v5.
Oh, done! Flawless round shuts it down! Just like that one, they tried to force the execution, but they didn't have every single piece of the puzzle in place. It falls flat. Magic Squad take a 7-4 victory on Clubhouse. Their map choice in this series, but a lot of people coming this one, I'm sure in chat and us, would have thought Lost One were the clear favorites. But it's going to be a little bit of a wrench in the works for that one. What a great display we just saw on Club.
Great display by Magic Squad, and because we're going for very quick breaks between games, we're going to jump into a break right now. We come back, we'll have Jacob and Connor back on the desk. See you soon.
7-4 victory for Magic Squad on Clubhouse versus Lost One. The script perhaps turned on its head. Gibby, what do you reckon about that one?
Very impressed by Magic Squad. They looked a completely new team to what we saw on the regular season. Now, remember, this was their map pick, so it's not necessarily a huge shock that they took the win, but for me, it was the manner in which they did it. They shut down Lost One at every single opportunity. Now, I do want to apologize to your viewers, though. I said that we would be joined by Jacob and Connor, but we don't have the time. Didn't get the chance to hear their beautiful voices the break, so if you want, I gotta blame Whippet going in chat the last day.
No, don't blame me for this.
Blame Gibson. No, you blame me. Blame Gibson.
Yeah, if you try to blame me again, I'll be very upset about that one. But yes, Magic Squad go out. They take their map in what looked to be a reasonably dominant performance from them. They had that 7-4 victory. Everything that Lost One tried to bring out, they never really got rolling, never got momentum. And time again, it was just too difficult to break down, especially on that defense. Lost One's offense looked really kind of slow, lethargic, never got going. And we moved to Villa. Now, that's the map choice of Lost One, but at least historically, Villa's been a very difficult map to be proficient on that offensive side. The defense can prove to be a little bit more strong. There's a lot of sites you can bunker down on. That could be an issue for Lost One.
I think it's going to be an issue for both of these sides, because remember, as part of the desk before the game was speaking about, was these sides aren't necessarily up there with the best in the region when it comes to how they attack. And as you said, attacking Villa is that little bit different. So one of those teams is going to have to break that trend for themselves just a little bit more going on to this one. Now, you look at a map like Villa again, and I think it's very similar to Clubhouse insofar as on attack, once you know what the site is, you should know where 4 out of the 5 defenders are at all times whenever you're attacking. You know, the question is, where's that roamer going to be? Well, something that can change that Whippet is the map bans. Now, Solace was used quite a bit in that last one, pretty successfully, might I add, by Magic Squad. Is Solace now an operator that's on the ban radar for Lost One going into this?
I certainly think it's going to be a very high up there thing. Again, that operator, that defensive ban kind of selection is kind of crazy right now. You have such high impacts like you have Valkyrie, Kaid, Mira, you have Azami as well. You've also got to deal with Solace. I do think we're probably likely going to see that coming out of Valkyrie. Solace ban makes sense to me on a map like Villa. It's so expansive. You don't really want to allow the defense to have that much extra information on you, especially considering how Solace can choke out your information with that drone. And all it takes is Solace to partner up with a Mozzie or a Mutant, and all of a sudden you have no idea what anyone is, and you can never really clear Villa completely and effectively. There's so many avenues, so many rooms, so many buffer zones to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw those bans coming out.
Well, the bans affect every single game, and the Monty ban was removed as well. And on a map like Clubhouse, it makes sense. In a region like Brazil, where you and I have seen more Monty being played than I think any other region, apart from when CAG are playing. Like, Monty's pick rate in Brazil is through the roof. And, you know, speaking to some of the players in the region, especially Palu, they love using Monty to take control of the map and force your will. And historically, Brazil is a region where they like to assert dominance very early and very fast in a round. Now, well, at a caveat, Brazil has evolved so much. Like, when you think about a couple of years ago, it was so exciting to watch. A couple of years ago, something clicked, and tactically now as well, Brazil is up there with the best. And I'm seeing a lot of good things from these two sides. Like Magic Squad, we said that they were all Hornet. As of this last couple of maps that we've seen them play, though, everyone else is up their game, and you can see there actually is a plan to how they attack.
Yeah, I mean, Hornet, it went from being the guy, the one kind of Hornet go kill, kind of in that strategy, to being just kind of a very good entry, a very good frontline player. And while some people might say, oh, he's went from being the star of the show to being just a part of a very well-oiled machine, that's better, I think. If he's able to integrate better with that team, you know, it was an issue during the regular season where he'd be somewhere by himself, looking, baiting, trying to probe for an opening, and they could never get it. Now he's with his team. He's either got a drone in front of him or someone behind him to get that trade. Magic Squad have brought and utilized his ability to be that frontline player, but a way more efficient method around him. I think that's a good change. He might not be able to find the ridiculous numbers that he got at the early stage of the stage, but now he's going to be way more effective and in that core unit.
Realistically, that'll make him happier. It takes pressure off of him as well, that he doesn't have to carry the burden for this team, and in a way, it'll probably enable him to play even better and more impactful Siege. But a player that I want to highlight from that last map Whippet was Rare. The amount of times that Rare came up big in big moments, like you look at the scoreline of that 7-4, a lot of those rounds 1v1s or 2v2s in post-plant situations or late game scenarios, and in those rounds it was Rare more times than not being the one to clean things up for Magic Squad.
Rare was always in that situation of high impact, always in the right position at the right time. Even it came down to one of those rounds at Valkyrie, where he positioned himself down below to deny pressure inside of construction. He gets that C4 out in perfect time. Just as he's traded, it detonates. But that causes a huge impact because you've lost the Maverick, you've lost that significant control, and he's always there, cleaning it up, having high impact for his team in the right place at the right time. But it takes a very talented player to always be in the right place.
Some people would argue being in the right place is more important than the actual gun skill element alone. You know, you've seen that.
That's
in the past.
you. You argue that one, Gibby.
No, because I'm neither. I'm neither in the right place or the right time, nor have good aim. Look, there to go. Chat's blaming you, by the way. I see that there now.
Oh, Gibby. What have you started? What have you started? You've broken the illusion that we're on delay as well, Gibbs. Oh, no.
We
broke the fourth wall with that one, but you don't have to deal with us trying our best analyst desk cosplay. And it's time to crack shit in this one. Map 2 between Lost One and Magic Squad here on Villa. This is it. Can Magic Squad get it done in 2, or are we going to be booking our ticket to Oregon?
Well, I know for a fact that a lot of people are going to want this to go to that third map. I'd love 3 maps because I love my job. I love casting, so I would like to see this go a little bit longer. The people looking to farm those drops, they're in the same boat. They want this to go to a third map too. For Magic Squad, though, they want to get this done now. They've played fantastic Siege in the first map. I don't think anyone would spite them if they were to win this in 2 maps as well, if they continue to play in the fashion that they just did. This is Los One. This is a team that played at SI and put up a brilliant performance when they were there as well. It's only a couple of months since then.
I mean, they went undefeated in their groups. Like, they were looked to be a powerhouse team. They just couldn't get there. It's not been the stage they would have wanted for Lost One. However, all of that doesn't matter now. Your past successes, your past failures does not matter. All that matters for the side of Lost One right now is if they can do Villa, or if they can get Villa done effectively. They have 12 rounds to do inside of regulation versus Magic Squad. What do you reckon? And the bans begin to roll. And it's going to be a Dokkaebi first to go. But I'm really more interested on what that fourth ban, what that final defender is going to be in this one.
Yeah, to see what Magic Squad take out of it. It'll probably be a Valk. Let's be real. That's the game we play all the time. The last defender ban, which if it's not banned yet, we'll say Valk. Right, Whippet. The 2 global ability operators have been banned. So Lion and Dokkaebi, the 2 operators that are used to freeze defenders in place, have been removed. And that is huge. It's not often we see that combination banned, but seeing the 2 of them banned together, that is going to have a huge impact on this game.
Valkyrie banned away before I can even do my dramatic go. There's Valkyrie, so this time it's going to be Solus. No, it's Azami. I've lost my edge. I've lost it.
Well, look, you could if it was third ban, you would have said Azami. Let's be real.
That is true. That is true.
Just when Valk is banned third, it just puts you in a spot. You're like, oh no, panic.
Yeah, it's just like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do now. Valkyrie's banned third. I can't do my dramatic. Oh, and the last ban is Valkyrie. We move on anyway. For Villa, historically, this map is basically defense favored. Historically, right? Now that is old thing. It slowly and surely shifted more and more towards favor of the offense. Just think about how prevalent nades used to be before that blast radius got turned down. Now, it's a way more 50-50 environment, but when you have high impact defenders like a Solus available, they can really mix up, really make a difficult environment for everyone to play with, especially on the offensive side, considering, if you look at the top 4, most of these environments, most of the floors you walk upon upstairs, they're penetratable down below. A single C4, an impact, or a well-placed shot, it's enough to take you out of the fight.
And so, again, this is where Los One have to make a decision. Do you clear that area of the map nice and early? Because if There is a Solace, you find it out, but thankfully for them, it hasn't been brought this time around. Mira being brought by Hornet, and this is a pick that I always like on this map as well, because it allows you to safely defend towards Study from inside of sight and at least feed that information to the rest of the team. It makes playing inside a vault that little bit safer as well. And there's that angle that you can see. So put the Mira there, you leave that wall, half wall soft, you can swing while staying protected. Well, this is where the player from below, if they decide to send a defender or attacker there, can have an impact. Rare's cooking now too, but does he get someone?
Doesn't have a stock cube this time, but he's going to toy with the idea of jumping out downstairs bathroom. No one's going to give him the opportunity yet. Likely, if he heard a repel, he would have been out there instantly, like, oh, look at this, heard a repel, whoop, and they would have been sending it. But no, the Jackal's going to be a problem though. Roam presence down below is going to be a difficult one to deal with. Now, Gibby, I know you don't see Jackal a lot in your elo, always banned away, but he can turn on this little thing and track footprints and deny roam presence, even ping them on the map, or even ping them on your HUD as well. Be a very difficult thing to deal with. And he's just toying with the idea of bottom red, but waiting. But no one from Magic Squad needs to move. The defense don't need to press the fight. And they just waste time. Every second drains away. Benefits Magic Squad right now.
So Dash with the Jackal is going to try to catch a rotate maybe a little bit later in the round, but it's a bit of a standoff we have as Hates is holding one angle. You've got another holding the other, and Rare playing in position inside that library section map too, so he can cut. In fact, Hornet has some fire going towards the window. He steps away from position. These two, you know for a fact that they know about each other. It's just which is going to blink first. If I was on the side of Magic Squad though, I'd step away. Hornet though gets her open and pick, and he gets a second one on the Loban. 5 versus 3.
Huge opening. Huge untraded 2K. Eventually gets one back though. Dash is going to be able to find that the Hates. Opening fight goes a little bit awry, and the reinforcement inside the piano gives so much freedom to move around that bottom floor. You don't have to worry about getting caught from a wall. You can basically just exist. Whatever you want. Seconds, Dash will try and hunt this down. The ping of the player going up main stairs. He knows he can't cross deep, and look at that shot from Rare. The Vector doesn't leave many people to tell the tale, and this time there'll be another victim. Capitao finds one. Brava finds one, I should say. Loban or Maya gets the second one, 2 versus 2. This looked to be all for Magic Squad, but lost one and fought their way back. Tooth and nail. And they get this one done, 30 seconds.
Nade toss. Nobody's going to be found with that depth charge as Gomez steps himself back towards red stairs. Now, there was an engagement that could be about to kick off, and Gomez does find it. Trying to get the trade back the other way is Brava. Steps up with a shotgun. The super shot, he takes him down. But there's Hornet, the man of the hour, stinging them down one by one. And inside vault, Magic Squad take another round. But our 1v1's the tail of the tape in this fixture whip, because it just seems like so many rounds come down to those scenarios.
Why have a round come down to a team fight with utility galore and a full execution where you can make it, you know, just 3 people point in the middle of the ring and decide to stand and bind? That's what it's been so many times, far for the last round on Clubhouse, where it decided to be an absolute massacre. But a very strong round again from both sides. Magic Squad, 2 uncontested moments. The opening engagement went their way. C4 goes off. Get the next pick. No trades. Eventually find one back. Lost one bit by bit. Clawed their way into that round. I always love when I see a team not really mix it up after they took a heavy loss in the middle stage, the early stage round. They had a very clear intention and they dealt with the problems. Unfortunately, couldn't win the one at the end of the day, and it is an FPS game, so Magic Squad will get that opening round. They set themselves up well as they're going now. I thought for a moment there, Gibby, by the way, because we're watching this north to south is the angle that we're looking at the map. I thought for a moment that was living room.
Nah, I don't think I've ever casted that.
My anticipation! I was about to jump out my window. I was that excited.
As a Geo, I don't think we've ever covered a living room library defense on this map.
We've been in the trenches of Yukin, so I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't say it's impossible that we've done it. But you never know.
This is true. But it is a change of tempo. Normally we see teams go from AVG to trophy statue. They're changing it up. They're going to go to kitchen this time around. You look at the operators, they have the Solace and the Pulse. Now, I always like to say when you play a Pulse here that he is the conduit of information, feeding that intel to the team as to where those attackers are on the top floor. When you've got Solace and Pulse, bit of a difficult scenario for those attackers to be in, because you essentially don't need to have any presence on the top floor from Magic Squad. Now, they do, but that presence is over towards the AVG side.
So Pulse is a really difficult one to deal with, right? Because, like, if you're walking around, just chilling, Pulse knows where you are. You want to get on your drone, try and find the Solace over that Pulse, they know where you are. And now you're stationary. Then they know where the drone is. Oh, you're trying to get utility out? Oh good enough. Gonna be where you are. Very difficult to deal with. But Loban just walked right in the side. Okay, he's in memo. Dot's gonna be a final one. Gomez finds one trade, finally gets it back. The collapse down from upstairs, hold and rise. Dot will try and get that case down. Vertical will push. Hates all the way down. Maya will get one more to Gomez.
And another. There's Hornet as well, as Maya gets a nice little tally on this round. Hates now in a 1 versus 3. Steps up from basement, position revealed, and Loban takes him down. But my favourite part of that round was the nade that Loban threw onto red stairs. Now, again, he's throwing that nade not necessarily looking to get a kill. It's to clear the space. You throw the nade, you know that nobody's going to swing you, and you can just rush on into Memo. And that was just a really good decision again. I love it when players are really active off the back of their nades.
I mean, oh man, I just love the fact that we saw the aggressive push walk straight away in, right? The opening engagement, the Nook walks in, takes that control, walks up. You had so much information from Magic Squad. You had a Solace, you had a Pulse. And still, there was a blind spot where someone was able to walk on in. That shouldn't happen. You should not be able to. You gotta think about this, right? You have a Solace that can be looking one side of the map and a Pulse on the other one. You should know where every single threat's arriving from. Even it was a Nook. Solace can see a Nook on that gadget. That is a massive misplay from the side of Magic Squad. And they're going to be feeling that a little bit. I have a feeling they were probably relying on that extra information that those operators were going to bring to the table for them. Didn't quite work out. We go level, 1 round apiece, and we'll go to Trophy Statue next night.
So Trophy Statue, Rare sets himself up down inside kitchen, going to use those mute jammers as well to stop him from getting droned out. But, you know, when you put the mute jammer there, you're signaling the fact that you're playing in that position, but it does mean that the attackers will need to put a little bit more effort into clearing that position as you play below with the C4. Now, what's better than 1 C4?
2 C4s?
What's better than 2 C4s?
3 C4s!
They've got 3. Magic Squad are going to look to blow Los One to smithereens if they step inside.
But will they know where these players are? Again, they don't have a Valkyrie, they don't have a Pulse down below. Maybe they've got some BPs in a good position, but again, top of your screen, the wonderful UI for that extra utility, they don't have it available to them. So while, yes, you have all these C4s, you have a massive amount of plant denial, you can play on that vertical, you don't have eyes, you don't know where this pressure is. That could be a problem to deal with. Perhaps overstacking in one aspect. Mirror windows can give them some substitution for the information, but not ideal, and well, the nades get sent in deep now to concrete.
So clearing that position, Loban will get the kill onto Hits as he tried to swing from that mirror window, and now Hornet will need to step on up as they take a vital piece of this defense down. Gomez still trying to hold the opposite side of the map for the backstab, but nobody pushing from that study side whatsoever. So in effect, you've got a 3 versus 4. Now it does look like someone has rotated off towards the ground floor, off in the distance, but that ain't going to stop Los One just yet. Now you use that Rotero to open up that soft wall. Dots is going to use the AK-12 to take down Hornet. He tries to take down Gomez, but he swung back the other way.
Huge spray. Huge engagement there. Needed that one. If Magic Squad lost one more player, it could have been all but over. 4 versus 3. Minute left to work with, and there's a bit of a stalemate. Drone deployed out towards Astro. Tries to figure out what they can have, and well, Gomez swings wide again. Who needs a 1.5 on a Vector when you can get the job done with a Holo? Huge individual performance in the mirror. Holds the line. Takes a lot of HP as well, but gets us level 3 versus 3. 45 seconds and toying with an entryway inside of Wolf. A triple kill for Gomez. Who can stop this man? The answer is no one so far. It will be Maya who eventually claims him. 35. Rare with an SMG-11 and finds one, but can't find a second one. Dash calms the nerves and gets Lost One in the lead.
This is a fun one, but it's another 1v1. So many rounds feel like we're getting into that scenario at the end. And well, Los One take, dare I say, is that the first lead they've had this whole series?
Let me...
I think it is, because
I might overheat if I think about this. My CPU might simply explode if I continue to think about this. It is the first time they've led the series.
Yeah. Also, I'm not going to say that.
Well, you
A
are
lot of
saying
pro
it. So,
players-
you are saying it.
I am gonna
I'm
say
not
it.
going to say it. Proceeds to say it. No, say it. Out you go.
It's been said that a lot of pro players are 1.5x crutches. Have you seen any Oryx since the update?
No. Funny enough, this is you were working in another league today.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any Oryx there?
I don't think so.
Okay, we've not seen Oryx in play here. We've seen a lot more 1.5s, and these pro players love their 1.5 crutches.
So what you're telling me is people weren't using Oryx all along for that amazing ability to dash around the map?
If I speak, I am in big trouble. If I speak. Well, yeah, his pick rate's probably going to plummet now in competitive play.
And it's the funny thing, because Villa's a map where you would have seen a lot of Oryx as well, especially when teams are trying to backstab on defense and flank in behind the opposite side of the attack. So we'll see how that adjustment happens over the course of the major, because the stage, of course, is nearly over. Now, Dash will lose the first one of those Roteros as the player on main stairs steals that one away from free. Now, Brava's going to send the Kludge drone in, and look, at the end of the day, Kludge can do fancy things, but to me, Kludge is another intel operator. Send that drone in, get rid of the default cams, steal them away for the attack inside, because that's in effect, that is what Kludge drones are for.
I've never heard someone say the name of Brava's gadget that many times in a single paragraph.
Correctly.
That's
Correctly, by the way.
It's a Brava drone forever in my heart. So, with 1:55 to work with, Amaru's in play. Now, I don't imagine Loban's going for anything too fancy with it. The Gara Hook will probably get them quick access on the other side of the map for that drone, for that presence. The primary vocal point so far has arrived, and so again, we saw the silhouette of the Amaru creeping up towards 90. So they've entered from Master Bedroom side. They're trying to get as much control as possible. And Gomez in a great position on that map's desk. He's got that shield for cover, and he can play aggressive on this door. GDN will find the opening one, and well, that shield isn't going to last too much longer as Loban takes a beating as he tries to get sneaky and creep down 90.
Still in the fight now. The player on main has to be careful. Loban does eventually get taken down.
The drone hole.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but should be in the fight. Oh, Maya completely reads the move of Gomez as his head's removed off of his shoulders, making this a 4 versus 4, because Loban has now been brought back on his feet, and even better, with more HP than he had before he was put into DBNO. Now Loban steps through the smoke, tosses the stun, but timing doesn't know wonders whatsoever. Dot takes down GDN. It's a 1v3 now, all down to Dash. He's inside of sight, he's behind maps, but they're hunting him down. The mirror window is in position, but there's a 1 versus 2 now. But here's the problem. The problem lies the fact that the case is off in the distance, and Hates is between him and there, and he takes him down through the mirror window as the sides go level once more.
Mirror windows are again, it's that constant fear. Is there someone there? Is there someone not? Never know how to deal with it. And unfortunately, for Lost One, their lead, their very first and only lead they've had in the series, is very quickly neutralized. And you said Maya reads that perfectly. And poor timing, unfortunately, trying to send utility deep as Hornet was able to peek wide. A very difficult round, you would say, for the side of Lost One. Magic Squad have looked for very, very sound their defense so far. I'm impressed with it now. This is the site that they have both a Solace and a Pulse. And they didn't, they got caught napping, basically. They were able to get enough to walk straight in. Now, that shouldn't happen. Now, they've not brought a Pulse this time. They brought a cap can in that stay. So those traps will be sitting on those door frames trying to catch anyone napping. And talked about how, we don't see Oryx anymore. Oh, the 1.5 is gone. Look what Rare's decided to don. He's on Oryx.
If you didn't bring it up, I was going to. I saw Oryx there and I was like, you know what? They were listening. They caught up to the delay and they were like, no, we're going to take it, Oryx then. We're going to show you. So Rare has accepted the challenge, going 3-3. What will the bottom line of those stats be at the end of this round? I'm sure he wouldn't mind going 3-4, provided Magic Squad still managed to clutch out the round. Looking at the spawns though, Whippet, it's another clear where they're going to go from the south side, from over at the opposite side of the map, and work their way through. As you see a couple of silhouettes, Dash gets the opener though, down goes Rare.
So, no 1.5 equals no Oryx. Simple as. Still yet to see Oryx get a kill since that 1.5 was removed. The WMP will stop the Electric Claw trick, so they won't be able to deny that single wall. Pantry will get cracked wide open. And to me, that indicates at least the potential of a very aggressive, very main front line push being established, pressure outside the main door to try and hold up rotations. That blue silhouette that was causing a little bit of concern inside of GDN was that player holding main stairs. Upstairs reasonably lightly uncontested right now. One player lurking in that master bedroom balcony, but for the time being, the opening pick, of course, has unsettled Magic Squad a little bit as they begin to move around and begin to try and figure out what Lost One's actually doing.
Yeah, and Maya's going to make that a little bit more difficult, just removing all those default cams as well. Solace hops on the utility. Maybe the opportunity to peek, but not given this time around. Loban now steps towards Laundry as well. Minute and 45 on the clock, though. It's an eternity for these sides. You look at the drone game on the side of the attackers, too. You've still got 6 that you're able to use to try to work out what is going on. Maya sends the drone down through the hatch, and Gomez finds himself in engagement. There's Loban with the deagle, steps in, gets another one with the deagle, doubling down. .dbno inside the site, but it is a 3v2 of players that are standing on the ground. And Loban's going to stick. He was thinking about sticking with the deagle, but common sense prevails. He gets his teammate back on his feet. But there's Maya, taking back Hornets, all down to hits.
Upstairs, alone with the Solace, should be able to see the plant going down, and I very much think they're aware that the Solace is the last one standing. Is the case going down, but this is just bait right now, and it will bait a single impact, the only one available for Hates, and gives away the intention of the play. You have to watch every single staircase right now, and the case will get baited once again. Just tapping it, trying to force the Solace to make a play. The dots will stick it this time. Hates will creep down towards red stairs and try and find something. Oh, it's the wrong way, bit of trigger discipline, buys some time, gets the opening, 3 more to find. Can't find any more. Maya upstairs relocates, catches him from that astral wall. It will be another round for Lost One, and a very efficient take once again of that kitchen site, causing lots of problems that time. And oh, are we going to go level once again at the half?
Well, this is what I want to see. Magic Squad, the ball is in your court. Can you win this trophy statue defense, or will Lost One take a 4-2 half on their attack? Looking at the defensive lineup that has now been locked in, they're bringing the mirror again. If you cast your mind back to the last time we played this site, they set one mirror up inside of statue, they set the other mirror up over inside of aviator, looking towards study, and that mirror didn't have an impact on the round whatsoever. What you saw having an impact on the round was Mira themselves, with Gomez swinging for fun and picking up big impact kills.
I mean, the Vector, listen, the Vector is a very, very scary gun to deal with up close. You don't expect it normally to be able to pop off, and Mirror is not necessarily the operator you fear the most of the server, but when Gomez has the Vector, it's a little bit terrifying. You don't want to be in his line of sight, per se. The question to me is what Lost One are going to do here. The second time they led in this series, so again, they're feeling more comfortable here on Villa, especially compared to what we saw them do on Clubhouse. How will they approach this site? The Nook's been a very common pick for them so far. Again, makes sense. You got to think about the expansiveness of the map like Villa, and they've just swapped the defuse, the case, over to Loban on that Nook. And to me, are they going to try some form of backstab to get Loban in the site very quickly? What are they cooking?
Well, Loban's actually going to get himself up towards the balcony nice and early, over towards Wolf's side. Maya will put pressure over by Study as they look to just tempt those defenders away from those positions. Gomez, of course, is the one that's playing over by Study's side.
Oh,
You like to call that repel a drip bullet one. Looks like he was waiting for it. Jumps on in, does Loban. GDN takes him down. Dash trades it back the other way, picks up the case once more. Steps now in towards Trophy. Dash gets hits as well. 4 versus 3. They've got site control. They've got the case. And look at Hornet now trying to wrap up the other side with it.
Aggressive push from Wolf. I saw it. They're cooking them over. I realized that Ying was in play as well. Maya takes a lot of damage in the hands of Rare. Gets the confirmation on the Hornet though. Gomez tries to get one, gets it. But ultimately, it's going to collapse in favor of Lost One. It got me excited there a little bit. I thought they were perhaps thinking about going down that main skylight. Unfortunately, no. They go for a little bit more of a traditional play, but they get themselves that 2-round advantage, that 4-2 split, as we move on to their own defensive half. I mentioned how... Go for it.
I was going to say, have you ever casted someone doing the Yardy repel?
I have actually. Yes, and it was one of those moments where it was like, you know that Danny DeVito meme where it's like, I get it.
Just shaking your head, nodding in approval, kind of. Like.
It was, if I ever get to see a team at tier 1 do that and it work in a glorious fashion, that is bucket list. That's another checkmark tweet for timeline to see.
Back it, but I don't think we're going to see that one today.
Not, at least not on this site.
You know what? CAG versus Wild in an SI final. That's where you would see it. Well,
don't even tempt me with such a delectable final as that one. Well, chat though, I am a die-hard believer in CAG and Wild, and if I were to see those two play with those styles of play at a game that had the stakes of an SI final, I would explode.
The thing is though, Whippet will say that, but at the same time, he loves 99% of every single team inside of Siege. He just loves the game.
Who's the 1% game?
If I speak, I'm in trouble. Hates getting to work. They're setting up inside of a library for now. Maya will look to hold anybody pushing in from that main door. The Melusi gadget in the middle of the floor will slow down the attackers as well. You can see exactly what they're doing. They're going to play off the contact of the utility, and it looks for now like Los One aren't going to buy into it.
That Melusi gadget, by the way, is basically, that's prime real estate for Gomez to go, that's mine now. Like,
just like that cam.
No. You gotta hit those first time. Minus points for that one. He would have kept the drone alive if he was able to get that. So you got 90 camera to lose 90 camera now as well, and lose a Bravo drone. You can get these default cameras. It's a huge benefit to your team. You get an extra little extra drone network setup basically, and you get 2 extra drones to work with as well. They're pretty nippy things. They can get around the map rather quickly as well. Yeah, we've seen 90 camera was shot out, and he'll try and cap. Oh, yes, he got it.
Right. Now my mind is starting to move with the possibilities of what could happen, but has the Echo Drone have they shot the Echo Drone? That's no fun.
They're still they're I've not seen that done in a competitive game yet. I've not seen a yokai hack. I don't think it lasted very long. Again, look at the use of the drones right now. The Bravo drone got all that information, got rid of that camera. Again, boom, at least if you have to destroy it. Twitch drone goes in, drops a mirror window. This is very well done from Magic Squad, but time is going to be their enemy. They've lost one. They've not lost a single player, not lost really any points of HP. Bob Dash, you ran through a wall at some stage. And with a minute left to go, you want to find your engagements, and this could be very scary. And they do still have the yokai drone. It's up inside of... this is brilliant. They're going to be able to get an upgrade from this one if they play someone down below.
I'm pumped. I want to see them get the case down. I want to see this
so
Echo
much
get
droning
used.
going on, Gibby.
But they had 8 more drones. With Flores, Twitch, and Brava, they had 8 more drones. And then they took one of the Echoes, the Yokais, and they've taken a couple of default cams. So they should have all of the information. Now, Hornet does get stunned by the other Yokai, but Hates is able to pick up one onto Loban. Hates timing almost catches him out, but the smoke will provide him with a little bit of protection, but Maya steps on through to make it a 4v4. 25 seconds left on the clock. That's that Yokai now removed from the game, but it's a 4v4. 20 seconds to go.
Flashes, utilities, all going to be sent in. The nade to follow as well. Try and catch it up, but nothing arrives. Hornet has to go deep, forced to do so. GDM will get one to dash with the TCS speed. Tears through him, finds a second one. A flurry of kills, all in favor of Lost One. GDM all alone. 000 is dawning. He might be able to get this case down just in time. 3 seconds till it's confirmed. I can't imagine he'll last too much longer. He'll pop up and try and play his life. 2 versus 1. You peek out the study, but it's going to be that Vector up close and personal. Shuts him down. You know what, kids? You know what I'm going to say about that one? While it was great that we saw Brava in full effect, and we saw a great utility use, we saw a hack of Yokai drone, all the default cameras, a Twitch drone clearing mirror windows, they took too long to do it. They left themselves with no time at all to make it work. A timeout's being called.
An Antero timeout, remember? For those of you in chat who've never seen the Brazilian timeouts before, look at your screen. Antero, right in the middle. You'll think of Parker every time for the rest of your life now whenever there's a timeout. But another thing to add on, that all that intel, all those drones, like I said, you bring Twitch, so you get an extra, you bring 2 utility drones, you bring Flores, you get 4 Roteros on top of that. You bring yourself the Brava, you get the 2 extra drones there. This game, 9 times out of 10, is won by the barrel of your gun, and Los One were able to take them all down.
I mean, listen, you can... I've said it 100 times, 1,000,000 times. You can have all utility you want. At the end of the day, if you can't win your fights, you're going to... It's an FPS game, right? That's The DNA, the core DNA of Siege is an FPS game. And right there, you had so much utility. Everything they had was available to them. They had all the information. They deprived the opposition of all their utility. But you had no time. So you're forced to take these direct gunfights, and they weren't able to win it. And the time was a pressure factor to make those fights very uncomfortable for them. So Lost One took full advantage. They didn't need to get aggressive. They just wasted time. They waited it out. They had no reason to swing earlier. They had no reason to do anything aggressive. And Magic Squad fell victim, I think, to their own hubris just a little bit.
Why do I have to agree with you on everything you say? See, when we started casting together, we disagreed. We're like the old angry couple who just ragged each other all the time. Now it's like, yeah, he makes a fair point. Yeah.
Now you're just
Jacob is too good as a therapist.
Is he our cast review therapist?
Yeah. He just said, right, guys, sit down, have a talk, try picture things from the other person's perspective.
I'm not gonna lie. I think honestly, I started agreeing with you just so you could get into the Pengu stack more often and troll his elo. That was a joy to watch.
It is fun. It is not fun, really. I feel bad every time I do.
When MS Paint comes up for a Gibby misplay, I'm clipping that bad boy. So 5-2 scoreline, Lost One in control in the defense here on Villa. The Magic Squad get themselves back in this. Or is it just a little bit too much to ask? And are we already beginning to plan our vacation to the state of Oregon?
Well, Lost One definitely have the bags packed for Oregon already, but Magic Squad are going to look to delay that plane a little bit longer. Dash playing below. C4 in the back pocket as well, which when he gets a little bit of an intel, whether that be through a ping, whether that be through an audio cue, he will look to take some names down with him. C4 is now prep. Still 2 minutes to go inside the round. Don't expect the attackers to take that much ground in such a quick period of time. So you look at what they're doing. Gomez is going to hold that wolf cross.
This hurts me. If I got caught by this, I'm out of the game. I'm done. The rank stack is now on the 4v5. The rest of the evening. Nope. No one will succumb to that fate. Gomez will pull off that angle and he'll try and figure out what he can from that one. Jones said I'll be able to get straight into Astro, straight in and get that control. Loban plays and again, this triple wall opened up a single reinforcement panel. PDM will use that Flores again to chip away at that utility. A very effective use when you're dealing with the likes of Castle, say, able to juice through that from distance and range, not expose yourself, not waste nades to do so. So effective use of utility so far from Magic Squad.
Yeah, they're using a lot of utility, but at the same time, they haven't found that opening pick just yet. Now, you see some utility being used from below. Chance here for that Vector to sing out a game, but Dots is going to be the one that finds the opening pick. Maya will get one as well. Hornet will move up through red stairs now and try to hunt down a little bit of revenge. You can see Zombie just by the angle, but it doesn't look like Lost One are going to gift him that free pick as Maya steps towards Hates. Hates misses a spray, and now Maya dares to push the other side. GDM will take down Dash off on the other side of the map, but 44 seconds on the clock, and this nade, it's going to be a little bit late, is it? Oh, it's almost time too well as Maya steps just past it in the blink of an eye, but 30 seconds to go, but it's not looking good for Magic Squad.
No, Lost One in complete control. They don't need to overextend in this situation. Again, play trades or win this one out. You don't have a lot of map control for the side of Magic Squad. They'll try and make a last-second dive and dash straight to site. Hornet down below could be that X-Factor that they need to pop up Astro, but it hates is going to get slain by Loban. The vaulting by GDN might not be enough, but the prone drop shot from Loban gets it, and another one with the pistol! Absolutely toys with his victims! Gets the job done. Look at that one. Supreme accuracy, single shot needed. Absolutely beautiful, and that's map point for Lost One.
You know what really is mad? We have seen him get headshots in this game with the Deagle. And now we've seen him do it on the other side with the Keratos as well. The man's a menace.
He's a pistol caliber merchant. What he is.
I like it. Loban has had some big moments this season, though. You know, he's had his ups. He's had a couple of downs as well. That's why Lost One find themselves inside of this playoff. Reminder for anyone watching, they did get the opportunity earlier on in the stage to secure a spot into Phase 1, but they lost that vital matchup, so that's why they find themselves in the lower bracket. And for all these teams, this is it, do or die. Lost One need to win this map and then need to win the next one, because then you got yourselves a semi-final ahead of you at that point. But it's a couple of tough teams in this bracket now in the last chance qualifiers.
It is. There is basically, if you're at this stage in LCQ, there's a reason you're at this stage and you didn't fall to the opens. You're a pretty good team, right? So you're gonna be able to try and find that success. Again, not over yet on Villa, although Lost One look in complete control here so far. Can Magic Squad stay alive? Can they hold on just a little bit longer? Or let's be a best of three where both teams win their map choice and have to put that decider. Very rare that happens these days. I'm absolutely here for it. I love a map 3 marathon between two sides that are so desperate to get themselves that step closer to a trip to Denmark.
Now, the big thing is, though, I think it was fresh said on the desk in EU. More often than not, the team that wins the second map in a best of 3 goes on to win the whole thing. Dots gets himself one, gets rid of that Brava drone as well, but he gets traded back the other way from the window. DBNO now will crawl around the corner. Hates finds one onto Loban as we find ourselves in an effective 4 versus 3. 3v3, sorry, as Dots here should get back on his feet. But with it 2 minutes to go, Magic Squad, at this point, you're probably not going to win this map, and you got to bounce back from this one on Oregon.
Already taking heavy casualties. Not the result you would have wanted, so you got to think mentality-wise, are they already thinking about this map being done and over? Is it time to already look towards Oregon? Do you still have a little bit of fight left in them? Lots of time to recover this round. The next engagement realistically needs to go their way. Otherwise, it might be a clean sweep from Lost One. Bolts on in. He decides to mask that vault with a single gunshot, but no one seems to turn to pay attention to him. They don't need to. Walk on in, he'll collect an absolute freebie by Tetris. Have to deal with the TCSG up close and personally hears it fire off a couple of shots. That's going to be a very key fight to win. He's the last one standing, Gibby. In a 15, he'll try and stick to the case. He's on that knock, he can be sneaky with it, but he's going to try and bait the Solace upstairs. Drops it down. Billy will see this, and that's a huge play.
Yeah, so Hits is going hunting. There's a player on red stairs, so now he'll pop at utility. He's completely invisible to cameras now, but he's not invisible to Maya. Maya gets the kill, and that'll be Los One winning their map. And with that, we are going to Oregon in this shootout. And as we said earlier, more often than not, the team that wins the second map in a best of 3, if they hadn't won it already at that point, usually goes on to win the third map.
Momentum is now on the side of Lost One in this series, you said. If you win the second map, especially if it's your own, the chances you win the series skyrocket. However, Magic Squad look to be dominant on their own choice. And where else to have a one-map shootout decide who progresses into the LCQ? Then Oregon. The map that everyone knows, inside out. They can walk around it backwards blindfolded if they wanted to. But a dominant victory, 7-2 by Lost One here on Villa.
7-2 on Villa. One map left to go in this trilogy. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we come back, we will find out if the third film will be the best of them all. See you in a few.
We come now to a head of this very first series of the quarterfinal qualifiers for the last chance qualifiers for Brazil. I could say all of the buzzwords in the world, and it wouldn't really be enough for Magic Squad to find a way to come back in that map against Los One. We started the series off with Magic Squad winning their pick. Los One come back and answer in the same fashion, but they did it with way less rounds actually lost, Connor. So they'll now actually have side choice for Decider.
Yeah, sure, you can say that attacking on Villa historically across all regions has been just that little bit easier, but Los One looked straight up lethal with how they were clearing the map with surgical efficiency. And even though Magic Squad also found a lot of success getting that 3-3.5 on Clubhouse, it overall just wasn't quite enough.
So attacking sides, we were critical of it coming into this day. So far, for both of the teams who picked these maps, it's been pretty good. And it's because those attacking sides have been so solid that they've been able to just spiral that directly into winning the rest of the map. If you've won the first half or even gone dead even so far in this series, you've gone on to win the entire map. So a big question for me will be whether Los One can also do that for map 3.
Well, Los One, we do have a little bit of historical precedent on this map of Oregon that we have as a decider. And Mr. Jacob, it does not look good for them. If we're going to be going off of straight up history. It really just wasn't ideal for them as they were going up against Liquid. They were absolutely shut down, and it didn't look that great for Magic Squad. Los One, sure, there's a little bit less that they're overall just a more stationary standard team with Oregon. Everybody has Oregon in their repertoire, but once again, I think the easiest storyline we can weave is that, hey, we need them to win attacks on both sides of the board.
So if this goes the way we think it's going to, Los One theoretically picking defense in the first half is probably the way to go, because if Magic Squad's attacking deficiencies from map 2 carry into map 3, then we'll know that the one map that they were really genuinely prepared to actually attack on would have been Clubhouse, and everything else in the pool probably wasn't really up to snuff. Let's talk to casters real quick about what they think about the third map. I love the idea of Magic Squad being able to efficiently bounce back and maybe channeling some of that map 1 energy into the first half on Oregon with it, but I'm still not really sure what you do with so little time in between maps 2 and 3 to come back after losing Villa so substantially. What do you think?
It's going to be a difficult one. I mean, Villa and Oregon are very different maps coming into this one, so it's going to be not like you can carry over the same momentum or energy from it. And a 7-2 defeat's a difficult one to take, especially considering that these look to be so well. The first couple of rounds look to be very close, and then Lost One completely ran away with it. So it's mostly about being a mental reset for them. If they can go out, forget about Villa, and kind of just play their own game. It's Oregon. Everyone should be able to have a decent game on Oregon. It's one of the most default maps we have, but it will be a difficult one for Magic Squad.
Gibson, how many rounds do you think Los One need to lock in? We need to win on the first half for you to then go into their second half, for them to start attacking, and you feel, you know what, they probably have a decent chance to win this thing. Do you like a 3-3 half? Is that a little bit too close, or would you just prefer they got a 4-2? Relatively standard stuff. What do you think?
On Oregon, you kind of expect a 3-3 half, but with what we saw in that last performance, I wouldn't be surprised to see Los One take the 4-2 split, because they just played way more aggressive. So short answer, yeah, I think they're probably going to be pushing for a 4-2 half because they feel like they can easily get it.
I'm down for that. Connor, are we kind of feeling along the same lines just with the way that Magic Squad played that first map? I want to believe what happened on Villa won't carry to Oregon, but that seems to be a bit of the picture with Magic Squad. If they have any momentum, sometimes it's not something that they can really keep going into further campaigns.
I think the ban phase is going to be very, very indicative of how this game's going forward. For the side of Magic Squad, they were utilizing the Valkyrie on Clubhouse a lot better than what we saw with Los One, even so much as we saw that ban swap onto the side of Villa. So if there's going to be extra intel on a map like Oregon, it will be probably utilized better by Magic Squad. So it's really going to kind of throw the ball in the court of Los One to try to eliminate all of those variables and try to simplify that game down.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like that we're getting Oregon as a map 3 just because, again, Magic Squad are looking for redemption based on how that Liquid series went, and for what we saw from Los One, this map is just not one that really shows up in their repertoire very much. Whoever wins this one continues on to the semifinals tomorrow. Whoever loses it is out and has to hope that they can brave a different qualifier to play a different event for the offseason coming up. We'll be right back after a short break. Los One and Magic Squad map 3. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back in, and this is it, the third map coming right up with it. We're going to Oregon, as you said, a map every single player knows as well as they know their own keyboard and mouse setup. Who do you think has the upper hand, though? Because there is a theory that winning the second map at a best of 3 sets you up for success.
Oh, lost one. I mean, listen, I'm a believer in the second map theory. Listen, when you go into best of 3, you lose the first map. If you lose or win the second one, you're bound to be able to carry that momentum on to the next one. I think Lost One's going to be able to do that, especially considering how dominant they looked on Villa. Does Magic Squad have the answer to that one? I don't know. Only time can tell, but if there was a map to act as an equalizer, it's kind of going to be Oregon.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Oregon is that map that we said before. When you're trialing a new player, probably the first map you take them to is Oregon. Do they know their X's and O's and ABCs of Siege? So, the thing is, for me, everything that we praised Magic Squad for doing in map 1, Los One did in map 2. You know, being aggressive on the push, winning your 1v1s, playing off the trade, and just using utility effectively. Now the question is, can Magic Squad do the same again in this third map? We're going to move into the ban phase. Last time we saw the Dokkaebi and Lion combination. Monty moved area this time up, so we're not going to see the same this time around.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to seeing a Monty getting banned away. We all know that if I see a match point Monty, I might just scream. So that's good to see that one not going to be an option. But again, it's going to be a very different, I think, a slower style of game. The bans are going to reflect that one. The Monty can be used to take a lot of map control very, very quickly, so I'm not too surprised. And Ying, another one that makes perfect sense to me for Magic Squad to ban that away. Think about those, the last second executions that we see lots of teams pull out, especially on that basement side. Ying is a primary part of that one, and we'll start seeing the way more crucial defensive bans. The zombies next to go or first to go. And listen, I'll let you on the hot seat. Who's going to be the fourth ban?
Valk, probably. All likelihood, we can probably expect to see Valk, and we will. So even though we saw so much damage being done by the Vector in the last map, the Vector will be allowed to pass through once more. But of course, we like to say that Mira has a huge impact on every single map. In particular, when you think about Oregon, basement's the map where you feel like Mira can have the biggest impact.
That is true. I mean, listen, if I see, especially you, Gibby, if I saw you picking Mira on any side, I'd be concerned, especially upstairs. But we're not going to go upstairs. We're going to go to the basement very first time around. And I like the pick of the Capcan. Again, you're gonna try and waste time or rely on your opposition to make that last final second push in the site. The last thing they'll do is check their feet. Look how close he's going to get deployed on the site. Not too shocked about that one. Well, Mike, we've seen a lot with Mai in play since his 1.5 has returned to that MP5K.
You said people like the... Are we getting back on the 1.5x conversation here?
Maybe.
The Observer heard it and was like, I am not accepting the slander. I'm not taking it.
Oh, well, he's like, what are you talking about? 1.5 crutches? No, out. He's gone. So he's a 1.5 crutch. We've learned that.
Yeah, but it is kind of that thing, though, where... Well, Mai's always been a good operator. His utility is great. And adding that 1.5 again just makes him really powerful. Like, you think back to... Was it the start of last year when Wamai had the 1.5x and we saw he had an even higher pick rate again? They took it off him, they've given it back, and we're seeing that pick rate go through the roof once more. You spoke a little bit about Capcan as well on the last map. Or just before this one. When you think back to map 1, though, Capcan got played quite a bit, but had zero impact with his utility. Because at least in particular, Los One, when they were on their attack, were so clued in. The amount of times we saw them sprinting into sight while getting rid of those traps that were on the doors at the same time, that tells me Los One have been caught by that quite a few times in the past.
I've also just reminded myself, actually. So in the great exodus of 1.5s in the most recent patch, Capcan lost his as well.
Mm-hmm.
The rank stacks must be in shambles. No Capcan, no Oryx 1.5s. How's Fresh going to get any elo now?
Well, we just spoke about this. Well, Warden. It's easy.
Oh, listen, we'll never take away the 1.5 on Warden, please. I beg, don't do that to my MPX. So, we'll tell you back into this one. So, we'll be back in the basement. Nothing's going to change lineup-wise, of course. Standard rehost rules in play for this. Are you expecting someone to, in that late moment, to walk into a Capcan trap on this game? On this map, on this site?
My mind's telling me yes. My body's telling me no, Whip it. Should it be the other way about? I wish. I genuinely don't think that they're going to get caught out by this one, Magic Squad. You look at the operators that they have. You got Flores. He can be used to get rid of them. You've got Thatcher, can be used to shut them down as well. Lots of explosive utility. I'm not quite sure. Now, here's the fun one. Normally on basement defenses, we would see a team, when Mira's available, playing Mira inside of E-Box and reinforcing that hatch. Loose one, they have opened the hatch, so what that's telling me is they're playing for that extension. Dot's position up inside attic is very important because that's where they've elected to reinforce that hatch.
So I'm not against the idea of not bringing out a mirror. I think it can be too restricted to many teams. It can give too much of a vocal point. Loban's going to try and catch someone as they walk towards that main door. Nothing's going to present itself to him. Again, he was looking for the feet. You know, you go prone underneath that door, you can see some toes, and you can try and get some free HP off of it, but nothing is going to arrive for him. Maya, though, finds the opening on the hate to push all the way towards that shower hallway. Goes in favor of the defense there, and that's a huge blow to Magic Squad very early.
Yeah, opening pick grabbed, and we've seen it before. The opening pick in a fixture like this can have such a large impact. Rare will continue business as usual, push over from that small tower side, get control of the corridor. You've got your typical cutoff drone in position as well to let you know if there's any defenders over at that area of the map. Gomez almost got himself one onto Loban through the soft wall, but it just wasn't to be. But I like this. Magic Squad, you praised them for a little bit earlier in the series in map 1 about losing a player and just continuing on. Looks like that's what they're doing this time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really phase yourself too much. One player goes down, you've lost Hates, and you've lost your Yana, you've lost your only set of nades as well, so it is a big blow utilitarian-wise, but you can just keep moving through this. You can keep pushing on and solve what puzzles present yourself. Gomez aggressively gets doesn't quite walk down Freezer yet, just get rid of that camera and perhaps draw some attention, some eyes and pressure towards it as they will hear that pop or at least see it no longer being active. Lots of extensions are seeing the evidence of a potential roam, but no one's up here. Those reinforcements all around meeting. Flores drone goes out to try and do what utility they can, but every single member of Lost One bunkered up on the site, and this is where you see the influence of that Ying ban. You have no catalyst to really spark an execution, as time will become very pressing with just over 60 seconds to work with.
Yeah, so Dots will be able to play this position because the Ying hasn't been banned as well. Warden deciding to play in and around that area too can have such a big impact. So Hornet, realizing that whole wall inside of Freezer is completely soft in his headites.
Beautiful.
We'll use the Ash to open up. Loban lobs one of those C4s up, gets himself a pick, aims through the gap, almost gets him another one through the smoke, so we'll turn his attention towards Laundry. Gets in a gunfight, but he is going to get taken down by Rare. 4 versus 3. Laundry control secured. 35 seconds to go, but still a lot of work to do.
Lost One in a great position to ride this one out. We see one more pick going traded off. Rare is going to lose his life in this one. Creeping down, holding the crossfire here. 2 bodies might line up perfectly. Hornet needs to win this fight and does so. The next challenger will step up to the plate shortly, but there was such limited space to work with and time draining away. And look at Dots in a perfect crossfire. You walk the highway, but GDN wins it. A huge must-win engagement. The SMG bearing 9 though can't make it work. And it will be that SMG-11 fires away. Hornets next to fall, and that's going to be the opening round for Lost One.
They always find a way to do it, don't they? They get you hyped up. It's like, it's a 2v2 now. There's a chance. And it's gone. It's like Lost One shut down.
I'm so ready. I'm ready. The play-by-play's cut on there. No, it's over. No heroics. No heroic moment. But look at that fight again. He crosses from Freezer in the highway. That's a must-win engagement, and the replay will catch it. Dots is so ready for it, but GDN is just better, faster on the draw. If he gets one more in that engagement, that bearing 9 lines up perfectly for him. This could have been a different round. Magic Squad could have got that one. And you know what? I'm impressed the fact they were able to claw their way back, because it looked like they were a little bit dead in the water towards the middle stage of that round.
Well, what? They lost the opening pick after, was it 10, 15 seconds? Like, it was a very early opener for Lost One on that
instantly.
one. Yeah.
Basically.
So they got themselves into that 2v2 at the end of the round, but said Lost One win the first round on defense. So as impressive as Magic Squad's bounce back was, it's normal service. You expect to win your first round, especially down on that gimme site. So now you switch it up to the top floor this time around. And again, you look at the way that this is being set up, and you look at the way that Magic Squad are going to adapt their attack. So you bring the Flores, that'll help you clear a lot of utility, especially when you look at the likes of the shields and the one shield, sorry, that's in and around on site. You got Lion, that can be used to shut them down. And you notice that Lion made his first call right off the bat because they didn't want to lose a player to a spawn peak again.
Yeah, listen, there's a double-edged sword, right? Again, you use that utility so early, it basically has no effect. You can't pounce on it, but again, if you do catch anyone, it might give you a little bit of read about where things are going on and where their own presence might be. They've lost one all the way up inside of T3. Will that be an impact later on, as he might be able to toy with it? They need to clear that if they detect he's there. Will they be able to do so? Again, let's try and work their way in, and they will have to clear top tower now. Will be Gomez tasked with that repel position, but the real question is have they been quick enough, and has the player vacated the position? I think he has done. He's fallen all the way back, and he'll be able to hunt those drones, remove the eyes of the offense, choke it out slowly but surely. It'll be a very key thing. Now, look at this, though. We've seen 5 drones already removed from play, leaving half that drone economy still to work with, but that's a massive blow with 2 minutes left in this round.
And Dash is still in City over by Big Tower as well. And you know for a fact that he's waiting for the perfect opportunity to step on out once he spots a player on a cam as well. Anything he can do to get that pick. Looks up there, you know, he knows that there's a player on a camera already, but just too far away to step out. He heard that there was a second player in position as well. Second scan will go out again. Defenders freeze momentarily, and Rare will just freeze Dash for the rest of this round as he takes him down.
Huge pick to lose a Solace. Again, you got to think about the site we're dealing with. We're dealing with upstairs in dorms. Solace can deny plants down below. Massive engagement, massive opening, and untraded. Huge start for Magic Squad. Just over 60 seconds to work with, but Dots are going to be able to find a shotgun blast to the chest of Rare. Remove him from play. Main breach is opened up, but an impact trick will stop the sequence of those Selmas and waste every single second they can. And they'd almost perfectly primed in place. The ADS will catch it. However, now we hit that 60 seconds remaining stage of the round. Can Magic Squad find the next opening? Can they find that catalyst to get themselves inside of sight?
Well, they're struggling right now. We saw some of those Selma charges get destroyed by the impact a little earlier. Haste decides to just sprint across, and Maya will get away with just a little bit of HP left. Gomez finds that one, though. Backing him up, GDN will get one as well through the window. That's confirmed out, and Magic Squad, in the blink of an eye, find a way to win that round. But I love the aggression from Hornet to just sprint right up towards that shield. I don't think Maya was expecting that at all.
Well, I love the aggression. I love what Magic Squad done. And it wouldn't have made a difference in that round, but lost one. Why is top white wooden barricaded off? Why? I've not seen that one before.
Look, sometimes when you're in the kitchen cooking, you'll use the wrong ingredient. You'll roll with it, even though you know it's wrong, and you'll taste it and you're like, yeah, that didn't work.
So whatever, every time you cook, basically.
Right.
You took that one personally. Oh no.
Right.
Oh no.
You don't diss a man's cooking, okay? Don't do it.
Oh.
If a man makes burnt toast, he meant it. But we're getting distracted from the game again with it, okay? It's 1v1. It's 1-1. Magic Squad won the second round. Round 3 now. 5v5. Can Magic Squad win this attack and take the lead as we go back to that same site once more? Looking at the lineup, 4 changes on the initial operator pick.
Lion Scan goes out again instantaneously to try and figure out what is going on. Wood barricades again. I make my joke about, oh, why is that done? Oh, crazy, you know. But it's just to slow them down. It's to deny that extra thing. It's that next puzzle or that next kind of, oh, yeah. Shrug your shoulders, sigh out loud. I've got to deal with a wooden barricade. It only wastes less than 10 seconds, but it's one of those things. I can't just walk up white. Darn it. You have to deal with that one. So, will we see Rare, or will we see the Magic Squad get that opening fight yet again? That's the key thing for me in this one. If they can get an untraded opening pick, they set themselves up beautifully to be able to control this map and really put pressure on Lost One.
Well, Lost One have been putting a lot of pressure on Magic Squad. They used 2 Lion scans in the first 20 seconds. That is how terrified they are of losing the opening pick against the side, because this is, of course, do or die now. Not a best of 3 anymore. It's a best of 1. Winner progresses to the semi-final. Loser is done. And whoop it, the loser is done for, what, 6 months of actual proper competition? You know, they will have some events over the summer, hopefully, but this is it. This is your last chance.
I mean, this could be the last official you play for who knows how long. So you want to go out absolutely swinging. Lost one, do lose that opening engagement, you lose that soul. That's a huge impact operator off the board early. And Dash has been pretty good throughout the series as well. Minute 30, 90 seconds to work with. Kate's in a great position inside of Armory. Able to hold that rotation. RH dead again, close up as well. MX4 Storm brutal in those ranges. And the head hosts he had planned on playing inside of Attic have been patched up later on. Interesting choice, but they begin to lose map control on Loban. Pose a challenge down below.
I'm a fan of adjustments on the fly, though. They saw what was happening, they decided to change it up. Oryx takes a bit of a beating inside a classroom, goes for the little shoulder peek back around the corner, but he elects to get out of dodge, fall back to sight. No HP gone. Maya, though, will find a bit of a delayed trade up on the top floor. 4 versus 4. And look at how aggressive Alibi has gotten now with the shotgun pistol in the hand. It's going to be an AK versus a pistol. GDN. Oh, I love that. Throwing back.
Oh, beautiful.
But that's better. Oh, that is better. GDN trades that one back the other way, and Rare should get back on his feet, but there's only going to be 30 seconds or so left in this 4v3.
Time will be the nemesis of this round. Rare will likely get recovered. Probably not, actually. Time is going to be a bit of a problem for them. Loban will get himself back to site, vault up this hatch inside of Attic, and control that position. Another problem to deal with. And look at the top of your screen. 15 seconds. We're about to hit that timer going red, and it's going to be mission critical for everyone. They'll try and send it up white, and Maya needs to win this fight, but falls to the AK-12 of GDN. Pressure now inside of Attic, but Dots will get one, but doesn't matter. Gomez on a rampage. The shotgun all alone blasts away Hornet. Needs to get one more and does so. The case will go down, and surely he can stop this. Yes, yes, he can. He looks the wrong way for a brief moment, but he needs to get confirmation on that kill as well. Why not? And get yourself that quad. Huge play, huge clutch, and the case counter defused. Dot, hold on and take a bow.
Massive play from Dots there. And look, get your KD, pad those stats as well as he flushes that one out as he gets the final kill. Whip it, big plays call for big players, and that's exactly what Dots was. He had no right to win that 1v3 with a shotgun, especially when there was being a cross being held.
He had the confidence, the bravery just to stick it out, and the belief in that. Double checks himself as well. I thought for a brief moment it could have been a calamitous situation. Unfortunately, for side of Magic Squad, it was too locked in, and they lose that round. Lost one. Huge, heroic 4K clutch by Dot. Gets it done. And they win another defense here in the basement. Magic Squad, gonna be kicking yourself for that one.
You know, when you look at rounds and you think that was a big round, I know it was only the third one in the game, but that is a huge round in this game for Los One. They had no right to win it from that scenario. To Magic Squad, they're going to take a big hit mentally on losing that one as well, because they had that one. They counted that round. In that 3v1, they were like, yeah, this is a round for us. We're 2-1 in the lead. It's been switched cruelly back in the other hand. And Magic Squad need to bounce back. Now, the best response would be to win this next round back on basement, but as we like to say, this is a round that you expect defenders to win. This is a round that site that you used to maybe call a gimme. Teams have found a way to pull it their way. But still, Los One will be banking on pulling this one back.
If this is a 7-5 victory for Lost One, we will look back at round 3 and say, yeah, that was a blunder. That was a scary moment, and this could have been a different game altogether for Magic Squad. Momentum, mental, all factors now playing into that one. Always rough to lose it, and Dots hasn't stopped. He hasn't stopped one bit. He continues that tempo, that pace, and finds Gomez, finds that Lion. So aggressive, so many Lion scans sent out, and it was a key part of what Magic Squad wanted to do to keep Lost One in place. They've lost it so early. Takes those flashbangs to the grave as well. Huge loss in the opening pick on traded. Lost One in control already.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by how they've started this one off. Magic Squad, though, will look to have an impact themselves. So, Hornet opens up that vertical angle onto Big Tower Stairs. C4. I think I saw a C4 being tossed there. Maybe it was just my old eyes that spotted some debris moving instead. Well, it was debris, wasn't it? I'm just old.
It's, yes. I mean, Gibby, it was probably random debris, but yeah, you know, yeah, you're just old. You're right. Oh, you never catch a break, do you? Always catch strays for you.
See, whenever I work with other people, they're so much nicer to me than you are.
Yeah, but like other people like haven't this, like share hotel rooms with you. I've had to be on flights with you. they've not been through the trenches. They've never known how to hear you snore after a night out in Montreal.
Look, hashtag blame Whippet. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, not again.
It's going to be GDN opening up that hatch as Dash will still play inside a freezer. Steps on back, Los one of all their soldiers back on site once more. So it's down to Magic Squad now to find a way to crack this one open. 4 versus 5. All of the advantage in this round so far with Los one. Hornet getting droned. The shotgun takes it out, but Hornet will not dare push it just yet. You need to get the perfect angle. There's the shotgun, spots him out, and Hornet times that one perfectly and steps up before they can reinforce that wall again. The drop down the hatch comes in as well, but Maya gets a double on the spray, and that's going to be a defensive round. Rare took a little bit of friendly fire in the midst of all that action, but Maya with that... Oh, that's 2 kills in that round, essentially. Well, 4 kills you could technically say in that round, where one player with the spray had a big say in 2 players' lives.
Dot since that clutch now, since that round where he clutched up, is now 6-0. Smiles for that one.
Activated.
He's absolutely awake there. But again, that was, again, when we see rounds like that, and the big thing to me that, look at the top of your screen, look what Magic Squad banned. They banned Ying. What would have been really useful in a round like that? To get you some space, create a little bit of chaos, get a freebie or 2, would have been Ying, and you don't have that available. That's a really big detriment to an offensive arsenal. Now, again, they probably didn't want to deal with what Lost One were going to bring out on the offense if they were going to be heavy Ying-reliant sides. But it's, I think, biting them just a little bit, especially on those basements, and we'll go the meeting kitchen hold now. Can Lost One continue this momentum? Magic Squad, they need this ramp. They need to start getting back into this one, otherwise it might just slip away and be the Lost One show from this point on.
Yeah, you don't want to get yourself too far behind. That's why when I said in the pre-game before this last map that you felt that Lost One would feel confident that they could take a 4-2 based on their performance back on Villa. I still feel like on a map like Oregon, on attack, you need to get 3 rounds now. The 4-2 split isn't quite good enough, and Lost One are on the verge now of taking a 4-2 split, maybe even a 4-2 split. You kind of say maybe at the worst case scenario at this point, because Magic Squad need to win 2 more attacks just to find that parity.
Not going to be easy. Right now, Lost One are very much in control. The fact is that the constant and a lot of heavy use early on from Gomez on that line, to me, is they're a little bit worried about the flexibility, the freedom, the movement that Lost One presents as a puzzle. And it's been very difficult to deal with so far. Trying to stuff it out early. Mirror window up on this stage will be a problem. C4 primed and ready to get sent out. Hooks it perfectly. The EMP won't catch it, but the detonation not timed to that perfection. Mirror window now opened up. The sound of the sequence chews through that wall, and now backstage is completely wide open. But a lot of other map control needs to be taken until you can pounce on that one. Just look at the bodies upstairs from Lost One. Everyone essentially holds upstairs, and that's going to be the key to success for this one.
Yeah, getting backstage wall open is only one part of the puzzle. As long as the defenders hold attic, you can't push in through backstage. Now Hornet with the SMG-12 trying to force the issue here. Maya takes down Rare, though, back on the other side as he tried to push up White Stairs. Now we've got 3 players still inside a position. They've completely locked down this top floor site, and for Magic Squad in a 5v4, it ain't looking good.
Just over 60 seconds now remain in this round. Opening pick went for Lost One, but map control-wise, basically Magic Squad have nothing. They'll get one trader back at the hands of Gomez, finds one to Loban, and the Mozzie doesn't want to engage that fight too much longer. Hates to look a toy with an entryway down inside of Split, but while there's a minute left in this round, things are very, very urgent from the side of Magic Squad. You don't have a lot of map control, you don't have those keys to success, and you need to try and find them sooner rather than later, as well as hit that site. Can't rely on just playing for frags in this situation. And Dot's so tantalizingly close. You might hear that nade getting primed and ready. 2 bodies stacked up to try and find that trade. And then, well, he's going to get swarmed! Hates will take his team out to the grave, but will find Dots as well. And it's going to be GDN to get Maya upstairs. Magic Squad might be able to claw this one back. 30 seconds. The next fight needs to go their way, but it's going to be the Mozzie who finds one that hates. 2 versus 2, tag team match, and 20 seconds.
If they win this round, Magic Squad, that was kind of a task failed successfully. That nade that was thrown by Hits. As now we find ourselves in that 2v2, but they take vertical control. They've also got a lot of presence inside of Megan. Gomez needs to be careful. There's a shotgun that's going to be swinging his way from maps in just a few seconds. 5 seconds. Case begins to go down. Shotgun swing from Dash. He's going to peek around, misses the headshot. Does get it at the second to task. And there's going to be Dash and Dots, or Dash working together, sorry, along with the Warden. Warden? Mozzie? Brian? Yes? Words?
Yes,
Speak them?
There. You'll get there. Let's go, Gibby. You figure out how to do the casting.
Yeah, we did it, but look, it was another clutch scenario, though, and Hits, might I add, that nade got the kill, got his teammate, and took himself down to 1 HP.
Mm-hmm.
He sunk everybody. He sunk everybody with that nade.
The thing about that nade is, while, I completely understand the vision. I see the idea, the structure, the strike. The headline was there. Brilliant nade, clear split, and the site is open, and Magic Squad claimed the round. However, there was a major disconnect, right? You chew open that wall and split. The DMR shoots it open. The Hornet cracks open the DMR, right? Does a quick job of doing it. And decides to push aggressively. Did his teammate not say there was a nade ready? Like, that's a very small little blunder that cost that round, or potentially was one of the many paper cuts that led to that round falling. Got a feel for Magic Squad. That's 2 rounds. So the case is going down. The time clutch just arrives. Unfortunate from them. 4-1 the scoreline. Lost 1. Luck to be in complete control. And this is a must-win round for Magic Squad. They cannot go 5-1 down onto their defense. That's a very, very difficult place to find yourself in.
Yeah, at 5-1 down, it's game over. Los 1 are going through to the semi-final. Now, another thing that we didn't really reference at the time, well, that's 2 rounds in a row. The Magic Squad have got a team kill. You know, you've already got 5 angry people on the other side shooting bullets your way. You don't need to make it any easier for them by taking down one of your own teammates as well. So Los 1 on the verge of a 5-1 half. So what can Magic Squad do? This... Oh, rare. Just for a second, when you thought that he got it wrong, I thought he was a little bit too far forward, and I thought he was going to put himself in DBNO, but no. All is fine. But I'll tell you what. All's not fine in the score. It's 4-1 Los 1. Magic Squad desperately need this round.
Cannot go any other way. It's this round, or things begin to look very, very dire for this decider map of Oregon. This site, pretty easy to break down. It's been the primary site for many a year at this point, and that trick won't be timed to perfection, so the attic opening is now made. Dots are going to have to worry about that control a little bit later, and that creates a dilemma. That's not a problem yet, that's a dilemma. You have to think about that now. You have a long angle to hold deep inside of attic, and you have an entryway. Got to contest or think about that in some way, shape, or form, but a player meeting will be perfect to help shore up and give the ease of mind that you're safe, and control of big tower is all well and good, but time will drain away, and the trick won't be successful here. Shotgun up close and personal could be a problem.
Gets aggressive on the breach. I'm a fan of that. It can be very successful sometimes as the attackers maybe sometimes take the foot off the pedal, but GDN will step in with the Ossa, spots the shotgun. He almost gets himself 1. Does even more damage, but now he's got a flea in on his tail. He gets taken down by GDN. Dot tosses the C4, but ain't going to be successful with that one. It's a 5 versus 3, as this is much better on the side of Los 1. There seems to be a little bit more decisive with it as we enter the final minute of the round.
That scrappy fight with Yosta's shield, an absolute calamity. The shotgun, you'd imagine, should have won this, but the pellet's not quite connecting. And that's advantage for Magic Squad now. Long angle held by Rare. This could be huge if someone dares to wander into his line of sight, but everybody locked down from Lost 1. They don't want to move. They don't want to even expose themselves. Gomez's shoulder gets lit up by the MPX deep, and that nade might be perfect. The ADS is there to catch it. Loban gets 1. Hates will find 1 more, but Maya gives them a lifeline. 3 versus 2, but it's going to be just like that. In the click of your fingers, Rare and Hate shut it down. They vault in for big window and get that final confirmation. The player inside of pit. It will be one more round for Magic Squad. It will be a 4-2 split in favor of Lost 1. But Magic Squad, my oh my, they needed that round. Otherwise, it might have been curtains there and then.
Long way back still to go, though. Los 1, all the advantage in their favor. If they win this round, you always say it, this is the most important, one of the most important rounds in any game of Siege, the side swap. They can get this one and take a 3-round lead. They'll find themselves in a phenomenal position. Now, for Magic Squad, It's just all about setting the foundations right on the defense. Try to take these rounds one at a time, claw yourself back into it, and don't give anything away for free. Couple of changes to what we saw Los One do as we go down to basement this time. It'll be Gomez taking the Mira this time around. It'll be a little bit more standard. You put one inside of box that you can see. You put one inside of E-box as well. You'll reinforce that hatch inside of meeting, and you'll try to keep control of that ground floor for as long as possible to allow the player that's playing by pillar or even inside E-box to play closer to that position.
Magic Squad's defense looks a little bit more standard, is more kind of what you'd expect. And while, you know, he wasn't going for it. He made a thought with the Banshee's going to go out there, and that's going to give them that early warning system. Someone walks into its line of sight or into its POV, it's going to be able to catch them, give you that information that barrel will be an area of concern. Dash on the Nook will try and drone himself in, get that control, and look to be a little bit of a thorn in the back of, inside of Magic Squad. Then you'll be able to sneak around and deny those cameras and just pop up where you least expect them. Could be a problem as he continues to move through the map with relative ease. The sight stuff still occurs down below, but I think it's going to be a slow and steady kind of mid or early phase for both these sides.
Yeah, so Dash steps in now. Getting a lot of map control. Got hot droned in as well. We'll pop that camera as well over by Brazil, so give it some even more ability to just put pressure down towards pillar. Looking at the drones on the other side, they're just droning out freezer as well to see what's going on. Now that second mirror window has been put towards the freezer side as well. No problem with that one. That can have a big impact on the round too. But Los One, they're not committing to anything just yet. They're doing a very good job of trying to work out where most of these positions are being held by Magic Squad, but it's one thing identifying it, another thing removing them.
Dash will try and creep down rear stairs here as that Nook. Lots of eyes will be turned towards back tower stairs, but actually as I say that, Rare isn't paying any attention. He'll turn and glance towards it briefly, but there's a lot of window for an execution down that staircase. Lots of concern being thrown towards it now. Oben will chew through what utility he can. He'll burn away that shield as well. A nade sent deep as well might cause problems to Hornet. Doesn't reach him just yet, and he'll be able to choke out that play. Not retreating yet. And they are very cautious now with the presence of that Nook upstairs. They might walk down at any moment, and it feels like this is a powder keg around, but who is going to light that fuse?
Well, if they can clear the player from pillar, inside blue becomes a tough spot now. And they're still looking for that one. Rare, holding the long angle from this position. He's got Hornet playing close to the double door as well. 43 seconds to go. Hornet gets the opener onto Loban. Going to see a lot of damage done onto the Maverick as well, but there's a DBNO out there. The drop down, the hatch comes in. GDN gets one. Maya will do it, but Hits brings us back into a 2 versus 3 because Dash pulled one in. And now there's a chance here for Los One. Hornet still DBNO. Dash picks up the case, and will he get the plant down? Rare still playing backside, but Dash is over getting the case down. Spray through the soft wall, but he's in that default position. We're up at 13 seconds. Never mind, 43 to try get the kills and defuse.
Case is critical now, a 3 versus 2 in favor of the defense, but this retake won't be easy. Highway held by Dash and looks to hold it down. Maya with a long angle as well, deep on the case itself. You might have a 1.5 on 1 but these angles favor the AR so much more. They need to take these fights, and the crossfires will be brutal as well. Send it one by one as you must. A peek out. Once a Rare finds it, that's a huge one. This round's cracked wide open now. The counter defuse looks to be dawning. Dash gets one and a second. Go on, find a third. 13 seconds and time will be the nemesis. Surely he can close this one out. Yes, he can. Another huge clutch by Lost One. And they get themselves one step closer to claiming this series. Take a bow. Once again, a huge 3K to wrap up that round.
Did Magic go for the res?
No, I think the case. They had to go for the case in that 13 seconds.
He was long arming it, you think? Because it was.
I think so.
Because if you look here, he was far enough away. Oh, but look, take nothing away. That's Dash's second big clutch moment in this one. You singled him out for praise a little bit earlier. He's continued. Him and Dots and Dash. The two Morse code boys.
You'll love seeing you load into a rank stack, you see everyone on the opposite side with a dot dash in the name, and you're feared. That's why these guys. They're channeling this duo in the back of their mind. But again, huge individual performances and a huge save, and I really want to play up on the dash, right? Yes, that 3K at the end, really big. But the main thing that he done was drop E-Box and just go. Didn't even look left or right. Dropped E-Box and went, I'm going deep. I'm going far in the side as I can. And that caused so many problems because you're like, I just saw enough drop into E-Box. Where have they gone? And that was a huge problem to deal with Magic Squad, and they couldn't find the problem and couldn't solve it quick enough to stop that case going down.
Yeah, and Los One take a commanding lead now, 5-2 as we move into round 8. And at this point, Los One can make mistakes. They've got that big of a lead now, and the fact that they're on attack, they can lose a round or two. It's no real problem for them, but all they want to do, 2 rounds. They are 2 rounds in regulation away from a semi-final. And when you look at the bracket, would you say that they're maybe on the more favorable side for making it towards the final? Well, they have to deal with Sexy Kick, so it's not that simple.
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, again, I look at Lost One, and they were kind of one of my favorite teams to make it through the LCQ as well. I mean, look at, you got the other side of the bracket later on. The last game of the day, you have NIP versus my name.
Black Dragons.
There we go. I have it in my notes abbreviated. I just couldn't figure it out. But,
I know what you were going to say, but we're going to move on.
Help me like that, maybe. But basically, that's another side of the bracket that I'm looking at that could be very interesting.
So Dash will go around rearranging over by security, creating a couple of rotates for the attack inside if they decide to move from freezer freely. That was an attacker, good. I was thinking for a second, was that Sledge about to open up a wall to his doom? But no, it was the attacking silhouette that he saw in the distance. Loban will step on in. The Habana is able to use those pellets to open up the hatch, and let's send the Rotero down now to clear utility as quickly as possible. You've got Hornet playing over by Shaiko. You've got a player by Pillar as well. So again, they're setting themselves up to stop this push down through the Pillar. But with a lot of time to play with, Los One don't need to force the issue too quickly.
He goes deep, but not deep enough to find the player on the chassis. Minute left, 60 seconds. Hornet in the great position, just playing beside Shaiko. Deep in that corner. Could be massive if he left undetected. Lost One, swarming like vultures. Hornet gets a little bit bored, decides to walk on up. The drone spots him. Can't pounce on Maya, was very quick to respond to that one. 45 seconds, tension begins to build. You can feel it now. The first counter was tossed out, but Maya, a perfect pre-fire, finds one. The glance goggles will keep Hates in the fight and will remove Maya's head as well. The MPX will dance a dangerous death, or dance around the Pillar. 4 versus 1 for Lost One. Resets gets 1. The Magic Squad close it out. Round number 8 goes in their favor. The defense might be their key to success, clawing this one back to get one more round to their name.
Messy again, though. Pretty messy round as the Magic Squad are able to pull that one, and they're still within 2 rounds. They're within touching distance of Los One, but they still have a long way to go because, of course, Magic Squad need to win a couple of sites and a tertiary one, more than likely. They want to force overtime. So we're going to go up to dorms on the 2nd floor, looking at the lineup that's been brought by the defensive side. Oryx is going to be shown again. We're going to see Frost for the first. Have we seen much Frost in the series? I don't think we've seen any
today. Oh, so we do the thing, Gibby. We do the thing.
Right, well, say it with me, Whippet. They have a Frost.
They have. We weren't.
We were out of sync. That was so.
We haven't
badly
built that synergy, have we?
It was there, but it's gone.
Normally, because I lead it in. I lead it in normally, Gibby. That's why the timing was off there. But,
That's
right. So who are we cursing to walk into the pog map face down by Hates? Who will it be?
It's always the player that's having the most impact in the game, so it's got to be Dots or Dash.
I'm going to say it will be Maya who will stumble into that pog map.
Okay, I see it. On the ace too, you wouldn't want to lose the ace.
Curse around. You can't curse one player. You've got to curse multiple of them to walk into it. You know. I can't agree with you on that.
We've casted a player stepping into 2 frost mats in the same round twice.
We've actually casted a player walking into all 3 of them at one point, but we moved.
Oh, that's when Oscar got put DVNO 3 times in one round. Poor guy.
Poor Oscar. How do you feel bad for that one? However, we got a pressing manner, other nostalgia ahead of us. 4 or 5 versus 3 to scoreline here. Lost 1, 2 rounds away from locking up Oregon, getting themselves confirmed, locking out this series. Magic Squad have shown signs of life here in the defense, and that's what I like to see. Can they keep that running? Can they keep the momentum? Can they keep that tempo and pace? Well, Lost One just managed this game out. As you said, Lost One's in a position where, less so now since the 2 rounds that they lost, but they can make mistakes. It's not so crushing if they make a mistake and fumble around. They have a little bit of a safety net, but that is beginning to shrink.
So this is one of the things that I love about the hard breach utility that Capital was able to bring by himself. He'll open up Attic, so that's a little bit of pressure now they can put onto the player in that position. Now, once you open up that wall over by Wardrobe as well, now you make it even more difficult for the defenders because that rotating Attic gets completely shut down. Dots read the script. He saw what we were talking about, so he gets rid of one of those pog mats. I feel like it's usually the player that pushes over through Attic here that's the one that steps into that mat.
Okay, you know what? Yep, I can actually agree with you on that one. I think that might be some potential. Just over 60 seconds to work with. Hornet now playing in the bottom of main stairs, and it does look like the primary vocal point of this pressure from Lost One will arrive from Attic. But can they find the picks to back it up? They have utility. They've got 1 fire left to work with. They can choke out Pit. But again, you say that Frostplant and a smoke up close to first with that shotgun could prove to be a massive problem. They send a smoke as well to try and give themselves a little bit of visual cover. The canister will choke out Loban, and he's going to lose over half his HP trying to go fishing for an opening. And that shotgun will now be looking at that one with, well, malicious intent as the opening picks go all the way. Magic Squad light them up, and they get round number 9. Huge flurry of kills, all in their favor. Lost One didn't have the pace, didn't have the tempo, and now their lead shrinks to 1 singular round. Can Magic Squad tie us up in round 10, or can Lost One get back on the train?
It is tertiary site time. We're going to the ground floor, and this is where the game could be properly won or lost. Kitchen Dining is the site that they've elected to go to. Now, again, I don't think there's very much difference in preference when you think of these two sites. No, but you don't mean...
No, hear me out. I can break... There is a big difference between kitchen, dining, and
one's got a
meeting.
dining room and one's got a meeting. Is that
How
is
did you
that
know? How did you know what I was going to say? How did you know? Are you reading the script? Are you reading it?
Yeah,
No.
Fermi wrote it for us.
You're not meant to read the script.
But no, in fairness...
You skipped
when
the
you think
lines on the teleprompter. Aye, that's not good.
Whippet will read whatever the teleprompter says, by the way, so don't ever hack into it.
No.
It's like Ron Burgundy.
The teleprompter
Before-
is sacred thing.
Before you so rudely interrupted me there, it's personal preference with these two tertiary sites, Whippet. They are the tertiary sites for a reason, and Magic Squad clearly think they can do better on kitchen dining.
One of them has a dining room and one of them has a meeting room. Finally, I wanted to say my line. You stole it from me. You stole it. How could you do this to your duo? How could you do this? This game heating up nicely though. Towards the latter end now. Are we going to see all rounds of regulation, or will this be it over? Can Lost One get themselves a map point here and now? Magic Squad again showing that sign of life, showing that turn of momentum. All the energy feels around them right now, especially on the defense. Can they get done? Exothermic charge detonates and the wall will get opened up and chewed open. Also look, the game control upstairs breaches in and has Loban for support as well. That Solus though should be able to read into where this pressure will arrive from, and Rare will start to feel the pinch very shortly inside of Small Dorm. Nate sent out Damascus retreat as well, nowhere to go, but look at the bodies swarming around him. 3 blue silhouettes and supportive hates will be just enough as they both fall back deep upstairs. It's going to be a key fight to win.
Yeah, so 1:30 to go. Rare playing behind the bunk. Of course, it's not as safe a position as it used to be. That breach opened up a strange way. That's all I want to say. I think the Selmas are usually a little bit more effective than that. Rare will drop down below now. 1:20 to go as they will surrender. How does that happen?
Yep, they were
Siege.
snoozing. They were
Siege.
snoozing. That one.
Siege.
C4 is perfect. Rare will toss that up, covers the retreat and finds the life of dots. You'll lose your therma, you lose your ace, I should say. That utility is already going to be out and played and used, so that's not going to be the massive blow. But you've lost an AK-12, you lost 1 player, and we're just under 60 seconds now in this round. You begin to feel that pressure mounting. They don't have a line to pin these players in position, so they'll have to work on this one. That flashbang nearly spelled demise. Hornet will have to fall back. Will get caught by the player. Dash gets 2 now for his name. 4 versus 3, 40 seconds. The Magic Squad need to hold on just a little bit longer. They'll feel the pressure on the pinch, but time will be their ally. 30 seconds left.
Where do we go from here? Hits still playing on the top floor. They've still got Echo as well. They've got lots of intel on Low Swan. But Low Swan, you feel, have slowed down a little bit. Rare's going to go to try and even up the numbers, but Dash is the one that finds the kill, and the case is going down. 15 seconds. Times the first Echo. Gets it into safe position. Dash will get the kill onto Hits, and this round is all but won by Low Swan. GDN sees the case goes down, gets the drone trapped beneath the table, and he's going to get his head taken off by Maya, and match point now looms. Series point looms for Low Swan. Can they clutch this one out?
Oh, they are closing in on the next stage, the semi-finals, the LCQ. Can they get there? One more round for Lost One. That is all they need. Magic Squad have found life, have found energy, have found the next page of the script, it feels like, here on the defense. But can they do it one more time? Do they have it left? The basement will be their final holding ground. Can they get it done? Are we going to go all the way to round 12?
Map 3 in a best of 3 series overtime. I'm about it. I live that life. But the question is, do Magic Squad, as you said, have it in them to win this site? We'll know within 3 minutes from now. Low Swan, recognize what side it is. They're going to change up. Oh, whip it.
Yep.
I think Loban has told us what Low Swan are doing.
So he's kind of went and said, you see, we've been a little bit slow on our basement attacks. You know, we've been getting choked out a little bit. Yeah, not anymore. We're gonna send Loban straight through, and then we're gonna be able to get as much, or try and cause as much chaos as possible. I love it when I see this. It gets me a little bit excited, a little bit giddy. But I don't think they're gonna be doing that necessarily. I think it's gonna be a lobby push instead.
Yeah, but they can bide their time. That option is still open to them. You can use the Flores in conjunction with the Capitao to completely clear Elbow and give Blitz the opportunity to make it happen. But what Los want to do is hide the existence of Blitz for as long as possible. You want to catch the defenders out by it, so looking at the way they're going to set up. Right, some people would look at that mute jammer and say it's out in the middle of the open. That mute jammer, though, could be pretty effective at stopping a Flores drone, at least. A player would have to swing, or at least you need to waste that Flores drone.
It stops the Blitz flash as well, if that's going to be an avenue of thing. Now, we thought this was going to be quick, right? Loban gave us the hope it was going to be a fast, aggressive play. He finally hops off his drone. His job was to get as much information as possible for his team. And I think now they're going to try and pull the trigger on this execution. They know that no one is upstairs. They know no one's holding that control. It's going to be a fair 5-on-5 brawl deep on site. They have what they have, the hold on the crosses, a player by backstage. But when do they pull the trigger? Because the longer they wait, the more time they waste, the more detrimental this could be.
Preferably they pull the trigger whenever they got enemies in the crosshairs with it. That's usually pretty effective in an FPS game. Loban's still waiting, though. He's still waiting. He's just chilling. He's like, you know, elevator music, sitting at the door, humming it. He's probably listening to the Rainbow is Magic music in his head while he waits for the call for the rest of the team to push on through. Now the utility is going to be cleared with the Flores to enable that late round push down through Laundry. A minute left to go with it. And I just get the feeling this is going to pop off pretty quickly.
This is what you want. 5 players remaining on either side. 10 on the server. No engagements, no damage done. Play the scene. Loban will wait for the final call. The perfect moment. Will he send it in? The mute jammer scattered a sight and with a warden as well. That flash might not do as much as he might intend. With the Capitao bottom main, he'll send his darts deep and go. And here's the trigger pulled. The warden, though, sees the blitz. Perfectly timed. Rare will find Loban. Maya gets that trade, but it's going to be a bare-knuckle brawl now between these teams. 20 seconds remain. Hates holds a pixel angle. Maverick finds one. The Gomez finds a second one now. The shotgun gets shut down in blue. It's all down the water now, alone against 3. Doesn't matter. Caught sprinting. Maya saves his team, and we'll go into round 12.
Oh, Maya gets that 1-1, and just like that, Los One just get themselves closer and closer to Copenhagen. They've got 2 more best of 3s ahead of them for Magic Squad. That is the end of the line. They've dropped out of the race. They got a stitch at the most vital time, and they were forced to take a break. And that break could last a couple of months for them now before they play their next official game. Well, whip it. Los won. They've done what happens time and time and time eternal and again. Team that wins the second map in a best of 3 normally wins the third, and they keep that trend going.
Oh, absolutely. You win that second map. The momentum's all in your favor. You're going to be singing pretty, and they played a fantastic job. Magic Squad, though, made them work for it. It wasn't a pushover by any stretch of the degree. It was a very difficult, well-fought match, especially when we saw the second half, especially Magic Squad on that defense. They looked to be able to cause that challenge, and well, you know what? The only thing that series didn't have was an overtime, and I'm somewhat sad about that.
Sad about that, but I'm happy about one thing. Whenever we come back after this break, Jacob and CDAPS will be on your screen. Prepare yourselves. They're very handsome. You need to get yourself ready. So after this break, those guys will break down what happened. We'll see you in a few.
Unfortunately, they tried using Magic, but they're only about as good as the Wizards from Washington. Magic Squad are not able to put anything together on map 3, and Team 1, Los Grandes, with 2 maps straight on both Villa and Oregon, propelling them all the way to the semifinals again tomorrow. That was honestly about as good as you could have expected in Oregon to go, minus a little bit of a slight comeback from Magic Squad to end that map. But still, Connor, it was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect Magic Squad to, as soon as the defensive side swap happened, to get some more things going. But Los One, they had the X factor. You saw that 1v3 post plant right there for Dash, and that was such a momentum killer. I was sitting there watching this game, scratching my head as to why there was no Magic Squad timeout in response to that round. But at the end of the day, Los One just hit that momentum, continued it through, looked dang good, put together more and more attacks, and finished out strong.
It genuinely looked like, I think we were 5-4 and Magic Squad had already brought 2 rounds back, and suddenly they're up 4v5 and there's an opportunity for them to shut everything down, tie the game up. But you're right, they didn't call a timeout. They were, I think, a little bit too all over the place, probably for their own good, and they weren't able to rein things back in as Los One won their next 2 attacks straight and closed the map 7-4. It definitely does go to show that if you had more of the advantage on the first half, then that streak just carries into the rest of the series, or the rest of that map proper. So that really goes to show how impactful that first half is to win, because both Magic Squad and Los One did that in the maps that they won respectively, and now Los One is carrying on to the semis tomorrow.
Yeah, and Los One, once again, they're just looking better and better and better as maps go, as the season goes, as the series goes. They started off slow on Magic Squad's map choice, which sure, in a best of 3, you can expect, hey, I want to win my map choice in the decider. That's exactly what Los One did. But the way that they won their own map choice as well as the decider was so much more impressive. They looked so much cleaner on their entry game, their intel game on attack, as well as defense looked phenomenal. And more than anything, they actually had attacking resiliency, where even if they gave up that first opening pick, they were able to bounce back in the mid-round, make a big play, and swing the round back into their favor.
It still feels like we haven't really gotten a true test of Los One at this stage, though, because the best teams in Brazil are already going to the major. FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, and W7M. Every time we see Los One play a more mid-table team, or a team that we know still has lots of things to work on before they can go international, it feels like the performance could have been more dominant, yet it wasn't. And if we see a much wider breadth and scoreline against a team like this, even if the series was just a 2-0, we'd be singing a much different tune. Now, they go on to play the winner of X Supernova and actually Zato tomorrow. And again, you might consider that to be a little bit of a freebie, because neither one of those teams exist in Brazilian Tier 1. So it might be that Los One's path to the grand final is relatively unobstructed from this point. But again, are they going to face an actual challenge until that point? The answer is probably not.
I mean, I've been saying from the very beginning, this is Los One's quals to lose. They are in the driver's seat. They 100% have just the overall form of what we've seen going up against those top teams in playoffs, where they were so close. They were right on the cusp, and we've seen the kind of overall disparity between those top and lower end teams here in Brazil, where Los One, they're definitely a lot closer to the top than they are to the bottom.
Yep, very true. And right now, they're on top of this one. Magic Squad commiserations. They will not be able to qualify for Copenhagen, and instead will have to brave whatever off-season events happen over the next couple of months. That is going to be the story for every single game that we played today. We still have 3 more, and we'll be right back with our second quarterfinal after a break. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 2 is about to get underway here in the Brazilian last chance qualifier for the Copenhagen Major. We already got 2 teams that are established out of the way, 2 teams that played in the Brazilian League back in stage 1. That is not going to be the case for our second matchup of the day, Connor. We have a little bit of introductions to make for 2 squads that I'm sure the majority of people in English language broadcasts are not very familiar with. It's X Supernova against Actual Lizaldo.
Yeah, so X Supernova, they're in a similar boat to what we saw with reality TV turned West Garfield Park in the North American scene. They are the legacy spot from Challenger League because these guys, they've done pretty well for themselves. Emps as well as Dreus and Arthur, they're remaining from that roster with Flafstri as well as Dodez coming in new. Still holding the 3/5 for this roster. Now they didn't have to go through quals and they've kind of had the time to just sit back, focus on themselves, be hitting those scrims, grinding out without the worry and stress of a qualifier to still make it here.
Right, but this is not the exact same, like, I guess, constraint that they had back when they qualified and got this legacy spot originally, because they used to be under an org, they used to be under Supernova, and they had a different roster because Flastry and Dodez are new to this team. So it's a little interesting to figure out who exactly we're meant to be highlighting here, because as you're aware, a guy like Dodez would have played for MIBR, but it was basically like a long trial, and when he and Nigel were brought onto that team, only Nigel remained. So for Dodez, he has a little bit of like a competitive experience above just tier 2, but for everybody else, that's all they've got. So this bracket is one of their bigger tests right now, Connor.
Yeah, it's always a really hard position to go in and be like, hey, you're so close. You're so close. It's almost like Dexter with his run on SSG during Gamers 8, where it's like, yeah, look, Dexter, you know, he was here for a little bit, but now, oof, if he hadn't landed on Mirage, this is the exact situation we would have seen. But for the rest of the Supernova roster, X Supernova roster, they do have just that little bit of extra pedigree playing in the Brazilian version of Challenger League. And sure, they might have lost their 2 statistical top players, but Emps, his numbers aren't too bad either, holding plus 11. Pretty dang good, especially when you're playing kind of a flex flank watch kind of role on attack. Sure, you can be roaming around with the Azami on defense, but almost a 70% cost while still getting involved in the entry game is pretty solid, and look for him to have a good performance if his team is operating healthily.
Yeah, and these statistics are coming from Serie B of last year. There have not been opportunities for this team to have played in legitimate competition so far in year in our Lord 2023. They would have had some games during the GWB qualifiers, but even then they weren't really able to progress all that far. So this is, again, going to be probably the toughest thing they've faced all year, and it's coming against a team that hasn't been scrimming for very long by themselves as a 5-stack. And you're going to recognize a couple of names on this team, even if we don't have active headshots for any of them. This is Actual Lizaldo. This is a couple of teams or a couple of players you definitely know because they've won championships in the past. This is Bullet from FaZe Clan, winner of the Sweden Major. This is Midi, the coach for Ninjas in Pajamas when they won the 6 Invitational 21. This is Sexy Cake, who used to play for Team Liquid for a long time, was on 00 Nation last year, and is the winner of the Pro League 7 season finals. And then Bursa, who also played for Furia, and then Nears, who's coming in, who, from what I understand from talking to the Brazilian talent, Connor, has tons of potential to go far.
Yeah, and when you have a team of 4 very well-established supporting level players, and all of a sudden you pick up one random newbie, I bet you know that he does have potential because they see something in him. When you have even Midi as well as Sexy Cake, I would trust their judgment in scouting, that they know exactly what to look for. And so for Nears going on really aggressive roles and having that upside from us talking to that Brazilian talent, it's going to be really exciting to see what he brings to the table, especially because this is his first true test on a stream.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying he's phenomenal to play with. He jumped into pro level play basically as soon as he turned 18, and he's also hyper aggressive. And you brought it up perfectly. If you have guys who are typically more backline support players, a la Sexy Cake, maybe even in some cases a Bullet, I'd say if you were to put somebody like a Nears at the front line of your squad, you usually pick up a guy like him, or a young player out of a tier 2 capacity, and you put him in a role where he can be more aggressive, he can be that frontline guy, and then you have everyone else there to back him up. That might be what we see from this Actually Lizaldo team, because they have had considerably more time to prep. They did play some GWB qualifiers. They also needed to be in this, or they had to qualify for this LCQ by playing a bracket and winning it. So clearly, Connor, there is something to say that this team could find success in the short term.
Yeah, especially because they 2-0'd Tropicals to get here. Sure, we have our problems with Tropicows.
That's also yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, we have some problems with them as an overall roster, but at the end of the day, when you're bridging that T2 to T1 gap, if you're able to take down a T1 team, it means that you're not necessarily a slouch, especially one that had already had some really good competition and ability to grow and having that potential over the span of an entire season. Now you just come out straight out of qualifiers and smack them around. I mean, this team is here to compete.
Yeah, and even though we don't have updated stats for what they've been able to do so far this year, we do still want to talk about Sexy Cake. And again, we don't have the updated headshot for the guy, but still, if you wanted to talk about Siege legends, guys who have been in this game for a really long time and have managed to have a substantial amount of success, even though he didn't have that many titles to his name on Liquid, it's still a big momentum boost, a big confidence boost on the inside if you've got a guy like him on your squad.
Yeah, especially when you might look at these numbers and be like, hey, a 0.99 rating, -4 on KD, that's not that good. But if I can direct your eyes to the top right of your screen, this is from the Mexico Major, a very, very,
oh
very
my God, you dug deep.
Yes, I went all the way back
Oh
for
my
Sexy
God.
Cake because that plant stat, absolutely phenomenal. He's typically on those supporting roles. Sure, he gets a little bit more loose on the defensive side, but he's your tried and true hard support player. He's going to be droning in a player that's new like Nears and giving him that backline support. So even if Sexy Cake doesn't put up numbers in the traditional stat, he's always going to still be very prevalent.
And it was never a suggestion that a player like Bullet either wasn't going to be able to find his way back onto a competent roster. It's more that his time with FaZe Clan simply ran out as they decided to try a couple different options and see what would work and what didn't. And for Mitty as well, even though he's a world championship winning coach, for the majority of his career, he's been a player. He's had more like opportunities to play on multiple teams in lower tiers of Brazil than he's had to be at a very, very high level coach. And he made that work for as long as that whole, I guess, rigmarole was worthwhile for NIP, but they've also been moving in a different direction. The same thing with Bursa. He played for Furia for a little while back when it was the initial form of that roster, and since then has been on multiple teams, I think primarily in tier 2 of Brazil, still getting reps in. He hasn't been on the back burner or on the bench for all that time. He's still been active, still trying to do something. Everybody on AT theoretically should be halfway decent, Connor. It's just a matter of whether they're able to mesh when the lights are brightest on them.
Yeah, and another thing that comes and makes things a lot more complicated is our beautiful map ban phase, because we're in BO3 territory, so things get wonky, especially when we have almost little to no data on what these teams like to play, what their preferences are. All we have is for Actualizado that they won Chalet as well as Oregon in a very strong fashion against Tropicows, and so far, we haven't seen that be played. Instead, we're going to Border. It almost leads me to believe that they're wanting to play a very linear game, frag heavy, and feel like their guns might be a little bit hotter than the side of X Supernovas. But as we go towards Skyscraper, that's almost the opposite. We can see some really intricate utility play be brought out from the side of Supernova, maybe trying to utilize their core, having a more long-standing history with each other to really combat the aggression of Actualizado.
Anything in particular you think for map 3 that really, really would stand out between the 3 options we've got left? If I'm reading the tea leaves right, we've got Cafe, Oregon, and Bank left up. So do we want to try an Oregon between both sides like this, or do we want a map that's way bigger and a little bit more open-ended?
You know, it would make sense for Actualizado to try to leave this Oregon up to a 50-50 because they absolutely obliterated Tropicows on it. So we do know that they know how to attack it because they got a 4-0 split. And that's
so
exactly
why
why Supernovas are going to ban it out. Yeah, that's what I was going into. Now we're going to Cafe, a good old LATAM Cafe for Brazil. That is always a spectacle.
Love it when we get to see a region's primary playgrounds get brought in a series that definitely should have people flying all over the 3 maps that we've got in this series. Mostly because we know what tier 2 teams can typically do when they're let off the hook a little bit. That same story should make itself manifest between what is effectively an X-Pro pug stack and a group of guys that used to play in tier 2 that still have some things that they need to sort through. And by the way, just by being in this qualifier in the first place, well, you need to at like base minimum place in 5th in this qual if you wanted to get any SI points, but that's basically what you're fighting for, because neither one of these teams are in a league that actually distributes any of those points. So if they want an opportunity under these squads to play at the Invitational, then they need to show up right now. Let's talk to Gibson and Whip It one more time. You guys are pulling a marathon like we are with 2 best-of-3s back-to-back, so I certainly hope you got a good break in between games here. Just because we have a guy like Sexy Cake helping to maintain a brand new roster. Is it to say that he's going to break out some of the same stuff that he did back when he was on Liquid and Double Zero Nation, Gibson? Or if you're in a situation like this, do you just throw everything out the window, whip up a new playbook, and see where it lands you?
Bit of both. Look, when I saw that I was going to get the chance to cast Sexy Kick, it was like, yes. I thought I would never get this moment whenever we saw the rosters at the start of the season. It was like, I'm working BR, yes, but no, Bullet's not going to be there. Sexy Kick's not going to be there. No, they are. This is going to be fun. Look, 2 big names. Looking at the maps, you know, you're talking about, are they going to take some of the 0-0 Nation stuff or some stuff from the Liquid days? These are fun maps. Look at Skyscraper. That wasn't really around back in those days. So I'm excited. I'm pumped.
Whip it. Are we giving the base favorite over to just one squad in this game, and we're not really assuming X Supernova has a chance, or what are you thinking?
I'm gonna go with experience on this one. I think that's where it's gonna lie. I mean, predictions coming out there. We're all very original with our predictions today. I can see.
I woke up in the morning and just said yes. What everyone else is taking, I will also have. Basically.
Never played a Novi though. He went for something a bit different later on.
Which I think makes sense because NIP did go and win, I believe it was a GWB qualifier only a couple of days ago, so maybe he's betting on the hot hand fallacy, but he's also wondering if it is indeed a fallacy, and I think for his sake, he's kind of hoping that BD maybe doesn't show up to play today. But we're going to take a quick break while we get everybody in the lobby, and when we come back, it'll be semifinal number 2, X Supernova against AT. We'll be back in a sec.
Welcome back in. It's quarterfinal 2 in the dash to Denmark. I'm Gibson. I'm joined by Whippet. And of course, Whippet, because us two are casting with the strongest Irish accents going, they give us Vivas, Supernova, and Atualizados as the 2 team names. It's cruelty.
Only this. If they decided, I'm an Irish person with dyslexia. This is mission impossible for me. It's gonna be a fantastic game. We talked a little bit on the desk just to refresh you. Of course, you might not have known about these teams coming into this one unless you are an absolute fanatic, an absolute deep diver of the teams competing in this competition. It's some newer faces, but this is what these LCQs are about. But there is one team, one player in particular, has a little bit of legacy. Now, of course, is Gibby. You know the player. Who's that player? I know you wanted to look forward to casting him so much. I'll let you say the name one more time.
Sexy kick.
Accent's not quite as good as Ace, but you know what? You get close enough, you know? Donegal doesn't have the same hit as that North England ring to the bands roll out, and we're going to see that. See, Ying, Nook, Mira, and Azami bands, strong bands all around. You know what? I'm a fan of this one. The Nook, we saw how effective the Nook was getting used on the opening game of today, so I'm not too surprised. But a border, a very compressed, very small map, you don't get a lot out of that. Out of that Nook utility. It's not that sneaky. The thing is, then you gotta look at that Ying. That's a huge removal of a massive amount of utility that the offense can no longer bring. They don't have that X factor, that catalyst to start those attacks anymore.
Yeah, but you were talking about Sexy Kick, and then you got distracted by the bans. But I believe talking about the secondary weapon that Solace that Sexy Kick is using right now might bring back some memories for you.
We were talking before we went live when we all had to stare at the soon screen. I know.
It's a threat.
It very much is. I saw you in chat with that one. But basically, one of the kind of core memories I have of Sexy Cake was back all the way many SIs ago when he was on Liquid. And who remembers Mocket? Aside from you. Oh, that's a throwback. If you remember that one. If you remember Mocket, raise your hand in chat, because that's a throwback game. Sexy Cake burnt his mind in my memory. It was about 3 a.m. UK time. He got a 1v3 clutch on Villa against Mocket to send Liquid through the next round of the Invitational. That is the legacy this player has. Of course, won Atlantic City with that team as well, and brings buckets of experience to his side as well as Bullet. We see Minty as well, the coach that was with NIP when they won the Hammer not too long ago. So a lot of experience that we see on the side of AT.
A lot of experience, and can they make it count? These, of course, are 2 sides that will be interested. We're seeing the aggression button be pushed, though, as they step on the side. Dreus will get one. Nears trades that one back, though, as he stepped in. But Nears is going to go nuclear on site. Mitty biding his time. 3 versus 3. There's Arthur, though, pulling one back on the Sexy Kick. Dodez makes it a 3v1. Make that a 2v1 as the C4 pops. Can we build the momentum in this game a bit, lads? This is very fast for round 1.
That's what you want. You want to absolutely see that tempo, and Doge's going to be able to wrap that one up. And, well, just like that, it was an absolute hit of aggression. And the Death spoke about this. It's a newer team. It came from that T2 ecosystem here in Brazil, and they have that aggression. They have that confidence in their gunplay, and it worked out beautifully to get that around. Very well done. They were just so aggressive, walked in the door, and the offense takes that opening round. Very well done indeed from them.
Yeah, and it's really important to note, too, that because these 2 teams play each other in that opening round, this quarterfinal, whichever one of them makes it to the semi-final, regardless of whether or not they end up qualifying for the major, will get SI points as well. Let's not forget there's SI points on the line here for these LCQs, and for sides like this who don't play in Tier 1 and Stage 1, this is a massive opportunity for them as well. Never mind if they actually somehow qualify for the major too.
Every single SI point is so critical. Again, it's a side effect, right? We have 2 stages now, so every point you can get is oh so more valuable. For these teams, I'll be looking forward to that one. Never know. In a year or so time, you might be seeing a mysterious team sneak into that 19th, 20th spot as they take a trip to Rio, the next Invitational. I cannot wait for that one. But that's a long time away. Almost a year away. We have to crack in the number round number 2 between these sides. X Supernova versus AT here. I'm really curious to see if the tempo, that aggression, that same level of in your face, just hit the site, hit it aggressively mentality, the tempo continues from X Supernova. If they can continue that and really put that pressure, because that's where you might see the experience factor of AT begin to crumble away.
Yeah, the Brava drone, was not going to be able to get that Valk cam as it's shot just in the nick of time. We'll get that default cam on main, but it is a 5v5. 40 seconds on the clock. It feels like they've done a lot on attack already, and so far as prep for the round, you know, they opened up that jail wall. And now Arthur will hop on the drone as they start to take control over by East Balcony now too. There's an opening pick in the game as Nears is able to get that one on to Arthur, as we'll see Atuelazidos, or AT, as I think we'll call them for short, just so that we don't, you know, what's the word I want to use? Insult some of our Portuguese viewers. Sexy Kick gets that one on to Dreus, making it a 5v3, making it a 5v2 as Bullet will find one on to Flastry, and it leaves Dodes and Emps in a 2v5. But the one thing that they do have is a drone each in the back pocket, a little bit of utility to play for, and a lot of time.
Time is the only thing they really have at this situation, but AT will not give it, or not to concede space easily. The site is deep inside Taylor's and bathroom. We see that other player just vacating vents and making a long rotation all the way outside to try and regroup and get back with the main force. The only other member of this team, of course, it would be Dodes. Creeping down these stairs will try with the avenue, but when you have 2 players against 5 with only a minute left to work with, you might be able to get 1, get 2, but the numbers game is going to be a real difficult thing to slowly break down. You're going to lose your trades eventually. And with the level of experience and talent on a side like this, and considering a Solace is still in play, this round is guaranteed to be a slow burn, slowly wrap up that second round. We'll probably go level after this one, if I was brave enough to make a prediction.
It's a bold shout there at a 5v2 where the defending side have... Inside bathroom, Emps gets one though to make it a 4v2. Dodes will rotate now as he makes his way towards bathroom window as it looks set to attempt that default plant. Bullet holding the long angle will switch to the Solace and just out of range just yet to spot the fact that the attackers are pushing in. Impacts one side of the wall. Nears gets the kill on the Dodes. And well, dropping down the hatches, MC gets one, but he's shut down by Nears as AT win round 2. And whatever, you know what, Whippet? That was a good shout. 5v2. They win the round.
Call me Mystic Mac, can I predict these things, huh? I just saw it in my crystal ball right beside my cast your start game button.
Yeah, where did you put that? Like, we waited ages. Why did you not just push the button earlier?
Well, see, the thing is, you gotta let them farm their drops. That's, you know? I also lost the batteries for the caster start game button. I don't know where they've gone. I can't find them.
This is why you need me, Whippet. You know, you'd forget your head if it wasn't screwed on.
It's not. It's just attached. There's no screws. There's no nuts and bolts to hold it together.
Mate. Who are you trying to fool here? Who are you trying to fool?
Am I some form of robot, Gibby? Is that what it is?
You're born to cast. Speaking of born to do things, Monty was born to take map control, and Arthur is going to switch over to the Monty in round 3. Looking at site, being on top floor, or being down on bottom floor, sorry, bringing Monty in. Are you expecting an aggressive push through the main door with the Monty to try get map control early and maybe force a plant?
Let me run the numbers on this one. No.
Oh.
No. I don't think they're going to go as aggressive as perhaps you might interpret. I think they're going to try and take it...
It's as aggressive as I want. Not interpret. I want them to go aggressive and fast.
Okay. They're not going to do that, right? Because as much as I want it as well, they don't have the resources to do it. They don't have a Gone 6. They don't have anything else that would go with that main door push. They're going to walk in CC, and that's going to be the primary way they're going to look to get control. They won't take upstairs. They'll do that bit by bit, get control, set the vert, and make an execution off this position. It's your meat and potato siege take for this one. You want to get control upstairs, be able to break it down, and then all of a sudden, once you have armory, once you have archives, kind of that initial flank watch, you can then do vert, and then the site becomes very vulnerable to a vault in from vents and get that plant down. So that will be the interpretation of the attempt here from X Supernova.
Yeah, so Dota is now dancing around Break Room as they look to just step into security. We can see through the silhouettes that he is safe to do it for now, but of course they don't get the benefit of that. It would take a lot of the skill out of the game if, of course, the attackers could see those defender silhouettes. Dreas will open up the other wall that opens up office to them as well, as they just begin to tighten their grip on the top floor, but they're controlling a lot of area, but not the vital area of the map just yet. So really what X Supernova are going to look to do here is get that open and pick, but that is not what they wanted. Dodez is going to be the first player put in DBNO, and Midi is going to swing on to Emps now. So in effect, we're currently sitting in a 5 versus 3 until this res is picked up.
The res should happen, right? This is basically going to, almost guaranteed it does happen. The Monty is now going to be a little bit of a double-edged sword. Yes, you can get that map control. Yes, you can take it with relative ease. You can walk in and demand some respect. You have one less gun to work with. That's less of a problem now that there's going to be able to get one back near the next to fall. But Bullet just gets aggressive. He runs straight across, gets one. The cross isn't held good enough to be able to shut him down. The DBNO will arrive. Doesn't quite spot his arm, just lingering out. But again, for the primary sake of this one, Bullet's now out of the fight and gets confirmed. 3 versus 3. Sub 1 minute to work with. The Solace in play. Ursuk has a great position to hold that hatch and maybe even toy with an idea of C4 getting aggressive. LCQ can relay so much information with that Solace, but very cautiously aware of that drop. And they'll drop down the small box hatch and try and brute force this one with the Monty.
Yeah, so Monty has taken a lot of that control, is able now to protect IQ as they go to get the plant, but a swing is going to come inside a workshop. Sexy kick gets down Dreas, and now it's Monty and Flastry. Monty drops the shield though. He picks up one onto Midi, putting us back in a 2v2. So Monty once again becoming pretty impactful. Drops the shield as he looks to win this 1v1, but he is going to be put down onto his knees and his belly as he is now out of the round. Flastry on the prone drop. 3, 2, 1. Pre-fire around the corner. Give yourself the 1v1. And now Sexy kick, with all the information in the world, is going to sprint on over, get his kill, and Atualizados, or AT, managed to take the lead.
I'm not even going to brave, the pronunciation.
Oh, please do, please do.
No,
please,
no,
for the chat.
Ah, okay, right. So we're a little bit ahead of chat, so I'll break the illusion. You've already done it earlier. Does chat even want to hear me try to butcher enunciation of a Portuguese team name?
Yes.
Don't.
Please,
I just really,
please.
Yeah, they probably did. They probably. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm scared of what words I'll manage to say. But a great round played out there by AT. I'll get it for free just yet. And AT were able to get that down. It came down to 1v1, which is a little bit sketchy. Sexy Kick had it all the time. 000 arrived. They played it very well. I think they got a little bit loose with it. I think that they're feeling confident. They're feeling a little bit in control. So they took a little bit of extended risks. Worked out at the end of the day, but they got the round. But that's where they need to be careful. Yes, you have a wealth of experience. Yes, you have obviously, right? You see that, you look at the right of your screen, you see Bullet, Sexy Cake. If you know about the coaching of NIP when they won the Hammer, you know Midi's there. You see that, you expect brilliant things. If they get overzealous, they overstep the boundaries. X Supernova are here for a reason. They're a very good team. They got through this from the open playoff brackets. So they're not a team to forget about or overlook in this situation.
They're two good sides. Like, at the end of the day, the XSN roster as well, they got here on merit. They had pretty good performance, I think, in that T2 scene. Player, though, that's impressed me so far in this matchup is Nears. He was the player on AT that I probably knew the least about. Player that didn't have a Wikipedia page yet even going into this one. 6-2 after 3 rounds as he's having a big impact. Brava will look to have an impact on 90, taking that cam out, and we'll go hunting even more utility spots. The fact that there's a frost now too, so if anyone steps in one for the rest of the round, but it's shame on them.
We didn't even curse anyone to a pog, Matt. You're already shaming them if they wander into it.
I wouldn't be angry. I'd be disappointed.
Exactly. Every time I play ranked with you, every time my elo goes down, that's exactly how I feel. Nade sent up by the Ana, nothing connects from it. There was no information with it, however, and they're just trying to clear those default positions. They now know it's clear. No one got compromised by that nade, and they go fishing on this window, on that sandwich window, look for something, and not a very common setup I've just witnessed. They got a shield on the opening. Nobody see a head here, but Sexy Cake has this protected by a lot of disc as well. He's in a great position to hold that ground, and Versa's going to get the opening pick on the Duras, and this could be a problem. Volt's on out, gets the Claymore, swings wide, but no one's there. A flurry of kills lights it up and leaves us in a 3 versus 2 in favor of AT.
Emps gets taken down by Sexy Kick on the breach, leaving it all down to Dodez as he steps up towards that east balcony side. Frost was nearby as Bersa did jump out just a little bit earlier. You feel like if Dodez fires a bullet at all, doesn't manage to catch ahead with it, gives away his position just like that and makes it a little bit easier now for AT. 1 minute and 15, don't need it. That'll be the kill from Bullet, and that is another round won by AT. You know, that setup, but I'm going to agree with you. I don't think I've seen that one yet. But
Nope,
sometimes
I
artists get called crazy with the first time people see their work, but they come to appreciate it over time.
Are you trying to justify the fact that I never see a rotate on the right side when you do it, Gibby?
I have never opened that up with the shield. I wouldn't even think of doing that.
That's why you are casting and not playing.
And somehow I've fluked my way into this job too, bro. I don't know how I got here.
Oh, many moons ago now, since you started this endeavor. So, 3-1, the scoreline in favor of AT. They're doing a very good job breaking it down. Again, it looks like they're in complete control of the defense, and they're playing close proximity. Everything that we see that Supernova do, they're able to play for trades around it, they're able to keep control, and it's never really put under pressure. That one round where it came in a 1v1 at 0-0, that wasn't really the closest of more rounds realistically with how things played out. For AT, just steered a ship moment for them. But for the side of Supernova, bring that aggression out again. That worked very well at opening round. I'd like to see a little bit more of it, because that can definitely cause a little bit of pressure, and that might be able to sneak a couple of rounds on this offensive side.
Well, you catch a defense cold whenever you go for a rush. All the extensions, all the roams, everyone gets called back and you can get the jump. And since then, they've played a much slower style, and AT have been able to read into it. So Dodez, 30 seconds in, will already push into Passport. Now Midi seems to have the information. He swings, gets a nice flick on the Dodez, and dips back in. Now, this is where the glass can have an impact, but Midi is going to get another one with the C4, but there's glass on the window, trading it back, but has enough damage been done already. You could see what Supernova wanted to do with the glass. They still can do it, but you've lost the Dokkaebi, you've lost your Iana, you've lost your nades.
You lost your smokes, all 4 of them, all 2 your nades as well. You don't have anything to work off, and they have to peak that with just information and gun skill. A bullet, though, swings out and gets the player just on top of 90. Takes a difficult fight towards these stairs, but will claim the life of Sexy Cake. With a minute left to work with, the Tracers will give away the opposition position. Just keeps himself in the fight. Empets finds a stray Frost upstairs and collects that with the bearing 9. And this is now a winnable round. The aggression has slowed down. The round has got to a crawl, but this is a position where they can very much win it. Wounded Sophia could be a problem. A single loose round will be enough, and Bullet looks to be on the prowl upstairs by East. They don't know where he is, and they haven't found a way to contest him. They have lots of drones in pocket as well. Perhaps one of them watching flank will find them. They'll creep around up on catwalk, and he might be able to collect one, and does so. Puts the player in DBNO, confirms with a headshot and one drop deep inside of sight. Ampat's on the bearing 9 up close, and Personal gets one. Needs just one more. The pre-fire seems to be perfect, and good it is so! Finds it, and the aggression might have tapered off, but the bearing 9 gets the job done on the hands of Glass. 1 round clawed back by Supernova.
Didn't really have the right to win that round, but they did. Amps coming in clutch for a side. You thought when they made it a 2v1 that they'd be able to play the trade game, but well played Supernova to bring us back to a 3 versus 2. Frost did try the roam in that one. It wasn't very effective as he was cleared up, and Amps able to clutch up the round from that point. So with that, this is the fun one. Timeout being used, an Antero timeout by Supernova. They know how important this is. They know that they probably need that 3-3-half on a map like Border, because we haven't even spoke about the map picks. Border?
That's true. Border Sky Cafe.
That is the most Brazil lineup I've ever seen in maps. This is going to be a fun one for sure.
Oh, man. Right. If I were to pick a dream map setup to watch, Border, number 1. Border is always absolutely brilliant to watch, especially in this region when teams like to get a little bit in your face and aggressive. Skyscraper quickly becoming one of my favorite maps, and I'm a fan of Cafe. It's not my favorite, but I'm not going to be opposed to it.
Funny, those 3 maps are 3 maps that CAG like to play. Am I spotting?
Listen, sir. So, how do you always manage to encourage more CAG propaganda? Right.
So you've brainwashed me. You've turned me into a sleeper agent.
Listen,
listen.
If you ever see a CAG flag at an event, I had a part to play in that. Say it.
So what you're saying is if you ever get the opportunity to work a major, you're going to bring a CAG flag to the desk.
Well, I never thought of that.
Look, as much as I'd love it, I don't think we'd be allowed to bring it on desk unless they won.
If they CAG have a 100% record of winning when they make the other groups.
Well, 3-2, that timeout has ended. I'm sure that the ex-Supernova talk was right. We've had a pretty okay attacking half so far. That last round, we ran it a little bit close. But let's make this count. Teams usually have a pretty good conversion rate of timeouts to round wins. I think if you go in with a 3-3 half on attack against AT, you're going to be pretty happy with this one as well. So what tools have they brought to do it? Big one that stands out to me, of course, is the Ossa. If you're not going to bring a Monty, an Ossa can be just as effective at just being oppressive and setting down your mark and making it difficult for the defenders to retake parts of the map.
You might be daring to say perhaps even better the fact you have a full primary weapon to work with as well, and also commands a lot of pressure on a map and locks down angles to a different but a very similar degree. Capcan gets a little bit brave, and Bullet will find himself left in deep, confirmed now by Arthur, and knocking on the door of getting access inside of CC, inside of Armory, already is the side of X Supernova. The great position to find themselves in so early. Great drone work trying to establish what other threats are dealing with, but we're seeing that potency of that Ossa at play. Versa will be able to find one of the roofs, and that's going to be a massive problem because you've now lost your Bravo, and you would have relied on that for that extra information, the 2 extra drones, and the ability to pull away key utility from the defensive side.
Yeah, so now Sexy Kick will still fall back just a little bit, knowing the Ossi's in position. Midi tries a long vertical angle, but unable to hit pay dirt with those rounds on that pea shooter that people like to call the MPX. 2 players below, C4 tossed is going to be blown, but he managed to get out of the way. But Sexy Kick will find one before he's traded out. Midi then will bring one back the other way. 3 versus 2. And the round kind of has gone in favor now of AT. They've got themselves in a great position, but look where Arthur has managed to put himself with that shield. He's got himself in a great position now. Emp spots the shin, the Achilles heel of the Valk, but isn't able to hit the shot. So about 50 seconds to go. Arthur got vertical control, so does Emps, but they need to get the site.
They need the next engagement to go their way. There's no other way to put that realistically. You're one player down, you need to find it, and you're not going to be able to chew open that hatch with an AR. It's not going to be a high enough caliber to do so, so you have to find another option, another avenue to get in the site. The way to do this is likely from that main door. The camera's been hacked by Brava, so they have free access, but Burster reads it perfectly, finds the head of Arthur. 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2. The likelihood, though, this arrives is going to be very slim, but I speak too soon. The ace clutch is on the cards. So try and stick with this plan down, and Empat has all the information. He's going to get the flashbang out and no caught out. And he can see it. The way he leans back in that chair, he knows the mistake. Only if he took the gunfight, that round could have been theirs. Narrow margins, and you got to feel for the player in that situation, but the round does go for AT. They lock it out.
Second time today that we've casted a 1v1 where the player got caught tossing utility. There is nothing more depressing as a player trying to press the issue in a 1v1 as stepping in with the flashbang in your hand and just seeing the defender with the gun. And just like that, what could have very well been a 3v3 on the back of an ace clutch becomes a 4-2 split in favor of AT as they now move to attack. Looking at the operator lineup with it, I know that there's still 20 seconds that can change for the attackers, but that's a very aggressive attacking lineup that they've brought.
I think they have a very strong front line. I mean, the Ashe and Yana is always going to be a very potent combination. You're never going to be really too lost with that. You're always going to have a tip of the spear attitude. The Ossa being brought in again is really good to hold these key choke points, but Sexy Kick does decide, let's bring another set of nades. Let's bring 4 frags. Let's be able to have a huge amount of control, or that possibility of sending nades down below, considering the sites upstairs. A very valid decision. I think that might be the game plan coming out now, and I think Bullet's going to get a lovely drone up on the roof here as well. gets so much information from that position, able to relay it to his team, acts as a flank drone later on in the round as well.
Just a shame they don't have a Solace on defense that could have spotted that one out pretty easily, but they still have some pretty good operators to work with. Arthur playing up by the breach on the top floor as he plays inside of lockers, looking out, and will attempt to catch any attackers that try to take that balcony. And Bullet may just be one to step that way. They get a soft ping as well as to where one of the other defenders are. They've got lots of information, but this drone network that they've set up in the prep phase could lead... Oh, I was going to say could lead to some great results. The Sexy Kick gets it at the second attempt.
Better late than ever to crack open that, and that's going to be Duras finding Midi. A great opening engagement. Goes in favor now of the defense. Key for them now is just to hold on and play trades in this position. What looked like to be an aggressive kind of tip of the spear front line, somewhat muted now. 2 grenades taken to the grave as well, and puts close to that flashbang. Will look to play aggressive, tucks in behind the vending machine. Will play this just so patiently, waiting, holding on, trying to delay as much time as possible, and that's the game plan. A huge castle setup, and he'll drop prone with the super shorty. You walk in, your shins might get blown clean off, and that's going to be a huge pick now. The SMG-11 claims one the Bursa. 5 versus 3. It looks like the defense of Supernova have this absolutely on lock, but a couple of picks could turn that very quickly. Bullet gets one. Unfortunately, you lose Nears in the process as well.
1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Bullet misses the opportunity to make it a 2 versus 3, and Amps punishes him straight away with that super shotty, leaving it all down to Sexy Kick. You talked about the 1v3 clutch earlier. Let's see if he can pull this 1v4. Still 58 seconds. Time is not a problem just yet. He has that nade and he pulls the pin on it. Well, pre-toss it towards the door. Oh, and it doesn't matter. He gets himself a headshot onto Amps, putting us in a 3v1. Round becomes just a little bit more winnable. That beeper going off. The vibe alarm will give away his position. He spots another head off in the distance. Will that one be taken off? Still, I like the way that Supernova are playing with, but they've clutched it out. They got their crosses. They're playing off the contact, and they pull their first round of defense in.
Yeah, no need to overextend. That was very well done. All they had to do in that situation is play their trades. Right? Again, you walk into that position. The player who walks into the break room is going to get removed by that super shorty. He didn't know he was prone, so that was guaranteed freebie. A huge engagement here down below. Midi looked to be that problem. He's going to be able to use those nades down below, and they weren't able to get access to that loss so early in that fight. So very, very, very well done. And they keep that momentum, though. 1 round down now on the defense. Just got to feel this is very much doable.
Well, you win this next round, all things are level, and then all of a sudden you move to that, that next round. Now, it is the tertiary site here. And Whip It, when you try to take this part of the map, you really want to keep control of security above as a defender. You got that hatch that drops down below. So the question now becomes, what way do AT approach it? In the past, we used to see very direct text on this site where teams would break open that jail wall and try to force a plant. But with the little tweaks that they made to this map, that push just doesn't quite work the way it used to.
I'm surprised you even remember Old Border, Gibby.
Look, I'm an old man.
You said that with such sincerity.
I've given up, mate. It's so bad that whenever you turn 30 in this world, they're like, you're so old. You're so old.
I can't imagine the crisis you had at your last birthday. Oh God, it's my birthday this month as well.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Happy birthday, Whippet. Can we get some happy birthday Whippets in chat?
It's still like a while away.
Could I have said that with less passion?
Yes, I think you could have, by the way. Exothermic charge goes off, access to jail now granted for the offensive AT. They'll try and direct line this at least best they can. Nears takes a little bit of damage, source unknown. An aggressive peak arriving. Not from Printer, or not from Passport at least. Nothing there so far. Main bridge open. The big thing now is how do they adapt upstairs? They need to get control of CC. That's not going to be an easy thing to necessarily do, and you're wasting a little bit of time beginning to get that control. Bullet will crack the Osa shield and spots that player. But as you place that down, your knee's exposed, and well, also was made a higher armor character. Doesn't matter. MP5 chews through that armor and gets the opening pick. Sexy Kick will trade 1 back and get us back to level 4 versus 4.
Dodes gets that one. He hops in through the breach. He almost gets him another one. He gets him into DBNO as Arthur's going to fall. Slowly starting to take some of the site. Now, the problem is there is still verticality you got to deal with. Takes the shot onto the shin to flush that one out. And now Bersa will go for the execute in the corner. He's got some cover in position. Nears gets one, but Dreas will trade back midi. It's a 2 versus 3 now in a post-plant situation. Flashy jumps out, giving away his position. They know exactly where he's going to push from. The castle barricade, his worst enemy with it. And another enemy is Dreas as he takes down Sexy Kick.
A great read, great shot, great reaction. 2 versus 2. The case that will be the pressure point. Time is not in the favor of the defense. Well, the Oryx will dash across, but someone's waiting in jail. Bursa shuts him down, and this round is all but over. The UMP finds a way to get one. I think I spoke a little bit too soon. He might be able to try and stick this one out. Taps it once, taps it twice. He'll try and hold out the line. Surely not. And no, Nears upstairs has the composure to put that breaching charge down, give him from an angle, deny that counter defuse, and win one more round for AT. They restore their lead of 2 rounds.
I think Oryx would have made that dash work if he had the 1.5 whip it.
Yep, that's what it was. Not the fact there was someone waiting for a deep push inside of jail. No, it was the lack of the 1.5. And you got a fever bullet there in that situation. Tries to get that Osa shield down in the CC door, the break room door, I should say. And you just feel like, you all know what that feels like. You try to put Osa shield down, going, I've got an idea. I'm going to put this down. I'm going to get a long angle, hold across. Oh, my kneecap just been blown off. And now I'm in the observation screen. Oh, a great feeling.
There's a lot of narrowly moments for ex-Supernova in this game, though. You know, you think about that round there where they turned a situation that looked unwinnable into a 1v1 with a little bit of time left to try and make something happen. You think about the round that Amps nearly got the ace clutch on as well. They've been putting up a hell of a fight, and in another world, this game could easily be 5-3 back the other way. So it's a really good matchup that we're seeing so far. Reminder, if you're just joining us, this is the first map of a best of 3. This is AT's pick, so the law, you know, the common sense law would tell you that this is the map that they feel strongest on, and this is the one that they would expect to win.
They're playing it very well. Now, there are these closer rounds where they're coming down to those 5 moments. It's what, like 2 rounds now have come down to the 1v1 situations?
3, I think, because didn't Amps get the round before he lost? Yes, he nearly got that clutch as well.
You're right. So, I mean, these rounds are coming down to narrow margins. The thing that really does separate AT in this one has to be the experience level. They're getting themselves, they're getting the case down consistent, they're getting decent map control. And when things go wrong, and they often do, and have been going wrong in the early stages of this, whether the losing picks or the fights haven't went their way, or it's been a little bit more challenging to get the map control they wanted, they've had the composure to readjust, to change their plan, and think on their feet. And that's a show of a side that has a lot of good experience behind it.
Pulse now off getting information on where the attacks are going to come from. The reinforced wall just allows him to play here a little bit longer, but that reinforcement will be opened by the ace. Now, Amps, if that opened a little bit quicker, he'd be out, but he's going to go out anyway. Pre-fires around, but it's too little too late. But Flastray elsewhere will get a kill on Nears. That was anything but an ace charge that opened up that wall. He was getting that kill.
Yeah, I appreciate it though. I'm out of my own heart. I love running out of breaches at breakneck pace. It's my favorite thing. I will miss the garage breach on consulate so much. So much when that's gone. Bullet though finds the opening, finds a trade back on the Arthur, finds it and claps it down. Minute 30 left in this. The pulse down below could be a huge problem though. And you gotta feel about that. They don't deal with that or don't know it's there, and they still go for that upstairs take. This pulse could be a problem. Don't think that was the intention. No, that was actually Arthur's C4, so he didn't want to hear that beeping off in the distance. To destroy it for the time being, give him a little bit of peace of mind. Vertical will chew open the site now, put some pressure on the Oryx, tries to fight these positions, but doesn't have to worry about that out the hatch. Safe from that for the time being. Just have to worry about the soft floor above him being carved wide open.
Yeah, you got to be careful, and that's exactly what he doesn't do as Midi is able to take him down from above. Still, 3 versus 4, you're on defense, so even though the numbers go against you statistically, you still feel like you got a chance because the attackers are the ones that need to press the issue. All defenders now playing externally off the site because verticality has been garnered by AT, so they don't want to put themselves at risk of getting taken down from above. So what we will see AT do is drone out the site, try to work out where these external players are as they get ready for a last second push.
30 seconds. You try and break the lines in this position. They're not quite close to sight as well, and this could be an absolute bloodbath. Empath in a great position to try and hold it in, lock it down. Do they know about him in blue? 20 seconds, the buck upstairs begin to chew through the floor more often. MPX lurks in bathroom, and every single second that drains away the defense, just waiting to lurk. A flurry of kills traded out either way. Bullet will find a second one, leaving it down to 1 versus 3. 000 is done, and the UMP misses the opening engagement. Surely he'll get caught out and pinched. Yes, he will. Then he gets that confirmation, locks it down. We'll see one more round go in favor of AT. You almost thought there how they were so calm and collected during that final few moments. They didn't get panicky. They didn't get stressed. Fights just didn't go their way. And we have it now on map point for AT.
Will they manage to clutch this one out 7-3, or will we see a bounce back or a attempted recovery now from X Supernova? AT have done everything right so far on this map. They're going through the list of things that you got to do, establishing vertical control, trying to work out where the defenders are, and winning your 1v1 gunfights. So we go back down to the ground floor, and for the second time we're seeing this site again down by Visa Whip. But it's not a site that you and I are used to seeing whenever we come to border, but that's twice now that X Supernova have decided to come here.
I think it's because we spend a lot of our time in the UK EU space watching that. And so when we come to another region, we see a lot of different sites getting picked up. It's often a shock, but clearly with how often we've seen X Supernova go here, and how they have a pretty well thought out plan, and how it's not really acting like too much of a surprise when AT see it, it's at least reasonably common. Teams aren't seeing it as a shock pick too much this time around. Map point though, on border sits at AT, and they've looked in dominant control so far. Really not being pushed and tested too much, but a lot of people would have expected that coming in this one. Experience tends to trump all others.
And it's their map. You can't forget that fact as well.
Okay, yeah. Nice little quote. You could have played off. Oh, no.
Nah. I'm gonna back you on it. I'm gonna back you on it. Mitty gets himself outside that bathroom window as they begin just putting pressure on multiple different entryways. So you get the bathroom window open down below. That'll distract one of the defenders to the push coming from that direction. You work on getting vertical control here as well. That's going to maybe take the attention of a couple of other defenders. But you got to make that count now. Whenever you get them a little bit isolated, or whenever you get them thinking about other things, you get a kill. Now, Dreas is holding what can only be described as a disgusting angle as he looks off in the distance.
Those as rat angles, Gibson.
This is true. This is true.
Will find Empat's head from a mile away. He needs that 1.5, locks it down, and another player caught with a flashbang in their hand gets slain. Oh, the humanity.
To be fair, though, they were trying to get the kill the other way, so I've no sympathy for them, as Dreas is able to pick one up. Now the Brava will go to work, stealing away all those default cams. Again, for anyone who's maybe new to comp or was wondering how Brava was going to be used, drops that nade in. Right, that doesn't get a pick. I'm surprised that
he dashed away.
He
dashed.
Mm-hmm.
The Nate, he goes, oh, Nate.
Get out of here. Oh, no, he's in the little Shire block. That's why.
I'm going to believe my narrative over yours, Gibson, even if mine is incorrect.
But either way, Brava is an intel operator at heart, gets those default cams. Oryx manages to step away, gets into the gunfight now, and because he doesn't have the 1.5, Mitty's able to get the kill. Flastry is going to get taken down by Sexy Cake up above the hatch, and Arthur now goes hunting 4 versus 2 match point. Dodez gives himself a chance, and Arthur picks the shotgun out once more. They're all playing just a little bit back to back now, trying to hold this one down. 35 seconds to go, but they're giving themselves a chance with a 2v2.
A shotgun against the player in DBNO. Mitty won't be confirmed just yet.
He's going to get up.
Oh, he is. This is huge, and they might be able to try and cut him off as well upstairs. The smoke will lock up his angle. 20 seconds. A shotgun up close to small box might get read into the wall. Arthur goes down. Huge read and confirmation on that one. The case should go down. The Solace has no information, but has an SMG-11. Gets 1, gets 2. Surely not an ace clutch this time around. And he gets it! Shotgun pulls out and finds an ace. Keeps his team alive.
He literally just went, right, empts, this is how it's done. This is how you ace clutch. Whips out the shotgun, gets the kill. And X Supernova live to fight another day. Now that's the round right there where if this one goes to overtime, you say that was a brilliant play and that was the game changer right there. Because AT did absolutely everything right. They got the kill with Solace, the SMG-11, and the shotgun combo coming in clutch.
What the SMG-11? The hands of an operator with also wields a shotgun, and special things just happen. Ace clutch. The one to remember as well, keeps his team alive in the opening map of this series. As you said, that could be the tide turner. All it takes for some teams is a big round to go their favor. If you have a huge clutch like that one player gets an ace, saves your team from the map going the other way, that could be absolutely huge. You gotta feel teams tend to come from this region. Can they muster that? Can they build up upon that and launch a counter-offensive and break down this lead held by AT?
I think AT definitely need to win this round and get out of this map, because the more you give X Supernova the sniff of an opportunity, the more that I think, as you said, the passion and the way that Brazilian teams play will begin to go into their favor. Nears plays the really long angle over by Spawn, trying to get the kill on a player inside security. We see it's work sometimes, and it can be pretty effective, but this time nothing in place. Dokupe is going to get used, and Whippet, one of the things that we love about this operator is how much that global ability now affects just dead teammates as well. So if you haven't played for a while or not been here for a while, if you're dead, in the past you sat on a cam, now Dokupe calls and you're locked out for 10 seconds. Bersa's locked out for at least 2 minutes, though, as he will be sent into the next round.
That's the last thing that AT would have wanted, to move into a round after losing an ace clutch situation and to lose the opening pick. You've lost your ace, it wasn't traded, your only primer, your only hard bridge at all, now gone. And realistically, like, other than the nades, you only have one of those left. The only range destruction you have other than the Gone 6 and Hands of Buck. Huge problems in the C4 detonates down below to find no target, find no success. Shield at 90 could be a problem as this continues to play out. Mini gets that trade back, finds Arthur, and that's what they need. They need to get back to level. For the side of X Supernova, just got to feel one more pick, one more untraded encounter. That could be huge for them. They might be able to claw this round out.
So Sexy Kick stepping in towards office now as well. Still standing outside of security as they look to find something going. The player now pushing through the balcony now gives them a little bit more control inside of Break. But you see that silhouette off in the distance, still looking to lock down that hatch. Buck will create a rotate at the second attempt that allows him to move freely in towards 90 now as well. Dodez gets the kill on the midi though, as they tried to put some pressure in towards site. SN Supernova are now in a very good situation inside of this round when you look at where those defenders are placed.
50 seconds, Gibby. This is a very critical moment. The next encounter could be critical. Nearest finds one of the Drees. This could be huge. That could be the opening that they needed. They'll chew through the floor, give themselves an angle. The case is cold, however. A long trek to try and recover it, get it picked back up. They'll do so now. Every second burns away. Could be a frustrating one. And we'll see one more member of AT fall. The FMJ held by the smoke of all things. Chewing through that angle more, but with every second burns away. Surely there's not much they can do at this point. AT, they might see their lead reduced to 1 in this position. Can't X Supernova hold the line? You don't want to concede a freebie. Buck nearly finds a pick through the floor, but has to drop and has to get forced to vault on in. A triple now for the smoke and lock it down with a quad. Blastry finds it, and it is going to be round 12. Overtime or bust for X Supernova.
I don't want to say it, but you know, since we lost Oryx and we lost Capcan in the 1.5, what does the FMJ have?
That's a 1.5, you could say.
Yeah.
No, don't listen, Gibby. As a proud smoke enjoyer, don't tell the 1.5 crutches that have lost Oryx that there's another one available, please. Don't
Look,
let them.
We've all been in the scenario.
They don't know. They only know Oryx. They only know Oryx. They only know Warden. They only know new Alibi. Don't do it.
I'm swinging it the other way. Look, Siege is a team game. It's a team game. If you take Mute or Smoke, your team is going to assume that you're making the rotates and that you have the shotgun. So take the shotgun, folks. Unless you're a pro Brazilian player and you're able to win a round by yourself like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Timeout was called to try and get a reset. This is it. Round 12. Shoot out for a single round. If this goes to the offense, order is done. Locked in. Done. In history. If this goes away to defense, overtime is a calling. And a huge result for that tier 2 side again. X Supernova a huge boon for them. And look at the names they're dealing with. Dealing with legends at the scene. And if they can get this done, get themselves to overtime, how big would that be for them as a team? Put on a great show so far. Can they get it done?
Again, though, Ace Clutch seems to have changed the momentum and swung it massively in the favor of SN. As we said earlier, this game could easily be the other way because Emps had that opportunity a little bit earlier in the game to win that 1v1. I think Flastry was the one on that round on attack as well who got himself into a 1v1 but was unable to win the gunfight on the vertical. So this is it. Match point. It is overtime or bust, as you said, for SN on map number 1. Looking at the attacking lineup that's been locked in, it's very similar to the one we saw earlier, where they did get success. The only difference being Sledge is being taken instead of Ash this time.
Not going to complain. 4 nades, huge to clear utility. Flores brought out as well. Terror drone's very good at that safety net. You have distance, you can be able to get that from a safe position, never really compromised. Good drone network as well, lurking in that briefcase. No one finds it, at least the Frost didn't for the time being. Just waiting. Just holding on. Using every single drop of information that they have, and the super shorty in the hands of Castle was a problem last time around inside a break room. Yosa Shield will like to chew through that soft wall and give themselves a position of power, and watches his run out as well with it. So begin to work through and clear what they can. I think he spots an elbow. He might be able to pop up and find a head, and does so no! Fractions off finding it.
Dare I say, if he was using the other primary for us, the extra damage probably would have taken down Emps, as the PDW just doesn't hit quite as hard. Sexy Keck now going to work on the window. Dodez will take down Nears, and just like that, the opportunity for overtime.
Oh my God.
Dodez gets himself a triple now, as it's a 5 versus 2, 1:39 to go, and AT look like they are out of options, out of ideas, and thankfully for them, not out of hope, because they could still win this in overtime. But Dodez went hard there.
No, not only that, they're not out of time. This isn't a sunken ship situation. It's not abandoned ship. They can still find it, but they have to be very reliant on someone on the side of X Supernova exposing themselves a fraction too long and not getting themselves traded. I don't think this team will let that simple mistake grow. I say that. First it gets one. The hero of the round so far shut down. The nade below won't arrive. No one even close to it. The AK-12 fires up and finds a second one. Surely not. This round might just begin to slip away. A single fight now can turn the tide. And the AK-12 find a third and open this round wide open. The player so tantalizing close, lurking on that shield, but his cover will be made mute. Drops the hatch, and that wasn't on purpose.
Oh no, but thankfully Midi is in a good position now to get that kill. So the shield is no longer in place. Burst is going to go on the rotate now up metal stairs, but in a 3v2, this next gunfight's really important. The nade's going to be tossed. There is no utility to stop it. The head spotted. Midi makes it a 2v2. He gets another one. Midi makes it a 2v1 now, and it's all down to Arthur on match point. Hidden over by Africa, looking in towards small office. But AT step on and gets the gunfire off, does a lot of damage, but Bersa is going to stick the plant. Arthur, can you step up with the SMG-12? No, you can't. Midi is in position. AT win map 1. They did it the hard way, but I tell you this, they breathe a sigh of relief because all the momentum was in the favor of SN.
They needed that to end right there, right now. A 5v3, huge clutch situation for them. Absolutely superbly done, and you can just tell they didn't even flinch when that flurry of kills went the wrong way. Get the job done, lock it in, and they finish out quarter 7-5. That means Skyscraper could be the last map of this series, but X Supernova played fantastically to get to that point, and as you said, that ace clutch turned the tide.
Got real D+ vibes though. You know, drawing into the well of one player coming up with big clutches at big times. And the question is, how many times can you draw that well? But while we ponder that question, Whip and I will say goodbye for just a few moments. When we come back, we'll have map 2. See you in a few.
Well, the law of first impressions is anything to go for. So far, AT&T are definitely making the best impression possible. No, not the phone company. We're specifically talking about ATT, Actualizado team. The guys who have been around this league for longer than most of us have been following this game have so far put up a pretty darn good performance in a match like this that definitely matters more than anything they've played so far, Connor.
Yeah, sure. You can say, oh, they let the 7-5. It's a close game. This was their map choice, and that is very true. However, overall, in comparison to what we saw out of X Supernovas, Actualizados actually looked like a team. They played a lot more synergized. They look like a more cohesive roster. Meanwhile, X Supernovas was relying on a lot of hero plays, Jacob.
For the most part, yeah. But for the rounds that they won, it's not to say that every single one was a hero play. I think there were guys that did still show their own individual skill relatively well. We asked how Dodez would do, because we haven't really seen him play that many games since he was a trial player for MIBR. If this is what his new venture is, I'd definitely say so far it's looking pretty darn nice. I do love that ATT managed to win 4 rounds on the defensive border, which doesn't usually happen very often, but it does showcase that their own map selection was one that they were confident enough in to have a really strong first half. And Connor, yet again, the law of winning the first half simply reigns supreme in like a bracket and a region like this.
Yeah, especially when it's on your own map choice, so you're going up against the preferred side of your opponent, you're stepping away with a 4-2 split. That's really good. All they had to do was just kind of bring what they expected to get, another 3-3 split, to the table, and they were able to just finish it straight out. And sure, on the side of X Supernovas, there was one round on their armory hold where they had the cool castle extension that I was actually in awe of. It was a beautiful strat, really intricate and fun, and worked absolutely wonderfully. However, they brought it back once again, and when you have players like Midi as well as Sexy Cake to just sit there and pick it apart, all of a sudden things worked out in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and that's something I specifically want to talk to casters about real quick. Hello, Gibson. Hello, Whippet. I'm sure you both are tired, but thank you very much for bearing with us and for what you've contributed so far to this bracket. Gibson, I'll start with you. Anything about the way that X Supernova played that previous map that you think is a redemptive enough quality that they could go to Skyscraper and really start making some noise? Whether it's any more of that same kind of ingenious level defensive strat that Connor just mentioned, or what specifically did you see from that team that you think is going to be a good carryover for map 2?
One of the hardest things to do, I think, in games is to win clutch scenarios and do hero plays. I think it's something that you don't want to rely on. If you're doing hero plays, it means everything else has gone wrong. But the fact that they can do it, it's in their armory, it gives them some hope even whenever a situation looks lost.
Yeah, Whippet, what are you thinking?
Yeah, someone to echo that one. They never gave up. They were always able to keep fighting back. And there's a lot of rounds that came down the narrow margins. That Vents take, for example, where he peeks at a flashbang in his hand when he should have took a gunfight. That could have changed this. That could have been the round that it kicked things off in overtime. So it's a very narrow margin to separate these two sides. Just look at that last round, for example, came down to a very technical clutch from the side of AT. So this could go either way, but I think Skyscraper does lean for AT's favor just a little bit.
If only because they've got more experience, though, right? Because there were several opportunities that felt like X Supernova had to capitalize on times where it was ATT, in fact, winning a couple of those solo hero moments, where if they don't win that, then suddenly we probably end up looking at an overtime game, right? Gibson, map 2 can be just as close, if not closer.
I think it will be closer. It's going to be the map pick of Supernova. Now, closer does mean overtime. That's as simple as that. It means that we would go all the way. But as we saw in that last one, Jacob, even the round that they won to, technically, was it a 5v2? 4v2? So it was, as you said, a hero play of their own. All in all, Skyscraper's a map that I think will play similar to Border with the way these teams play. If you like action and you like old school Brazilian Siege, I think this is the match for you.
Which is really funny, Connor, considering this map wasn't really in the pool at a time where we had old school Brazilian Siege. Yet I think we're seeing a pretty good example of it for this series right now.
Yeah, it's almost going to be expected and a near constant for Brazilian-style Siege of full court press. There is going to be bodies on doorways for the defensive side, making sure that you cannot get inside of the map of Skyscraper. And sure, even the power positions, they can be difficult to hold, and we might see some aggression going out of those areas like Drum, like Office, especially on top floor holds that you really need to just get active. because if the attackers get any sort of map control, all of a sudden it can steamroll domino effect really quickly.
Well, even though that last map was close, we're definitely hoping for a map 3 to see how this bad boy war to conclude. If ATT win, then they go to the semifinals against Los 1 tomorrow, and if they lose, then we still need one more map to wrap this bad boy all up. Gibson and Whippet with the call on Skyscraper.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and I'm ready to crack into this one. Skyscraper quickly climbing to be one of my favorite maps in the current competitive pool. Gibby, we've all went with AT for our predictions. Are you sticking with it?
I think so. Look, you know me. I never change my prediction.
But you know me. Second map, whether it was win or lose for our pick, I'm always going to give you an out. You know,
Yeah, because you want to see if my resilience has gotten weaker. You want to see if I'm a man of my morals.
Listen, slowly but surely, I will break you down that you will swap a prediction at one point. And if you ever pick against Kag, I will pester you every round. But Ying and Monty will be the first two banned away. Again, you take away that Ying, you take away that huge level of that catalyst for the offensive side of Monty. A free real estate gatherer, essentially, and the first defensive ban will be that mirror. Doesn't really surprise me. We've seen how effective those mirror windows can be on sites like Office, for example, on this site. So banning her in this stage is much easier than dealing with them in the game. And it's going to be a Valkyrie ban, Gibby, but take us through the last one.
Yeah, so they're going to make us wait. I agree with you. It's going to be a Valk or an Azami. I'll throw that Azami one in there. They take their time. They think about it. They keep us waiting at home, and it's Azami. So buttons up shirt. Got that right.
Why do I even try and act smart and smug when it comes to these operator bans? I always say it's gonna be Valkyrie. Whenever I hand it off to you, you go, oh, it'll be Azami as well. It is a coin toss between the two, but you winning hurts me.
Mm-hmm. That's why you tried to get me to change my pick, because you wanted one of us to be right and one of us to be wrong. But I think we've both put our flag onto AT for this one. But of course, it's not quite that simple, because they won their map 7-5, which tells the viewer at home that it became very close to an OT game. That would make you think that SN expect to be a little bit better this time around on their map choice. So can they force overtime or even a third map against these big names inside of Siege? And I want to take a second to appreciate MIDI as well. You know, a lot of people say there's a reason why players play and coaches coach, but MIDI put in a really good performance, and he was vital to that big clutch in the end of that last map too, Whippet.
Collected the last two pieces of that puzzle for that huge clutch again, and that's the round I really want to highlight just a little bit. You lose 3 players back to back to back, uncontested, in a very difficult area for a player to do that with an SMG-11. And they still claw it back. Bit by bit, they fought for it. They didn't panic, they didn't overextend, they stayed very relaxed in that situation, and we'll talk about it, and we'll say it more, we'll repeat it time and time again. The experience factor is a huge degree. The players on this team have been there, done that, won Pro League titles, won major championships. MIDI was part of a team that won the Invitational. They're not going to get bothered by these things. They're going to keep themselves relaxed, and that was a key factor in how they won so many difficult rounds, and that last one in particular.
They did a really good job, but let's not take anything away from how good Supernova played as well. You speak about the experience on the side of AT. A lot of the clutches, we saw the player in the 1vx scenarios, whether it was Dodez, whether it was anyone else in the roster, their movement was very good. They moved like experienced players, because at the end of the day, it's not just a street team. You know, ex-Supernova, they used to be our...
I want to... what did you... Wait, a street team? What?
You know what I mean? They're a tier 2 team. They've played at that level. They've made it here into these quals. It's not as if it's a team that just randomly assembled themselves and qualified for here through the opens. They're an experienced team as well, and they're going to have fans, and these are good. Like, Dodez had a trial with MIBR, and based on what I've seen today, he looks like he was very unlucky not to get picked up.
He's been fantastic so far. He's been brilliant. I mean, so basically, if you got to look at this from an aspect of this is a great advertisement for these players inside tier 2. Like, look how good they are. They're able to stack up into it. And considering all of this, we can get straight back in the action. So we can bench all of our waffle conversation, because we're better at talking about the game than miscellaneous.
Well, the viewers would prefer us to talk about the game. You know.
That is true.
we hold the power to start games. We probably should talk about them from time to time too.
So that coveted like start cast or start game button, by the way, it's so much power. It really is. I had a tech pause button, which is why we just went to black and white screen for a second there.
What people don't realize, what they don't realize is it's actually 2 remote keys to start the game. We both have to put the keys in at the same time and turn it.
We have to put the keys in at the same time, type in the exact same code at the exact same time, and then turn it at the exact same time, and then the game starts. And, you know, me and you are, let's say, not the most coordinated of duos there are.
It's because we're Irish, okay? It's because we're Irish. There's nothing else to that. TV show once said that if alcohol wasn't invented in Ireland, we would have been the first to reach the moon.
No.
I agree. I agree with you on that one. I tried to say something intelligent. It didn't quite work. So let's talk about the game of Siege, because we actually sometimes know what we're talking about here. So looking at the way this attack is going, 3 players are going to stack up on the bulk. They vault on in. The Iana clone won't make any noise through the barbed wire, and they'll be able to spot this extended setup where they're trying to hold the map in a very linear fashion. So you want to clear these 2 players. Near's holding that angle, just peeking ever so quickly with it. Doesn't want to give away anything away for free, but Mini's position's now a tough one.
A lot of open angles as well. He's going to be very difficult. He's going to have to fight for his life tooth and nail in his position. Likely a nade should arrive to clear him out, but nothing yet at least. And will Mini look to get aggressive? He'll push forward, he'll be able to get 1. The Flores on his feet, won't be able to find him. He'll look for a second, but it can't connect. He'll dart himself back behind cover. In that flurry of action, Sexy Kick was able to get 1 with that DMR. Mini can't find a second one and lock it down, but the advantage still sits to the defense of AT&T. And they keep it holding just a little bit longer, minute 30, and they might begin to consider falling back from office. The cutoff's been held inside of Terrace as well. Here's in a great position, though, that shield inside a drum might be able to hold the line.
Yeah, AT were very good on defense, and they're starting this one off in a very similar fashion. Nears will play inside a drum, daring the player to just push through that laser gate. You're going to need to use some utility to clear that away from position. Dre's thought about putting down the Flores, but heard something just in the distance. Maybe it was the fact that Arthur stepped in that goo mine and he was like, no, I'm going to provide some cover, use a stun to clear the laser gate, but time is beginning to just tick away ever so slightly, and Near still holds this powerful position.
That shield is going to be such a problem. Forrest Young will clear it away and force the commitment, force him to move, and no one should act on that cutoff. Those who drops down Toaster able to get that control or recover that position. Dragon now concedes that entire portion of the map is now in favor of X Supernova, but with 30 seconds and only 3 bodies to work the problem, this could be a problem. Sexy Cake has so many angles to work with as well. Deep inside of T-Room will likely pop up and cause some chaos. The Goo Mine, the ankle of a player will slow down and choke out every second possible. The next few moments are critical. The smoke canister will make it even harder. Time will be the nemesis of this one. As Sexy Cake pops up, finds 1. Can't get the confirmation on damage, but 1 player crouches deep around. Gets swarmed, the flashbang won't blind him. His teammates left in DBNO with 7 seconds left in the smoke disperses. Flasty will likely just walk into his own demise. 2 seconds, gets himself traded. And AT get themselves a very first round.
On defense, on Sky again, maybe it's not as done much as a done deal as other places would be, but what I will say, again, is on defense, AT just look really structured. They played for the linear extension, and they didn't panic whenever things didn't go their way. You look at the fact that Jaeger's position over on the other side, the soft wall got opened, you were playing the head holes, he had players coming at him from multiple angles, but he didn't panic. He just kept doing his job. It was like, right, probably going to die at some point in this round. Let's just see how much of a nuisance I can make myself until that point. Every single player had a job to do. Every single player did it. And if you do that, believe it or not, Whippet, you'll probably win a round.
Yeah, so Gibson, the deduction I'm going to make from that one is, pretty basically, in a team game, such as Rainbow Six is, if you do the job assigned to you by your team, there's a high chance that you win.
Yeah, a high chance, because there is always the X factor of a player just going nuclear.
Yes, hence why I didn't say it was a guaranteed chance.
And guess what? Emps and Dodes have shown the ability to go nuclear.
That is true. I mean, the thing is, right, we look at the capability in terms of mechanics that we see the X Supernova have. They are clearly very, 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 at that, like, recurring a couple of times, talented at winning their ones. We saw that at length on Border. When you're on a map like this, this gets way more technical compared to what Border is. There's a lot more things you have to clear. We already seen the defensive structure, the strategy brought out in that last round. Way more angles to contest with, way more problems to solve. That might be where this team begins to feel a little bit of pressure. Might be mechanically sound, but will they be able to solve those problems?
Look, as a wise man once said, just toss a hammer at it. If you can't solve it technically, just use a hammer. Look, you know what I'm talking about. The good old days of Top Gear and the like.
Yes, I know what you're referring to. But that's like, listen, real way to solve problems. Got a soldering iron, some flux. You'll figure anything out.
You're speaking from the worst thing is you're actually speaking from experience here. And Dodez held the vertical angle for just a moment. Nothing there to be found. Repositions up again as he looks over towards that bar window. Gets rid of the default cam as well. And as he gets rid of that cam, Nears will get rid of Empt from the lobby up on that top floor as he peeked through bar. And this is why, Whip It, you should ban Valk more often than not.
Yes, I mean, what? Ban Valkyrie? Valkyrie powerful? What, Gibby? Hot take from Gibby? Oh my.
It's bold tech as Dodez pops in with the Iana. Position will be given away, but it's just a clone, so you want to get rid of that as soon as possible. Flastry holds the long angle below. Ace will open up the wall with the Selma charge. So they're slowly but surely making their way in, but Sexy Kick will get himself one, but he gets a second one on the Dodez. Still playing behind the Dragon, and a third. He takes down Arthur, and well, it's all down to Flastry now. Manages to find himself one for the money, but can he get two for the show, Whip It?
Oh, this will be a difficult one again. Left in a situation where he has to find an ace to be able to clutch this one out, and with so many angles to deal with, he has so much of the map to traverse as well. Gets peeked out from the player behind the bar. No one takes him out, and well, listen, the Eagle's in hand. I think this is going to be okay. Well, Nears tried to get flashy with it, so he gets two for the show. What's the next in the rhyme? I don't know. Oh, you're not going to help me out there, Gibby. Okay,
nope.
I see how it is.
Nope.
Okay, you're gonna leave me out the dry. Right, okay. 20 seconds remain in the round. Can we see some level of heroics this time? Has to check every single angle. Will look deep in the corner. Swing from Sexy Cake will lead to his demise. It's 3k to try and claw that one back, but Midi pops up from VIP and gets the job done. Locks it in with the P10 Roni. Gets another round for 80.
Again,
shame on you, Gibbs. Shame on you. Leaving me, sell me down the river.
Look, sometimes it has to be done, but I will say this one again, though, it's a very good example of the structure that AT have. You know, there's a reason why Midi is a SI winning coach at the end of the day, and you can see the influence that he's having on the team. They don't seem to be flustered or bothered by anything. You know, Sexy Kick in that position and Dragon, he did not panic at all. He got himself a huge triple as he fought his way up towards Shrine. But again, it's good decision making. They're not hanging each other out to dry like I just did to you a few minutes ago. They're backing each other to do a pretty good job in their gunfights. And if you're SN, again, it's only 2 rounds down. This is, of course, your map pick. You win this next round and you start to think, well, there's not much going wrong just yet, is there?
For the side, right, on a map like this, the issue with Skyscraper for a team like what Supernova want to do is a lack of cutoffs, right? You cannot put pressure on the map control and have it a cutoff. If you gain control, let's say you get a little bit of map control, you force them to fall back, it's a map that's very difficult to have a cutoff point. There's not really external angles to look in. It's a very difficult thing to do. Terrace is the biggest cutoff that you have, and even then Shrine and Dragon are still routes of access and routes of retreat a team can use. And that's been a problem. There's no real picks that happen off that map control getting gathered. And that's what we saw very effectively done from the offensive side of X Supernova. They were able to play in that situation and really work off what the map gave them. This time, it's a little bit more difficult on the technical challenge, technical setups that they're being faced with, or slowing them down and making these rounds really grind to a halt. That's been a problem for them.
Yeah, so Bersus just playing inside restaurant now. He does have the frost mat on the window behind him, but he's playing a dangerous game with his back to a window when there is a player just not so far away, because at some point IQ will probably shoot that window open and maybe they could catch some strays. So Bullet rotates his way back up the side. Bersa jumps out that window, maybe trying to catch a stray of his own. Nothing to be found at this moment just yet, but with SN, I'm looking to see where they're going to find that first bit of positivity, but it's very slow. They're playing into AT's hand as they go again for that full clear from the opposite side of the map.
Long time left in this round. Drum will be a vocal point now. Hammer breaches open that door. The terrorist, the swing wide. Sexy Kick looks to find some damage. Thorn's SMG does pack a little bit of a punch as well. He'll fall back and retreat in position. Over the line, a deep angle held as well. Looks to make it and recess even further. A nasty angle deep through multiple angles. Nears tries to find an engagement all the way by Drum, but extends too far and wanders his head in the spray of Flastry. Minute to work with. Opening pick goes in favor of X Supernova. No trade yet from AT, and this could be a huge position. If they can pounce on this, capitalize upon it, but Midi will be able to find that trade on the Arthur just as they crack open that Geisha angle.
55 seconds left now, 4v4. Thorn is out of the round, but the gadget is still there. The utility can still have an impact, as can the cap can. So Dorez now, they're looking to wrangle control of Geisha away. Midi just battling for his life in the corner, does a little bit of damage onto Emps, but he is going to get taken down by Dorez on the window, which gives them control now of the vertical angles of this map. You've got the hatch, you've got the case in the hands of Dorez, you've got the numbers, but do you have what it takes to make it stick? Because Whippet Thorn is just pretty close by on Karaoke. This gunfight here, though, I think Whippet could have a big say. Drea swings around the corner, and he wins it.
Goonmine nearly works to almost kind of turn that fight upside down, but Sexy Cake gets an absolute freebie upstairs in Geisha. We'll need to find a second one. It'll be a reactionary shot. Twists and turns and darts and dives. The plant will go down. He has complete information, but will try and send the stairs. He might get caught in the cross. Burster takes an absolute beating. Sexy Cake up close and personal gets denied. And the very first round is found by X Supernova. They have a tertiary site to do so, but a very well coordinated execution to make it work. And surprise Sexy Cake arriving instead of stop.
Really good patience to sit there as long as possible up on the top floor, but he was eliminated from the map as SN finally managed to pull a round in their favor after what was 2 dominant rounds from AT. But again, they're playing it really slow. They're clearing the map section by section. In theory, it works into the favor of AT, but you feel like the big domino that fell in that round was when Midi got removed out of Geisha. He held the line for as long as he could. But don't matter how good you are, a 1v3 whenever a team pushes from two sides at the exact same time, you're going to get removed. And Sexy Kick maybe could have helped them more at that point, but again, he tried to be sneaky, he tried to be crafty and clever, but no, SN were able to clutch that round out.
Very well thought out from them. Gonna feel though in that situation, that kind of that panicky moment, the case is going down. Sexy Cake could have took the time to win that fight up in Geisha. Might not have been enough to sway that round in their favor, but perhaps even denies that case going down. Skyscraper has proved to be a, you know what, pretty similar affair so far. AT came out strong, and we see so far that X Supernova are very much still in the fight, not giving up. It is going to be a harder one. I don't think Border opens up the way it did in the later stages, the later rounds in this one. This defense half is going to be a brutal one, that I think, from the side of the offense.
And Skyscraper's a fun map to watch as well. It's a map that I love the way these teams play with. Do you always like to throw out the trivia that you casted the first ever competitive match on the new Chalet?
No, okay, it was Chalet.
Yeah.
Chalet.
I casted the first ever competitive map on Theme in a tier 3 game. So it was fun back in the day.
Excuse me? When was that?
It was whenever within days of it being released into the pool. Back last year.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. Oh my goodness.
And it's been a fun map to watch ever since, though. Like
that was so long ago. I'm just trying to I remember that getting put into it, and I remember actually I had I think a day later or two I had the same thing. And I was like, I don't know what these call outs are. I know Geisha, I know Tea Room, I know Karaoke, I know Black Stairs, I know Main Stairs. Oh, I don't know the rest of it.
But this is the thing, with new maps being added to the pool, reworks being done, it gives the opportunity for players to make an impact on these maps too. You think about some of the biggest moments in Siege history and players having calls ingrained in their name. You know, you talk about places like Shaiko, like Adam, you like to call, obviously on Border, by Africa. What?
That's a stack exclusive call out, Gibby. That's a stack exclusive call out. You're not leaking that one.
We won't give it away, but you know what I mean? It's an opportunity for these players to make something happen on a map like Theme. Now, what I will say about this game so far is AT are actually trying to set the pace on the fence, and by doing that, they're doing it really slowly. That round there now was the first time that we saw any attempt at a fluctuation of pace by the side of SN, and I always like to say with it that as the attacking side, it's your job to set the pace. Don't let the defenders be the ones that dictate how the game is played.
I agree. I mean, again, you have to set that tempo. You can't linger, because if you, I mean, at the very core basic of it, if you sit and spawn, guess what? You'll lose on time. So you need to press the advantage or take gunfights and take that map control. You need to be able to set the tempo. But I'm going to change pace a little bit here, Gibby. What do you reckon? I see you do slander me about the 1v1 we had all those moons ago. Not cool. Not cool.
You proned outside the window, mate. You proned outside the window. 10 seconds left, and you giggled while you did it.
Yeah, but you didn't know where. Listen, I won it. It was fair and square. However, my actual question would be, right? You know, we like Skyscraper. What would you say right now is your favorite map in the pool? Go ahead, out yourself. What is it?
I love casting Chalet.
Oh, of course you're gonna say the same as me. Of course you are. Okay.
Well, we are a duo. You bet. You know what? You were sitting there going, I know for a fact he's not going to say Oregon or Club. You know, they're great maps. They're very good maps.
My coldest take, like, honestly, I'm so boring when it comes to Siege, right? If I could pick maps to queue exclusively with the stack, it would be Clubhouse, Oregon, and a little bit of Cafe. We'd occasionally throw a Cafe in for a little bit of spice. Yep. That would be my ideal weekend. If I had a Friday to Sunday slot where I could just play ranked and I could play the only maps I wanted, I could pick every map. It would just be those three.
And I can see why. You know, as far as playing, they're the funnest maps to play, because even in a random stack, people know what to do.
I mean, to say they're fun, Gibson, is perhaps an overstatement sometimes. When you know Oregon inside out, and you don't even need to communicate to get a full execute going. You know, you've played a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
I love Oregon. I absolutely love it.
You know what I love too? Having a game to cast and not being in a technical pause. So round 4 back underway. Karaoke Tea Room will be the site. So back to where we started. Last time we saw the extended hold off towards the other side of the map, which worked really successfully for the side of AT. And one of the big things that worked for them was Sexy Kick on site with the DMR with Aruni. Will Lightning strike twice? Or did SN see enough in the first round that they can counter it, fix it, and turn the round in their favor?
I kind of just wanted to not reply to you there. A little bit. I don't know why.
You were drinking, weren't you? I handed off when you were drinking.
No. My wonderful non-branded iced tea was unopened. That one. It's an unironically unbranded bottle of iced tea I just have lurking in my room.
It's the only thing that, you know, one of the things that people don't get is when you're casting in a studio for, or, you know, you're sitting beside each other, it's so easy to read body language. Every once in a while when you're casting and that happens every caster, you'll throw when your co-caster is having a drink or doing something, and it's like, whoops.
Oh man, the best bit about it is getting to beat you up when we were in Paris. Just getting to beat you up every time a play was happening. or moving the casting desk in the studio off its queue in the middle of a game.
Right, we don't talk about the fact that you literally moved the set on a broadcast. So
they let me into the Paris studio for like a month and I ruined it.
So anyway, speaking about moving the set, let's move back to the game and look at the way that these SN players or ex-SN players are trying to move around the defenders into positions where they can take advantage. Dorez is going to use the clone to clear out all of Kitchen pretty quickly. Look the amount of intel he's gotten for free off of this clone.
How much info has he got for free, Gibby, off that clone?
He's cleared all the map over towards reception. There's no defenders in sight whatsoever. He spotted where those defenders are, and I don't think that they know that they've been detected. Now there's the first gunfight. Dodes gets one, and it's backed up straight away with Empt pulling one onto Burst as well. Good start to this round by XSN. Sexy Kick trying to battle, but look at the tempo being turned up by SN. They're doing exactly what we asked them to do, but Sexy Kick slows down the push just a little bit.
The angles that this DMR has to work with are absurd, right? You have so much coverage, and that DMR does not miss. A single round from that one's enough to make you reconsider your decision to peak that position. Minute 20. Can they hold on? It's going to be a difficult one, but they have all that freedom to walk in the shrine. Speak a little bit too soon, but he's going to take an absolute beating. That's on a single point of HP. Can he try and swing and try and find one for his life? At least guarantee he gets traded. They'll try and pre-fire best he can on Karaoke window will be a problem. Here the Osa, no shield deployed, but that vertical deployable shield will work both ways. Under a minute to work with, and you can just feel the chaos in this round.
Yeah, Nears gets his one. He gets his second now as well, making it a 3v2 as the push stalls over by the balcony door. Sexy Kick with the DMR, just 1 HP. Same situation for Middy, so both of them are in precarious scenario, but they gotta keep the confidence on their side. 3v2. Dreas attempting to find someone through a soft wall, but he's taken down, and the Frostmat is gonna have an impact, because with it, whenever you're a little bit he knew it was there. He just missed.
Whenever you see a Frost on the drone face, there's a little thing that you should always do with your stack. And Gibby, say it with me.
They have a frost. There we go.
Close.
Better timing.
We're not quite. It's not quite there yet, but we're almost getting back to that level of synergy that we love to see. Timeout has been called by SN, trying to recover themselves a little bit. 3-1 the scoreline, and I like this. A team using a timeout earlier in a series, earlier in a map, means that they can amend these changes sooner rather than later. And while some of those issues are of course, offense-centric, they might span across the entire way the team is playing in terms of coordination, synergy, having someone ahead of your entries, or playing for that trade. So a good call to mix it up and call it now, get those problems solved sooner rather than later.
Now, but this is, of course, an Antero timeout, but you're speaking about the fact that it is an early timeout. What is it you like to call? And we both actually like to call these early timeouts because it comes from this region.
Well, of course, we love the call. An early timeout, a Twister timeout, because since he joins Team Secret, he was able to get that. Basically, if Secret lose 3 rounds, they call a timeout, and they're able to figure things out. You know, we love Twister. Absolutely love him.
Ace added an extra caveat to it the last night.
Oh.
He called it a Twister tactical timeout turnaround whenever they win the round afterwards.
Ooh. Oh my!
He's a wordsmith as Tim.
Oh my goodness, I like that a little bit. I wish we had his accent, man. The Irish one doesn't do it the same as his, does it? You know, him saying sexy cake sounds way better than us saying it, doesn't it?
Look, some things Tim says sounds better in his accent, but I've seen some people in chat say they like our accent. I'd say there's a lot of people in chat that hate our accent. You know?
I hate ours too. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry. You're not the only ones. So round 5, we're cooking away with this one, and we're going to be going to Office and XP. This is to me, this side always feels awkward to play on the defense. Now, it's very compact, it's very crushable. The big thing is you're always at threat danger and that threat down below. That house section is so pivotal, so key to hold on to. And of course, backstabs are so prevalent. There's lots of options, lots of avenues for the offense to break this down. And I'm always curious to see how a team begins to approach it.
Yeah, so the impact EMPs are going to get used up to open up that wall on the attack side. Well, actually, the Thatcher does it. Oh, that's a beautiful nade from below. Hitting it, just Haydar with the depth charge. Of course, we spoke about it earlier. The splash zone for those nades, not quite as big as it used to be, so they have to be a little bit more lasered in line. So, you get the opening pick. You've got AT on the back foot once more. Can you make it count? Because if AT win this one, it could be another 4-2 defensive half, or even better for AT.
That nade, though. Absolutely love when teams do that. You bait out that trick on that wall, the nade goes perfectly timed from that window below. Put some on the back foot very early. Nothing you can do, nothing to contest with it. Backstab, the pressure, the control from Karaoke's side begins to get an issue. It'll open up an avenue of access from Geisha into Drum. It means they can fight that long angle deep in terrace and begin to contest that mini bar. Texture Cake will find one, a huge trade back, and that's kind of what they need. Now, you lose the IQ, not necessarily the most important aspect of that one, but again, a very key gun on a talented player as well off the fight, and we go a level in player count 4 versus 4.
Yeah, they just dilly-dallied a little bit too long on that player advantage, and Sexy Cake was able to find one for free. We always talk with the numerical advantage, you got to make it count. Yana Clone finds the position, but we've been here before. Look, one player is going to drop out towards the balcony, the other one will begin to jump in the shrine window, but can Sexy Cake do what he did a couple of rounds ago where he got the big triple in the same situation? Big problem for Bullet Whip it is the fact that there is a player on the rappel, but Bullet says it ain't no problem. He's going to give him one of his own name, and Arthur's going to fall.
Sees the tether, gets an absolute freebie from that one. Advantage now sits to the defense. 40 seconds, and it's going to be a flurry of kills. Traded off 1 for 1. Next to Kick still in the fight. Nade goes deep, but the one Magnet will pull it away. No safety, it will detonate inside a Dragon. That's the last from the hands of Yana. Flash will 5-1 the Bursa. This could give themselves an avenue of access, but Midi's going to read that absolutely perfectly. Now all down the ace alone. It's going to be Bullet down below who shuts it down. The vert angles established earlier. Wonderful round from the defense. It locks it out, and, well, that's going to be one more round inside of AT.
I love that cross too, because you play Midi close to the door, you play Bullet below, and essentially Bullet safe. There's, barring a miracle flick, there's no way to take Bullet out from that vertical angle when you're dealing with Midi. Really good job again by AT, just understanding the scenario. We get a nice replay of that one once more. We move to round 6 now, and you feel like if the shoreline was the victory, SN are just starting to drift a little bit far out now, and they want to start paddling in. You feel this round is, you feel the next 2 rounds, I would say, are incredibly important now for SN.
Your analogy, I'm just like, you work so hard for that one. If the shore was victory, they, like, 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10.
Give you an analogy.
That's good for you to give.
That's your highest score yet. That's your highest score yet.
Anything better than a 1 from you is usually a good thing.
Oh, so AT are playing fantastic in the defense, right? The core of this is they're not really being forced out of key positions, and when they are, there's no one to catch the limited number of crossfires that you can have on a map like Skyscraper. So they're not really being pushed in the dangerous positions. They're not getting forced with dilemmas. They're always being able to make those snap decisions. They've often make the right decision. Again, experience is the greatest aspect of this team. Yes, they're all very talented players, but they've been there, done that. And when you give them a decision where it's left or right, not a dilemma that you have to think about and ponder for a while, that's when you see them being able to make those decisions and be a problem. And so far, that's how it's been so far in their defense.
Yeah, it's again, though, you keep talking about experience, and this is why. Just players knowing where to be, what to do, can be so valuable for these teams, especially when you're playing a team of gunners like SN, who are going to be very good in their 1 versus 1s. So we move into the round. We've got a minute gone already. SN trying to get something going on the attack on their map pick, as a reminder. The one site they did win, though, was this one. So there is light at the end of the tunnel here. Well,
that light might be a minute 50 away so far. Early damage done. The cap cans will take a beating down below, of course. No 1.5, so the crutches, people who rely on that one to find their success, won't be able to do so. Or so, not one of those, of course. Brave enough to still don it with a single 1x on it. Oh, here he finds the head of the player inside of office. So a wonderful 1-tap, but unfortunately we're deprived of that one for the time being. He'll try and chew open that angle the best he can.
He's being taunted by this drone.
It is. He's like, hello, I'm here, I'm gone.
It's like, it's being a pest, and then Dodez is going to be even more of a problem as he takes down Nears, and that makes it a little bit easier for them to push across and start to establish verticality. Now again, Midi finds himself in this position inside of Geisha, swings across, but the SMG-11 gets a little bit away from him, and Emps is able to pick up the kill. Sexy Kick has to answer that phone, or at least hang up, put it on Do Not Disturb as the phone call comes on in. Bear's still low HP, but SN doing really well in this round so far.
40 seconds. Sexy Cake has that Pocket A10 Warthog to work with, that Scorpion in hand. Oh, okay. Yana clone the text bullet very, very aggressively. Look to try and play this, has an idea, has a position on. Sexy Cake will find one. Sprays them down, and now makes a position known. Time, though, will be the ally of the defense here, but we'll lose Bursa in the process. 4 versus 2. Heroic clutch required, now all in the hands of Sexy K going over versus 4. An ace will be required to claw this one back, peeks out wide, but doesn't get it confirmed. Flashtree finds the pick. We will see another round go for the offense, and they win on the tertiary site yet again, keeping to that pretty standard rhythm of you lose the primaries, but you win that tertiary. That keeps them alive. I'll move to that side swap now for round 7.
So, round 7, this is, of course, SN's map pick. You spoke about the fact they were able to win those tertiary sites on attack. But for Actual Azidos, AT, all they got to do with it is get that 3-3 split now that's oh so common in the current meta, and they'll see themselves going through for a date in the semi-final against Los 1. And you know for a fact, Sexy Kick, Midi, Bullet, all would love another go at Los 1. You know, it's been a while for some of these players since they got that matchup, but SN have other things in mind. This is, of course, their map pick. They have done a lot of very good things. But on defense now, can they show the same sort of structure and just discipline that AT's shown?
They certainly have the potential to do so. Thing is, when you have a team like this, right, the question to me is how will the offensive side now fare because of this? When you move to a map like this on the offense, how will they solve the problems? How will they solve the puzzles presented to them? If they can do a good job of it in a more time-efficient way, they might be able to be very effective here. I think we'll probably see the defense opt for more aggressive, perhaps toy with the idea of runouts, for example. We see the blue silhouettes lurking just above that vent repels. I think they were at least considering that idea, or perhaps tempted by it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the question is, are AT going to be tempted by anything that's set up to push and maybe get a bit aggressive? Well, they're going to do something very similar to what we saw SN do on this push. Shotgun will be playing pretty close to that breach. Ping will give away that position, though, making and maybe a little bit less likely to push without any information. Bullet is going to get taken down by Dodez as he manages to find himself one. Sexy Kick gets a ping. Nears is able to take down Dreas. Not quite the refrag that they would have wanted, but it's another player down on another part of the map.
Trade is better than no trade. At least get you back to that level position, 4 versus 4. They don't need to worry about that for the time being. The issue right now, you feel with, and that was why I saw a player on that balcony. They wanted to get a barbed wire outside the soft breach. Not conventional, but I really like that interpretation to be able to slow them down. It's just reasonably safe to do so. Midi on that Okabe SMG-12 in hand will bait the shoulder peek out towards Drum. Looks for someone to reveal themselves, someone to take a pot shot. Flashbang sent the mask some coverage as well, and lots of angles to contest with. Minute 30, and this fight will be critical. If the Doc can hold on the Drum and waste more time, it will be oh so important. Sees the shoulder, but loses the fight. The AK-12 a little bit closer, confirms it, and now advantage is sitting with the offensive side.
I don't think Dodez needed to peek that angle that you hold on the barrel where it's just so difficult to win. It's one of the most difficult attacking angles to come against, but Dodez made it easy by swinging just a little bit further away. Now, Arthur will try to make it difficult with the smoke playing close by on the shotgun. Pings towards the table because I think he realized there was a drone in that area of the map. Gets rid of that now too, giving his position maybe a little bit more respite. But 55 seconds to go. It's a 4 versus 3. Near in black and white right now, as we've gone to more a sepia tone of Siege, and Arthur with the shotgun is able to grab himself 2 for the trouble. Flashtree gets 1. It's a 2v1 now. Bersa all alone. There we go. The colour's back.
The colour is back in our life, and a round is in the back pocket of X Supernova to get that one shut down. And you know what? I mean, fair play. You were smooth. Smooth as all hell with that one, Gibby. Fair play to you. As we see the defense lock that one out. And the big thing about this map is historically it leans towards the defense. Unless you're Shaiko, and then it's just, you know, it's Shaiko.
But I'm just annoyed at myself. I missed a massive opportunity to say that, you know, winning rounds of Siege just isn't quite black and white for the attacking side.
Okay, but you've just said it.
I know, but it doesn't have the same impact.
It's close
if
enough.
If I had have said it during the round, it would have been so much better.
It works. No, it works. It works. Right, okay.
You'll allow
I'm
it.
just gonna. I'm gonna allow it. Oh, Gibby, you've made a wordplay joke. Grr, angry. I hate it when you do that. Oh, heck. Is that what you wanted? I mean, all order just out to the universe after that.
No, because sometimes I say one and you're like, yeah, okay, it was clever. This was good. Look, we move into round 8, 4-3. Lazaros. I butchered that name so many times, but I tried. You know, it's good. You get
I've managed to dodge saying it so far. I've dodged saying it. No one asked for it. They'll say it now, unfortunately, but it was off the table.
Chat. If one person in chat asks you to say it, you got to say it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's
no,
like those people who are like,
I'll consider it.
One like on this post, and I'll post some NDAs. You know those people. It's like,
what NDAs you posting, Gibby?
I don't got any. My life's boring.
Oh,
So round 8, as we get drawn back into the action now at Twilizitos, they didn't manage to win that first round attack, so I'm impressed by XSN. They managed to win that round that could have went 5-1, and they managed to win their first round on defense as well. So those are two very important rounds won. They win this one, suddenly they're back in a very good position inside of this fixture. For Twilizitos, AT, first off, they gotta try to clear this maze of boarded up doors on the top floor. But you feel this is a very important round for them now, because they want to keep the lead, and Dota is going to give them the lead in numerical count on this round.
That's a huge opening pick again on Traded. He's got lots of angles to work with. He's just got to hold on best he can in this position. And this is what you see Skyscraper be such a problem. Again, perhaps why they looked not necessarily the most themselves on the offensive side, but perhaps they were relying on a very strong defense to be able to hold this one out. So far, the defense has looked very steadfast, causing some serious problems. However, we do expect that the two primary sites tend to go in the favor, but all this one continue to play out as they are down below inside a master bedroom, not necessarily one of the more normal of the rotation. That could be a massive kind of thorn in the side of AT if they can they struggle to solve that puzzle.
Yeah, the numerical advantage goes against them, and as you said, they still need to try and get some sort of pressure onto the site as well, and they're just really finding it difficult to get that next engagement. And Dreus is going to be the one in that first engagement, does a lot of damage onto Midi, but still playing by reception, got a lot of cover to play with. Peeks once more, shots missed again as this dance continues. You like to call it a dance with the devil. Well, Midi is the devil, and the devil has been exorcised from the reception. Sexy kick though takes down Dodes. 4 versus 3.
Big flurry doesn't quite go the way, and while Sexy Kick nearly finds a head through the rafters. 30 seconds. The next fight needs to go the way of AT. Otherwise, this round might just unravel. At time will be their nemesis, though. The case still in the hand of Sexy Kick, but they need to push in and try and take these fights. A friendly flash will only slow this down, and every single second you feel burn away will make them force this collapse, and they can't even go free of that hatch. They gotta make a late rotation. They gotta vault on down and try and go in from this window inside of walk-in closet. It's not even primed already. Sexy Kick vaults on in and needs to win these fights one by one. Looks for a second one, can't even find it. With 1 second left to go, the time will drain. And AT let that round slip between their fingertips. X Supernova claw that one back, and they draw us level here on Sky.
Really good bounce back from that 4-1 situation they found themselves in a little bit earlier. And now they're looking to take the lead as we wait for one of our soldiers on the side of AT to get back in. Will we get another Intero timeout per whip? But I think they needed that. 4-4. You had a lead at one point that was 4-1. You've lost 3 on the trot. Can you get that instant bounce back that puts you in a 5-4 and puts you in a commanding position in the tie? Or will we continue to see this revitalized SN we've seen over the last few rounds?
They found that energy. I mean, I think this map suits them. I think realistically, they went into this one and I saw the offense from them and I was a little bit scared. I'm not going to lie. I was quite worried about how they were performing and the way they looked. And now on the defense, they found that their stride. I think this is what they were relying on. They relied on going to the defense and being very strong here as they've been. And the map does lean that way, at least statistically. We'll wait. Oh, he's back. Just like that. Perfect timing. He's appeared again. Hello.
Yeah, he was like just taking a break for the timeout. He's back, ready to go, and it's round 9. Now, on Theme Park, these sides have looked very good on defense so far. Better on defense maybe than I would have expected on a map like Theme Park when you look at the players that are on from an attacking standpoint. Of course, we know that these players will be very good at setting up some riddles on defense. So what are we going to see this time round? But dare you say we'll see AT manage to win this round after the timeout? Or do you think there's just too much momentum growing as that wave that I spoke about earlier that was drawing them back is now sending them straight back to shore?
The big thing is they need to win this next round for AT. Otherwise, the momentum is going to be a factor. And while it's not, in Siege, momentum is a very, very scary aspect. It's so difficult to deal with. It can be the thing that crushes you. It can feel unrelenting when a team has everything go their way. You need to have a lot of resilience to survive that, and AT need to show that now. Yes, we talked about their experience, and they're able to solve difficult problems in terms of what the strat they're dealing with are. Now they need to deal with that internal problem. Can they amend it? Is there a leader that it can build it up? And you want to imagine there can be someone that can steer the ship in these situations, because this is a difficult moment. They've lost a significant lead they had in this map. They don't want this. They don't want this to go to cafe.
No, you don't. Remember what we said? You lose the second map, you usually lose the third. It's just something weird about BO3s. It's, you know, it doesn't happen in best of fives where if you lose the third or fourth, you know, whoever wins the fourth map goes on to win the fifth. It's just a phenomena on these best of threes.
2 minutes. And they're just probing right now, looking for a way in. One concern is they're very spread out from each other right now. There's not a lot of connectivity. They're not looking to be pushing as a unit. They're all individually playing in a zonal style. You will find the opening, though, and that's what they need. They need that opening pick. It's not going to get traded away either. A huge opening. They have control of Geisha, and they can work from that. That's a staging area now. You can build off that control.
Arthur's position's been revealed by the drone, and he gets himself a kill. It doesn't matter, and that'll be Nears taken down through the little breach. So that's a good opening pick. Now you take down the first one of those attackers who was really trying to have an impact on the round. Midi playing below. Going to rotate up as well. Makes another phone call. SMG-12 in his hands as he gets ready for the close quarters combat, and he moves towards terrace, and he's probably going to get taken down, and he will by Flastry. We're seeing a flurry of activity though, with Sexy Kick gets himself 2 for the trouble. 2 versus 3, a minute and 10 to go. Arthur trying desperately to find something through the soft walls. Thankfully for him though, those toxic babes will just slow down the push.
Buys time as well, chokes out the play, and that means they can't build off that momentum. They can't be that tidal wave crashing against the coastal wall. Sexy Cake has to take a breath right now. The DMR, not necessarily the best thing in these up-close engagements, but again, does so much damage, it will make someone regret their decision to peek you out wide. Flashy tries to get up close and aggressive, a bullet swings it perfectly, reads it with precision. The SMG-11 finds one, but no hope of a clutch this time, as Bullet's there to connect the second one and wrap up the round and break the momentum, break the serve, and that's exactly what AT needed right there and then.
3 rounds in a row for SN, finally shut down by AT as they take a 5-4 lead. But if SN do the same thing again and win 3 rounds, they will take the tie. For AT, though, they've guaranteed at the very minimum that that if they don't win this game, we will see every round in regulation. We love doing these random maths at times, but we're going to change site. This time it'll be down in Kitchen and Barbecue. And again, this is the one site where SN had a lot of joy on the attack. And how did they do it? They pushed the map methodically across. They got control of Geisha. They got control of the hatch. And from there, they were able to just squeeze out AT. I'm assuming AT are going to try to do something similar on attack here too.
I think they, looking at the lineup again, they don't look too pressed, too concerned about a significant amount of vertical control. They don't have a lot of assault destruction to work with, so this might be a little bit more of a direct avenue of assault. They might do this horizontally and really not worry too much about what presented or what difficulty they might have upstairs, or they might be relying on the fact that the vertical's already pre-established for the defense at this stage. Any avenues of success, or maybe many avenues of potential attack. See what one they'll choose.
So, 2 minutes and 40 seconds to play with on the attacking side. You look at the drone economy on the side of the attackers. They've got 7 to play with. As they will look to just work out where these defenders are. Bullet will pick that one up. He's going to use it just a little bit later. You can see the silhouettes, though. You look at this attack. They're putting a lot of pressure on the side. A player waiting for the audio cue of the repelling, but doesn't jump out just yet. Finally makes his move as Flastry steps out. Dodez gets one on to Bursa. It's a 5 versus 3. Timed it perfectly well, but he didn't wait for the audio cue of when he repelled on. He waited for the audio cue as to when he ran the opposite direction to guarantee himself that free pick.
Huge levels of aggression, work out perfectly. 2 uncontested opening engagements go their way of the defense. That's exactly what they need, and that's a huge problem now for the side of AT, and even more so now! What a peak the Sexy Cake cleaves him from existence. 5 versus 2. Heroics needed early. So much time to work with. But you just gotta feel that this is a little bit too much of asking. We might be going level here once again. The SMG-12 will just meander on up. Nears will get one. Look for a second one. Sola's caught napping. And now in a 3 versus 2. This round's cracked wide open. Surely not another huge recovery. Surely not another 5 versus 2 going in the favor of AT.
I don't know how Mitty did that. Walked past the player on the stairs, no problem at all. Strolled into sight. Solace surely heard him coming, but Solace dropped down the hatch and out of the lobby. Now, Mitty will get taken down as he tries to do the same drop that the Solace unsuccessfully did a few moments ago, leaving Nears with 10 HP, near death, with 3 defenders to deal with. Flastry will be the easiest one to pick up. The HP ain't looking too good. He's got the information on the player behind the wall, but it's reinforced as he tried to pre-fire, giving away his position a little bit more. You feel like the minute that he steps too far forward, the player in restaurant will swing, but no, he gets that one for free. Is he going to get another one on the player just playing in that far booth? By the window, he knows he's there. Andreas gets the kill. One thing, maybe, I expect Andreas to play off the contact a little bit better, but hey, no harm, no foul. They still won the round.
They bring us level, meaning that all 12 rounds will be needed to decide a victor here on Sky. Yibby. Do you ever have a feeling? Do you ever have that sneaking suspicion that map 3 is calling?
I wanted to. I've been checking my phone every 5 minutes for the call to come in with, but it's getting closer.
A call from Cafe?
Yeah.
Is it your reservation?
It's, well, the reservation's booked, but whether or not we get stood up with, it's another thing.
What bar are you eating at? You know, are you ground floor or are you top floor? Where are you going on Cafe?
We're top floor.
Oh, we got splashing for this reservation, Gibby. Oh my.
Well, we're top floor because they want to keep us as far away from everyone else. They don't want the people to have to deal with us.
We're actually locked in the laundry room in the middle floor. They don't want to let us near near anyone else.
Yeah, well, look, win this round, but one of these sides will be near winning the second map. But as we said, will we be going to Cafe is the question. Whoever wins this round is guaranteed one attempt to win this map in regulation. I wouldn't put it past SN to take this round with just the way they've been playing ever since that, what, round 6? Was it round? Yeah, round 6 was the round that they won. Since then, they've been near on flawless. Nearly there.
Nearly.
Close enough.
Shone through on you there for a brief moment, Gibby.
It did, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. Had a slip.
A wee, it's just a wee bit.
Just here, like, you know. So with lots of time left in this round, all the early days, Key Room Karaoke will be the site of choice to try to break this one down. Question to me is what's going to be the attack option for them? And I have a feeling with LCQ going to hold across on this, and what a wonderful drone again, put up high on this little inlet. You're going to give you that wide level of information. You're able to get a lot of extra potential picks. And again, with the nades down below, that could be the intention behind this. You might be able to try and look for that free upgrade, that free depth charge down below, but nothing presenting itself just yet.
Needs the information too that wall is reinforced, meaning that you're going to need your ace to open that one up, where we'll see Osa and ace work in tandem. Now, at times, sometimes teams like to leave that wall solid because if they can get in through the door, they can plant in the corner and not have to worry about pressure. Now, Osa is in that position that we expect her to be in with ace. The dynamic duo will try to get this wall open. That's a bit of a pain, though, as the Malusi gadget will pop off, so an impact EMP used to just allow them to step inside, and the smoke will choke them back outside temporarily. But, you know, it doesn't take a genius here, Whippet, to work out what way AT are trying to force this execute.
They're going to relay. Basically, that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and get the Osa shield down. They're going to try and get control and then walk the next one close to the top black and get themselves in the karaoke. LCQ will act as that crossfire position. Well, that's a wonderful smoke canister. Will really cause a massive problem. And the Osa goes in the DB. And what a wonderful shot with the SMG-11 finds the header bullet. Match point might be calling for this one. A flurry of kills. LCQ gets one, but back to level. 3 versus 3. Wub will go off in the corner, but Mitty tries to get sneaky, but can't make it work. LCQ now alone on a window and all alone inside of the server. 3 versus 1, 30 seconds. The likelihood this is going to happen. Oh my. Repel on in. Try and make an access point, but Gibby, it's pretty safe to say, that point's going the way of X Supernova.
Yeah, I don't see any way for Sexy Kick to win this one. The case is just a little bit too far away. The time's just a little bit too little. The rotate just a little bit not open enough. And that leaves it a very tough scenario for Sexy Kick. He taps, doesn't think he realizes that he actually did some damage onto Imps, does some onto the Legion as well, but the cross is held. Dreas gets the kill, and it's now match and map point. Sorry, map point. Sorry, not match point just yet. Got ahead of myself. It's map point for the side of XSN. And this is the point now where we find out if we're going to get stood up on our little trip to cafe.
I was looking forward to it. Bag packed and everything, Gibby. Oh, will AT ruin our plans for a nice trip, a nice coffee in Cafe Dostoevsky? Who knows? But it is time to get into this one. Round 12, the last of regulation. It is overtime or cafe for the side of AT. They lead this series by a single map. That advantage might go neutral. And remember what we talked about in the very first series today, all those hours ago. The team that wins the second map in a best of 3 tends to go on and win it. They tend to carry that momentum on and build upon it. Use it as a foundation to launch a final assault and take that third map. That would be huge for X Supernova here. On the defense, Office and XB will be the site of choice. And we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to get into that one.
And the thing is, Whippet, they've come back phenomenally. Remember, they were 4-1 down at one point, and it was getting the vibe that the death toll was ringing, but they have just battled their way back. And look at the tail of the tape so far down at the bottom. Nearly every single round, Whippet. Actually, has it been a plant? No, every round was won by kills. Not a single objective round win.
I love to see it. As much as it might... It's nice to see a case go down. I do like a little bit. Do like a little bit of that FPS action. That's kind of what I crave sometimes to see. So, a lot of stakes in this final round. Gonna be that one of those primary sites, upstairs in Office, a difficult one to break down, but we've seen a lot of success from AT here. They've not been struggling with it the way a lot of other teams have. They have a complete control. They're always able to get in, and they typically win the opening fights on this site. That's going to be the big question. Can they win the opening trades? Can they win the opening fights? If that goes the way of X Supernova, we may as well be getting ready to go to cafe here and now.
Yeah, we're not seeing those hero plays that we saw in map 1 either. You know, it's been a lot more structured by SN on their map picks. So, look, would I like to see a hero play to win map 2? Of course. I think everybody at home would desperately want to see that one because we all want a map 3. And, you know, Whippet, I've technically been working for 16 hours now between casts and test job. If this goes to the map 3 and this goes to overtime, I could be going straight from this cast to another one in another region and just be working for like 25, 26 hours straight. Easy.
Mr. Worldwide. That's what you are.
You know, it'll be like, is that fella on the TV? Like, get him off. Get him off the channel.
They had enough of you. Had enough of the man from Donegal giving them shtick.
So, Whippet, I'm going to ask you now, do SN win this in regulation? Or are AT going to force overtime?
Oh, yeah. Right. Difficult one. Difficult one for me to say. While Supernova have looked clean so far, they've looked really, really proficient on the defense in particular. I'm going to say overtime is calling us in this position. I think that we've seen enough from AT on this site, attacking this site at least, that we know they're proficient. We know that they can win the difficult gunfights, and they're pretty clean and clinical at getting their map control. If they walk in, get the opening pick, overtime, done, locked in. If they're the first to fall, then Cafe is going. So that opening fight, that decides whether it's map 3 or it's done or overtime.
So you think it's as simple as the opening pick? You're hanging your hat right now saying whoever gets the first pick in this round wins it.
Yes, and that means it's very safe for you to say the opposite of that one, because it'll probably happen.
Because what you're saying is you've said that whoever wins map 2 wins the whole series, usually. So what you're saying is the opening pick of this round is going to determine who wins the whole series.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Wait. Hold up. I did zone out. I was thinking about a rebuttal I wanted to say. Hold up. Run that by me again.
Basically, you said that whoever gets the opening kill will win this round, and therefore whoever wins this round will will go on to win this map. And whoever wins map 2 in a best 3 series normally wins the whole series.
Okay. Not far off what I was actually thinking, but I'll run with it. If you win, who wins this map wins the series. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then you said whoever wins this gets the opening pick, wins the round.
Yeah, it could be overtime. I don't know what the script has. I'm not looking at the script.
The straws.
You're probably looking at the script going, oh, I know what's going to happen. Oh, look at me. I'm giving.
The straws that we're clutching right now are just... People are wondering how we're tying these threads together.
What threads?
Exactly. What's left of my sanity?
It's falling apart, Gibby. Oh, yeah. So, round number 12, end the regulation. It is overtime or cafe. That's the situation. No other way about it for the side of AT. Can they get this done? They have a sweep of experience within their roster. They have swarms of talent. Can they get it done?
Well, that's what we are all here to see. SN looking to win their map pick. This is a decisive point, as you see above, Ponto Decipher, or match point, as we like to call it on the English-speaking broadcast. They're on defense, so really everything looks stacked in their favor. If they win this, by the way, but this will be a 5-1 defensive half for them as well.
That's a brilliant stat line. That's actually fantastic. That's even better than what you expect on a map like this, or on how the history, at least, of this map does tend to line up. Tentative moments. I think you're going to see a very slow, a very methodical, a very safe aspect from AT in this position. They won't want to overextend. They won't want to take that first casualty. They'll be very, very cautious. Very, very reserved. Very risk-adverse. That opening pick might just be around the corner through the wall. It was going to try find so much damage, and, well, the opening shot's going to be that shotgun Arthur finds nears, and, well, I said it, opening pick might just wrap this one up there and then.
Right.
Those go in favor of the defense.
Right, map's over, guys. See you on Cafe. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds that apparently don't matter anymore. So let's see if AT can make you eat your words. The breach is open. Arthur, of course, has gotten 2 picks from the spot in this game so far. Whips out the shotgun because of close quarter combat. Nothing quite hits the same way. No silhouettes pushing that way just yet. He's got the shield covering his back. I like the setup that he has here. He's used the train and the shield to make this a very good position to play. 50 seconds to go. Nobody dares move a muscle on the side of SN.
SN do not want to make a risk. They don't want to extend too far. They don't want to give away a freebie. But they won't give away a freebie. They'll find one on a midi. Bullet will try and look for some chaos, but he's going to get lit up through the wall. A deep angle in T-room, and MPETS will find Sexicate that C4. The round seems to unravel just like this. Every single part of it begins to unscrew itself. A long angle established inside of it. But Bullet gets one. Looks for a second one. His teammate finds it. 3 versus 2. Gibby, surely that's not going to be the lifeline. Bullet needs to win this next fight, but a single stray round's enough to end it right here. Player in Dragon pops up and finds it. Now alone, the Thermite has solid information, but the smoke cancellers choke him out, and 8 seconds left to go. Cafe is calling. A skyscraper slips away from AT and locked in by X Supernova. We're going up 3.
We're not getting stood up. This is going all the way. Will we see the trend continue? Will SN go on to win the series after winning map 2? We'll whip it. We're not going to talk too much longer. We're going to throw this one to break. But before we do, I have one last question. Has this series delivered on what your expectations were?
Oh, absolutely. This is what you want from a matchup like this one. A team ascending up from the tier 2 system, the challenge. A team full of legends. And just think, one more map away from the semi-final LCQ and one step closer to that Copenhagen major.
And hopefully just one more breakaway from that game. We're going to jump into the break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have game 3 pretty soon.
Well, so far things are about as close as you could have expected between two teams who we didn't have any expectations for coming into this matchup, as X Supernova defeat ATT on Skyscraper with the exact same scoreline as we had from map number 1, Connor. So I don't really know if there is necessarily a definite favorite in this one going into the decider.
Yeah, especially because these maps are somewhat similar, but kind of not. You can draw some parallels. So as each team takes their own map choice, they're slightly more comfortable, but going towards the decider, things get oh so more interesting. However, I don't necessarily want to gloss over the good strategies we saw from X Supernovas on this map. Sure, the defensive split was 4-2 for Achilizados, but as soon as Supernova switched onto the defensive side, what we talked about, those really cool and intricate defensive setups, were just too strong.
I think there's some things we're noticing over both games so far. First off, Sexy Cake in a fragging role is actually doing really, really well. Probably better than anticipated. It's almost like he's been let off the leash a little bit, so to speak, because, man, even though he was playing support Twitch in the second half, still ended up around the 11 to 12 kill mark, which for someone of his caliber is fantastic. Dodez has been very, very strong so far through both maps. Flastry really had the opportunity to pop off in the stat category yesterday, or in map 1 into map 2, and Nears is still performing relatively where he was in map 1. So the guys we highlighted at the beginning of this series so far through 2 games have been doing great, and then we've had the added benefit of seeing a guy like Sexy Cake like top the scoreboard, and rehosts notwithstanding, obviously.
Yeah, so one question you have to ask is, if Sexy Cake is let off the leash on his old teams, was he the one holding his own leash and like walking himself, I guess? But
because it depends. When you're on a team that's got Nesk and Palu on it, and you're trying to make that mesh with everybody else, and you know that Sexy Cake has the ability to pop off, like what does that say about everyone else's skill set, not just Sexy Cake's, right?
Yeah, it's even higher. But as everything went through, everybody's kind of had their moments, all 10 players on these rosters. So it's been so intricate and just such minute, small little details being the differentiating factors between the overall scores of these games means when you have Cafe, a traditional decider map for this region, a nice overlap commonality in the map pools, it's gonna go the distance.
We've had a very, very even series so far. Let's talk to Gibson and Whippet one more time before we jump into map 3, because we don't know which team is going to be picking attack or defense to start with. It may genuinely be a coin flip, or it may come down to a couple of other individual tiebreakers game to game. So, gentlemen, Whippet, we'll start with you. Anything to suggest that someone wants attack on this map right now? And if you had to pick out the team that you like better on the attacking side, which of these two would you say it is so far?
I think X Supernova. I think the level of aggression they bring out will work better in the defense. Flip side, it could work well in the defense, but I think they might lean towards wanting an offensive start.
For some reason. Ooh, so actually, we do have these sides. This is confirmed. Ooh. So X Supernova actually starting on defense. Okay, Whippet, is this necessarily a problem now that ATT actually don't start on this side, or no?
No, I think both these teams are going to be able to adapt to this one pretty well.
Gibby, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think they'll adapt well, but I think the way this game is played, with how good these sides have been defensively, starting on defense is a major boon in your chances to win this matchup.
If only because, Connor, I think every single map we've had today, and there's been 5 of them, so it's a 5-map trend. If you have a really good start to the map, you're probably destined to win the whole thing so long as you don't screw it up along the way.
Yeah, and for me, I think the point that I've been trying to hammer home with X Supernovas is that their defensive strategies have been intricate and elevated, and sometimes bringing some new ideas to the sort of newer maps of Border as well as Skyscraper. On Cafe, however, it is definitely a lot more difficult to reinvent the wheel. There's only so many iterations of a cigar hold for a top floor defense that you can do, or some sort of bakery extension. So at the end of the day, when you have actually Vados, man, that was
you want to
come out.
say that again?
Sexy Cakes team. Sexy Cakes team.
There you go.
I think they're gonna have seen everything coming out, and I think overall their attacks will kind of flourish as a result of that, not having to break down something completely foreign.
I mean, Gibby, I thought of this while we were watching map 2, just because ATT have a lot of experienced players on their team. The guys on X Supernova having been together for a little while longer, I think is making itself manifest on those defensive strategies. Whether it's on map 1 to 2, it's been consistent where it's a little bit more intricate. There's another step that it feels like ATT have to get over, and sometimes, especially for map 2, they weren't necessarily able to do that. So just because X Supernova aren't like, they don't have the same longevity, they have it together. Do you think that will really matter in map 3?
Chemistry matters. So often in the past, we see teams that have that more time together as a unit will tend to play pretty well in those scenarios. But you have to remember, Mitty is an SI winning coach. So when you're talking about depth of strategy, he's going to have all of that in his back pocket as well. Well, I could be blowing smoke here, because at the end of the day, this is Cafe. You know, it's 3 of the 4 sites have direct avenues, and these are aggressive teams. This could be a complete shootout too.
Well, we got all 10 players in the lobby. We're going to take a very, very, very short break while we get everything sorted. And when we come back, it'll be map 3, and one of these 2 teams has a date with Los One tomorrow. We'll find out after a break.
It took 3 maps to decide, or will take 3 maps to decide who will face Lost One in our semi-final tomorrow. And it is time. Cafe, the decider between this one. Who will be able to get victory between it? Gibby, this has been a cracker of a series so far. What do you reckon?
I think it's going to be a great one. Cafe, as I pointed out in the pre-show, there are direct avenues to site on 3 of the 4 sites. You know, and even in the one that doesn't, which is down in Kitchen, you get control of Bakery. It's as good as. Bans coming through, Nook and Ying. No surprise there. As Blue Team take on Orange Team with it in this matchup. Orange Team, of course, is AT, and Blue Team is at XSN.
Sure? Are
yes.
you sure?
Yes.
Are you 150,000,000% sure?
Yes, because AT are on attack.
Yes, okay, you're right there. Thank you for that one. It's Valk's ban, by the way. So that's what it's going to be. Last one.
Nope.
Oh, wrong again! I'm wrong again! I had like 2 weeks of perfect predictions. Every time it'd be, I'd cast for the 4th operator ban after Valk, and I'd just be like, yep, and it was always and it looked so good, and now it's not happening, Gibby. And,
Either's the start of this game. Oh, I'm doing the Jeremy Clarkson smug face though right now, but just so you know.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
But look, we'll set the scene. We booked a date on Cafe, table for 10. 2 sides will be sitting on opposite sides of the table.
There's nowhere for us to sit.
Nah, we're the waiters. We're bringing them. We're bringing you the action.
I'm sorry. We got there. Oh.
I love learning Portuguese through Siege menus, though.
I do as well. Like, what Portuguese have you learnt from the BR region so far?
Well, Entero was a vital part of tactical. I think
you stole it. You stole what I was going to say as well.
Azul is blue, and Laranja is orange. And I'm going to guess that a keeper's team. We're learning.
We're slowly figuring things out bit by bit. I like it. We're getting there. We're slowly cracking the code, Gibbs. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you haven't had your personal Portuguese lectures with Paulo. You interviewed him recently.
Paulo could not wait to get off the phone with me or off that call. He's like, who is this? What is... He didn't understand a single thing that I said to him the whole time. He was just so polite that he answered it anyway. But no.
He was told he's going to interview someone who speaks English, and and he's like, oh, this guy's not speaking English. What is he doing?
No, well, look.
We're back, though. We're loading back in.
We're back. We've got all players, but on your point, spoke to Paulo this season, got the chance to speak to Cameraman as well. I think there's a couple more scheduled to come up, and the one thing that I think...
Oh, any teaser? No.
Well, you might see one of them at the major, but I think the main thing that I've learned from talking to the Brazil players directly is just how much they actually love this game. Like, you know, Paulo, we all know he's blood, sweat, and tears he's put into this game, and I think a lot of people would love to see the Paulo arc of not winning along with Nesk end in Rio. I think that would be the dream scenario for most people here.
Yeah,
well,
Gibby.
Gibby,
that is like, oh my goodness, you're giving me like headline level dreams here. But we know what.
Would you cry?
Gibby,
would you shed a tear?
Oh, I nearly did when they lost at Jonkoping.
Yeah. Look.
I say nearly. I'm act like I'm a brave boy, but no, I was bawling my eyes out.
It's getting emotional, so we'll talk about this game again, our little dinner date for 10 players, and, well, one of them is going to be left with the bill while the other one dances off to the semi-final. In that semi-final, you get some prize money, you get those SI points, but you've still got the chance of qualifying for the major, and with the new format, with the new schedule, the only real opportunity that you got with it of qualifying for SI is in reality being at the majors and performing well. And for these two teams, with where they are right now in the tier system in Brazil, they want to be there.
I mean, every team wants to be there. Every single team wants to make it to the top level of competition, no matter what the route is to get there, of course. And I'm so excited about it. When I saw the map bans, Cafe excited me so much going into this one. The fact is, this is a staple of the region. This is a fantastic map to watch between two teams that are very, very committed to the style of play. And it's a real question of longevity or experience. What will prevail in this one?
Well, as I said, we'll find out. I think that AT have enough in the tank to win this game, but all the momentum is in the side with SN, and they have put on a hell of a show. We've had 2 close games, 7-5 on both of them, as it took every round in regulation to separate these sides. And dare I say, we may see the same again, or may I even tempt you with a dessert that is an overtime?
Oh, God. Well, you know what, Gibby? Will we go for afters and say it's a 15-rounder as well?
Yeah, on my little 75 soft thing with Fresh, though, I won't be able to say that I ate well if we go all the way to overtime on dessert in this one.
Oh, you're sticking too tight to that one, Gibbs. At least it lasts longer than me. Minute 30 left in the round. What can we see getting brought in? Map control beginning to fall in favor of the offense. At least they're getting their footing, getting in that staging ground. Usually detonates down below the castle, just trying to work with the second up nade doesn't connect as well. 1.5, give him a long angle to work with deep inside a shop, and got a feel that they begin to peek him one by one, but bullets nade below will find one to Arthur. Not below, actually, just lobs it absolutely perfectly. A second one will get tossed down towards top, right behind the shield. It was a little bit too deep, perhaps even caught by utility. Will begin to put some pressure on the Lion Scan, will lock the defense in place for a brief moment.
Yeah, the ADS shut it down. Emp's playing that angle with the shield. Eventually gives it up and picks himself up on the mini. And he gets sexy kick as they try to execute down through the hatch. Elsewhere on the map, Dota has got himself a double. And well, it's all down to Bullet now. What started off so well was shut down so fast by that defense. And this is the thing about Theme Park, especially on top floor.
This is not theme park. This is not theme park.
I have been casting for 14 hours now. Well, I've been working for 14 hours, but what I want to say, this is the thing about Cafe is top floor and Cafe is probably, would you argue with me, is the most unique site in all of Siege?
In all of Siege?
In comp anyway, in the map pool.
Okay, because I'm about to say, like, split site does exist on console. You know what, for sake of argument, yes, Gibby, go on. Elaborate your point.
So you've got the hatch that's on the roof, that's open at all times that you play. You've got then the 2 hatches that drop more or less on the site, plus you've got 2 windows that, in essence, give you direct access into site as well. So you have to play the site as a defender in and around it unless you bring the saws to play below. There's no other map in Siege that I can think of that has a site that looks on paper so vulnerable for the defenders, but in actuality doesn't play that way. Like if you
I actually do despise top floor of Cafe. I despise it. I despise it. Unless there's another stack exclusive strategy is deployed. But again, Gibby's actually trying to make me leak all the stack exclusive strats for you.
If they were good, if they were good though, we'd be playing in this and not casting it.
Listen. Don't you judge what I cook, right? When I'm told am I gelling, we don't. Our elo moves in a direction.
No comment on which way that elo goes.
It moves. Am I wrong? It moves. It goes a direction. It does. The numeric value on my RP does change.
Speaking of things moving though, AT beginning to move into site. Deus playing inside of coat check right now. They're going to clear out that top floor. So AT experience not going to skip any of the steps to do a successful defense. Now, the hatch is open inside of reading room, which will give the attackers, or at least bait the attackers into thinking that maybe they can complete that drop. But there's usually a player inside of plates who's going to be a bit of a problem. So now they've established control on 2 of the 3 floors. Now they begin going to work. That's Middy's job. You're playing on the sledge. You've got nades. You can open up loads of holes. But if Sledge doesn't do his job correctly, it's very difficult for for AT to win this round.
Needs to get that vertical open perfectly. The issue is, again, you want to open the vertical, but you leave yourself exposed. I mean, it works both ways. The classic phrase, you could say. Try and gather as much information as possible. I think that was it, yeah. They're trying to bait it out. They're cautious, the player, instead of VIP. Well, it will be wise to it. Cooks an aid, primed and ready. Will it be tossed to perfection? Might just go a little bit too shallow when it does so. Not goes deep enough. And, well, Duda is going to take a little bit of damage as well. Actually, a little bit. No, a lot of damage. The clone goes out. Bullet will get as much information as he can, but it's quickly dispatched with the defense bunkering in. The second smoke canister is tossed up to try and choke out this best they can. They vault the staircase, get a deeper angle, and will look towards bunker.
Yeah, used the clone to step through the smoke to identify the player inside VIP, tossed the nade in towards place, but Bersa gets that kill from above, and now you'd like to think the Freezer is very playable. Solace is gone. That's a vital operator in this defense, but you still got to deal with a player in VIP. You've still got a player holding the long angle inside of Kochek. Bullet was going to go step that one up, but gets almost stunned by his own teammate, but Whip it. There's only 20 seconds left.
And the plant's going to go down as well. Burst will try and stick this down. The cover is not going to be good enough, I feel like. Emp going to get one, but finds himself trading the flurry of kills. LCQ finds 2 in that chaos. And now it's all down to the Warden alone. He might have that 1.5, but it's too much to ask for this one. He has all the angles to work with. Burt opened up above him as well. And up close to Personal, bearing 9, sends him down. And it's going to be a tied game, 1 round apiece.
Really good round. Really good aggression on the side of AT. They took control of the 2 floors pretty quickly. Solace... Maybe it's nerves in the scenario, but I feel like Solace gave up that position on ground floor really early. You know what? Minute on the clock, everyone dropped back on the side. It became a full linear hold. You've given a team with Sledge the opportunity to build as much vertical as you can. And the cardinal sin of that is if you're going to give the team vertical control, you can't play under those soft floors on site. That's exactly what Dodez did, backing himself in a gunfight, which you know me, I'll always respect the player backing themselves and trying to win a gunfight, but that one was really against his odds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I appreciate a player having the confidence to back themselves in a fight. Sometimes the odds will just be so stacked against you that it's never going to work out. And this decision here to go to mining. Now, we've seen a few of these throughout the stage 1 of the Brazilian League so far, but not necessarily the most common for an international stage nor audience to see this. I'm very intrigued to witness a mining take because, well, it's a very vulnerable site, is that B site.
Yeah. Elaborate. Please. You do it to me all the time.
Oh, no! Okay, so basically, it's got so many avenues going. Now, it works both ways. It might be super vulnerable to the defense because it's easy to carve open. The verticality is going to be around it, and you have a cutoff from that window direct access as well, and it's very exposed to pillars. Works both ways. You can make that an absolute kill box. You can never get a plant down there safely. It becomes a situation where we often see final engagements happening around basically where it's words. We've been here for a while. I'm struggling. Come on. Around the middle bit of mining, the big machine, the machine doing stuff.
You mean the mining apparatus, which is the reason why the room's called mining?
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, I get your point. If you control red stairs and you control the balcony with the window on it, you've essentially going to have a lot of fun in and around that site. And that's exactly what AT are trying to do. They open up red hatch. They're going to drone that one out. They're going to have a look at where these defenders are. But as I said, you control that area of the map. You control the sites. And you can tell that that's exactly what SN don't want to allow happen with this roaming presence on the top floor. With it being mining as well, a little tweak to that setup with a couple more rotates to make it more fluid on the top floor for the defenders. But it is a puzzle that AT are going to have to try to put together.
I mean, the thing you gotta look about this again, when you get access, for example, if you get access in Cocktail, which is what they're working for, the verticality you have doesn't really do anything for you. It's an empty fight. You're battling for a level of map control that doesn't give you a lot, and while that nade's going to give Bull quite a lot as he finds the opening pick of this round. Huge one for a minute 33 to work with, and another great read. The AK-12 sings away. Empet's next to fall as well. The A5 will claim him a C4 toss out to the wild, and nothing connects from it. A loose effort of desperation to try and find something, but nothing arrives from it with so much time to work with. AT in complete control with a solid still to work with and lots of information to find. Certainly not an unwinnable position. 2 SMG-11s, we know how these weapons fare in clutches.
Well, memory, every single game has an SMG-11 clutch in it, it feels like these days. Flashy on the Solace as well. Well, they'll be finding no solace in the fact that he's playing in the next round. Many picks up that kill, and it's all down to Arthur. 1 versus 5 ace, or you lose the round. As you said, the SMG-11, 17 bullets inside the magazine. Well, 16 and 1 in the chamber. What is he able to do? Not very much. He gets a trade for his troubles as we get to see the POV of his death from Sledge. Not often you get to see that opposite POV at a kill cam, is it, with it?
No, it's not a common one. Normally, if we have a trade, it's someone off on the other side of Narnia cracking open a vertical or something in the last few dying embers around. But very well done. The near flawless round by AT. They were in complete control from that one. But yes, Bullet gets the opening pick, but the way they were going through that was a very routine take. They knew what they wanted, and they didn't really waste a lot of time and resources doing it. And this is where you'll see that aspect of, yes, they're not together as long as their opposition. X Supernova have been a core unit for way, way longer. But when you have so much experience, so much kind of levels of that top flight performance on this team, that's when you can go through a map that has a very clear procedure list, and that's when you're going to be very dangerous, and that's what we just saw.
So we go back down to the ground floor, and what I'd like to see is Dodez be a bit more aggressive, back himself more now on that ground floor. Don't give control of the top 2 floors to AT. Well, one way to make sure they don't get control of the top 2 floors the first 2 minutes is to jump to another break. We've had as many technical breaks in this game as we've had rounds.
No, we haven't. We've had
look.
How many rounds have we had? What?
Oh, we've had 3 rounds and 2 tactical pauses.
We've one less.
We have one less.
Yes.
I was trying to exaggerate with, but you had to be a stickler for the facts.
For a change, normally it's me. Over exaggerating. Normally your detriment, I will say.
Yeah, normally you exaggerate and say your KD's at like 0.85.
What? No, that's yours. You're at 0.4.
So you're exaggerating down now.
No, yeah, why? Because I'm picking it up over the 0.2 it actually is.
Do you know what the one good thing is though? This is the LAN build, so the players get into the lobby a lot quicker, and we're going to get back into the game pretty soon. Look,
that is true.
So Whip it. We've seen 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen 3. We're missing one from the graphic. We've seen 3 rounds. We've seen 3. Look, it's like the teleprompter.
Gibby has had a long day.
It's like the teleprompter. You read what's on the screen. We've had 3 rounds.
Gibby, is this teleprompter in the room with us now? Because I don't think you have one.
Well, the round is in the room with us now as we jump into round 4. A2 with a 2-1 lead on attack.
Who's A2?
AT, I said. This is the Donegal accent. Are you just purposely gaslighting me now?
Nope. What are you on about?
That is the most...
You're just crazy.
That is like when a toddler is like, no.
I say it with the most guilty eyes.
No. You're gaslighting me. We're going down to bottom floor anyway. And before I was so rudely interrupted by the technical pause, but I was saying, you can't give AT as much control of the rest of the map as what SN did the last time we came here.
Yes, I concur. I agree with your statement, Gibson. I have no rebuttal towards that. They were very good at taking that control, though. They were very efficient at being able to get that control, and they weren't really contested for it. The new thing I'll look at it is this will probably be a very similar style of defense. It'll be a horizontal take. They'll put someone out inside a VIP. They'll like to hold on to that entire garage area by bottom right, and the idea that they'll have a significant roam presence upstairs is somewhat not going to happen. I don't see them fighting too hard or very strictly to keep upstairs control. Maybe they'll send someone loose up there to try and cause a little bit of chaos, but for the most part, if the drone network's good from the side of AT, they should be able to start working on the key areas, the key aspects of that checklist very, very quickly, and you want to hope they at least have a decent network already established. We lost 3 drones in a prep phase, so not ideal, but not great, not terrible.
Yeah, it's another thing, though. This is a horrible map to drone in the prep phase when you consider the way it plays when there's a Solace there. So it's really good to bring that operator scenario like this. You look at the lineup that SN have taken, it's really time delay focused. You've got an Echo, which is there to feed information and to try to prevent a late game plant. You've got the Goyo there where the canisters will burn sometime. Solace will get rid of the cams, which you got rid of another one there now. And then you've got the smoke as your backup and the Warden to prevent the late game push. Dodez is in that position again, spots all the drones coming. This was the point that he dropped through the hatch last time. Does he stand and fight? Well, to me, it looks like he is going to play a little bit more aggressive as he gets rid of another drone. And he's going to get into a gunfight now as he peeks towards the door. Both these players know the other one is there. Who blinks first?
This is a game of nerves, a game of chicken. The first person to move might be the one to fall, and it will be Sexticate, the first to try and draw fire and the first to fall in the round. Vertical established above the Solace to try and lock this out and get that trade. Won't happen yet, and while the primary focus of the strategy was to hold on down below in that horizontal take, this one player, that one roam, that Solace upstairs is designed to cause as much chaos as possible, has done so. Got Sexy Cake, got that opening pick, and is now wasting so much time and so many vital resources. You see half the drones now gone, and now one other body on the side of AT's being slain. 5 versus 3. Just over a minute left to go, and the Solace will play it sneaky, hiding behind the countertops in reading, or pop up to an absolute freebie of bullet, and does so second in the round, and well, is all as good as over at this stage. He'll drop in the site directly. Here's going to be able to try and brawl that DMR. He'll have to go deep, and he'll get himself slain. 4 versus 1. While he might have lifted a hammer, I think this round might be too much to solve.
Yeah, drops into the smoke, vaults on through, looks for the player in plates, but there's nobody there. The angle coming through from the player who was playing over by Kochek. And again, it just feels like the opening pick takes so much predominance inside of these games. And what I liked about that one, what I criticized Dodes for doing the last time we were here was giving up mid-floor control that early. He stayed, held his ground, and picked up 2 kills. And one of the joys of these land build games is, as a defender, you can more comfortably hold an angle. And 2 of their picks came from just holding the angle and picking up that kill.
Yeah, I mean, the classic LAN to online debate. You know, you're a little bit more safe to just hold the position, hold an angle. You don't need to swing it. It's not a swing or be swung situation to find yourself in. More of a default tertiary site this time around, though. It will be dining and reading. And when we look at this one, the reason I kind of was skeptical of the mining is because, or at least cautious of the way AT were attacking that mining site last time around, is they fought very hard to get control of Cocktail. Now, when you get Cocktail, this is the thing about it. Words. It's been a long day. When you get Cocktail and you're attacking mining, you don't have a lot of that. You get that vertical control, and all of a sudden nothing happens. You have no way to pressure site directly. Now you do. So that fight for Cocktail is going to be so much more critical, so much more important. If they can get that, it's going to be very, very key. The question is, how quickly can they establish that map control? How quickly can they force that potential fallback?
These are questions, again, that need to be answered. Sexy Kick will begin rappelling up, does it on the safe side so that nobody can run out and cause a little bit of a problem. Midi rappels up the other safe wall as they make their way up towards the roof, and they'll begin making their way down through the map. So, Sexy Kick drones out dining, reading room, realizes that there's nobody in that position. And of course, but it is probably the more preferred tertiary site this time around as well, being reading room library as opposed to reading room and mining.
Yeah, I agree. You can't really refute you, Gibson. You can't make me say something so inflammatory like that I'll disagree with you. Nice try, though. I appreciate the effort. Appreciate the effort for that one. We'll see the traditional pilgrimage up to the roof. This is very standard. They'll just get that control to begin to work on this one. Hatch is open. They'll begin to try and pressure in instead of reading, instead of shop, and it's going to be... This will look like a very standard take. They're going to walk in. It's going to look like, basically, that they're taking control, the same as they would do for a top floor assault, and then they begin to work that vertical pressure. You need to do this in a timely fashion, though, because every second you burn in this control, there's this area where you're trying to take piano, is a second less that you have to work that execution, and it can be a very difficult thing to do.
Need tossed down towards the ether, but nothing picked up. But does create a little bit of verticality that Sledge can use just a little bit later in the round, so it's not necessarily completely given away. But with 1 minute and 20 seconds gone, it feels like it's just a very delayed push here from AT. Pulse is able to feed information on the player on red stairs. That'll be passed to the people who were playing up. He's going to go hunting. He's chasing. He's got the C4 in his back pocket, and he's just waiting for the soft floor. There you go. There's the soft floor. Thought he might get something on the hatch, but he does have Solace. Of Pulse and Solace directly below your push is not what you want to see.
It might be the last thing you want to get. The Pulse is going to be relay your position no matter what you do, and the Solace can hunt your utility. 40 seconds, and they begin to feel that pressure. C4 tossed out will find half HP on towards Midi, so not enough to get that confirmation. They'll chew through the floor best they can, remove these power positions, and make it a little bit more uncomfortable just to sit and exist on site. But they need to make this play happen. They've only got 30 seconds to try and stick a case down. And with 10 players left, it's going to be an absolute brawl. They have no real map control on that middle floor, so it's going to be all down to this one. The next 20 seconds are key, and it's going to be an all-out brawl. The case already going down, but the coverage just isn't there. No one's looking. Jaeger swings wide, gets one. Finally shut down, but the damage might just be done. Sub 10 seconds to work with, and now they ascend. They drop from heaven, only to be met by the SMG-11. And it's now all down the midi alone. That shotgun blasts him to the next realm. And round number 5 goes in favor of the defense.
And again, I think they just rushed the plants. You know, they left themselves with too little time, but maybe more time than they realized as they tried to get the plant down before they had the cover above. And just like that, the whole round falls apart. So we move to round 6. Are we going to see another 4-2 defensive half as these teams continue to assert dominance on the defensive side, which is a little bit against the meta inside of Brazil, it's a little bit against the international meta, or will we get the more usual 3-3 split? Well, the site's going to be top floor, but one that SN won already this game.
They won it pretty effectively as well, I will have to say. What do you think, Gibbs? What do you think? Microphone to your face.
I
think it'll be a 3-3 split.
I think it will be. I'm going to be brave and say that AT win this round on attack.
Oh, good heavens! For real?
Yeah, why not?
I thought you were going to give me a little bit more than that. They go, oh yeah, why not?
But we're not the analytical stats guys. We're the how does it
That's
feel?
not what I'm saying. I thought you were going to give me something more. I thought you were going to say something that I could then, I don't know.
Right, well then, if you're looking for it, they've brought the lineup again that has enough aggression with the Ashe and the Ana to work together in a tandem to try to have an impact on the entry. With that line, it'll enable them to take ground control on the map. The first call does come out early, which is what you expect to see to prevent any spawn peaks in the early stages, to keep yourself alive. And with that sledge, real job is to get those hatches open. Secondary job is to get picks with the nades. Is that better? Was that a better?
I like it. Big thumbs up. You get the big thumbs up seal of approval from me, and that's the biggest award you'll ever get.
It's worth very little.
Oh, rude. Don't make me steal your car.
Nobody watching knows who we are, so they're like, "What is a whippet seal of approval?"
It's a thumbs up
from
the
me.
Back. From me. That's what you want at the end of the day.
Well, but it's a good setup. Look at the setup that they have over by Cigar's side. You've got a mirror and a castle.
Touch on that.
Yeah,
because this mirror castle, right? This is going to delay so much, right? This is going to take away so much time and control, and that's going to force, you have Sexy Cake that can use those charges. You have Habana, but it's going to force a dilemma of thinking where you use utility, and you have to be wise with how you use it. You don't want to chuck your nades necessarily at clearing all those positions because you want to be able to clear key power positions. You want to get players out of those positions. So you have to use Sexy Cake's utility. And you have to burn ADSs and have a limited number of flashbangs you want to work with.
The voices.
Intrusive thoughts there.
The voices were talking to him for just a moment. But he steps in, drops below again. Now, Habana can be used to move the castle, but there's a bit of a problem. Arthur gets the open and pick onto Nears. As now he jumps outside as well. Nobody in position either to get that refrag. Apart from the player. Look, I like that. He's got a little bit of support on the stairs as well to refrag him as he made his way inside. Really well thought out jump out by SN, even though Arthur wasn't able to pick up an extra kill off it.
He gets himself out of a dangerous position as well. He evolves on out. He's going to be a little bit safer now. He regroups with his team, and Empax just finds 2 just like that. A double kill. Unravels around. Sexy Case gets 1 in trade, but unfortunately gets himself traded from the depths of Freezer. 4 versus 1. And it's time down to Bullet. Won a major in Sweden. Can he win a 4 versus 1 here at home? 20 seconds, no time to work with, and, well, no avenue of ingress in towards Piano. He has to take his fights one by one, met by a single player who peek him aggressively. But this is all but over. He's got no way into this round at all. The UMP will surely be able to find him, hunt him down, and they swarm around him bit by bit, one by one. They shut him down. Round 6 goes to the defense. SN look to be in complete control, and Gibby, that's a 2-round lead going into the end of the half.
It's a great lead. It's really well, and I can see why this team performed so well in Tier 2 of Brazil last year. But Connor talked on it a little bit in the break, but the intricacies of the defenses that they do set up, it's of a higher tier than Tier 2. And they're proving it with the way they're playing against these players who, as you pointed out, some of them have won major events, Pro League, they've won a major, they've got a player playing who was won SI as a coach. They're being stalled out and struggling to break down these defenses. Now, we've seen a hold like that before. Sometimes we would have seen it on maybe at the start of last year, we saw that hold a lot where we would see nades being used from below to open up those castles. But the holds are stalling AT enough that they're able to force them then into really late executes, really late pushes where if you put a single player in the wrong position or set a single foot the wrong way, you don't have enough time to recuperate from that mistake. And I just love the way SN played on defense, but can they close this out on attack?
My bad. I was taking a drink, Gibson. It happened again. It happened again.
Anything to
Always
add?
happens.
Anything to add on the point though? Or we're just gonna move.
I actually spoke for a moment. I had my posture talk down on toggle, and that's what happened. That's why you get an instant revolt. I'm trying to drink my iced tea. So yes, I agree. The way they've been sorting this out has been fantastic. You mentioned of a higher level. It looks like a team that's very proficient at designing these defensive strategies. When they move to the offense, that's when I'm going to be looking at how they're able to deal with this, because their aggression that we saw, I mean, Border, it was like a millennia ago that they watched these two teams go head-to-head on Border, but the way they played a very aggressive round, some aggressive tempo, kind of hit the site directly, that might benefit them here on a map like this, because you said a lot of direct avenues. There's a lot of ways to get directly in the site, put pressure immediately on the objective, and that could be a key to success here.
Amari opens up some options as well, you know. Doesn't always mean that they're going to go aggressively in towards site, but it does mean that with the Lion scan coming a little bit later in the round, potentially we could see that in the window, and that's exactly... Oh, I thought it looked like the silhouette was making that move in, but not quite yet. The C4 from Bursa picks up one onto Drews, and you look at this Taki and utility being dumped. The nade popped into place. Bursa is going to fall. The second nade is going to finish off what they started. He tries to crawl away, but Dodez picks up his kill. 4 versus 4. Sexy kick in the corner. They have a player over by pallets, but you cleared the player on the mirror for now.
Big pick, though. On away, the impact will do a little bit of team damage, but drop Sexy Kick away. That was the intention, to buy a little bit of space. The player holds this window, though, and oh, perfect! Swing around it. Finds it. Sexy Kick's next to fall. The SMG-11 finds one, fires up in the tray, but the Nomad will hold and lock down that white hallway one by one. Empet is repelled in from heaven and now has control of Cocktail. The EMR fires and gets one of the nears. And, well, the Valkyrie down below has one special trick up their pocket. A C4 in hand. Already pre-placed it. Can't be reactive. Will try and blow at the mask of cover. Look, try and torque the idea. Barbed wire will delay their position, but that's going to be the ARX. Swings wide, finds a 3k in the round. Bullets last to fall. That offense looks very, very, very clinical from the side of SN.
Great round. Really good round again. I think some of the problems that AT had were maybe self-made. You know, if you're playing in a stack and someone's like, yeah, drop the hatch, and then you drop the hatch and get killed by a player on the white stairs window, you can say, you baited me. And in reality, they're shooting themselves in the foot at times. But again, let's not take anything away from SN. They still need to win these rounds, and that's what they're doing. They've got a 5-2 lead now. So to set the scene, SN only need to win 2 rounds to win this map, whereas AT need to win 5. And that's a good ratio to be in at this point. But you'd like to think that a team that's proficient and playing at this level, even on attack, could win 2 rounds before the other side won 5.
One thing I'm looking at here, Gibbs. The one thing that's a big concern, if you're a fan of Team Sexy Kick, for example, is the momentum factor. This is going to be a difficult one. This is a break the serve moment. They need to win this defensively, otherwise, obviously, it's map and series point from that stage on. But it's been all the side of SN so far. They've looked in complete control here on Cafe, and that's been a very, very problematic time so far. This round, make or break moment. Can they keep themselves alive? Can they prevent that map point, that match point, that series point?
I want them to do it. I'm not going to lie. I want to see AT begin to fight their way back in this fixture just a little bit better. So Sexy Kick sets himself up inside of Kochek. Midi is going to play the vert. Nears is going to open the hatch and drop back down, as you've got positions now to maybe cause a problem for SN or XSN as they try to push in. Now Monty is going to get Bakery control here. Monty steps in, will get a little bit of help with the drone as well, and this is where the verticality that was set up above is important. So you don't want to shoot Monty as soon as he steps in. You want to wait till his back is turned or until another player tries to backfill the position and pick up these kills. You got to be very, very careful with when you pick and choose your moments, especially when a Monty is leading the way. C4 popped and wasted.
a very, very clear distinction between both these teams and why they've attacked so far. Look how direct this is. You know, AT was very much a traditional go through the checklist, go clear room by room, floor by floor, get that control. This is basically walk in the bakery, demand respect with the Monty, and just try and work and probe for that opening pick. They have a great line of sight, a great position. If they just walk someone, perhaps in a coat check, that could be a huge problem. But there is a lot of other kind of stipulations to getting control of coat check, and that will be that red so at holding by bar. 3 bodies stacked up in a great position to try and hold this. They might be able to brute force their way straight into prep.
Nears gets a pick. That's the opener on the side of AT, though. And that's a big pick right there. Nears gets aggressive on the breach again, but, you know, the recoil on the SG-11, as it can do sometimes, just gets a little bit away from him as he's getting pressured by the Monty. He's in a little bit of a pinch scenario. Tries to fire again. Does a bit of damage onto Empt, but still able to hold this position. In reality, he's a man on an island right now with no support coming from elsewhere. So the Monty's going to beat him, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Sexy Kick gets the kill. 5 versus 3 now. Dreas is looking to take a gunfight above now. 5v1. Bullock got a kill. Arthur steps inside. And the defense wins the round.
Yep, so they wanted to go direct there. Now, listen, Gibby, you've worked with me too many times. Too many late evenings here in Brazil. You know, I'm not an enjoyer of the Monty from time to time. Well, I appreciate the idea, the sentiment of that attack. They wanted to go aggressive. They wanted to try and basically say, knock, knock, we're in sight, and they're going to make that a difficult position to fight with. It didn't work out the way they wanted. They couldn't get their picks to back it up, and they walked in the bakery, and the round fell flat. There was nothing really more to do with that one. They got in the bakery, and they couldn't find any success. They probably should have went from a top-down clear. I think that would have been more effective with what they were dealing with, at least strategically, set up by AT. For AT, good round from them, breaks the momentum, breaks the serve, gets them that extra time, that extra lifeline, and prevents that map point from SN arriving at this early stage.
It's one thing breaking momentum, but you still got to win 2 rounds in a row just to draw level. As again, we'll take time to draw our breaths back in, as we'll get the players back in the lobby once more. But Whip It, it's been another game where AT looked phenomenal in map 1. Then we see a very intricate technical display on map 2, which sees XSN win that one. And now we're on map 3. And history will tell you, team that won map 2 usually wins map 3. And if it does finish this way, and SN do manage to find those 2 rounds, they've earned it. They've played a very good style of Siege, and I think that whichever one of these sides qualifies for that next round, the semi-final, will give Los One a lot of problems.
Okay, that's a brave one. I think Lost One might be a little bit too much to handle. I am a Lost One fan, so there is that.
There's a bias there. It's okay to be biased sometimes.
Well, they're not playing right now. That's all I'm saying. So, they're just playing tomorrow against the winner of this one in the semi-final. That's going to be an exciting one, of course. I mean, all the teams in this lower bracket, not this lower bracket, this LCQ, are fantastic. I mean, there's so much talent in this region. The thing that I'm really looking forward to is going to be that final matchup at the end of the weekend. See who finally gets that Phase 1 ticket to Denmark. So much talent from this region. I mean, you look at the teams that are in Phase 2, representing Brazil. FaZe Clan and Liquid. I mean, of course they are. They're the best teams in the region, but there's so much talent. You would imagine that a deep run from Phase 1 is very much possible from any of the teams that make it, and I would love to see this. You know what? My prediction says AT. I think all of us went AT in our predictions for this one. I would love to see a team from the Tier 2 system make a monstrous Cinderella run. I live for that. And you know me. I always want the underdogs to win. So I'm a CAG fan. So, let's crack into this one.
Well, something I think all casters have that in common. We all want the underdog story to happen, the miracle run, and we spoke about
who doesn't like an underdog story.
The favorite,
the one person.
Yeah, but no. On that point, as you said, you've got FaZe, you got Liquid already in stage 2 or Phase 2 of the major. W7M qualified already, and to that phase 1. This is the final spot that's being decided in Brazil over this weekend. Of course, there's only 4 spots left for grabs in stage or phase 1. 2 spots for Asia, which will be guaranteed and sorted by Sunday. 2 spots for LATAM, which will be done, or sorry, 1 spot for LATAM, which will be done by Sunday, and then 1 spot for Brazil. And like you said, it'll be really cool to see a tier 2 team make their way to Copenhagen.
Oh, don't know. You got me excited now. No, they have to win this game at the bare minimum, and then lost one, and whoever they have to face on the other side of the bracket. So it's a long way away for that one. But yes, there is that wonderful Cinderella story. 2 rounds away though here on Cafe from locking it out and locking out this series. Very possible. They've looked very good so far, but the thing is, when you go to the offense, it's a real question of how you're going to be able to keep that tempo going, because this map can be difficult. There's a lot of difficult puzzles to solve, and we saw in that last round, they wanted to bring that more direct approach. They wanted to walk a Monty in the bakery and just breach from there and work off that position. And it didn't work. It fell a little bit flat. So I think they're going to get forced into now playing a little bit more of a traditional style on this map. And that might slow them down. And that might be a problem. The C4 tossed out early by Nears and doesn't connect, doesn't find a single point of damage.
Yeah, you'd nearly say the C4 was too far away from getting his target from Nears. So Dodez tosses the drone up inside out a spot where that defender is. Usually you have a pretty good idea as to where he can be found. You look at the drone network that's been set up by SN. They do have quite a bit of information, but Midi playing on the Vigil is an interesting one, because as a coach, he knows that your value as a Vigil is solely as to how many kills you can get in the round. The most selfish operator in the game, particularly on defense. And the question now goes, can you get those all-important picks playing inside that situation, Whippet?
I'm actually going to say his position right on that countertop, what will find one, that's going to be an opening pick, a huge advantage as well. You lose that sledge, lose those nades. Half the nade capacity now gone. LCQ finds one more. This is going to be a fallback, and then they got the 2 picks they need. They don't need to hold much any longer. So with a minute 20 left, they'll fall on back to site. No real pressure. Take their 2 picks for a freebie, but Emptix reads that perfectly. Gets Nears and realizes and understood that rotation, that cross was going to happen. Great game IQ to find it.
So Midi looking for that next pick for the AT side. Playing below, as we said, on the Vigil. So it's going to be difficult to just work out exactly where he is. Arthur's going to open up that hatch, giving them another way of accessing the middle of red stairs. Top floor completely controlled now by the side of SN. Empt playing by pillar. But it looks like AT, they're not going to give away anything for free now, Whippet. They're all locked in place.
Yeah, they don't want to move at this situation. If you extend a little bit too far, you're going to find yourself getting punished from it. And that's not anything that they want to do. So they'll hold the crossfires. They'll try and push in as best they can. Arthur will give themselves a direct avenue in the site. It will begin to toy with the idea of sticking this case down. The angles open up deep into the reading, allow this coverage to happen. And Bullet on the hunt, looking to cause more damage. Do they know about him? Well, it doesn't look like they do for the time being, at least. He'll pop up and they'll try and stick this plant. The Tracer's just arriving over the head of the ace with 7 seconds. They're going to try and stick this up. They can't quite deny it, but it's going to be a flurry of kills. And well, LCQ finds 2 and finds the almighty denial on the Arthur. Stops the plant, stops the round, and gets it 1 back for AT.
Little bit closer again. They're 1 round behind as we'll get the time out called by SN. They want to get that instant response, because if they lose this round, we're guaranteed every single round in regulation in this tie. Whip it 7-5, map 1, AT. 7-5, map 2, XSN. Are we going to have a 7-5 to finish us out on the night, or will we go all the way to overtime in what is our last cast of the night?
I mean, yes, that is true. Yeah, but you've been on it for like, what, 16, 17 hours now?
I have another cast after this. I'm hosting LATAM after this, and then I'm casting a LATAM game at the end of the night, which could be, 5, 6, 7 hours from now.
I salute you. I salute you, sir.
I'll have entered delirium by that point.
And you're saying wait, you already haven't? What?
Oh, there are levels to this. Well, every time you drop down a level, you realize that you've not quite hit the floor yet.
Oh, so for reference, level 10 is obviously going to be you in Paris after Sweden, yeah?
Oh, God.
Is that level 10?
That's yes. But we don't need that lore does not need to be explored just yet. 5-4.
Just toying with the idea. I'm just throwing like bait out there so people know it's a story.
So 5-4 is the score. But look at the site we're going to once more. Mining and reading room. Look at the attacking lineup that we're brought in. So Amaru, that more likely will be used to take control of the top floor early. You know, I don't expect to see anybody going through dining window too early inside the round. Brava, of course, an operator that I think the value is as good as you can use it. Get in there, steal those drones. That drone that you see on 90 would be a beautiful one to take on the side of Brava. There's Maestro cams, there's Vault cams, there's Echo. That to me has increased the value of Brava massively in this round.
I mean, Brava already has so much intrinsic utility. Really, really. I mean, you get 2 extra drones, hack any utility that you want, decent kit as well, smokes to bring as well. Lots of utility available. You gotta think, I mean, you gotta try to get that camera. That's exactly what it was. The moment I see it, like, yep, there it is, he's gonna try it. No, doesn't work out. Huge camera to get, doesn't work out this time around. Defensively, a lot of spread out. Hacked Maestro camera! Oh, it's gonna be annoying. That's Brava. I've never seen that. So today, so far, I've seen a hacked Yokai drone and a hacked Maestro camera. Up to this point in this stage, I've only seen cameras.
Well, they're technically cameras as well, as Bullet takes down Dodas, and there's Sexy Kick getting one onto Arthur. 3 versus 5. Dreas takes a bit of a beating on the side of SN as AT look to level the sides at 5 rounds apiece. 1 HP and a dream for Dreas. Empt is going to give themselves a little bit of an opportunity to pull it back in a 3v4, and then the Lion Scan coming in momentarily freezes those defenders in position. Dreas is prone and waiting for Maestro to peek, to just move his way. But Maestro is not being the most accommodating dance partner right now. Midi gets a 4 versus 2 as he steps onto the toes of Flastry. Midi gets one. Else makes it a 1v3. But I just feel that this is a task too far. And it is. Bullet closes it out. We are level. And we're guaranteed every single round in overtime.
How fitting would that be? If we don't see overtime, that means every single map of this series will end with a scoreline of 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. What a series this has been. Both teams pushing each other to the absolute limit. And we're level. 5 rounds apiece here. Victor takes it all. It's a 1-map shootout to face Lost One. Got a prize or a punishment? Only time can tell. The defense is reigning supreme so far. AT looking control. Back to Bakery. We watched Monty play last time out to the side of Supernova. But he walked in. They tried to pressure that Monty and Bakery directly. Didn't work at all. Will it be a similar story, or will they go for a more traditional top-down, full map clear? Lineup-wise, it looks it.
Well, they got to make it work. You don't want to give AT match point, because at that point you feel like they will probably be the ones that clutch out this round in its entirety. So many times in this matchup, particularly over the last 2 maps, the team that's got the opening pick has gone on to win the round. I think the first map, when you look back at the way the first map played, it maybe cast a little bit of wool over our eyes to how this fixture was going to go. It was, you know, massive clutches galore. We had an ace clutch. Since then, it's been a very intricate and technical matchup between 2 sides who are obviously very well coached and very, very well organized, and they know how to make the opening pick work.
Mention that opening pick. Who will find it? Who will be able to get the opening one in this one? Still early days in the round, but you just gotta feel it's been the storyline so many times in this one. I even called it on Sky. The winner of the opening pick was going to win the map. What happened? Exactly that. Both these teams live and die on the start of their entries and make it work.
Blastry gets on the drones. As you said, it's a full map clear. 2 players on the top floor, 1 player droning ground floor to work out where these players are. Miffy in that position that we did previously see Dodez being played. Dodez will look to meet fire with fire though as he steps in towards Lyrie. Looks like Miffy has given up the position. So full map control established now by SN with 1 minute and 35 seconds to go.
No engagements yet. No damage done, and a reallocation of utility. That shield now placed in VIP to hold the line if a push arrives from white. C4 replaced and blue silhouettes lurking. And then perhaps a fraction too early. Spots the Yana clone. The Gemini replicator is removed from the fight, but information gathered. A minute left in this round. Claw doesn't quite go where near as what I wanted, but he can't really risk the time. He has to hold the position best he can.
And there's the opening pick for Flastry. Dota stepping down those stairs as well as they look to put more and more pressure onto this linear hold. Sexy Kick trying to maybe retake red stairs, keep the players on verticality a little bit on their toes. Midi spots the drone, realizes his position has been given away, doesn't want to give too much attention to the camera because it can't kill him. But Bersa can get a kill onto Arthur, making it back to a 4 versus 4. But we've got 2 players now on the hatch. Bersa gets another one onto Dreas. It's a 4v3 whippet, and it looks like match point may be calling, but 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds can be an eternity inside of Siege. The case will attempt to go down. The coverage is good so far. The ARX fires off and gets him. The case goes cold deep inside his sight. The TCSG will rip through 2. Leave it all down the Flastry. Lots of damage done. Pistol in hand. He's running out of time though. Has to make it work, but doesn't matter. Midi finds it him up and series point is called. And it will be AT who answers the call. 1 round away from closing out this series, but it is not over until it's done. Can Supernova lock it out and force us to the very first overtime of this series? Oh, Gibby, what a game this has been. What a series it's been. This is exactly what you want. The end of the LCQs. One step closer to Copenhagen is your prize, and both these teams have forced it to the absolute limit.
7-5 map 1, 7-5 map 2. RAT going to continue that trend, or will we go to overtime in this decider? Me as a fan, me as a caster, me as a viewer, I want overtime. I want to go all the way on this one because these two sides have battled it out over 2 maps. And Whippet, as we pointed out earlier, the prize for winning this one is a date with Los 1. The team that you pointed out went undefeated in groups at SI. The prize for this, even if you lose against Los 1, are SI points.
You're right. Those all so important, all so scarce points. Get you a step closer to a ticket and a seat. The grandest stage of them all. And we talk about it so much, but for every single Brazilian team, any step they can make closer to SI, considering it's in home turf, it's in Rio in February, they'll be very keen for that one. For AT, one more steadfast defense of Cafe, and they get themselves the next stage of this one step closer to a trip to Copenhagen. Tentative moments, you can feel the tension begin to build. This will be a nervous wreck of a round, knowing how much is on the line.
And you can see Flastry just peeking into his teammates' screens as well to maybe check on their drones to see what's going on. That's one of the benefits of playing in a LAN environment. Now, we've seen that work the other way. Nears goes for a jump out at the big moment, but there is going to be the air jab, sending him into the ether, as Dores will send him to potentially the next round. We could be getting overtime. There's that opening pick, and utility comes in clutch.
It's plays like that. It's that one risk, that one gamble, the shots you need to hit. Opening pick for the offense. Midi, though, can drop down, concede with Vigil. You just gotta feel that could have been a blunder that set this round in motion. Sexy King with that DMR he's been so proficient with all game long. Will it be another storied part of that career? Storied moment in this round. Minute 20 to work with. And tensions begin to build.
Empt steps towards site. They've got the numerical advantage. He realizes that the site, as far as we can see, is completely vacant. He could probably attempt to force an execute. He definitely can now as he gets the pick onto Bersa, making it a 5 versus 3. There's Dodez, 5 versus 2. The numbers are falling. Overtime is calling. A Sexy Kick peeks around the corner, but Emps is going to take him down. 5 versus 1. Bullet in the corner. Bullet down. We're going to overtime on a flawless round.
What a way to do it. What a statement, saying we aren't dead yet. We want to push this to the very, very limits. These teams cannot find separation, so overtime will do it for you. And this moment, Oh, Nears, you've got to win those. You've got to land those shots. On a single one land, the air jab will send you to your doom. Perfect execution. Perfect gift. The opening engagement going the way of X Supernova now. You need to do it all over again. Sides remain the same for overtime, but this is now it. 3 more rounds, the side of victor or loser in this one. Who will face loss in the semi-finals? Whose journey to Copenhagen ends today on Cafe? So close to finding out.
This is only the quarter-final to qualify for the major, and this is one of my favorite best of threes that I've had the chance to work so far. So, overtime, ground floor, and look at that lineup. Oryx, Capcan, Echo, Frost, and Mute. They've got the traps, they've got the cams, they've got the ability to just be a nuisance in the side of SN. SN didn't work for them the first time. Is it going to work the second time? They've brought the Monty, they've brought the Flores, they've brought the Thermite. It screams an attempt to take Bakery once more.
I don't want them to do it. I don't want it. I don't want it. No, it's almost a match point, Monty, Gibby. A direct avenue like this needs so many moving parts to go your way. The Yokai drone will be so detrimental as well. Flores, they can begin to clear away key utility. They have someone set up to get control of main lobby and perhaps push in the get. That also important control of coat check. That's what they need with these mute jammers. Will delay it. A single jammer is enough to cause so much destruction and chaos and disruption. They can't get that all open for free as they did last time. It might be a very slow, methodical round now. I think they're already seeing the error of their way that this is going to be a difficult one no matter how they want to play it.
I couldn't agree with you more. Every single game that these two teams have been played has been difficult for every single player. But the breach is open. The Rotero does a little bit of damage onto Arthur. But you've got a full hole that Monty can now force his way through. Nears drops a little bit behind. Tries to take out the cam as he looks towards Wedding. 1:50 to go. You've got Echo in place as well. The Rotero drone is trying to move Nears into a position where he's vulnerable. And the Flores Rotero is going to take him down as he's blind. Looks like Arthur thought about sticking the plant. He's going to put it down. Couple of seconds to go. 5v4. The Monty push is working, and whip it, they get the case down.
The Yokai drone blast a fraction too late. A flurry of kills. We lose 60k and MTATs in that moment. 30 seconds to we go critical. The case will begin to tick down. Every second now becomes a vital war of attrition. The Yokai drone will try and disrupt that Monty best they can and get an opportunity, but it's not going to work. The angle's just too deep. Running out of time, space and options. No one's there to pounce. And this is going to be a desperate act. The AK-12 sings, bullet falls, the Monty locks in that corner, and well, it's all down on Echo to try and find something. And I think it's just a little bit too late. He'll tap. He'll get shut down. 9 seconds. The case will go active. We're going to match point for X Supernova.
I'm all for it. What a series we have had so far. We questioned the Monty. You told them don't do it, but the Flores worked. But again, Whippet, it was the teamwork and the play. By opening up that wall, by taking the Monty, you forced Nears in behind this wall. They stunned him. They used the Rotero in tandem. He didn't know which way to go. If he moved a little bit more to the left, he was getting shot. If he stayed in position, he died to the Rotero. The blinding stopped him from doing anything other than moving from spot. He gets taken down, and Monty wasted no time and just forcing himself in, got into that corner with a solid wall above him, and at that point it became a very difficult plant to stop. So it's as simple as this for SN. This is the only defense that you are going to get to play to try to move to the semi-final. Look, this is just building tension. This gets us even more ready to go in. But as I said, this is the only defense that you're getting, Whippet. You lose this one more defensive attempt from AT. But the one thing, if there's one thing that's been true about XSN the whole way through the series, they have been really good and very advanced on how they've set up these sites defensively.
Their defense strategy has been so good throughout all the maps. The level of tech they bring out basically is fantastic. The puzzles they present are very difficult to solve in a timely fashion, and that's where they found success, particularly on that skyscraper defense where they look so dominant, look so strong. They're one defense away, Gibby. They're one of their preferred sides away from getting themselves a matchup, a date with Lost One in the semi-finals. and a nice little handful of SI points as well. So much tension, so much drama. You have to wait a little bit longer to see it as well. As me and Gibby want to get into this one just as badly as all of you in chat. We might have our casters start games, but we're tapping them best we can. Well, wait, I want to get into this one. I want to see who will be the victor, because this has been a fantastic series. All the way, every single map to the absolute limit.
This is the way I love it. 7-5, 7-5, and overtime. Are we going to get 15 rounds? AT sure hope so. But SN, they want to clutch this one out now whenever we get back from this little technical timeout that we're currently having. That gives us all a little bit of a moment to breathe. Now, some people might wonder how much communication is allowed during a technical pause like this one.
How much communication is allowed during a technical pause?
Player to player, as much as you like. Coach, though, coach is a passenger. You're sitting back. You can do nothing right now to impact this game. But one thing to add, every team in overtime gets one additional timeout, if I'm not wrong. So, after this technical pause, do you see AT using that technical timeout straight away? Or do you think Mitty, by being an SI winning coach and being a player in the server, is giving his team the talk right now while we wait for this lobby to get up and running?
It's certainly potential. I mean, I was going to touch on the fact that Mitty is going to be the perfect guy to have in this position. My former coach moves into that playing role. He's a great player as well, and is able to bring that aspect of leadership that a coach often has with the team in this situation. He can talk to his players, figure out the problems, and solve these puzzles before they get into it. But this has been exactly what you want from a game like this, Gibbs. Like this is only the quarterfinal, and these two teams have pushed each other to the absolute brink, and we are ready to get into this one. Round 14. Oh my. What do you reckon, Gibby? Is it done in 14, or is 15 calling?
Last time I said that AT would win the attack that they needed to, and I was wrong. This time, SN, with the complexity that they've been able to create these puzzles and illusions, I think that they have what it takes. But will the pressure be too much? Can the experience of AT find a way to whittle down this defense? It's going to be that site that you said you hate so much, the site that's probably... It's all, it's the primary site when you come to this map, and on paper it shouldn't be. When you look at how easily accessed by attackers it is, shouldn't be, but it's going to be where we go. The puzzle that they set up last time with it, the mirror window from bathroom looking in towards piano, the castle cutting off cigar shop from cigar and piano, and it just really made it difficult for AT to just take map control, because, as we said, a mirror window without anybody behind it is as effective as a mirror window with, because as an attacker, unless you have a drone, you have to assume that there's someone there.
As it sows that level of fear and doubt upon you. You never know what's around the corner when a mirror window's in play. And this setup was so effective, and the big thing is that it's a castle in play. Look at the limited self-destruction that they have. They realistically only have Zofia and then aids available. But the addition of the Amaru, to me, indicates that they don't really want to deal with a piano take. They want to hit this from the cocktail side. That's the primary intention. And the cameras being cycled by the defense will give them a good idea where this push will come from, so they can begin to read into this, adapt, and change up what they want to do. And that's that aforementioned mirror window set that you were talking about. Inside a bathroom. Absolutely destructive. You gotta feel that the time being bided here, the amount of information gathered from the lack of presence on those default cameras, might give the side of X Supernova a read into what's coming.
What do you do? What do you do in this scenario? Who is going to be the first team to blink? As I said, all the pressure is on AT. They're on attack. They need to push, and this is match point, series point for the rivals. Stun grenades being thrown towards two scenarios. Bersa's going to go full tilt. He drops down the hatch and he begins planting the case. Those Goyos being blown the other side will prevent the push coming, and the case goes down. 43 seconds on the clock. Bersa's going to hit the deck. Cover coming in from above as Nears is able to get one on to Dries. Bersa gets his one. It's a 5v3. Flastray pulls one back. Sexy kick takes down Arthur, and we're going all the way. way to steal one from Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. Trademark stolen.
Yeah, well, you want to do that for so long, but what a way to do it! A 5-on-5, the plant goes down, no one's aware, they committed way too deep, looking to just deny that plant or that control inside a piano. They drop the skylight, stick the plant, and just like that, we are on round 15, max OT, and that's going to be a timeout call by the victors of that round, AT. They want to set things straight. They want to have every second they can to cook up the strat that might send them to the semi-final. What a series this has been. It's down to this one, our final round, Gibby.
And a timeout to relax for AT as I'm sure the blood was pumping. But those two last rounds on attack, although completely different, took a lot of cojones to make it work, right? You decide on your attack in overtime to bring a Monty and force a push on basement to get the plant down. Then AT, realizing that they could drop through the hatch so early inside the round, they wasted no time. They said, you know what? This is it. This is our moment. We're going to make it work. And they stuck it. And here we find ourselves now, SN on attack, trying to get that date with Low Swan. All AT gotta do is hold the line.
One more round for either side. What a series this has been. 12 rounds of regulation is required for both the opening maps. Cafe, well, round 15. That's what we needed. The jewel in the crown of this series, this final round, it all comes down to this. This is it.
Don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm a caster. It's my job. But everything on the line for these sides as they look to take that first step towards the major. The first step towards Copenhagen. And of course, first step to potentially getting all those SI points on the board as well. Arthur opens up the window. He's the lion. He's the one that can freeze those defenders on place. Flastry is the one that can use those stun grenades, can get his teammates up from DBNO. And the hatches will be open. But I feel like this is going to... This round will probably go down to the last 10 to 15 seconds.
It could be a long one indeed. Tentative moments, risk-adverse movements from both these sides. No one wants to blink first. No one wants to be the first to fall. No one wants to have that weight upon their shoulders. Drop the new hatch will gain some control. The Dokkaebi will push and look for that fight down towards heaven. The default camera not active, so they've got no clear insight of where this is. And it'll be blocked for a few extra seconds. Logic bomb detonates in the back pocket. And Sexy Cake's first to fall. The bullet's next to go. The two legends of this team are the first to get slaughtered. And now all the pressure arrives on this one. Can they hold the line? Gibby, a minute 40, so much time. But Flustry will find one more. The Bursa, 5 versus 2. The defense begins to crumble. The case should go down. It's all down to this. Midi alone to keep his team alive. And shut down by Arthur. Round 15 in history. And we will see X Supernova claim victory.
And can we just talk about how good that play was by Empt on the Dokkaebi? Realized the camera was up. Wasn't being used though. Didn't shoot it. And then says, you know what? I am going to make my phone call right now so I don't give away my position underneath the hatch. I don't give away my position by the camera being activated. And I win my one. And just like that, my teammate Drew's got another one. And from that point, it was SN's map to lose. And status quo will continue. The team that wins map 2 in a best of 3 wins map 3 and wins the series.
It's a tradition at this point. You don't if you win map 2, you're gonna win the series. Fantastic job. What a series that was. Pushed each other to the absolute limit. Gibby, it was honestly a privilege to be on the call with you for that one. It's nice to have a series go all 3 maps, a nice 15 rounded off as well nicely.
Yeah, and don't fear, we've got plenty more action to come for you. When we jump into a break, it'll come back with Jacob and Connor to break down that game. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming up tonight, so this channel is only getting heated up. But for Whip It, I think it's time. Will we jump to a break?
I think we will.
again, we could not have had a closer series if we tried. Aside from maps 1 and 2 not going to overtime, but that's not something that anyone's going to take a look at. We had 12 maps minimum on every single map in the series, and it turns into X Supernova defeating the team with several veteran players on it. It came down to the wire. This entire series, Connor, boiled down to literally whether ATT were capable of winning a cafe defense, and somehow, some way, they screwed it up.
Yeah, it was so incredibly rough, especially after we saw such a phenomenal Skylight Hatch rush plant. I was thinking, oh, ATT, they got it. Put the cherry on top is the timeout right after that for them to cook up on defense. But then it was the opposite. They got cooked instead. For X Supernova, they played phenomenally. This was such a close matchup. And sure, you can see Nears blowing himself up kind of by just mama penguining a Rotero drone and some other interesting plays over towards that sinks area with an Electro Claw, but small mistakes, that was almost the key to the match, and X Supernovas, they made less of them.
Especially when this happens on map 3 and you know that it literally came down to maybe one mistake not happening on your side and you could have walked away with this thing in the bag and then you would have been going into the semifinals tomorrow. That simply isn't the case for ATT anymore. They made too many of those mistakes. They allowed this thing to go all the way to overtime in the first place because they were up by 6-5. They were down considerably, had a multi-round comeback going, allowed not only the game to get forced to overtime, but then lose everything just a couple of rounds later in round 15. Not really much else to be said. X Supernova genuinely played their hearts out in this game. Technically, both teams did, but all the credit in the world goes to X Supernova for how they ended this thing because, again, in spite of it being super close, we did not know what to expect from either of these teams on a stage like this coming in, and it gives a pretty decent idea for what to expect when they play Los 1 tomorrow. But, I mean, even with that still said, the fact that it was so close means it's difficult to just automatically give them the edge in that game.
Well, it's almost like you want to say, hey, this ATT roster had so many storied and fabled players, a combined amount of trophies on a roster that rivals most active rosters, and they aren't even T1. That is crazy. Then this X Supernova roster was only 3/5 of their Challenger League team that, you know, they won. They had that champion campaign. They got this spot from Legacy. So you might think, hey, they haven't necessarily earned it in the last 6 months. It's been so long since we saw any iteration of this roster, and they have 2 new pieces. Things might get a little bit crazy, and they're going up against such a good team, and they came out looked even better. They overall had some nice, exciting, and inventive strategies on defense. Their cohesion on attacks looked a lot cleaner, and overall just were the better team at the end of the day.
And in spite of all of those tech rehosts that we had, especially throughout map 3, one guy still rose above the rest and proved that him getting added onto a core of guys that he hasn't played with before was still the right play, and that's Dodez, the guy who used to be on MIBR for all of about 2 weeks, showing exactly why an org like that was looking at him in the first place. He is our bona fide MVP of this game.
Oh yeah, and before this match, on the first 2 maps, he had 25 kills combined. I don't have, because of all the rehosts and all the craziness, I don't have those numbers ready for his total stats. But at the end of the day, we might as well do a toxic take of, you know, MIBR might need this man. They might need to pick him up in the offseason. They need to have the prodigal son come home because he's proven himself. He looked so dang good. He's been the most pleasant surprise in probably all of the Brazil stage so far. And this is kind of just the beginning of the LCQ.
Well, I guess we're going to find out whether that toxic take is legit because MIBR play next against Clayton's. That will be quarterfinal number 3 on the day. And then we will wrap up with Black Dragons and NIP in quarterfinal number 4. For right now, we know that at least one semifinal is completely locked down. But I think the most predictable matchup is coming up next, Connor. Just on the face of things, this is the only time that a tier 1 team in Brazil is facing a non-tier 1 team in this LCQ.
I'm scared though. I'm scared because we already had 6 matches, 6 maps off of 2. Everything's going to the decider, and both X Supernova as well as ATT were pleasant surprises. If that's the trend that we're going to continue, all of a sudden Clayton's are going to come out of nowhere and show MIBR who's boss.
I mean, this might end up being one of the longest qualifiers ever. We've been live for 7 hours so far, and if the trend continues, we're going to be here for 14, but we still got 2 more best of 3s that we have to soldier on through, and some of them, especially towards the end of the day, are about to be the most unpredictable and the most fun to watch. We'll be right back with Series 3 of our quarterfinals after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. halfway done with this day of the LCQ for Brazil going to Copenhagen. That was a lot of buzzwords and countries all said at the exact same time, but it makes sense, I promise. We've been going for 7 hours already today, and if any trend is any indication, it looks like we are destined to go on for 7 hours more. MIBR and Clayton's is quarterfinal number 3. The winner of that game will play the winner of Black Dragons NIP to follow up immediately after. And Connor, like we said before the break, this might be the game that has the most predictable result just from the outset.
In theory. In theory. But as we know and we love, in actuality, in practice, things can be very different. But if I was a betting man, I'd slap a couple of chips on MIBR here because they are a just overall more proven roster. We've even seen them have little to some success, at least throughout this first stage of Brazil that was so incredibly close. Almost every single player on this roster has had a big moment. They've stepped up to the plate. Perez and Lukid coming in to join Nigel, Reduct, as well as Falls has overall proven that they might be kind of on the cusp of competing with the top teams.
I'd say a little bit. They were the second overall team in Group A. They went to playoffs and they had 2 overtime maps against Los 1, and unfortunately were not able to win the second one. So if you were to put them again in a head-to-head, things might be a little bit closer if that matchup were to happen later. That's a potential grand final matchup if they're able to make it through this matchup and then the semifinal that they would have to play tomorrow. Would certainly be interesting, and I definitely think a team like MIBR, like you mentioned, has had people who have been able to show up in these moments. It's just good for them to get additional reps, because when you have 2 new players come in, if you don't get them, you're going to fall behind faster than you think you're realistically going to. So even if they don't manage to make anything happen here, they've got GWB qualifiers coming up a little bit. There are certainly opportunities for them to improve, but you really, really, really want to beat a team like Clayton's today, Connor.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you get upset by Clayton's, things all of a sudden the Twitter sphere is going to be blowing up and saying, haha, shouldn't be here. But as we have the entire roster of Clayton's now, you might not recognize a whole lot of them. It's really going to be overall interesting. A lot of these players is almost their first step up to the plate, besides Naka, who has overall bounced around a couple of the South American leagues and is now joining the rest of this roster here.
Yeah, we can specifically look at what he's provided to teams overall over the past several times he's played Siege. He's been around the block. He's had opportunities to take teams like Isurus and Guidance Gaming and SG Esports up to different heights at different various levels, including even having dips down into South America with the opportunity to try and see if he couldn't test his luck in an environment that wasn't Brazil in the past. But now he finds himself back with yet another stack of individuals who, for their own part, also do have a decent amount of longevity. Hunter has been playing on teams since 2019, had his big moment in Tier 1 back with Team Singularity in 2020, Santos Esports the year after that, and a guy like Hash was on that Escalina de Bubu team that got picked up by Magic Squad, but then did not play a single snap with Magic Squad. So there are plenty of guys on this Clayton's roster that theoretically have what it takes. But Connor, they technically shouldn't even be here, right?
Yeah, if there wasn't a little bit of shenanigans from a team called LS of mainly playing with somebody under the age of 18, cheating a little bit, they wouldn't be here. But at the end of the day, play by the rules. That's all you got to do in order to make it here. You can quote unquote earn it, but if you're cheating, then so be it. And now for this roster, they have a chance to step up with somebody like Naka, who's a hard support, by the way, was the second highest rated player in the entirety of the South American League.
Wow.
Had like 10 plants, a 1.2 rating. That's incredibly impressive. And on the side of MIBR, he's going to have a really hard matchup as well, because they have a pretty well bona fide support player too in the form of Falls. Also the highest rated player on his team with the most plants, MIBR. They've struggled getting the bomb down just a little bit, and that's something we've highlighted and pushed as a point of emphasis that hopefully they'll be able to take up against a quote-unquote newer roster. But as things stand for MIBR, they are a 5-finger punch kind of team. Every single player can step up when necessary. They're all hovering right at around a 1.0 rating, with only Falls being slightly above because his roles allow him to be more consistent.
We're going to keep on talking about questions that we had from the regular season of BR6, at least for right now. I mean, if Falls has stepped up, that's great, but Reduct was very, very good at the beginning of the stage. Really, really harsh fall off toward the end, to a point where a lot of people were blaming him as the main reason why MIBR were unable to defeat Los 1 in their playoff matchup. We're still curious if Luka is going to be able to have decent form right now, if Perez is going to be as inconsistent as he was last stage. There are a lot of good things but also a mixed bag of bad things that you can say about MIBR. In spite of them being the very heavy favorites here, they have the org, they have the support, they played Tier 1 Siege last stage. It's still going to raise a couple of questions, and we want them to answer it definitively here so that if they win this game and go into the semifinals, we have a lot more confidence about what they can do. They also own the map ban phase for all intents and purposes because, Connor, it is genuinely just on Clayton's to see if they can't be as disruptive as possible here.
Yeah, they're going to try to take down some more specialized maps, mainly that skyscraper falling the wayside, even though it's kind of a low priority map in comparison for MIBR with only a 1-2 record. It almost just shows to me that Clayton's aren't as well prepared. And when you have a less prepared team, it might be a bit of a risk to take them to a map like Oregon, but MIBR, they're pretty strong on that map in their own regard, keeping it close with a bunch of high rosters, even though the losses may look a little bit worse. How close they've kept it against high caliber teams does mean that, yeah, they're still dang good on the map and it might be deceptive.
Chalet kind of following along with the same, I think, degree as Oregon, so to speak, even if it's all down to what Clayton's are able to do or not do in this series. So the fact that Clayton's start on defense on Oregon might be a halfway decent buff. Gibson said they usually like 3-3 halves here. I'd argue you probably need an even bigger split than that if you're Clayton's, in case MIBR swap halves and then managed to get a really big defensive comeback. The same kind of idea also exists on Chalet, because we've seen some teams get out to really, really big defensive streaks on this map. And if they're able to keep that kind of thing going, then maybe they actually have a decent chance against MIBR.
Yeah, and with MIBR now going to the opposite map, the opponent's map, where it is easier to attack, and that's their biggest weakness, could be good, could be strong, and with Border as the decider, it's a very even map for MIBR. They're 1-1 currently, but with the opponents banning it more often than themselves in these map ban phases, it seems to definitely be in their map pool. They feel comfortable enough, so if we do end up going the distance, sure, we don't have data to fall back upon to really say for this Clayton's team of, oh yeah, they're a good this team, they're a good that team. But for MIBR, at least, I would say they had a struggle in the map ban phase because of a well-established team like MIBR having a strong map pool, but I wouldn't necessarily say they got absolutely slaughtered in it.
I'd certainly love to get a couple of different takes on this matchup, and we're going to do that right now in the form of our wonderful British pairing, because we've swapped the Irish out, and we've now got the two casters from the UK proper in on the action here. Love to talk to Grace and Novi about what they think specifically is happening in this series. Here's a big question. Just because Clayton's are a new team, and they've got some players on it who have had experience in Tier 1 Siege before, does that give them an actual underdog factor, Grace? Because MIBR, their strats are already known. Is a team like Clayton's actually going to be able to slide under the radar, because there's no VOD footage on these guys at all?
I'm not sure, because again, I think that already there's been a little bit of a silly antics with those map picks. I really don't know why they didn't choose to actually go to Theme Park, given how much MIBR tend to kind of prefer
to be fair,
that a little bit less.
you just love Theme Park above everything else. So that's just your one true love.
Theme Park, Dream Park, what can I say? But again, Clayton's play a really good Theme Park. They played it in the initial qualifiers, so I don't know why they've kind of decided last minute, okay, we'll just go to Border. That's going to really favor MIBR more, and that's where my concern is, to be honest. And yes, I do love Theme Park, but that's beside the point, okay?
No, that's totally fair. I mean, Novi, is there anything in particular that you think we, as the viewer, should be looking out for Clayton's to do to legitimately give MIBR a run for their money? Is it hyper-aggression? Is it super specific tactics? Is it throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks? What do you think their X factor needs to be against MIBR?
Very, very good question. I think it comes down to not necessarily leaning into one style, whether it's aggressiveness, hyper-aggressiveness, very passive. It's playing your own game and seeing what happens, right? If you go in scared and go, okay, they're really, really good, they're a T1 team, we need to play safe. You've just changed your style and you're setting that you're letting them set the tempo, right? And then how do you adapt from there? Because you've already altered your original style. You're not playing how you usually play. You're starting from a different base point. And then for an IGL and a team to gel in that coordination, you've got a completely different baseline and data set than what you normally have in scrims. It's best just to stick to whatever your game plan is, see what happens. If you get annihilated and get 5-0'd, like instantly aced in the first round, then probably change something. But if you go in with this aspect of being scared, we have to do something different, you're not going to stand a chance.
Stick to your guns and try and be as adaptive as possible. That might sound like two very different sides of the spectrum, and for one Pugstack team to try and hold that together, definitely might sound tough, but for a team like Clayton's, it's kind of what you need if you want to advance any further in this last chance qualifier bracket. We're going to start this one against MIBR and Clayton's after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, everyone, for waiting and being ever so patient. Apologies for the briefest of breaks, just some technical issues on the side in the LAN room, but they are sorted. We are in it. We are here. My name is Novi. I'm joined by Grace, and we've got MIBR against Clayton.
Yeah, not gonna lie. These map picks, I touched on it on the desk before, a little bit janky from Clayton's. I really wish that they would have picked for theme park to come through at the end there, but we'll see how this goes. Of course, Oregon, we are starting on MIBR's map pick, and so far, I mean, these bans have been pretty interesting, pretty standard from MIBR, but the Capital being banned out by Clayton's, and maybe it means that they're going to have these really heavy util setups on those choke points. They don't want those firebolts to kind of deal with that. And again, those smokes, of course, to enable the XQ a little bit safer. Why am I being banned out by MIBR as well? Again, pretty standard. They just want to get rid of anything that might catch some of those projectiles from the attackers. Solis ban maybe from Clayton's, but no, it's actually going to be the Zami, Novi.
Yeah, there we go. It's either Solis or Azami. One of the two is always removed, and if you don't, then, well, you're asking for trouble a little bit. But we see the Azami taken off. That, of course, Solis is up. We've seen conflicting schools of philosophy when it comes to Solis. Some people like running the shotgun with the SMG-11. Others like running the P90. And there seems to be a bit of a conflict in regards to, which is best. But most of the time, I think it comes down to personal preference more than anything. But Grace, one thing I want to touch on is with that Capital and Dokkaebi ban. Dokkaebi, of course, super successful operator, really come into the meta. Capital, like you said, brings a lot of utility. That leaves, this is the problem, there's so many good operators. That leaves Ying open.
It really does. And the Glaz. Oh my goodness, Novi, I just clocked the Ying Glaz combo for the basement attack. It's given old school right now, but I'm here for it. I cannot wait to see MIBR actually go for this execute. It's going to get a little bit spicy, a little bit interesting. Again, on the side of Clayton's, what do they have to really contest against this? Yes, they do have the Vulcans there, so there's always the opportunity of popping those to give that extra little slow burn. Alternatively, you have those mirror windows as well. You can hold these massive lines of sight with a lot of protection. And again, the safety net ripped out the hands of the attackers at that point.
And Grace, of course, there's so many options actually for this attacking lineup. I was thinking you could even run a Montang as well, with that shield as well. He's often super strong on Oregon. Like you said, those close choke holds as well. You stick a Monty in there, no one's getting past, but that's the first engagement. Hashi is going to take down Lukid. And that will be the first one for Clayton's. They're going to take that one all day of the week. Now, what's the reaction? What's the response? Nigel, a nice swing around the corner. Great headshot, and that will trade the kill. So even Stevens. But without that Iana, that's a huge amount of utility lost on the attacking side.
100%. Especially given that, the Vigil, you've just essentially lost like a strong roamer at that point. You've wasted about a minute already. Where you could start to pull back, really, if you are Clayton's. Looks like that is exactly what they're going to do. Because they still have to drone all this outright. They still have to go and make sure that they're getting all this control. There's always the possibility, too, of Naka getting a little bit aggressive, maybe hiding that, massive aggressive angle in Harry Potter on the back of tower. So we'll see what happens with that.
Nigel doing his due diligence on that top floor. But still, you can see, I think with that Hashi playing so far from the site, as well as the control around security, is leaving MIBR to pause. They're not quite sure. They don't know if it's entirely clear, which means they have to, drone all the way through, plus the mute jammers, which are going to make it a little bit more difficult. And that means there is a lot of ground that needs to be covered before they can start setting up for this execute. A minute remaining, so lots of time to do set execute. They still have frag grenades in pocket to start clearing pillar. No Jaeger as well on the side of the defenders, so they're going to be quite vulnerable from these frag grenades. But it depends. The Sledge is vulnerable on that backstairs.
100%. And again, at the same time, Fowls and Redux will be looking to work together for an extra dimension, that extra push of that classic Ying and Glaz combo. You throw the smokes, you throw the Yings. There we go. We hear the Candelas start to pop off. Midrix, however, is going to shut down Redux. Nigel will fall as well. Perez does trade it back, but again, this is chaos on this chaos on this execute right now for MIBR. A 2 versus 3. Can they make it work? Fowls, there we go. Beautiful shot there. Hunter is going to fall down. So that's at least even Stevens now, Novi. But 20 seconds on the clock. Things are certainly starting to hot up. Look at those Vulcans getting popped. The C4 will go out. It doesn't land quite on anyone just yet. This is the thing, you have to start getting aggressive if you're MIBR. Maybe you don't flash yourself. Maybe you try and go for some of these swings. The timer is ticking. Potentially Clayton's about to win on time alone. Let's see what happens, Novi. There we go. There's one for MIBR. Mitrix will fall down. Diffuser doesn't get denied, but down does come through. But again, the Ringland Roses very have it. Perez can clutch fell out.
That's one of those rounds where it sort of builds and builds and builds, and you really expect the anticlimactic ending, but it actually delivered. Like, for once, we actually got like a good ending to a round like that. Nicely done by MIBR. It's very difficult in those situations when you do start losing manpower and you're trading equally on those executes. To stick to the objective is very easy to try and chase those kills. Because, you know, if you win on kills, it doesn't matter with the time. You can just run in, pop heads, and it's all fine. But focusing the objective gave them a way back into that round. And it's very, not clever of them, but just good fundamental Siege. Be aware of that and take those risks and those opportunities when they can, and it pays off.
Absolutely. And to be honest as well, hats off to Clayton's because they shut down what is a nasty, nasty approach that they decided to take. You know, they went for the Yinglas combo. Which again, 9 times out of 10, when people do go for those kind of executes, they are going to get that opening pick on that execute. They're going to go for the collapse, immediately get 1 or 2 kills, make that breathing room happen. But Clayton shut it down immediately, right? That pick onto Reduct, they were like, absolutely not, are we dealing with this right now? Win our ones, sound, don't have to worry about that anymore. Of course, we did see beautiful little pick, though, coming through later on, but MIBR, they did good work of actually getting the plant down as well, Novi, 100%.
Yeah, good stuff. But what the worrying sign for me was Clayton's managed to get away with that opening pick. Is it going to happen again? Yes, it does. How on earth? Hashi is dominating right now on those opening picks. Nigel doesn't know what's hit him. And with that sledge, what else is your soft destruction? You have the buck, but Reduct now needs to be a bit more careful. At least when there's 2 soft destruct operators alive, you can play a bit more aggressive, because if you lose one, you've got the other. Now Reduct, if he gets picked off here as he's pushing down main lobby, there's no real soft destruction options other than using the hard breach on the Ying, which you really, really don't want to do. And that's going to restrict MIBR and what they can do later in the round. And most importantly, Grace, no trade onto Hashi.
Yeah, it is difficult as well having, you know, maybe Sledgehammer being taken away and those nades. The nades is the more important thing, I feel. Again, the hammer, in my opinion, would only really be utilized for making rotations, which, as you see Reduct doing that anyway. Reduct is going to use that Skeleton Key. They're going to make those rotations, open up those lines of sight. Again, the rotation at the top of a, rear stage, that's a big common one. And again, Reduct is able to get that still. So I don't think really it'll be too much loss. We'll see what happens though, again, especially when it comes to that final execute, how much those nades are needed, to be honest, Novi.
With the flashes, but this time there's the Jaeger as well, so that's going to sap a little bit of utility. Depends how much and where those ADSs are positioned. MIBR, I want to say moving faster than they did in the previous round in terms of clearing that bottom floor. Hashi got the kill and backed out, didn't stay too long like he did last time and getting picked off. This does mean that MIBR A can set up for their execute, but B for Clayton's, they've got that extra man body count on the side that is going to help them out. Already set up in bunker. Here's the exchange. Reduct's going to be first one through the door, but it's a swing by Hunter. Great one at that to sort of put them in a more advantageous position. 40 seconds remain. The smart glasses are going to get pinged, which means Warden could be a bit more careful around those flashes. Potentially could get pushed, but MIBR slowed down the pace. They're not sure. Weren't 100% with Reduct getting picked off. Perez, that could be the spark that ignites it, Grace, as they're pushing on in. Perez finds another one. Yeah, another one to add to the tally. And another one. 3 for the fall, but Perez completing that triple kill. It's all on Hashi, who swings onto Lukid. And now with that 1v1, it's all to play for. The Mavs looking for the 4K for MIBR to push further, but Hashi's trying to play the time. He swings behind. And that will be all she wrote as the curtain closes on Clayton's.
Wowsy, wowsy, wowsy. By the skin of their teeth, though, Novi. This is the thing about the skin of their teeth. That round was certainly scrappy. I mean, we all just saw at the end there. It really came down to those gunfights. Less about the utility. Just Perez going large there, pushing towards Blue Elbow, making sure they got those picks under their belt before being shut down. Very, very scrappy on both sides. Again, MIBR, maybe a little bit more time needed there so they could actually focus on maybe utilizing what they did have left in pocket to try and make that a lot safer. I love the fact they went aggressive with it, though, just being like, Perez shooting through elbow, being like, no, I'll win my ones. I'm fine with it. We need to do something, and this is what we're going to do. For Clayton, though, this is already them slipping away maybe a little bit. 2 rounds in a row to lose your defense on Oregon. Again, typically a more defender-sided map. Not ideal. They have brought the Solis out now, Novi. Quite interesting.
But it's 2 rounds on Oregon. They lost on their basement site. And most importantly, both rounds got the opening pick. Worrying sign. Like, this is a really, really worrying trend. Clayton's, they start off really well, but in those executes, MIBR just straight is better in terms of decision making. Are very comfortable at swinging those gunfights. Clayton's either needs to change their style a little bit. We talked about this on the desk about, how should they be playing. What they're doing works in the early portion. It doesn't work for the latter portion. This is where I'm expecting them to start adapting and maybe playing it a little bit safer, trying to buy a bit more time rather than trying to take those engagements, because MIBR is rolling them in that portion of the round.
For sure, a massive thing here as well is the fact that, they are bringing that Solis. So for MIBR to make aggressive executes, they need to have that information, right? They need to have the intel on the board to be able to sell up for that, first of all, but then actually get those picks under their belt, work out these positionings a lot easier. Solis makes that a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? So it's like maybe that will help Clayton's here.
Could help. But it depends. No early engagement. Hashi's not been unleashed. He's going to be holding trophy. There is a player on the rappel using those little slots in the deployable shields. I remember when those got introduced and everyone is pandemonium. I go, what? You can see through shields? What is that? Still very strong, but slightly less strong than they were. Because there has been sort of counters to it and a better understanding, especially with the changes. Jaeger's ADS and all the nerfs that sort of inhabited. It has mean that the game has changed a little bit, but those shields are still strong, and basically Hashi can sit there for as long as he likes. This is a very exposed position. Joe is down but not out. He could potentially be picked up, confirmed by Perez. And there we go. That's MIBR taking the first step. Reduct follows through. These two have been on tandem. Fouls chimes on in as well. This is a very clean round for MIBR, Grace. A minute remaining. The Solus is nowhere to be seen. And Naker is left on site as that lonely smoke.
That's exactly it. The problem with having, there we go, site's completely undefended right now. Huntier really needs to get a move on, get a jig on, but there we have it. Reduct can get that final pick, and that is indeed a flawless. They got absolutely no use out of the spec there, right? That Solus gadget, the spec, they got no use out of it whatsoever. Yes, it was great to go for a little bit of a roam there. Of course, it's always nice to try and go for maybe some late round flanks, but when the bodies start to fall at the site, that is when you need to get a move on. It's like, okay, are you playing for the plant here? Is that what your intention is? The Solus gadget is not just used for finding drones, of which, by the way, they did a not too great job of finding those drones. It's about also collecting that information as to, okay, the drones are coming from this place. I know at least one dimension of their approach towards this map is going to be from this direction. Another way you can then use it is by denying the plant. You hold underneath. Think about how soft, especially bunks, tends to be. If you have the safety to utilize the spec underneath it, you can then use those nades in pocket to shut down that plant. But we didn't see any of that, unfortunately. So again, maybe the Solus isn't the play right now.
Taking that tactical timeout, Grace, I think it's the wise decision. Like you said, they're picking power picks like the Solus and it's not working. They've got to get on the same page and pretty sort of in some kind of a semblance of consistency. They looked really good in that first 2 rounds. It just seemed to have gone awry. Spoke about the Monty early on. And now we're getting him coming through. Let's see if it gets stuck. Fails as well on that Nomad. And we've seen what Platons can do when they start roaming. But what they tend to do is stick one player up, gets killed, back straight down. And there's no real support. If MRBR gets a read on that, I don't feel like that roam's going to work once more. The Glaz is being brought, which is exciting. We love a good glass. But Grace, Clayton's pressure is on. It might be MIBR's pick, but MIBR is looking incredibly dominant right now.
Slightly concerned that they've gone back to basement, given that they lost it twice in a row. You know, why not go for one of those kitchen sites? You know, kitchen meeting, quite a nice one. You can spread out quite nicely, keep a lot of pressure on that top floor. Difficult, lemon difficult. Again, the glass is coming out with the Monty as well. That's going to be very, very awkward for the side of MIBR, Clayton's rather, to actually deal with. Yes, they do have those Toxic Babes, they do have those Vulcans. They're really going to have to make sure they don't pop that utility too early here, Novi. Otherwise, that could spell a dangerous game.
Going to be super, super difficult. As you said, Clayton's pressure is on. My eyes are towards Hashi. He's been very good at these opening picks. He's really performing well. Also, on the other side of the leaderboard, MIBR, there's a certain player who's currently deathless on 8 kills. Perez is having a great game in 3 rounds. 8 kills. That is ridiculous. Naker is going to go, oh, look, there's a Montang. He's got the smoke and the mute. Both for the SAS operators, sorry, the Warden as well, sort of peeking around going, hello, you know, hello, is there any possibility we can get around the shield? No. And now Nigel sort of like wants to chime in as well. They can basically have a bit of a conversation down those stairs, Grace, because neither one is going to be able to kill the other until they push each other hard enough, but it's not really happening. But, Grace, you said about popping that utility too early. Before the halfway mark, Toxic Babe being used.
I mean, at that point, you know no one's swinging. You can assume maybe it's a solo Monty because, again, Lucadera isn't going for these swings. I think they were trying to, but they couldn't quite time it correctly to try and get themselves a nice little freebie onto Clayton's. But at least in the meantime, while at least 2 of them are distracted in Freezer, the rest of them can start to sell up for the classic execute. Again, getting those hatches open onto electrical, starting to work that pressure towards tower. It looks already, yes, they have indeed given up Freezer as well. So already 3 dimensions coming into for this push, Novi. This is looking very good for MIBR.
MIBR making good work of Clayton's utility that they put on site. They've got drones in position, as you can see, Fels. Definitely bringing out the Volcan as well, just to make them aware that that is a possibility. Naker's going to be playing slightly more aggressive on the highway and towards Freezer as well. He's got to be careful there because that Monty's going to pressure him. He can get swung from main lobby as well. Smokes go down. Here's the push. Toxic Babe is going to trap the Monty. He's going to get chipped away. Redux getting reduced to dust. Naker headshots him, but here's the plan. Val's just chiming on in, tapping away, but is only good for 1. It's a 2-on-3. MIBR actually suffering at the wayside. Despite all that setup, Clayton's is in a fantastic position, looking like they're ready to get their first round. Great headshot onto Hunters, but there's 2 more to find. Lucadera looking one at a time, seeing if he can isolate each defender. Gets the read because the Jiggle Pete's coming round, but Zhao, a great headshot to swing him through on the Vector, and that will be Clayton's taking their first round of the series.
You know, I did scoff about them going back downstairs to basement, but I guess third time is indeed the charm. In the main issue there, again from the get-go, MIBR, they had the utility, they knew roughly what they wanted to do with it, it's just then setting the plan into motion. They really struggled with actually making that push down Freezer from the get-go. Again, the coordination as they were trying to get those picks, you know, you have 2 players, they're trying to shoot at the Monty as a kind of please stay back moment. None of the Toxic Babes are coming out yet, and you have, you know, your teammates behind you not helping you push that aggressively. That's when you need to get a little bit aggro with it, a little bit frisky with it, try and get that opening engagement under your belt. And I think that may have cost them a little bit there, because as the time was ticking, it's really coming down to those last few seconds, Novi. Slightly concerning on the side of MIBR, because if Clayton start to go for that slow burn for the round, right, they start to really play into that repositioning on that roam, just being like, okay, maybe we don't want to engage too much, we just want to keep moving and ducking and diving and bobbing and weaving. Maybe that's gonna land MIBR in a bit of hot water. They are bringing the Brava though. How did you like those apples?
Dipping in and diving straight into the basket of apples. Redux on the Brava. Clutch drones. We have had conversations about her use. I personally like the clearance of mute jammers. I feel like that's somewhere that she's very, very strong in comparison to other operators. But I don't like it into this lineup. What are you really going to change? Are you really going to be able to find the yokais? I mean, you could. That would be absolutely massive. But other than that, it's the ADSs. And okay, I guess there's a Nitrous Elm in play. Doesn't seem like the best. The other flip side of that is Brava basically gets 4 drones. That is a lot of extra utility, plus the Iana Gemini replicator. You have no excuse for having a poor drone economy because you've basically got a handicap with it. That's quite big, though. I feel like that was a mirror window just getting popped as well. So this Show's position is very, very integral to this site hold. How is MIBR going to hold this?
This is the thing, it sounded like they already had the upper small tower office kind of open. We start to hear that skeleton key doing its thing. We start to hear that verticality start to come through. Got small tower pressure very easily, and this is why I dislike the dining kitchen over the meeting kitchen, because it's so easy to get small tower control unless you're willing to get a lot of utility investment there. And again, Showers Corridor, yes, MIBR haven't really taken it yet. They haven't cleared out Showers, but they're still able to get all of this breathing space for free right now. This is where you can try and cheese the plan a little bit, especially if you have your crossfires lined up okay, which I think is exactly what MIBR are going to try and go for right here.
So MIBR needs to set up their crossfires appropriately. Clayton's is going to disrupt that as much as possible. The Shadow's position is going to be integral if they are to stop that push. So far, both teams at a standstill. The main wall has been opened by the Thermite. You can see Nigel is trying to bait any of the Clayton's players out. So that's a Yokai getting removed very early. Perez with the opening onto Zhao. That's huge. No reply in kind. Nigel shredding them to pieces. This is utter destruction, domination from MIBR. Perfect round. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
But it's a Taylor's orders time, right, this side. Oh, goodness me. You need to have that aggressive pressure Showers Corridor if you're not expanding into small tower. You need to have that aggression. You need to be catching them off guard, because otherwise, wall opens, you get a few picks, you can go for that collapse. Ultimately, MIBR just went aggressive there. They were like, yeah, we'll take these gunfights, we'll win our ones. But if you're Clayton's, again, you need maybe a bit more utility investment there to deal with the fact that you have to get aggressive, you have to get dicey. This is why meeting can be a nicer pick, right? Because you can just hold in that top floor. You can expand, through kitchen into dining into showers a bit more. There's more breathing room for you there, because MIBR would have to go through a lot more clearance in order to actually get to the bomb site first, instead of just being given small tower for free, working that verti, getting what they need off the wall, and then just opening that wall wide open.
I think it's just Clayton's look uncomfortable on Oregon. They just don't look settled at all. The fact that they started basement, and granted the first 2 rounds were pretty close, but managed to finally win it. Every other site, top floor in his dorms, doesn't seem to work, didn't work out for them very well. Kitchen meeting didn't work out. Kitchen dining didn't work out. Like, it feels like this is a map that just isn't in their pool as much, and they're not comfortable. They're sort of trying to come up with things a little bit more on the fly. And MIBR, they picked it, they know what they're doing, they're disciplined, they're drilled, they scrim this map all the time. They seem like they have this on lock. A 4-1 half so far. Oh, was that a spray through Perez? Come on, mate. You can't do that. It's disgusting stuff. And as I was saying, MIBR look comfortable, and that's just going to add insult to injury for Clayton's as they start off as a man deficit in the first 30 seconds, Grace.
Oh, but there we have it. Zhao can go huge, get a little down as Foles will fall also. This is already lighting the load a little bit for the side of Clayton's. And then, there we go, finishing it off. Nukidara will finally be taken out. Peek around the corner, the aggression with the shotgun. There we go, good morning. Shotgun to the face, a bit of a whiff there. But there's Perez falling too. Novi, what is going on? This feels like a little bit of a violation from Clayton's, if I'm honest. Poor Reduct now left in a 1 versus 4. Side the round so well, you get that opening pick under your belt, and then Clayton's just go massive with the aggression. Goodness me. Can Reduct isolate into these 1 versus 1s? I doubt it very much. The crossfire that's about to be held through bedroom, through trophy. Difficult.
Not ideal at all. Zhao, fantastic stuff. Clayton's chose measured aggression there. When to push in and start applying some of the crossfires onto that master bedroom and outside on that balcony. Works out. MIBR wasn't ready for it. They get punished appropriately so. But my main worry is this too little, too late from Clayton's? They're bleeding so many rounds already on their defensive side. You don't want to bleed this one either. Reduct finds the first, so he's isolating them 1 by 1. He's got enough time to play with. Clayton's just need to post up and play, basically look at each other. That's what they got to do. They've just got to look at each other so they can't get picked off one by one. This is kind of good with this swing out, but Jowers, the player in the closet is currently tempting fate. Trophy gets pushed. That's Hashi removed. So now it's a 2-on-1, but this is separate 1 versus 1s because Reduct has the angle around the door, but Naka is there to bring us home, and Clayton's finish off the half 4-2.
That was such a nice try, at least 2 out of 4. Halfway through clutching that, but again, close but no cigar. The crossfires were there, and you can only look one way. 4-2, though, still a very, very good start for MIBR, especially on that attacking half. Now they go to their more favourable defensive side. This is where things might get a little bit naughty on the side of MIBR. Will they bring that same aggression that Clayton's tried to do? Again, those opening engagements really going in their favour, due to them deciding to get a little bit cheeky around those window ledges.
Very similar lineup for MIBR though on this basement. You've got the double SAS operators, you've got the Warden as well because Ying's on the board and can be brought. Solus as well, strong operator. The only real change is no Jaeger, it's Melusi instead, and no Mirror as well for this bottom side. The Melusi Banshees, very, very strong in terms of just slowing the pace of a push down. Actually, Matrix is picking the Blitz. Got to be a little bit careful in terms of pushing into those Banshees because you can rush in, but if they start wailing and you're caught between no man's land, a smoke's going to swing you all day and pop your head. You've got to be careful. And the Amaru, Clayton's. I was focusing on MIBR's lineup. Clayton's has a very, very fast, let's just full-on send it comp.
It's going to be an interesting thing. I do think if you're going to bring Brava to Oregon, the basement push is probably the best one. You know, Elbow Blue, it's always stacked full of utility. This time it looked like they didn't really see much to deal with, though. And again, maybe that's going to be a little bit risky for MIBR if that Blitz does come stampeding through Blue. Echo looking to get a little bit aggro. Oh, Novi. We've seen this at Taylor's all the time, again and again and again.
Shotgun Amaru. Go.
Yes.
Naka's just ready, waiting. He's like, come on, peek me, bro, peek me. He wants blood. But MIBR being measured in their approach, not pushing too far. The Blitz is going to run out. Luki, Dira, oh dear, smashes 2 straight down for Clayton's. And that is an appalling position for the attacking side to start off in. They're barely even close to the site. Luki is not even forced off. He's looking for the third. Not quite converts. Hashi gets 2 before being felled by Nigel. Fantastic job, Zhao, keeping them in it. It's actually a 2-on-2. Clayton's has a chance here. They've been gifted an opportunity. Plenty of time to work with, but Reduct is above. He's got the red hatch. Backs off. Fools is now on site. He's the last player on the site. He has to hold off until Reduct can come round. But the long-range SMG-11 spray is too much for Hunt here, and Zhao is the last man surviving. This is possible with this tight angle. The smoke has to be careful. The Melusi peeks out from range. He swings around the corner. He's not ready for it. Can he clutch this out? No, it's a trade. Oh, my lord. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Clayton's.
Again, scrappy. This really has been the name of the game on some of these rounds, but for the second half to kind of start like that, where you are getting that scrappy, it is coming down to Vanel. It's then coming down to the trade. This really shows how back and forth some of these gunfights are going. And again, it's the aggression that both teams are willing to bring right now. I mean, you don't bring the Amaru Supernova without having some kind of aggressive plan hidden firmly up your sleeve, do you? Because, I mean, that's the ridiculous thing. We've seen it so many times in the last month, people just running that Amaru with the Supernova. They whiz up to the top of tower, and they try and get themselves a few cheeky freebies in the process. If someone is holding tower, at that point, if no one's holding tower, you can go elsewhere. You can start to work those hatches a little bit better as well. But ultimately, Clayton's, they just didn't follow through really with the utility that they were bringing there, I feel.
It was also the Blitz pick as well. Like, the Ying's open. You know, brings the flashes, also has smokes, or the hard breach. Has basically an LNG. Yes, you don't have the shield, but you running in, that Blitz didn't work in that situation. Even a Monty would have been better for that sort of role. And I was
People like the aggressive blitz down blue elbow. It's the thing. You can't take it away from the people, Novi. Like they love it so much. They love the aggressive blitz push through elbow.
okay. It's for the people.
It's for
okay.
the people.
It's democracy at work. There we go. They
Nah.
voted.
It is the thing. It gives you the easiest way to deal with most likely the smoke on that shield position, right? Because it's just a flash. You go stampeding. They can't shotgun you. Remember, the most dangerous aspect of pushing aggressively towards elbow is that the smoke will be sat there with a shotgun ready to take your face clean off. If you've got a shield, that removes all of that danger aspect for you.
But Grace, he ended up pushing through the corridor towards pillars into a warden who's not affected by the flight. Like it was such a misplay, and Clayton's managed to bring it so close as well. You're just wondering if that one tweak was made, that round could have easily swung their way, right? And we would,
more standard, yeah.
Yeah, we would be saying it would be a very different story we'd be telling right now. But unfortunately, that's just how the cookie has crumbled for Clayton's. They've got to try and get their heads back in the game. It is a top floor push. MIBR, you can see their setup leaning more into the traps, the area denial. You've got the Goyo, you've got the smokes, the Candelas are chiming in, but there's the first engagement. It's Clayton's taking first blood, and there's going to be a follow through, but Nigel is just better on the aim. Hunter goes a little bit wide, but Clayton still have the advantage, Grace.
It says especially with Zhao going large like that. 2K looks for a third of the nade, but isn't able to quite work out where anyone is just yet. Perez and Falls left in a 2 versus 4. Again, Falls on a tiny bit of health there. Kiss him and he'll fall over. There we go, the nade. It connects. So poor Perez is left to clutch this out. Again, isolating these engagements is his best bet. Let's see if he can do that. There's at least one on Tanaka already. Second one maybe to follow up. Going aggressive on this peaked trophy.
There's time.
There is time.
There's lots of time. 40 seconds. And Clayton's isn't really in a position. Those Goyo Vulcans are huge. It buys him the opportunity to rotate round. If he sneaks past into Master Bedroom, then into Trophy, he can potentially catch that Iana off guard. 25 seconds remain. I think his position is being beaten in. They're sort of eliminating each option, going, where is he? The shots are going to ring out. That's going to reveal where he is. And now the push is coming in. But Perez, this could be his opportunity to bring them back in it. The swing isn't enough. Clayton's take another round. That's 3 on the board for them. MIB are still comfortably in lead, but Clayton's looking better on this attack.
Certainly so. Which again is an interesting one really, because I think the main thing there was they saw the gap almost that was left for them there. Zhao saw they could go aggressive, get those 2 kills under their belt, follow up with a cheeky nade. At that point, you've dealt with most of the team. Hell as old as time. Can't defend a site if there's no defenders.
I mean, you can try. It's just not going to work out, is it? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, Clayton's. Let's run it back. We've done it once. Let's do it again. MIBR opting the hubris. Go for the same side. We often talk about swapping it out if you do lose it. For them, it seems like they're saying, it was a bit of an execution error. However, they are pivoting their strategy. No cap can. No, I know the guy's still being brought along with the smoke, but they're bringing the Alibi and the Oryx. So you've got the rotation for Nigel through those hatches, as well as the proximity alarms, which are surprisingly useful, actually, in terms of that information, just because there's so few defensive operators which actually have that gadget. Often attackers don't even consider it, walk straight into it. They've pinged it. That's a huge bit of information that goes over. And those alibis on Perez allows him that gun, the MX Storm, is great for him to peek those angles. He's on a tear, 11-4. I imagine he's looking to keep up that pressure.
So we even see these aggressive lines of sight being created, using that bailiff just to open it up even more. And Perez holding the cross angle too. Super spicy coming through from MIBR right now. They really are hungry to get this opening engagement under their belt. Of course, again, using those bailiffs on site mostly, it alleviates a lot of the pressure for Falls too. They have worked through a lot of verticality on the site. So again, lots of pressure from the get-go that the defense are willing to bring as soon as Clayton start to make that approach towards the site. Even if they go for these verties, it's going to be very difficult, and rightfully so. Naka is trying to go for this window pressure. I get caught a little bit off guard if someone does decide to throw a C4 all of a sudden. Foul's actually falling down, Novi.
There we go. Hunter takes the first. Fouls converts. Nigel also going down on the back line. So that's not a great position to be in. Claytons have everything going for them, but is Perez going to be the difference maker? He's going to go for the run out behind. He catches them off guard. That's a freebie, but that's only one. There's still so many more attackers still on the board. Claytons looking considerably better right now. 2 on 4. Perez going for another run out. But is detected, decides to back off. It's a bit too risky. He's going to run back to site, back up his teammate. The Goyo Vulcan's actually going to block his way through to link up with his team and sync up and form a better defense on their crossfires. Grace, there's a minute remaining. Claytons have everything going for them. Surely this is their round.
We'll see again, lots of util left in their pockets as well to go for this if they want to. Still some nades that can be utilized on that verticality if we see Zhao go into kitchen as well. And Tyr actually getting taken out by Lukidera. That's at least one of Clayton's dealt with. There's a second one as Hashi will fall down too. 2 versus 2, certainly a lot more doable. Zhao gets downed and poor Naka now left. They have thrown out those Candelas, but this is going to give the indication exactly where these players are coming from. And there we have it, Novi. Goodness gracious me.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Claytons. It was a 4 versus 2. You ran 1 by 1 up the stairs. MIBR, rightfully so, punished them. Perez was like, that's a freebie all day on white stairs. This is great entry by Hunter. Really, really good. Perez goes for the engagement. You know, it's unfortunate to dodge that. It's just this hold here. This is like a really common spot as well. So you know someone's probably going to be holding white stairs and just blind rushing in one at a time. There was time available to drone in as well first. Clayton's just jumping the gun because they think that they've got an advantageous position, which they do, but because they take too much risk, MIB are punished, rightfully so. Now MIBR's on match point.
Match point. And again, look at what Claytons are bringing. They're going a little bit more sensible here. Tons and tons of utility clearance if those EMPs on that Thatcher is stuck. The Thatcher and the Flores combo. Bit of a wombo combo, to be honest. And again, no secondary hard breaches on the Ying, so no hard breach at all to be brought to the table on the side of Claytons. It looks like they might go a bit more direct, go for these choke points, and then just use those Rotoro drones and use those EMPs to clear anything that might get in their way.
The lack of hatches might bite them, especially around red. It's going to be tricky. Now, how are they going to drone in and get that information? Because if you're going to go for direct, if you're not going to open up those angles, you need to bloody well know where or who you're pushing into. That Iana and Hashi is going to be integral to that situation. But Nigel, he's just opposite or top of freezer. He's going to now back off. But there's more players from MIBR in the backstairs as well. What they'll look to do isn't necessarily to aggress too far. They'll just look to buy time. You've got the goo mines on the backstairs, so that's going to buy time. You've also got the Goya up there as well. So both the MIBR players here can sort of play around this top stairs, and until this is red, they can sit here for as long as they like. And if it isn't red, I was about to say, if they're not droned out, which they just are, and they're not cleared out in that position, Grace, they can just sit there to the end of the round and then push out as Claytons to come and do their push in. This is a point in which Claytons has to address the fact that there's defenders on their backline who can jump up and start flanking them.
I think the main hinge for Clayton's execute to work is those Candelas. Here we go. We see a lot of utility being dumped out towards Freezer. There we have it. Palace does get tagged up a little bit. The SMG-11 to the face, whereas Naka will fall down, and no immediate trade to come through from the side of Claytons. Again, Naka, the pivot point of how this collapse was going to work out for Claytons. Those Candelas are now gone, Novi. What utility do they have? They have 3 nades left in pocket. Maybe they could do something with that if they start to press towards Pillar, but they're going to have to go direct now. They're going to have to take these gunfights.
Ball's basically blind firing there, and it actually scared Claytons off from the engagement. Naka goes to repeat, gets punished because the flash is wearing off by that point. MIBR sitting pretty right now on Claytons. Without that Ying, like you said, this is a very, very tough hill to climb. They haven't got anything really going their way because they've got no hard breach to sort of pivot their strategy. This is basically as direct as it comes, a 3-on-5. There's 2 nails in the coffin so far for Oregon. It looks like we could be moving on to Chalet very quickly, but Mitrix doing a good job to keep them back in it. The pillar player and Nigel getting maybe a bit too aggressive, but Perez chimes in. Hashi's going to try and force his way down, but there's 1 player left. Zhao has clutched it out before he gets ever so close with the trade. Is he going to do it again? That's one. Looking for the second. Peeks around. He's shoulder peeking. Maybe MRBR taking a little too much of a liberty in terms of that shoulder peek, but now they back off. They know to play time. They know Zhao's going to get desperate, and there we go. Perez brings MIBR home on the first map pick of Oregon.
Large, whopper, ginormous, terrifying. A 7-3 victory. Granted, indeed, it was their map pick, but that certainly is a way to start this best of 3. Oregon is an even Stevens playing field, and MIBR just walked around it like it was the back of their hand.
It was very, very confident. To be honest, Clayton's looked very, very good at a couple of points, especially in the attack. I was pleasantly surprised. It just felt like MIBR had a better read overall of that game. But, you know, with the technical pause and everything, we want to blitz through this. We want to get straight into Chalet. So we're going to throw to a quick break. Be back very, very shortly. See you soon.
Look, to be absolutely fair to Clayton's, this was MIBR's map pick. If there was any map in a best of 3 you were going to lose, it was going to happen right now. However, there's nothing else to really be said about the way that MIBR played this. They were attacking first. They were up 4-0 to start things off, or sorry, 4-2 half, and that just carried over. And Connor, what's been the trend of most of the maps we've seen so far today? If you win the first half, finish the sentence.
You win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple math, but you can say all you want about Clayton's. Getting a 2-4 defensive split is not ideal. And there was something that was so incredibly frustrating to me is the fact that they had success. And there was a commonality in the success because a certain Navy SEAL flexing woman being brought on the defense had an 100% win rate. Both of their rounds that they won, they brought Valkyrie and they just wouldn't bring her over and over again.
So intel is the name of the game. Was their droning at least halfway decent on attack, or was that persistent on both halves?
It was a little bit persistent. On the one singular attacking round, they were able to just get opening picks early due to cutoff drones and early intel on the side of extended MIBR positions. But when it came to the actual kind of execute phase, the transitionary periods, that's where they fell apart and MIBR was able to find success. But once again, on the defensive side, it was just so incredibly aggravating that as soon as they had the timeout, they bring the Valkyrie, they win a round. Then they don't use her on the next attack. They lose. Then they bring her back once again, and it's like, well, you know, when Valkyrie's not banned on a map like Oregon where intel is so incredibly strong, they deserve to lose.
So just because MIBR are the Titans that are expected to win this matchup, if there is a commonality in the way that Clayton's played, we'd like to see that shored up at least by a little bit, with the hopes that going into map 2, it won't rear its ugly head. However, if intel is such a big problem, then what exactly can MIBR do to counter it? You just bring a couple of anti-intel ops, and that's kind of the end of that's the end of the game at that point, right?
Yeah, and I would argue here that Valkyrie's even stronger on the map of Chalet due to the kind of, on Oregon, there's the entire basement that you can't really do vert on. You can't nitro above. Sure, you can maybe have some avenues for flanks, but those can also be easily cut by a good attacking team. On Chalet, there's even more avenues of flanking, and, you know, the floors are soft. So you can't even get a safe plan if you have full top floor control. If your droner is just sitting there, you might just die to a soulless down below floor banging you, or just a well-placed nitro through high traffic areas supplemented in with Valkyrie intel would be incredibly good. Sure, for MIBR, maybe they want to leave the Valk up, but overall, I would say that she probably needs to be removed if we want to see MIBR just absolutely sweep like we know they can.
Yeah, definitely curious what those op bands are going to look like. Hi, Grace. Hi, Novi. We'll see if we have one more map left in the series or if we have to go the full distance. The only thing is, this was the game that we figured was probably going to be the fastest 2-0 of the bunch. So if there's anything positive that we can say about Clayton's, it's something Connor mentioned. If MIBR stretch themselves thin, then maybe they can get punched in the side. But Novi, you can't always expect your opponent to make the mistake, right? What can Clayton's do to make this like at least a dead even 3-3 half?
It was even more frustrating, I think, the fact that they were dead even 5-5 in terms of opening kills, right? So they were good at taking that first step in the round. It was everything that came afterwards just went awry. And it's that latter portion of those executes on attack that I wanted to rip my hair out. It was the blitz sort of charging the wrong door. You then had the double single file push up white stairs into an alibi that's holding the angle. It was the crazy decision making, those latter points just completely fell apart for them. If they want to stand a chance, especially on Chalet, you have to be disciplined. Even if it's simple, do it together and you at least have a shot at winning the round.
Well, that level of coordination is something we'll have to see in half 2, assuming half 2 even really extends that much, because Clayton's are defending on Chalet first. Grace, they had a 4-2 half, or sorry, a 2-4 half defending on Oregon. What do you do to shore up some of those mistakes made there? What do you do to try and make it a dead even first half?
I think the main thing is if they're going for specific setups, they need to actually be playing their positions and their aggression around said setups. We saw this on Oregon, you know, if you are going to dining, you need to keep hold of showers, but more importantly, you need that aggression in showers corridor as an example, because otherwise they just have small tower for free, they get that wall open, dangerous stuff. That's what they need to be working into, especially on this defense, because again, it is an attacker-sided map. They will get pulled apart by utility if they are not playing around their own setups.
I don't disagree, Connor. Is there any other X factor that Clayton could possibly have in this game against MIBR? Because I'll be honest, if we were to see something as fast as 7-1, 7-2, we could all get out of here and head to game 4 as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I'm really excited for game 4, so that might be the play. We're just not even going to tell the good old Clayton boys what to do, besides the fact that their transitionary period needs to be supplemented in towards intel. They've looked strong in the early round, but their conversion has looked bad because of lack of intel.
All right, well, MIBR could close this thing out in 2, and Claytons are just trying to extend and fight for their lives. It'll be Grayson Novi with the call.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Connor. We are to Chalet, to the Chalet, the snowy Alps. Is it the Alps? I think it's the Alps. So it's
the Alps.
It is the Alps. It is the Alps. So is MIBR going to reign supreme and sort of gallivant their way up to the semi-finals, or is Clayton going to pose a bit of a surprise, or are they going to get just frozen out? We'll have to see. Grace, I'm leaning. It's not even a surprise. I'm leaning towards MIBR. I went into that like, ooh, maybe I'll pretend like I'm sitting on the fence a bit. No. MIBR is the favourites here. Clayton's needs to step up, but I would be more than happy if they surprised me.
This is it, though. Again, like I touched on this before about how at least the decider should have been theme park, but in my opinion, actually reflecting a bit more, this Chalet should have been a theme park coming through from Clayton's. Again, I really think that they could have taken MIBR a little bit off guard here if they did take it to that theme park, dream park, as I like to call it. I really think Clayton's could have worked around the momentum that MIBR bring a lot more on that map. And again, MIBR, it's one of their least picked maps, to be honest. They really just prefer not to go there. So if you're Clayton's and you do play a comfortable theme park, it just made a bit more sense. There's always a potential they're worried about maybe, they'd shown their hand or something, so MIBR would maybe try and deal with that sooner rather than later, but it's just an unfortunate one, really. I see already those cap counts coming out, which I think is a really good idea. Again, these EDDs can really shut down the aggressive entry pushes. And again, MIBR, I really do think they are going to get a little bit nasty with it when it comes to this aggression game. They're bringing the line, it seems, to Perez, re-picking. Actually, no, never mind. This happens every time. Novi. They're going to bring the Brava instead. Lots of utility to work with, though, if they do decide to go with that. Again, the EDDs, if they do get hacked by that Brava, dangerous for the sides of Clayton.
Very dangerous. And also on the side of Clayton's in regards to their defensive lineup, Connor is going to be pulling his hair out because Valkyrie's not bad. It is open. Very integral on this map. Very useful with those black eyes not being picked up. No information operators, actually, and that was a key factor for Clayton's to be able to win on their defensive side. So leaving themselves in a bit of a blind spot, you accompany that with the Pludge drones being able to remove the mute jammers, plus the default cams as well. I'm not a fan of this Clayton's lineup whatsoever.
I mean, it's going to be a bit more difficult now, certainly, but at least, they are going to react to it a bit better. They are going to be able to shoot out any utility that does get attacked by that Brava drone. Again, no blood has been spilt yet, nearly a minute or so gone. And everyone's still alive, Novi. This is pretty decent. Again, it really shows maybe they're checking every corner possible. But well, as they say that, Lukidera, they checked the wrong corner. Hashi is going to take them out.
And there we go. That is a good start for Clayton's. I was worried the lack of information was going to bite them, but Perez, he bounces back. And that's Giles getting removed. The mute's no longer with that Nitrocell in pocket. So even Stevens, 1-1. And MIBR's going to be hunting their way across this top floor. But you can see, Nigel's like, Solarium stairs. Is there a potential rotation? Doesn't seem to be. There's plenty of drones still up for MIBR. Currently looking at their economy. 6 out of a possible 8 still available, not including Lucadera's ones, maybe, that he placed down beforehand. So, gives MIBR plenty of options with the time left to gather information, plus the Iana Gemini replicator, but that's not going to help. Balls getting shot out from somewhere. Hashi confirms it. And just like that, Clayton's, the time is running down. They've got the man advantage. They're set up for success for this round.
Especially when we consider how much util they still have around this site, right? And again, they have Hashi there on the Warden. Granted, there's no flashes left now that Falls has fallen. If they do want to try and go for something a bit more punchy, speaking of punchy, there we have it. Reduct will fall down. MIBR, the Jimmies are indeed rustled. Gonna get a bit more passive, but time is of the essence. You can't really get passive when there's 30 seconds on the clock. They do take out Hashi. Nigel can find themselves firmly plonked into sight. Could this be a little bit of a ninja plant going down?
It could be. This is the weirdest barring gaming take I have ever seen. Mitrix, though, removing Perit, who has been a star player so far in the series. He's been absolutely great. Nigel falls. Naka brings us home. Clayton's, for the first time this series, takes the lead. 1-0 on Chalet. They look better. They look way more comfortable on Chalet. I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, Grace, but I said I wanted to see a change. I wanted to see some improvement. Clayton's, maybe they're starting to deliver.
Potentially. Again, though, this is their map picks. They've certainly come in with a very strong plan on how they want to play it. Interesting thing, too, is I think actually regionally it's like a 55% ban rate, so kind of very neck and neck what teams throughout the season wanted to actually go to it. So I think this has been a nice pick for Clayton's. It's a nice little gamble, a safe bet. You know, they've come in through the qualifier and they've gone, well, we didn't see too much of it. We saw a sprinkling of it, but it wasn't too much. So maybe we can fall into that safe bet a little bit easier.
Hey, MIBR. Are your Jimmies truly rustled? There's going to be a lot of like, I don't know, is that a English British idiom, or is that transition into other countries? I don't know, but are they going to be frazzled? No, that still doesn't work. That's kind of similar on the same train. Basically, our MIBR shook. All right, never mind. That was from Nigel. Through that's got to be through a spawn peak or some kind. Hunters getting taken down so early. That is awful for Clayton's.
Yeah, you've got rid of that Solus utility though if you are MIBR. So again, when they're trying to work out where these initial entry points are going to come from, they have to go a bit more standard, a bit more traditional with their guesses. And of course, basement site, Taylor's oldest time. That wall of garage is going to get opened very, very quickly indeed. I imagine the Selmas will start to fling through too at some point. So already MIBR opening up these lines of sight, opening up these pressure points directly into sight.
All those lines of sight for MIBR. Now they just need to start pinching Clayton's. Find the position that they're holding. And then start throwing in their utility. They've got the double frag grenades, they've got the flashes, and the claymores as well, just to restrict that movement internally. Clayton's, though, again, don't have any information. With that Solus gone, that was really their only chance to gain any kind of information in which they can play off of. Toxic Babes going to be thrown out. That's 2 gone already, and we're at the halfway point. Luki Dira, oh dear me, Hashi gets removed. Zhao trades back, but it might be too little. Too late, straight into a Claymore. Oh my lord, Reduct. he doesn't even crack a smile at that one. Clayton's getting rolled this round, and it's even worse because it's all onto Mitrix.
Mitrix wandering away from the site now. Potentially is going to give MIBR all the breathing space they need. Maybe they're going to try and go down fire stairs. That might be a little bit awkward though. It's only an unusual route to take right now. Trying to find how to deny this plant. I guess the way it does make it a little bit safer, you don't have to really contest it on site. They're going to be looking for those angles on site. If you're off site, maybe you think that's your best way of winning it out, but realistically, what can you do here? They're going to fall directly into their own Vulcan. That's a little bit awkward. Again, the vertical holes they made, they're not really going to be able to utilize them, and they know exactly where he is now. So there we have a pistol whip to the face, and MIBR dominating that round, to be honest, Novi.
Yep, bouncing back in a good fashion. I said, was their Jimmy's rustled? Were they a bit frazzled? Were they on tilt? No, not at all. MIBR bounce back. Clayton's, they've got to step it up once more. I mean, it didn't help that opening kill. I don't know if that was Hunters necessarily peeking a window, or it just happened to be he ran across one and Nigel just pre-fired it. But either way, it is what it is. The 4 versus 5 didn't materialize for Clayton's. Now, round 2. They're going to that top floor, the master bedroom office hold. What flavor are they bringing? Oh, Grace, they've done it. They've picked the Valkyrie. Finally, we're getting some information ups on defense.
And the Yokais to boot. Of course, the Echo is going to come through too. Since Black Eyes can be placed in a more flexible position, and nowadays you can see those Yokais, they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable, but if you can hide them in some kind of nook or cranny, that might be their best bet at staying alive for as long as possible. It really comes down to whether the team want to use them for information or whether they want to use it for that plant denial. Again, given that Clayton's, if the last round especially is anything to go by, maybe they like playing the retake more from the off-site instead of on the actual bomb site itself. Zhao getting a little bit naughty here, looking for the spawn peak. I don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, looking for the spawn peak, but no X-rays on our screen are coming over towards it. I'm a little bit surprised by MIBR not choosing the IQ with both Echo and Valkyrie in play, but maybe they want to prioritize other operators. There's plenty more on the board. Readout on that Monty should be interesting. MIBR was slightly uncoordinated on Oregon in utilizing that Monty, and they pretty much abandoned it straight after it didn't work. Curious to see how they try and leverage it this time. Perez, he doesn't know the fact that there's a defender right above him. If he throws, I was about to say, if he uses a breaching charge or something on that floor, he could potentially shoot it out. Doesn't know. He's going to back off. MIBR doing their due diligence, droning in, pushing that Monty as he's the first one through, and they're going to start pushing behind him to take Solarium control.
Only so. It looks like Naka's looking to go for something a little bit cheeky here. Oh, whiffs onto a drone, but again, these pre-fires for the wall, they know exactly where he is, and there we have it. Nigel's going to take him down, and no trade can come through from the side of Clayton. So already, they've got first blood under their pockets for MIBR.
First blood. Going to be happy. Clayton's on the bubble once more. Slightly later on, Luke Deer is going to make it even worse. So that's a 5s3. Ooh. This time there's no trade. It gets even worse. Perez finds another. So that's now a 2-5. Clayton's is bleeding players. They're bleeding time. They know where the plant's going down. That's pretty big. Hunteers finds 2, and Zhao has stopped the plant. That's massive. Zhao gets another one. Hunteers for the triple. How is this round reversed, Grace? It's complete pandemonium on the side. Perez is the last player left. He's going to try and push the player down Solarium stairs. Clayton's just needs to buy time. They know where the diffuser is. It's literally over a hole. Perez now can run across, try a different position to plant, but Clayton's have the man advantage.
They do, and this is a bit of a dangerous position to be trying to plant in. Granted, it will protect you a little bit from some of these pre-fires, but there we have it. It is now a retake, and there's at least one down the slightest bit of health. Can they try and find the head of Perez? Yes, they can! And there we go, that's 3 kills for the round, and a gorgeous, gorgeous, patient retake on the side of Clayton's.
Zhao's take a bow, son. That was incredible. That flip. I was dead certain he was missing that. Like, I would have genuinely bet a huge amount of money that there was no shot that he materializes that kill somehow. It felt like he was looking the wrong way and maybe he didn't have the information, but I incredibly impressed. Clayton's take back the lead. I'm genuinely at a loss for words. A great job in recovering that round because it was going so poorly, Grace. 2, 3 kills down, and you still managed to win the round. Very impressive.
I think the slightly risky factor right now, if you are MIBR, is the fact that you are currently down on your more favourable side again. When we say that Chalet is attacker-sided, that's based on more global statistics, to be honest. More global statistics. And I do even think that, to be honest, in the Brazilian region, and even, to be honest, nowadays, now that we have had his army come into play, now that we have had Solis come into play, now I'm thinking about it, I think the statistics are actually different. I think it's still slightly attacker-sided, but it's more of a 43 to kind of 48-47 split, which is very, very uncomfortable, really.
Uncomfortable for whom, though? Clayton's on that defensive side. They might have looked a little bit better on attack, but they still won more rounds on that defensive on Oregon, so they at least look better, or statistics-wise better on that defense. So are we in for a 3-3 half? Can they push it to 4-2? I don't know. They're in a great position. They've got the Solus. I'm liking the fact that they are bringing these different operators and trying to swap it around, bring a different flavor to their defense. On Oregon, they were very, very static in what they picked. And I think once MIBR got a read and a taste for what they were bringing, they were like, okay, we know how to counter this. Matrix, though, with the opening engagement on Perez, of all players, the entry player, that is great for Clayton's. This is a complete reversal compared to last round. This is far better, but Nigel just bodies his way through, blows apart Hashi. Hunters goes down. MIBR's rolling through them, but Naka's here for the defense. He's going to have to swing around this corner with the SMG-11. Misses the headshot, backs just off, but the shotgun comes out. The swing to the right is going to come through. He should know from the tracers, but it's not enough. He confirms the kill. Naka is playing with his food. He's like a lion in the savannah, in the Serengeti. He knows there's a dear little antelope on the other side of that wall, but he's going to back off, play the time. 3 versus 2, great measured aggression from the Clayton side. Now MIBR is struggling.
Struggling indeed. Granted, though, they do have a little bit of utility in their pockets. Let's see if the Antelopes will use these nades to their advantage when facing the Lions pit. A 3 versus 2, but still some time to work with Novi. This is the main thing. They still have the time here, and here we have it. Verticality will come through from Luki Dara, trying to find a freebie, trying to find a few cheeky shots, but Clayton's actually playing a little bit more passive. We did just get a cheeky shot come through the floorboards, but at the same time, Falzes really have to going on the hunt here, looking for the head of Matrix desperately. There we have it, takes a head off of Zhao. Matrix actually going on a full wander now, going all the way down to that basement. Again, looking for the information from the side of MIBR, looking to see if they'll give any indication as to what their plan is here. And Naka on this massive, massive rotation. Very unusual stuff for Claytons, but they, again, this is how they seem to be playing these defenses in the late round. They're just going off site and being like, okay, we can hold it off from a safer point here, and if we have to go for the retake, we will do exactly that.
Naka has 2 toxic babes in pocket. That could be huge. Plant being stuck, 10 seconds remain. Naka's actually going to drop the hatch in, but Matrix swings round, a double kill. He's standing up, he's screaming. There we go, there's the passion we want to see. Claytons are starting to rise, and they are destroying MIBR on Chalet.
They certainly are, and again, it's very awkward right now for MIBR because they are trying to go through the typical motions that they would do, but I think the way that Claytons are choosing to play around this map is becoming very unusual. Again, they're not willing to just batten down the hatches on site and be like, okay, we'll let them come to us and we'll hold these crossfires. They're going on these massive wanders, they're going on these massive flanks to try and gain that upper advantage, and it seems to be really working for them right now.
They seem so comfortable on Chalet. It's a completely different team on this defense. Compared to Oregon, it is night and day. Maybe that's one of the reasons why on Oregon they did have success using the information operators, because they needed that information to actually leverage defending on Oregon into a more favorable position. On Chalet, they have that intrinsic communication and coordination and how they're going to take it. My one caveat to that is retaking is very, very difficult. It's one thing to have that as a plan, as a backup plan, but if you lean on it a bit too much, if you don't have the manpower to successfully take on that retake or the utility to do so, you've basically given the attackers the site, the plan, and now the timer's now switched to the 6th attacker instead, and you don't want to be in that position.
I'm going to see if MIBR do stick with this lineup. Again, last time they chose to bring that Brava, I don't feel like they got much use out of it. I'll be completely honest too, like I have yet to see...
You're not a fan of Brava.
It's not that I'm not a fan, right? In theory, I think the idea works so well, right? The idea works so well. But unless you're really, really relying on the fact that you can get hold of those EDDs as an example. Unless you're really relying, like, okay, we can get rid of those mute jammers, we can, get that wall open nice and easy. You're putting a lot of reliance there on utility that has to be, especially with the mute jammers, in sight, in that setup. Whereas, again, you could just take the EMPs as an example and do the same job, really. to get those root jammers off the wall, and you're doing it from the external, so it's safer. No, your EMPs can't get shot out, right? So I think I have yet to see a play in comp at the moment where I'm like, wow, that was great. They brought the Brava and it worked and it was amazing and it's blown my head off. Speaking of blowing your head off, Candela's getting absolutely slogged towards Naka. No one is going to go for that aggression though. That's certainly going to start to make the shirt collar a little bit sweaty right now, Novi.
Yeah, for Naka, all the flashing lights, it's a bit like a party going on down in that storage corridor. But he's going to be comfortable. He can actually start rotating out. I like the fact that, okay, this is maybe one of the things I do quite like about Brava if she's being brought. You can see Naka checking the default just in case that if it had been hacked and taken over to the other side. And it's just getting the defenders to question everything. It's a bit like when there's a cap cam for the attackers. You've got to check every single door just to be safe. Every single window. Lucudira, though, goes down, but it's actually Perez who gets the first kill. Jaws connects it and trades on back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both sides, you know, it's not ideal, but Lucudira on low health. Clayton's come out on top in terms of that engagement.
Lucudira has been propped up, though, so remember those Selmas can still be utilized. Speaking of utilization, Reductor using that window pig, and Hashi's going to fall into his open and welcome arms. This is the difficult part for MIBR now, though. They have to clear the shield. Certainly the Candelas will help. Again, a no aggressive push to follow that. The flashes do come through as well. Maybe they just want to push back that pressure from Zhao right now. They want to make Zhao go all the way downstairs. Nako desperately looking to try and find a cheeky shot. There we go. Zhao has indeed fallen downstairs. They could just try and hold some of these crossfires now, as MIBR definitely are going to start setting up for this execute.
They've got a lot of utility going for them, but that Nitro Cell, good piece of utility used by Clayton's to make it a little bit more even. Stevens, Huntier's got a long line of sight all the way through towards that back stairs. But that soft wall could pose trouble. He's going to try and go unnoticed for as long as possible and then pounce when MIBR goes for that aggression. You can see Clayton's are just ready and waiting. They don't want to overpeak. They don't want to give MIBR any way forward in this round. You see, because MIBR haven't been gifted anything, they've got to go for a more direct push or jump straight in. Naka's going, what on earth is happening? Ooh. There's the diffuser dropping down. He trades for two of them. Giles brings us home. What? The screams coming out from the players, and Clayton's is upsetting MIBR right now.
What on earth just happened? That is, oh my goodness me, the tilt is unreal if you're MLBR right now. That is gutting. You have all you need in the palm of your hand to try and go for these collapses, try and get these picks under your belt. And just one player waltzing around that reinforcement is able to shut you down entirely. Wow. This is impressive stuff from Clayton's, genuinely. Again, less favourable side. Steamrolling away with it right now. 4 rounds to 1. This is indeed their last round on their defence until they go onto that more favourable attacking side. What do you think is going to happen, Novi? Do you think MIBR are going to try and go for the comeback at this point? Again, if they can land it on a 4-2, there is still that potential.
They have to, right? They really don't want to be going to border, you know. Today, I mean, for us, it's a long day because we're in the UK time zone, but even for the teams in Brazil right now, 2 best-of-3s have already been played. Both of them went 3 games, I believe, as well. The second series went 12 rounds in every single one, apart from the last one, which went OT as well. So it is a long day. You've been waiting to play your series, right? And yes, you might be happy to finally get there. You're going to start getting tired at this point. Do you really want to go all the way to that third map and risk it there, or would you rather end it right now? I know for me, if I was MIBR, I want to try and finish it here and now. This is where the sweat really starts to sort of appear on your brow, and you really try and send it as hard as possible.
Speaking of sending hard, as Perez aware of the potential of aggression from Piano. Are looking to get a little bit frisky with it. We've seen him do some very, very spicy things throughout this series. There we go. Perez is going to take down Huntier, though, so that's a C4 off the table. But remember, those black eyes are still going to be in play. The flexibility really allowing you to put them anywhere that you want. So that's going to still feed this constant stream of information to Clayton's.
That's going to really help Perez. His position's known, but he's got that soft wall in front of him. And that's going to cause the rotation from Giles around the side. Naka removes fools. So now we're left in that 4 versus 4. Perez, he's in a comfortable position. It started to slow down around that point. Clayton's, now that they've got that kill, they can start backing off towards the site. They don't need to go quite as aggressive. Perez is still going to fire some pot shots. Giles is the last one left on that top floor to sort of pose a problem or two. It might be our need to read that, otherwise he can get that late round flank and really blow this round open for Clayton's.
And we both know he is so hungry for it. We've seen him so much of his defenses have these moments where he just suddenly goes for the jugular. And give him the breathing room to do that. He will cut himself a few little freebies. Mitrix is going to fall back a little bit. Will Jiao follow suit? Looks like Lucky Dara is aware there's this extended presence. They're just trying to make sure that the coast is clear. Especially now they've got that upstairs control entirely in their hands.
Perez taking his way down the stairs, and even with 40 seconds left, I was about to say the tempo seems quite slow from MIBR. They're not snappy enough. Perez pushes down on his own, gets punished rightfully so for it, and now the push is coming in from MIBR, but it's very uncoordinated. You can see Reduct in the background there running his way through. This frag grenade could go out, but no, the magnet stops it. And with that, MIBR is running out of options. They've got to brute force their way in. Mitrix goes down. Lukidir is trying to push up blue, but Nigel is on the main stairs as well, stuck out from the Vulcan. The flames are burning their way through, preventing an impassable terrain. A Trey Giles takes down Reduct, swings around the corner, but Lukidir is still in it. He finds two. It's all on Hashi. He just needs to stay alive. He's the last player remaining. Fires around the corner, but Lukidir, a pistol whips him to victory. MIBR take a round there. No right in winning.
Completely agree with that statement, Novi. No right whatsoever, but again, MIBR, the more veteran roster here, they are the ones who can and will know, we have to get this kill. I have to push them. I'm not going to dilly-dally. I'm just going to go for it. It's a coin flip, but ultimately it pays off for MIBR, tanking a lot of that Vulcan utility in the process, but still making sure they end at least a 2-4 split. The worry, the danger here is that Clayton's have gone to what statistically usually is the more favourable side. Again, granted, these odds have kind of slightly gone a bit more squiffy since the release of Solus and Azami as a combo. Let's see how both sides play this, to be honest. Again, I'm really curious to see if MIBR, the aggression that they can bring, the timed and beautiful, perfect aggression, especially when it comes to defense. Most likely this will translate across nicely when it comes to Chalet. Just have to be really mindful about the utility that they are choosing to bring here. On the side of Clayton's, they're bringing the Lion out. They've got the classic hard breach. Lots of soft destructibility too, and double nades. And it's for double nades that I'm always the most happy about. Will I finally see what I like to see on Chalet, which is those gorgeous up nades?
You see it indeed, Grace. You touched on the statistics on and how much we can actually read into it on Chalet. Perez, though, will open things up. Not even allowing me to make my point. Very, very rude. I was going to say, actually, in terms of opening picks, Clayton's might be winning 4-2, but until that point, before that Perez kill right then, MIBR was actually in front 4-2 in opening kills. They were winning on the attack with those opening picks. It seems like that's carrying through onto their defensive side.
Absolutely. Again, slight bit of pressure that's been applied to Clayton's here, and rightfully so. They're going to maybe try and take this a little bit more slow and steady now, to slowly burn through this utility, slowly open up these lines of sight. Again, granted, the hard breach is gone. Your intel mostly has gone. You have to rely on those drones now. Thankfully, there's not a Solus on the board. I'd probably put a dampener in it even more right now. This is where you have to start getting these picks under your belt. We see the aggression, the willingness to take that aggression starting to trickle through on Clayton's.
They need to be careful. Yes, they've got the line to hold them in place, but MIBR currently has such a huge level of map control. They've got office, they've got library stairs. The site isn't even touched. That's a good start, though. Nigel was already low, getting tagged out while putting up a castle barricade earlier on in the round, but he's now finished off. Still, they need to find more. Jow's going aggressive around Jacuzzi, but no kills are able to be found. And with that crossfire set up, he needs to hold this, but ideally, we need another teammate to come through and help him push this. If he pushes on his own, Grace, that could be doom for Claytons in this round.
Up for the storm, though. Never say never. Clayton's again, lots of util in their belt. Still four flashes. And lots of destructibility. Again, making their way through this top floor still. They just have to get a little bit of a jog on. Oh, gorgeous shot there, though. It is instantly traded. Falls down. Dara taking out Hunt here as well. Both teams taking a casualty here, but the aggression that's starting to amount, starting to build up from MIBR. It's like a volcano. Shotgun to the face, another shotgun to the face. And there we have it, MIBR. First defensive round, firmly in their pocket.
MIBR, you poke the bear, they're going to get angry. They're going to bounce back and scratch you back. Claytons, I don't think we're quite expecting the aggression from Perez there. And can we just talk about Perez, right? Currently leading his team in this map, but he was leading in the previous map as well. I think 15 kills plus. He's currently, 23 kills across the two maps, and we're only halfway through this one. He is on another level at the moment. He is so goddamn good, and that's forced Claytons to take their timeouts. Both teams have used their tactical timeouts now. Claytons were forced last time to use it on their defense. This time, using it on their attack on Chalet. Will they be able to convert the following round and start pushing and hold, most importantly, hold on to their lead, Grace? Because this is the best they've looked all series. But MIBR, we know they're not going to back out without a fight.
This is it, though. This is, again, it's exactly what probably we're going to start to see come through now, is that scrappiness that we saw on map number 1, when it was really coming down to the nail on a lot of those rounds in Oregon. The timer was ticking down, and both teams just had to run at each other for these gunfights. They had to contest each other. They just had to swing those angles, try and win their ones, peak those angles. I think it's going to be more of the same. We've already seen that, as time goes on, both teams are willing to start to push towards each other. As soon as bodies start to fall, that's where the momentum seems to be building on both these sides. That's where the nastiness starts to come through. And you know what? I am here for it 100%. I am so here for it. The Zero coming out, potentially, again, hopefully that will be stuck. This is the main thing of the basement site, right? If you are attacking this, you can just get that wall open so quickly. Everybody knows this. Garage wall, open instantly. That's at least one angle of pressure they have to worry about. You don't even have to sit there, hold an angle. You don't have to immediately contest it. You can all go elsewhere. They're still mindful there's a line of sight there that could potentially be used against us.
And speaking of line of sight, Zero with that Argus launcher can really help set up and support that opening, because so much of Chalet in general is soft destructions. Those Argus launchers can really get in a position where they can go through the floor and basically be little cams for Claytons to mount their attack. Also, with a secondary hard breach as well, that frees up the buck to then take the flashes, and it just gives more utility, throwable utility in which you can use, plus the Gun 6 as well. If anyone can tell, I'm a huge fan of Zero as an operator. I think he's absolutely fantastic. Not utilized
Who would have thought?
whatsoever. But especially on Chalet, and I'm excited to see what Hunters can do with this. So far, no early engagements, no tags either side. Both teams being a lot more respectful of each other.
I think this is the thing, right? Oh, well, there we have it. Matrix will fall. Skeleton key removed from the hands. Jowl fall too. That's both soft destructibility, both utility points to work that verticality against MIBR that has been torn from the hands of Claytons. And this is going to be certainly difficult. Now, again, Naka has no flashes left in pocket. Difficult times indeed, Novi. Maybe they'll have to go a little bit direct, a little bit blind into this now. Granted, they do still have some drones on the table. And of course, that Gemini replica. But think about the utility to go for some of these swings now. That is going to be so awkward and so clunky.
Very difficult, but that first engagement is huge from Naka. That's going to keep them in this round. There's still 4 more to find. A minute on the clock as well, and they can see They're not even close to the site. The rest of the defenders have really backed off. They need to start working their way down, but already they need to clear out that first floor because of the issue, the fact that MIBR can pounce from any point and Clayton's haven't had enough time to really clear out this bottom floor. That then, for MIBR, gives them the breathing room and the space, if they so choose, that they can rotate down the backside and start posing a few problems. But you said this, open up the main garage wall, and then you can run in at any point. Clayton's need to be conscious of that, but MIBR also. But Naka not getting that kill is really, really bad for Clayton's. It's going to be difficult for them to push on through.
100%. This is awkward. It's again the quiet before the storm, but what storm can you brew when you have little? Well, there we go. We thought Naka was just about to go for it, just try and force that plan. But this is a risk, Novi. If they get taken out, which indeed they have, Nigel is going to take him clean out. That diffuser is now left in no man's land. Hashi has to go for these pushes, and Nigel is going to be waiting. Come to me, give me my freebie. Gorgeous stuff there, indeed.
MIBR is currently 6-2 in opening kills. They are dominating Clayton's, and that was even a lot of that was part of that first half where they only managed to get 2 rounds as well. MIBR just seem more confident, more comfortable in taking those early engagements, and a lot of that is off the back of Perez, currently with half their opening kills, 3 in pocket. MIBR looking really, really good in the early portions of the round and being able to leverage that early aggression into sustainable leads that can carry them through to the close of the end of the round.
This is it. Nipping at the heels of Clayton. I know I'm slightly upset for Clayton's, right? They had a really, really good defensive half. But this has been difficult. And again, I thought this may happen, I'll be honest. It was this idea that MIBR would just start going for the jugular a little bit more. They have that timer in their favor. They get a lot more comfortable to go for these kind of frisky, aggressive points where they can just shut down one of these players. Trades need to come through a little bit quicker from Clayton's. I think that's the main thing too. When they're going for these clearances, stick together a little bit more maybe. Try and play around that trade. Again, losing a lot of utility quite early in that last round. That really kicked them in a little bit in the butt.
Perez basically goes solo, but he's good enough to make it work. And you know he's going to do that. So don't try and take him on a 1v1. Play these 2v1s, find where he's holding, and sort of squeeze him and flush him out. You've got the line in pocket, so those EU1Ds should help with that. There's the first one used. But just finding out where he is going to be integral. Zhao's getting tagged slightly. Falls is playing aggressive on the office door as well towards Fluke. They just need to be cautious. Don't overextend. You know MIBR will go hyper aggressive if you give them the opportunity. I want to see a safer Clayton's right now.
I don't think we're going to get a safer Clayton's, I'll be honest with you. I think they are just going to try go for these motions, take these gunfights as soon as they get the information where one of these players are. Again, I think they're desperate to get that opening engagement under their belt, to be honest. See, already they're pinging out the positioning of Fulls. It's a difficult angle to try and get a nade in on, and that prox is certainly going to alert him that they're trying to push on this balcony. Not that he probably already couldn't have guessed it. The aggression now, though, getting up towards the breach, looking for the angle. Doesn't quite land, though. Novi, this is awkward.
Yeah, Clayton's basically locked out of sight. That's the first for Falls, but it's traded back almost instantaneously. And with that, the site is open, but Clayton's are struggling as they push onto site. They're not even given a chance. MIBR shut them out before they get going. And for the first time this game, MIBR have taken the lead on Chalet.
It's really difficult because, again, I think when you're making that push towards that site, in my opinion, sometimes it's nicer to get that control underneath and then work that verticality, get those nades, send them up towards those footsies. I think Clayton's are really good at getting the information they need, being able to assess where everyone's holding. I think when it just comes to getting those actual fights and going for these swings, because they're going on that horizontal too much, it's not really working out for them because MIBR, they are just winning their ones right now, Novi. I'll be blunt about it. They're winning their ones. Why go for that danger zone aspect of it when you could just go for the verti? Again, Chalet, so much soft destruction that you can use here. Just go for it. Take those nades. Take that sledge. Take that Ayana. Send them downstairs. Send those Pokeballs up. Knock those feet off. Job's done.
But the worrying thing for me, Grace, is they had about 1:25 left on the clock. They were looking and posturing for that first pick, but then the entire team got wiped within 10 seconds. I kid you not. They had plenty of time to find a different way through. They were getting bodied on that approach. Bodied in the opening kills even further. Hashi is 0-3 so far on the attack. He is not having a fun time whatsoever. And I'm worried for Clayton's, where they just seem to be so indecisive, and they might want to trade 1-for-1, but they're trading too much and giving MIBR too much liberties in the early portion of these rounds and not playing around the time. Yes, they're under pressure because they've got to get to that objective, but if you've got the luxury to gather more information and then use your utility a little bit better, that's surely a better position it'll put you in later into the round.
Already we're seeing the aggression. Oh, again, tons of aggression. The runouts, double run out onto Fluke balcony. Mitrix, rightfully so, is going to hightail it out there, dropping down and being like, lads, absolutely not am I contesting that. We're going to have to take a different approach right now.
Perez onto Mitrix, and that's just going to add insult to injury. MIBR looking to get onto series point pretty damn quick, but Hunter's keeping Clayton's within striking distance. Lukidira above on the mezzanine, just outside library. He's got the deployable shield, but that low HP. A stray frag grenade from Giles really throw a spanner in the works. Reload doesn't really need to aggress towards this. Identifies it's a sledge, throws down the magnet just in case, just to keep that frag grenade at bay if it does swing out. But for Clayton's, they've got plenty of time to work with. There's still time in which they can drone through. They've got 5 still alive in the pockets of the team. Hunters is going to clear out underneath. My issue here, though, Grace, is Clayton's is currently in a 3 versus 4, and they're very, very split up.
They are, and that's difficult because, again, you can be taken down with no trade to follow if you do split up like this. Ideally, you want to try and have at least one duo push. Granted, there's only 3 of them left. But still, safety in numbers, as the saying goes. Potentially Zhao looking to get a little bit cheeky here, potentially looking to catch someone off guard a little bit. Looking to go for the default nade. There we have it, at least taking Redux out. That's 1. Nigel falls 2, but Perez has also picked himself a lovely little kill there. A 2 versus 2. That's at least a little bit safer for Clayton's to have to deal with.
It's safer for them, but there's not a lot of time. I said they've got to play around it. Lukidira removes Huntis. Frag grenade still in the pocket for Giles. He's going to chime it on in. Falls down. No, it doesn't quite land. And Perez takes down Giles for the pickings. And just like that, MIBR are on series point. They're 1 round away from eliminating their opponents on Chalet. Clayton's 1 round away from bowing out of the last chance qualifiers.
I just, again, if this ends up being a 7-4, I'm just going to feel very sad indeed, because I really think Clayton should have gone for the theme park here. And I'm going to die on that hill, to be honest, Novi. I'm gonna put my foot down, and I'm going to die on that hill. They should have taken it to a theme park. Dream Park, I think Clayton's would have had a field day on that. Fortunately, again, a difficult opponent to go up against. It's kind of David versus Goliath story, but this time it looks like that Goliath... it's just got a lot more bite than you probably thought it would. I think certainly starts to get a bit more uncomfortable. The pressure really is on as soon as it gets to that match point. Yeah, we do see the Nook coming through, so there's a potential that Mitrix is going to go for something cheeky here, maybe going in through basement as an example, pushing up some of these staircases, trying to get that off angle, trying to just catch someone off guard. Again, if Mitrix can get the opening pick under his belt and then immediately pull away, that's going to just start to apply that pressure a little bit more on the side of MRBR.
But the issue you're going to have is Perez 13-5. He had 17 kills in the previous game. He's currently sitting on 30. within this series. He is having a monstrous performance, and yes, we can say Matrix can go in and try and find that opening, but Perez is going to be doing the exact same thing on that Vigil. And we say, you know, these operators like Vigil are a little bit selfish. You know, they don't necessarily benefit the whole team. It's more to improve your chances in those 1v1s with the change of information or the silent step that maybe Kavira has. Perez is dominating, and you've just given him an incredibly strong operator where he can just run around solo. But it is Matrix who takes the first engagement. That's Clayton's first opening kill of their attacking half. This is a great opportunity for them to turn this into a round win.
This is it again, and just keep the fact that you've got that pressure now building towards the side of MIBR. But Fowls, there we have it. Huntier will fall down. Nearly a second one, but Zhao is just too quick with it. He's going to trade that back instantaneously. Really good stuff there from the side of Claytons. Can they do it, Novi? Can they hold on for dear life? Lukidera takes down Zhao. Again, a free versus free though. That nade game, Matrix gets taken out. Goodness gracious me, Novi, what am I witnessing?
Claytons are trying so hard with their utility, but Lukidera is taking a lot of liberties, removing Clayton's players from the board, left, right, and center. Naka's not even in Solarium at this point. Hashi's been smoked off from actually pushing on through. Toxic Babe's going to keep him at bay, but there's plenty of time remaining. Naka, you don't need to jump in on this. There's 1 minute 20 remaining. What is going on? You just pushed way too far, took way too much HP, and just like that, MIBR take the series. Oh dear Lord, Claytons is removed and no longer in the last chance qualifier.
So difficult, so awkward. Again, Claytons, they put up a good fight, right? I know the scoreline, in my opinion, does not reflect that at all. We consider how some of these rounds have gone. They've been very, very scrappy indeed. I'm going to get down the hill that they should have gone to theme park instead of chalet. But even then, they did a really good job on that first half. They just couldn't secure it on that side switch. And that is such a shame, Novi, because really they should have sailed away with it. The MIBR were just so much snappier when it came to those gunfights. They were really winning their one, slamming them down. But to the point where Claytons couldn't really play into those trades as much because, again, they just didn't have the positioning. They were all split up from one another.
It's a real shame for Claytons, but congratulations to MIBR. Fantastic performance, especially Perez just utterly dominating across both maps in that series. But we're going to throw to a quick break and leave Jacob and Connor to break that series down.
I will give all credit to a team like Clayton's for managing to take as many rounds as they could off a team like MIBR, but unfortunately for them, this was the result that everybody anticipated going into this matchup, and for once, it actually held true with no additional surprises, Connor. We had a series end in 2 straight maps relatively handedly, and it was probably what we all thought. MIBR are simply better at any map that Clayton's could throw at them.
You know, I wish that me and you spoke fluent Portuguese and could interview somebody on MIBR, because I bet the very first statement they would say is, you know, on Chalet, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie, because it was pretty dominant for Clayton's. And then MIBR took a timeout and recouped, then proceeded to lose the round.
Right.
But then after that, they won 6 in a row, so like, you got to give credit to that timeout. So, even if it was on a slight delay, their ping issue, I guess, even on LAN in their sort of comms, you know, it reared its ugly head. But overall, at the end of the day, when you have Perez, somebody that we've called a traffic cone, and then I said, oh my gosh, he's going to bounce back, drops 30 in 2 maps, that's how you get results like this.
Yeah, that one's a phenomenal bounce back. I suppose the only team that would have been capable of making a comeback happen on any map today, which is antithetical to the trend for every single other map we've played so far today, would be a team like MIBR, solely because of who their opponent is. If one team is adaptable, above all things, it was probably going to be the one that actually has plenty of tier 1 experience, though that is just a shot in the dark, because ultimately we can check in on how several players of MIBR did. You just mentioned Perez, and that was a big problem in stage 1, trying to figure out how consistent was he going to be. What did we see from everybody else? Like how did like a player like Redux do after both of those maps?
I mean, he still did solid. I wouldn't say anybody on MIBR did bad. Constantly call them the 5-finger punch, even though their acronym has 4 letters, their team has 5 members and all of them show up. Sure, even when Perez pops off and it's absolutely putting the team on his back, you have to give credit to the support players as well, just saying, hey, there's a reason he's getting these kills. He's pre-firing some yellow pings, and that means their intel game is doing good.
That's very true, and we also love a bit of character development, because we've opted to give Perez the MVP for this matchup. And honestly, well deserved, because if we look at his trajectory from Black Dragons to the Yangtze Major to stage 1 with MIBR, it was a really bad downturn. But now, to have a little bit of a bounce back, even if the quality of opponent he faced wasn't necessarily of the highest, it's still nice to see him have a game like this.
You know, I'm really happy. It's like a proud father moment. I had my moment where I got to yell at him. I said he was horrible. He was 0-6 on entry. It was just an all-you-can-eat buffet of opening deaths. And then all of a sudden, as MIBR transitioned towards their overall final game in the stage, as well as their playoff run, he started picking it up. He started picking it up indeed, just going faster and faster. And now it's like this game was his magnum opus. This was his greatest creation. And when you can hard carry your team to double 7-3s, 7-4, I mean, it's pretty dang good, especially when you're hitting your form at the right time, because they've got a hard matchup regardless of who wins this next game.
Right. It's not to say that his performance today will be something he can replicate heading into tomorrow, because no matter what happens, he will have to face a BR6 team heading into the semifinals. The only question is it their Group A compatriots from Stage 1 of the Brazil League in Black Dragons, or will it be a team that MIBR have not played in a pretty long amount of time in official competition in Ninjas in Pajamas? Either of those opponents are going to be interesting, and that matchup is the one that we have been waiting, double-checking uptime, 9.5 hours to finally get around to the game of the night, NIP against Black Dragons, and that's coming up right after this. We've already gotten through 3/4 of our quarterfinals at this stage, and there's only one game still left remaining. We've had Los 1, X Supernova, and MIBR all win for qualification for the semifinals, and we've still got one more of these that we've got to truck through. That's arguably our better game of the night. It's Black Dragons against Ninjas in Pajamas. Both of these teams did not face each other when they played in the group stage of Brazil Stage 1. They haven't played since the 6th Invitational qualifiers, and that was was that a NIP win? Yes, it was a NIP win, 7-5, but that was also a best of one. So the last time that either of these teams have faced each other in a best of format would have been best of twos during BR6 2020 in the regular season. Every single other time they've played since then, Connor, has been a best of one.
Yeah. And, it's maybe because NIP fell off really hard this stage and they didn't make it to the playoffs like Black Dragons. So they really haven't had the best of 3 phase in quite a while. They also didn't make SI. They didn't make it deep enough into SI quals to go into BO3.
Keep burying them deeper and deeper, bro. Jeez.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to keep burying them because this team has struggled. They've struggled on both sides of the ball, too. A 33% attacking win rate in a very defensive region is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. But the flip side of that coin for NIP is that this is a defender-sided region, and they have a 35% defensive win rate.
So what does that mean for their opponents, though? Because their opponents are usually pretty good on attack.
Yeah,
right?
They're 50-50.
Black Dragons are 50-50. That's pretty good. All right, we'll take that. Yeah, that's not bad.
They are one of 2 teams here in Brazil that have a higher attacking win percentage than their defensive side. It's both LFO as well as Black Dragons. And with Black Dragons going to the playoffs and playing against some higher level teams, that's an even more impressive stat that's bolstered by additional data. So, as you kind of look for Black Dragons, it's a really juicy matchup for them to chomp into going up against such a weak defensive team, unless NIP has really hit the labs and reinvented themselves.
There might be a little bit of an asterisk, mostly because, one, they're playing NIP today, so if they were to win attacks, maybe it isn't the most impressive thing in the world, but that can also probably be said for the group that they were playing in during the standard Brazil League, because it was MIBR who themselves definitely showcased some deficiencies on defense that made it a little bit easy to exploit, even though MIBR still qualified for playoffs, and they had Tropicaus, and they had LFO. So if you can probably take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, but I do agree, just because of the way NIP have been playing as of late, it would definitely put Black Dragons to be the favorites. And also, I want to check in on somebody who you called having some of the same qualities as Fantasy at the beginning of BR6 Stage 1. We're talking about Stemp. How much have those almost like Fantasy qualities actually held up in the couple of weeks he's been in Tier 1?
Not necessarily the best. But not too bad. He's had his high moments as well as his low moments, just like any kind of new player you would expect. But those highs have been incredibly high, but equally those lows. Sure, it averages out to a 1.04 rating, which is still above average with 1.0, being average, being the median, being the mean, being the overall center point for a lot of these teams. But on a roster like Black Dragons, when you need somebody to step up to the plate, more often than not, it is Stemp. And for them to find success more so than what we've seen in the regular stage, where they have a lot of extra pressure on them to perform and try to make it further into this bracket, maybe even punch themselves to Copenhagen, they're going to have to ride Stemp just that little bit harder.
So he's going to be a little bit more polarizing. And I suppose if that's somebody who you're highlighting, then you at home definitely need to be double checking how Stemp is doing on a map by map basis. And we'll also be sure to yell at the casters to be like, hey, make sure we ride Stemp hard because we want him to do well, but it's also going to come with a little bit of an increased spotlight. That spotlight for NIP has been on Psycho, which is a nice place for him to be because of his longevity with this roster. But Connor, in some cases, it feels like he may be one of the only guys who's really performing at a base average level for NIP.
Yep, he's the lone candle. The flames haven't been quite as bright. He hasn't really had those high and low moments. It's just been kind of a dull roar of slightly above average with a roster that's been a majority below average. So take with that as you will. Psycho is still a great player. In the top half, overall 1.05 rating is still good. Not trying to throw any shade towards him. However, with this being said, the rest of his roster really falling below average, it almost feels like he's carrying that extra dead weight behind him. And is he going to be fast enough to keep up with somebody like Stemp with the Black Dragons roster that they carry their weight just that little bit more? They're more close to that 1.0 rating.
So what you're saying is he's the one in the driver's seat and everybody else is in the trailer behind the pickup, and he's just trying to carry them across the finish line. That very much is what the kind of picture that you're painting about Psycho and NIP. And that will also make itself manifest in bans to a certain degree, because again, these teams have not played each other in quite a long time. And since they did, NIP and BD have both made some pretty substantial changes. We had to Skyscraper first. Anything special about that?
Interestingly enough, 3-1 record for Black Dragons on this map. Meanwhile, it's a 1-3 for NIP. But this is their map choice. You'd expect those numbers to be flipped. Kind of perplexing, especially
I'd
when
call
you're
that
gonna
an ego chow.
Yeah, I was gonna allude to that. I'm glad you picked up on it, especially because Black Dragons get to start on their preferred attacking side, where if you're able to get in the building early and really chain together map control, Skyscraper can fall apart like a Jenga tower for a defensive team like NIP. So first half, very important. Equally so will be once again the attacking side of Black Dragons on Border.
So Border was a map where Black Dragons beat W7M back, I think it was week 2 of the regular season of the Brazil League. And W7M have already qualified for Copenhagen, so I'm not really certain what that says. If anything, it showcased that Black Dragons were actually very, very good at shutting down defensive play. And if that's the side that NIP are going to be leaning a little bit more heavily into, and BD have showcased how well they're able to attack and get executes to work, get diffusers down, assure that they have proper coverage, then I'm not going to lie, Connor, it would not shock me if we saw Black Dragons win this thing 2-0, regardless of whatever the decider map is, and we can just throw that up just because that's probably cool. I mean, sure, it's Chalet. Could we see a 2-0 here?
I very well think we could, because you already said that Black Dragons beat W7M on Border. However, you didn't paint the full picture, because it was not just a beat. It was a beat down. It was absolutely dominant by Black Dragons. They looked so incredibly good that I thought that was going to be the turnaround moment for this roster completely, as they threw themselves into relevancy and potentially even into that top 3 position. Sure, it never fully panned out, but Border, they looked incredibly comfortable. Their defenses with their retake ability looked so incredibly good. They were letting the bomb go down, but in a tactical way. They completely shut down W7M, just threw them out the window with a wonderful game plan, and I imagine we're going to see the same again.
Well, let's go ahead and talk to casters real quick. So just the first thing, I will remind you both, look at what Stemp is doing in this game, because we want to have a Stemp report card when this thing is all said and done. If you could do that, that'd be fantastic. So thank you. But just kind of as a general, Grace, you were talking about how you also thought, just looking at the bans, this might have the potential to be a very, very fast series for BD. Just looking at the maps, do you stand by that?
No. To put it bluntly, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because I think the way that these ban phases have gone for Black Dragons is that they have kind of low-key avoided the Skyscraper. And granted, you know, they are a very good team on the attack, so certainly that can be a benefit there. It's whether or not NIP are going to be able to bring the thunder here, if they're going to be able to bring something special, bring something magical to kind of shut down that aggression that we'll see certainly on that attack. Again, the extensions need to be absolutely on point. No room for error. The trades need to be there. Play around the trade game, in my opinion.
So, Novi, to give a little bit more hope to the fans of NIP, they won a GWB qualifier only a couple of nights ago, which means they are actually going to be playing alongside the likes of, I think it's Liquid and W7M or something like that. No, Liquid and Team 1 that will be playing in that bracket a little bit later. And that came after NIP weren't really able to do anything in the standard like playoff bracket in order to get to Copenhagen. So is there any maybe additional hope that NIP have been able to retool things in the past couple of days?
Yeah, time is usually great for these teams to really go back to the drawing board and look at what went wrong, right? They failed to get through into the playoffs. They watched basically all their compatriots get to have that run through, saw what was working and what wasn't. You know, we saw in that playoffs themselves that, you know, FaZe sort of dipped and dived in performance and suddenly looks really good. Team Liquid as well. So they've seen what works and they can kind of sort of reverse engineer that into their own gameplay. I'm not expecting them to suddenly get to FaZe or Liquid level. I don't think that's going to happen, but there's no shot that we don't see a better Ninjas in Pajamas than we did in the group stage of the regular split.
I definitely think that if you've already showcased what your low point is, you can't necessarily go any lower than that. And hopefully, and NIP are hoping this as well, they've already hit that Marianas Trench. They're not able to go any deeper, because if they do, well, there certainly might be a lot of empty months with no Siege to be played in their future. We're not entirely certain where we're going to be jumping into this game, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be right back with a indefinite amount of time break as we lock and load for our very, very last quarterfinal of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, evening, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the beautiful world that we live in. We are getting stuck in the lovely old best of three between Black Dragons and Ninjas in Pajamas. Again, Black Dragons have been a force to be reckoned with throughout the entire season. Ninjas in Pajamas kind of struggling a little bit outside of maybe a recent performance in an external tournament. This certainly will be maybe full of surprises. We'll see what will happen.
Absolutely, Grace. But I just want to say this is kind of a momentous occasion for us, right? This is Ninjas in Pajamas. I know they are a shadow of their former selves, but this is a 6 invitational winner. They have raised the hammer, but that fall from grace, unfortunately, has led them to have to play through the last chance qualifiers if they want to get to the next international event in Copenhagen. Black Dragons is going to be their opponents. Didn't get through to playoffs. Black Dragons did, however, didn't perform too well, but we're on Skyscraper, which is Ninjas in Pajamas picks. And from the operators being banned, we've got Azami up, as well as the Solus.
We do. Again, these bans are slightly interesting. I think the Ying and the Valk makes a lot more sense for me right now, that coming out from Ninjas and Pajamas. I think for me it's the Thermite. I'm trying to currently wrap my head around that one. Again, you're removing a hard breach utility that maybe can be quite static at times, so you can maybe get a little bit of a chance to get that soft destructibility, you know, vertical kill essentially at the same time as this Skyscraper. So 2 of the main sites, you have these external walls you have to go through. First, you've got the office external wall, and then you've got that Geisha external wall as well. Perhaps this is a testament to the fact that maybe they think that Selmas can be shot out a lot easier, ex-Kairos as well, or maybe they're expecting a reliance on that secondary hard breach gadget, which might be a tighter funnel point for these attackers to come through. We'll see what happens there though, Nobi. Again, it could be as well just to remove an extra pair of claymores off the board.
Possibility. My eyes are towards Nip though. The pressure is on, really. Yes, Black Dragons have performed well, but Nip, even though they performed poorly in the regular split, there is still this expectation that they carry around with them, right? So, eyes towards them. I'm curious how Muzi really leverages the Sazami and the Kiba barriers, especially on Skyscraper, with how not easy it is, but how consistently these angles get opened up. Like, you look at that wall there and we're expecting them to work their way through, open up those lines of sight, and then play around there. The Azami offers you that protection of being able to dynamically change that on the fly and start contesting a little bit more against those attackers.
Certainly so. Again, don't forget about the verticality that can start to come through from Black Dragons themselves. If they can get that pressure downstairs, start to work those nades towards office. Again, unless someone's crouching on the table, often you can go for the full interior redesign there and start to work your magic. Of course, they've got some of that Sophia utility too, which can also aid. So Basetta might be the one to take that initial entry inwards, or at least give a little bit of information for Stemp, who's currently going for an alternative angle, currently trying to clear from T and Geisha side.
This is so different from the previous series we saw. Both teams, this is really clean cut fundamentals, not wanting to be the one to throw away an opening kill or engagement. You can see Psycho getting tagged up there. He went for a bit of an engagement, backed up. Gon's doing the exact same thing. Neither team wants to wholly commit or at least overextend, be the reason that it throws their team out of a favorable position or more into disadvantageous. That's the first one live onto Cons. That's Black Dragons taking the initiative, and now here's the storm on in, but Psycho is holding off very, very well. The follow-up for Nip as well with Wizard is really, really nice, and just like that, with 40 seconds, Nip have the advantage, backing off from Geisha, rotating back round, and Black Dragons have to aggress with the man disadvantage.
Certainly do, even more so now. Bassetto is going to fall down, Wizard collecting himself a nice little kill there. No immediate trade coming back from Black Dragons either. Again, these trades just aren't coming through this round. Not an ideal start for them. If you're Ninjas in Pajamas, this is where you can fall back a bit. You can just play into that timer because there's 15 seconds to go. And here we have it, Patoxy and Eteria are going to try and funnel through the doorway. Novi right into the arms. Well, no, actually, Wizard will be falling down, but the Goo Mine will give them the indication that this push is coming through. Pino does fall. But there we have it. A swift cleanup at the end. Ninja's just really dominating that round from the get-go, to be honest, Novi.
Yeah, despite Black Dragons getting that first opening engagement, the trade from Nip was really, really strong. And because of that, it meant that despite Black Dragons taking that initial punch, or throwing the first punch, when they tried to follow up with the second, Nip were braced, they were ready, they could take advantage. And really that came down to the Geisha control. Because Black Dragons weren't able to fully sort of encapsulate and remove the smoke from that position, not only did they lose a player, but it also allowed them to rotate back down. That means that you then have to clear it back out again, and that wastes more time, and it just slows Black Dragons down in terms of how quickly they can aggress towards. And the thing is, all that focus towards Geisha, and that wasn't even close to the site. That's the opposite side of the map. And Black Dragon's tunnel vision just a little bit too much.
Of Skyscraper is, you know, you can go two ways about it, right? You can either go full direct, you can go for that immediate kind of split push in, or you can go for the full clear with additional pressure kind of immediately towards that site. I think the issue there, Black Dragons, they were trying to go for the full clear. Perhaps they didn't quite have the information to give them the pinches that they wanted in getting that opening kill under their belt, where those duo entries really can come in nicely sometimes. They are bringing the Monty to the table this time, along with the Capito and the Flores. So that's a lot of utility right now to deal, again, with these choke points. They have gone to T as the site, and often when it comes to this T-room hold, we always talk about the smoke on Black Stairs. This is a really important part of the control that Black Dragons around now need to get. Certainly they have a lot of utility to do so. There's Arturo drones, you can just send them up or down. Even from, you know, Black Doorway as well, that could really benefit them. Pino getting tagged up a little bit. Again, no first blood just yet. Well, as I say that there, we hope Batoxi will fall, but Pino is taken down in retaliation too. So both sides taking a little bit of damage thus far.
Yeah, it's a trade 1-for-1. So neither team really getting any way which. Psycho's just holding Patience of the Saint. He's saying peek into me, but Stem. Jacob said you better watch out for him, keep your eyes on him, but Ion's traded back. Both teams dead even, but still, what a shot. Just around the corner, make that a quadra kill. And just like that, Nip is way on the back foot. Stemp, the star player that the Des told you to look out for, is really starting to get his game going. His engine is raring to go, and just like that, Cons is pushing around on his lonesome on that little smoke. The SMG-11's a great weapon, but it's not always the best. The run out is a desperation play. No way does this work. Stemp is going to get the ace surely from this situation. And there we have it, an ace for Stemp. What a debut in this series.
I have some questions. I have a lot of questions. You know, the run out when you're the last one standing. Is it the idea of, okay, I don't think I can hold on to this site, I'm going to at least attempt something completely crazy and wild? I have questions, Novi. I'm not sure why this was done.
The weird thing is, right, is Stemp kind of whiffed that shot a little bit when he repeaked and the smoke wide swung it, which meant, in theory, there was a realm where it ends up being a 1v1 with the smoke versus the Monty. That is winnable. I mean, it's not easy, but it is winnable. So, certainly a risky, high risk, high reward play. Didn't work out for them, but they went for something a bit different. Now, as we move forwards, Nip have a few decisions to make. They could have gone back to Karaoke Tea Room. They've now opted for Kitchen Barbecue instead. So, Geisha is going to be the point of contention, bringing in the castle as well, as alongside the Syria gates on that Aruni is going to mean there's a lot of utility sync. No Jaeger, no Wamai in play. So they're going to be relying on those barricades to really sap any frag grenades. They did bring those over here, but any Selma charges, the breaching charges, all that good stuff, they're looking to try and encapsulate within that. I'm a little bit worried, though, the lack of frag grenades. I'd like to see them bring that with the soft destruction. If there are players upstairs, you can try and dissuade them with those frag grenades with the up next.
I think it's because, you have to take that top floor control to then work underneath you. So they want to bring, for example, the skeleton key on the Bucks so they can start to work the verticality as soon as they get karaoke and geisha control. That's where they'll get the most kind of pressure. So exactly, they are going to go zipping straight up, hopefully, to the top of the building. Start to get this clearance underway. And on the Twitch as well, it's a good way to burn out some of this utility. Most likely that would be used to be dealt with the house. That would be used to deal with the house cams rather. Again, maybe some of those prox alarms also. We've seen how difficult those prox alarms can be at times, really alerting the opponent who will go for these aggressive swings. Speaking of aggression, Patoxy, Wizard will be taken out already. That's the opening blood going in favor of Black Dragons.
And that's also the side shotty as well, so they do want to do some redecorating. There's still a lot left on the defensive side that can help with that, but more the manpower than anything that they're going to struggle with. Psycho not able to clear the drone. Geisha control is slipping away from Ninjas in Pajamas. Psycho tries to hold on to drum, but if Geisha falls, he's now pressured, and he is stuck between Black Dragon and a hard play. Psycho getting tagged very, very low. Live follows up onto Cons. Psycho goes aggressive once more, but it's a bloodbath. Black Dragons 4-2, but Nip, Muzi is trying to keep them within the round. He's now retaken drum, and he's going to control the situation. But with Geisha control being firmly in the side of the attackers, it's not going to be an easy position to hold.
It's not, again, especially when that skeleton key is still there. This is where the verticality can come through. Ion gets taken clean out, though. They were trying to go for some little aggression. The plant is going down. I don't think the Ninjas in Pajamas are aware. Pino is going to shut down live, but it's now a very awkward post plant for him. A 1 versus 2. Tons of flashes being sent out. Looking for the player up top. Clicks himself a freebie. There we go. That's at least one of them dealt with. Bassetto still to get a kill in this game. Maybe this is their opportunity if they can play around this post plant. Verticality is going to get opened up by Pino. Not gonna give him anything just yet. Difficult situation to be in, isn't it, Novi?
Very, very difficult. Sticking the plant, not quite sure where he's coming from. He's behind. Bina has to go for it. Headshot, he's gonna run back. That's the quadra kill. Is it gonna work out for him? That is a desperate play, but there is not enough time. Black Dragons just about get away with it. It was a hell of a play by the Frost to get them into a position where they could even potentially win that. Pino did a mighty fine job, but unfortunately, so close yet so far.
In the case of close but no cigar this evening. It's unfortunate though, you get the kills under your belt, you secure the round that way, but you just don't have the time to go for the defuse. The tail is old as time. Really got to be careful about that. Again, maybe too much hesitance upstairs. Granted, they did deal with one of the players by going for that flank. So and again, Novi, to be honest, that's 100% what you should be doing in that situation, because someone's going to be holding onto that hatch. The fact they're able to sneak up and get themselves out of the first initial little freebie is a very, very good sign indeed. Black Dragons, another round on the table. The worry here is that Black Dragons, as they start to get that momentum, they start to get that aggression, as they start to feel the energy of how they're going for these pinches, it becomes a lot more fluid for them. This is where it might get a little bit ropier for Ninjas in Pajamas. And I just want to point out, Novi, this is Ninjas in Pajamas' pick, this map is.
Very, very true. Very, very true. I wouldn't quite be ringing the alarm bells just yet. They were slightly too early in it, but Black Dragons do look good.
This is it. And it's ironic that they look so good already, because least preferred map, Skyscraper. At least, in terms of what they've been showing so far. It seems like they have wanted to kind of more likely stay away from this map.
Well, they're showing up on it now. That's going to certainly make other teams, if they do manage to dissuade Nip and get through to the semi-finals, Maybe that's the case that MIBR is going to go, okay, well, they can play Skyscraper then, and that might change the map pick bans, but they still need to remove Nip first. Currently, Black Dragon's leading 2-1. Let's not forget, Stemp had that monstrous round where he got 4 kills on the trot to get them in that position. The other one was basically Pino almost clutching it down. So despite the scoreline, it hasn't been cool runnings for Black Dragon so far. They've had to fight their way to those victories, especially off the back of a lot of mechanical skill. They've brought the Monty this time, and so far no early aggression, no blood has been spilled either. Both teams fully healthy as we hit the halfway mark.
And again, this is a take that Black Dragons really struggled with last time. Gone a bit more direct this time. They have got that control underneath too, and rightfully so. Muzi is going to be stood on the table to make sure no up-nades come yeeting towards him. That wall's going to get open nice and quickly, and again, when you've got a Monty in play as well to apply this additional pressure, certainly is going to start getting a little bit dicier for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They do have C4s to work with though, so remember, this utility works both ways. Muzi getting tagged up a lot by that nade though, Novi. Potentially could go for a little bit of a Lemmings moment, right? Just go for that pick, try and get aggressive towards Basetto, and if you do die, at least you've dealt with that Monty.
But the issue is, Muzi doesn't want to go too aggressive because he still has a Kiba barrier in pocket, and they're so valuable in denying that entry. Ion, first of all, that's Psycho, putting Nip into a good position. 20 seconds, the trade comes through, and just like that, it's even Stevens. These teams have been at each other's throats all the way through every single round, and there's again another trade. Patoxy bringing Black Dragons equal, but it's 10 seconds left, and again, there's another trade. Once more, these teams cannot separate them a hair's width between them, but now Cons pulls them in front, jumping over the barrier with a shotgun to bring Nip even Stevens on a 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, it feels like Black Dragons are just really struggling to do their office executes, their office takes. Again, it just seems like they've tried a different approach this time. It's still not working for them. They have the right ideas. It's just when it comes to these final collapses, they're just getting caught slightly off guard. They even had the control below. They just didn't have the information to work with at that point to try and get those up nades a little bit cleaner. That's a big shame, really. Again, though, even Stevens back and forth. Going back to tea and karaoke, Novi.
Wasn't greatest hold by Nip. They lost Geisha fairly quickly. And a lot of that was just Stemp rolling Ninjas in Pyjamas like putty between his fingers. He had them fully in the palm of his hand, and there was nothing they could do. Currently, top player on the server, 7 kills to 3. Eyes on him for those entry kills, because he certainly has been stepping up to play. Actually, he hasn't got the entry. It's more been the follow-up. Patoxy has been the one to sort of be sent to the wolves against the Nip side. But for now, Nip just looking to slow them down and get a bit more control. Picking up the mirror, something they didn't have last time, just to add that eyes with the black mirror, to get that information towards Geisha and support them a little bit more when transferring the defense after those front lines inevitably fall and they have to retreat back closer to the side.
Right before the storm. Ninjas in Pyjamas is looking for that Tempest to roll in slowly but surely. Again, no pressure here from the eastern side. So again, Black Dragon's going a bit more direct. I actually kind of like the fact that, you know, Psycho just barricaded up behind him, just thinking, you know, we don't have to worry too much about this angle of pressure because I'll get that audio cue if that does actually happen. I can focus more on defending Dragon Window, maybe going back closer towards site, just in case they do go for a little stampede off the top of the Black.
Both teams, this is so different. My mind is just boggled compared to the previous series where we saw it. It's super bloody. You know, both teams just full on sending it within the first half of the round. Complete opposite. Both teams liking to run the clock down. Nip is more than happy to stand back, but they will peek these angles, but they don't want to overextend. Likewise, Black Dragon showing Ninjas in Pyjamas a lot of respect. Maybe a little bit too much. They do have firepower in this roster. We've seen Stemp go in and just pop heads. Maybe it's time for Black Dragons to increase the tempo, Grace, and start pushing Nip to the grindstone.
Pushing being the main part of that sentence is where the aggression needs to start trickling through from Black Dragons. Aggression that we're very used to seeing from them at this point in time. Again, the mirror window being really useful. Right, well, as I say, there we go. Mirror window can't do anything against a beautifully cooked nade by Stemp. And there we have it. The breathing room has been created. That plank can go down. A C4 was attempted. It does indeed miss. Again, loads of flashes still in the pocket of Black Dragons if they want to use it for the post plant right now. However, they do still have Wizard there on the Warden. He could potentially be the big player. Well, no, he can't, because there we go. He's going to get taken apart. Black Dragons going for the flawless cleaning up shop with the players of Ninjas in Pajamas. My, Novi. I said that I was waiting for the aggression, but certainly they brought it.
Impressive stuff, to say the least. But my concern was the Warden sitting there kind of looking at the smoke. He threw the nitro cell out, landed a bit short because the Monty within the smoke was hiding just behind, so he wasn't going to get hit by the shrapnel. Felt like maybe the information was queued and really Nip should have had a backup plan in that scenario. Like, where was the underneath control, right, to cover from beneath? Could have ran a pulse within that round, and maybe it could have turned out a little bit different. Unfortunately, Black Dragon has taken the lead 3-2 on Ninjas in Pajamas map pick as we go to the final round of the half. The tale of Brazil, apart from last series where MIBR fell behind on the first half in the second game and Chalet and then brought it back, is if you're behind on the first half, you lose the game. That has pretty much been uniform across all the series, bar that one MIBR map. Is Nip going to fall behind, and is Black Dragons going to take them on Nip's map pick?
Speak of the series, but it's important to note also that when it comes to this region, the Brazilian region, Skyscraper is actually slightly defender-sided. You know, I feel personally it can be quite attacker-sided, but in this region, statistically, you're meant to be having a better time on that defense. Realistically, though, that can kind of go out the window when you consider these two teams. Again, Ninjas in Pajamas really wanting to pull themselves back to their former glory. The Black Dragons have just been such a force to be reckoned with throughout the season. A really, really insane team. Right now, it looks like, again, they're going to try and go a little bit direct with some of this pressure, but mostly they're going to be focusing on getting this top floor control. And again, when it comes to the kitchen take, that, ironically, it tends to be a bit more attacker-sided, Novi. So this is where, last time, Ninjas in Pajamas were actually able to secure that win. No, they weren't actually. They ran out of time, didn't they? They ran out of time, but they were able to at least whittle down the remaining players of Black Dragons. But no, again, you know, normally it is attacker-sided.
Pino did a fantastic job in that round. It just wasn't quite quick enough to materialize that win. Geisha's slowly being opened up, and Pino, first to fall live, removes him from play. So opening kill over to Black Dragons, and just like that, no answer. This is rare. Usually at least there's some kind of response. Last time Black Dragons wasn't immediately traded after getting the opening kill. It was a flawless round, Grace. This does not bode well for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Doesn't at all, especially when you do have Stemp leading the way. Ninjas in Pajamas, the first point of call is to probably deal with that entry player who will have a little bit of a field day if given too much breathing room. The fact that they're at least sending Patoxy to Geisha window, maybe a flash to go in. But again, he's going to be the one to start working that verticality directly in sight, getting that hatch nice and open. There we go. There's at least one Psycho taking down live.
Is it too little too late, though? That trade back is going to even the man count, but Stemp comes up from the stairs, and Psycho was none the wiser with 35 seconds. Bassetto traded back by Cons, and just like that, the situation has changed. Black Dragons running out of time. Ion pushes further onto the site, but there's Muzi ready awaiting. Wizards above as well. They've got a read because they got the vertical angle. Muzi has to protect the site from any kind of plant, and with both defenders split, potentially they could get pincered. Wizard. But the issue is the lack of time. Ion is hunting. He has to find his kill. No! Wizard takes him. And on a 2 versus 1, this should be Nip's round. Patoxy is going to need a miracle, a complete collateral lineup to try and close out this round. The Shotty's going to confirm 1, but runs out of time, and it's almost poetic, the fact that Nip end up winning a round based on time after losing it on this very site when they tried to do the retake. And with that, we close out the half on a 3-3 scoreline.
Which again, given the nature of Skyscraper, no idea how this is going to go at this point. You know, I know everyone's been touching on the point of, well, whoever does well in that first half, they're usually the one that takes it. But realistically, I think Skyscraper, especially in this region, it's such a kind of gamble on both sides, really, because again, sometimes if you bring the right utility, it's very, very attacker-sided, especially if you're able to pull more into that vertical game. If you're able to go for those up nades, if it's one of these second floor sites, or indeed bring the skeleton key, the sledge, etc., when it comes to that kitchen site, again, it tends to be a little bit more defender-sided in this region, at least from what we've seen already. The fact that Solis and Azami are still left on the board as well. However, you know, Black Dragons, they're bringing the Azami, but no Solis.
Well, I was going to go, well, maybe they could bring the Mute or something, but no, they've opted for no information denial. Kind of surprised that Nip hasn't decided to pick up the Flores because it's available. It's not banned out. There's nothing to stop the Rotero drones from going in and causing havoc. I guess maybe that's with the window control on the top of Black. It could get shot out quite easily, but that deployable shield, you can clear that with a Rotero drone. Not too bad with no mute jammers protecting it. It's kind of a missed opportunity by Ninjas in Pajamas. Instead, they're going to have to try and use a utility to clear it. The issue is, Wamai with the magnets, Jaeger with the ADSs, it's not going to be easy to walk through all that utility thing.
Definitely isn't. Where Pino, again, you're on that nook, right? What's the best way to approach the site besides when you have that nook? It's by going the sneaky route. And the sneaky route really is if you can go underneath and get some of these up nades, or even eventually, you know, you pressure one of these staircases, you start to get them slightly off guard. Maybe you even catch someone off guard if they're kind of holding from Geisha, they're looking from Geisha all the way towards Drum, and you suddenly pop up around the corner. At least if you have that information.
Okay. Oxy with the magnets and the deployable shield. His position's known, but this is quite classic, right? There's Dragon Hold. This is kind of business as usual. You would expect a defender to be holding this sort of position. You can see now Wizard opening up the wall with the X-Kairos, start getting lines of sight through, and that will open up Dragon to be aggressed towards. However, they're running out of time. Psycho with the first of the round, the Nip on the board early on, but still with a minute remaining. Not going to be the easiest to try and clear it out because Geisha control is still in the hands of Stemp, starting to clear out those extended sight holes. But the issue is, Grace, there's still not a lot of time for Nick to work through and getting in a position for the XQ, but that upnade is certainly going to help.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Pino just going beneath, using those nades. That's exactly what Ninjas needed right now to open up that breathing room. Again, this is where they can start getting a little bit more stuck in, start to apply this pressure to Patoxy, who's holding on for dear life. They're the main linchpin right now, defending the push that will come in from the east. Con's already getting aggressive on this breach as well. Stemp looking to try and get some damage, try to hold this off for as long as possible, but this is going to be a duo push. There's at least one, though, diffuser down. Can they hold for the second? Can they swing around the corner? No, they can't. Muzi and Psycho go large here, Novi, and Patoxy is now left in a 1 versus 4, and there we have it, Muzi to finish things off. Goodness gracious me.
Ninjas in Pajamas take the lead once more on Skyscraper, their map pick. It was honestly a very, very good attack. The only small critique was the timing left a lot to be desired. Stemp did a fantastic job of jiggle peeking the corner into Geisha. Not necessarily overextending to peeking. He still forced Nip to swing him around the corner. What he was trying to do is just waste time. He himself in that position wasted 15 seconds when the clock was already down at around 25. So only left them 10 seconds to complete the round. So really good adaptations from Black Dragon in the later portions. Ninjas in Pajamas, they need to speed things up and not let them get in a position where it's so uncomfortable, because they're good on those opening kills and those follow-up frags.
Certainly, I feel like the Jimmies may be rustled now, Black Dragons. Again, potentially a bit of downstairs presence needed. I think we see Patoxy already lurking at the bottom of main stairs, so I think if they're able to kind of maintain some pressure around bedroom, around bathroom, at least one of the players at least, surely you'd hold downstairs. We see Seto down there, surely not the smoke to hold downstairs. I like it, it's fruity, it's interesting. It's dangerous, certainly, if you try and go for that entry pick and there's a shotgun meeting you directly into your face.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Yet to be convinced. Baseto, you've got to prove me wrong. So Selma charge is going up, and that's going to, with the EMP, start opening up one side and allow a line of sight through. Nip also putting pressure on the top of Black Stairs at the same time. Aware of this setup around the bomb site, around Exhibition. Have to be careful of those swings out and basically onto the balcony, because Black Dragons, they're itching for it. You can see Semp just wants to full on go for it and place the keeper barrier just to back off. But the fact that Black Dragons, they might be behind, and yes, the timing and stuff, it came quite close. Black Dragons is willing to go aggressive if Ninjas in Pajamas put a foot wrong.
No room for error right now. Pressure starting to be applied, but Black Dragons in a very comfortable position again, because that verticality underneath hasn't been even really thought about on the side of Ninjas too much. It hasn't been attempted. I would like to see some aggression down there from Black Dragons if they do catch wind of Ninjas going underneath, but we'll see what happens. And again, Pino once again on that nook, going for that pressure. This is where the up nades will come through eventually. Psycho preparing themselves on this breach. They can go for a little bit of a pinchy action here. This could be quite massive. Patoxy ready and waiting for someone to start to apply that pressure. One of the nades hasn't quite landed on anyone either. Quite before the storm. EDD going. So that was interesting. See a little bit of action, but both teams just ran away from each other. And again, speaking of running away, Live is doing it even more. Neither team willing to stand their ground right now. They're just both going for the repositions.
Like Nip engaged the E1D, was like, okay, we're going to swing it. No, there's too many in Dragon, let's back off. And now they just run in the opposite direction. The thing is, Nip is out of time. 25 seconds, Moosey's forced to swing. That's the first, but immediately traded back. And this is a great round for Black Dragons. They're holding on. Baseto gets his first, his second of the game. And just like that, he's on the board. Black Dragons equal the scoreline, and we've got a game on our hands.
Stunning. Really good stuff. Really good stuff on Black Dragons there. Genuinely. Just a swift cleanup at the end. You know what? It was a bit risky, that run away from Dragon. You know, okay, I'm just going to turn my back. Nearly got caught off guard, Live did, but they managed to escape in the end. And then Black Dragons, they just held the fort. They, again, double shotgun kills. It's always a good sign. It means that you've got your opponent to kind of funnel themselves into a dangerous conga line almost, where you can just kind of spin around with your shotgun, collect your little freebies. Again, speaking of shotguns, this is once again, we are expecting the standard setup here with that shield at the top of Black Stairs. What will be interesting for Ninjas is if they do start to apply that additional dimension of pressure, if they do try and deal with that utility first before they spread outwards. Again, start to gain that additional angle from Geisha too. I think last time, well, it is the thing too. It's the idea, right? When you're going into Skyscraper, you have two options. You either go direct with your double pinch, or you go for the full clear. Sometimes, due to the size of the map, people just don't want to go for the full clear. They just want to get stuck in. But for safety reasons, you should probably try and clear as much as you can, or at least get some idea. So the drones can be very, very beneficial. Just get an idea of where the opponent is lurking. And if you can go a bit more direct, if you can cut off some of these points, go for it 100%.
If we cast our minds back, Grace, remember, Ninja's Pajamas tried to hold this site twice. Failed both times. One of those was using the Monty to smoke and plant. The El Clasico of Rainbow Six Siege on that Montang. Nip looking likely like they want to do a similar set of events. Plus, they've got the line with the E1Ds to keep the defenders in place. If they can get in the right position, Nip could look for a really, really quick, snappy execute onto the site in karaoke.
Beauty of the Selmas with Skyscraper really is the fact that you can kind of get that wall open nice and safe. Even if the C4 goes out, it's not likely to hit you because you're on that rappel. Ninjas in Pajamas getting stuck in now, starting to make their way into the eastern side of the map. But remember, they still have Dragon to get through. Still have a bit of Terrace to get through too. Which route will they take? Most likely they'll go for a bit of a push, a split push here. Claymore going down just to cover their backs. Mostly just to cover the aggression, I would say, as well. Again, we've seen how much aggression both these teams can throw at each other. And again, those reinforced doorways, I think it's so important, right? You get that audio cue. You know when they start to come because they have to break that barricade. Something so simple, but it works so well. You can start to line up these crossfires, Novi. Start to lurk a little bit more.
You can lurk a little bit more. My concern is for Ninjas in Pajamas. They haven't got a lot of map control, seeming they've spent 2 minutes. Dragon's still not in control. We know that Black Dragons is very comfortable, ironically, at holding the Dragon position. They haven't got top black stairs. There's a lot being left off their checklist, and Nip is running out of time to do a push. We said that Nip needs to move faster, especially after that first attacking round, but they don't seem to have taken that on board. Live, first one to get the kill, and it's a bloodbath for the Black Dragons. It's all blue on the scoreboard. Orange stands no chance here, and just like that, it's almost a flawless round for the Black Dragons as they push themselves ahead in this series.
Certainly do. They've realised they can just kind of batten down the hatches, play around the utility a little bit more, catch them off guard when that timer starts to tick down. It's kind of around that minute point. That's when Black Dragons are deciding to start going a little bit more frisky, and rightfully so. Ninjas in Pajamas, you know, they are going to call that timer, and I think that's a really good time to do it. You know, you get to the point where they're a round ahead of you. You don't quite want them to get to match point. Suddenly you can turn around, think of an idea in this time, hit them hard, bring it to 5-5, and then it's just a race to see who gets to match point first.
Now, a big flag for both these teams is in terms of opening engagements. Been keeping track. On's currently -3. He's suffering quite a bit. But then on the opposite side, Black Dragons, Ion, again struggling. 0-3 on engagements. The difference is Black Dragons tend to consistently, they're currently 5-4 in terms of opening kills to opening deaths, and they're very, very good at converting it past that point. They seem to be able to time their aggression at a point where Nip's not ready for that trade. So in previous rounds, it has been very equal, but in the last couple, Grace, it feels like Black Dragons gets that first kill. Not only are they not punished for it, but they know that Nip's not ready, and they can then push it further. Nip doesn't have enough time to react.
Speaking of kills, you know, Desk did request that we give Stemp the praise that he is due.
Yep, Stemp update.
And again, currently on a 1.33 KPR. We're edging closer towards match point. It's going to get a little bit scrappy, granted, and most likely Stemp, especially on that Warden. You know, if you're playing on that Warden, you're expected to be the one that's going to hold off any kind of aggressive collapse that is attempted, any flashes that are going to be thrown towards you. Granted, you know, Yink is banned, so that alleviates 99% of that problem. But if they were to bring flashes in pocket, which currently Nip aren't, so granted, maybe this is a bit of wasted in util on the side of Black Dragons. But again, Stemp is going to be willing to play up close and personal because he has that kind of kit in his pockets.
He has options, certainly indeed. And Stemp, we've seen He is very, very happy to bring that aggression to the forefront in the round. Ninjas in Pajamas looking for a little bit of pace. Using the Osa is an interesting pickup. First appearance has the EMPs in pocket alongside the Thatcher. Could have chosen maybe a bit of something else utility-wise, smokes, instead of the EMPs if the Thatcher is available. But they've chosen it. They've got to now live with it. Maybe it's to clear out those magnets. That's a nice use of the gadget. That's going to allow them to start pushing onto black stairs. But the smoke's being popped early. Yes, it is early use of that utility, but it's still stopping Nip from completing that checklist. Black Dragons is fully aware that all they need to do is run the clock down, and Nip collapses under the pressure that they put themselves out. A Toxic Babe getting shot out. The second one also shot out as well. Only one of the three was used, and just like that, Basetto has no utility to offer the team. He's close with this angle with a shotgun, but the Osa's face peeking it with the Talon 8 shield, and just in the nick of time, Nip secures the kill, well, downs him, and Patoxi's not able to trade it back.
Now, Iron is able to pick up Basetto as well, so if ninjas aren't aware of that, this could get a little bit dangerous. Ed is going for it. Khan's walking in. Can't quite land the shot, so Basetto is going to get taken out before they're traded down. Muzi is going to take down Pataxi as well. So Black Dragons at the man disadvantage right now. Granted, there's a minute for ninjas to work with, so they have so much breathing room, really, if you think about it, Novi. There we have it. Stempool full.
Getting absolute whiplash from the pace that Nip is now ensuing onto Skyscraper. Just suddenly ramped up the pace. Remove Stemp, remove Patoxi. Great removal of Basetto from the top of Black Stairs. And now, although there's only 30 seconds with the man advantage, Nip, in theory, can just 2 versus 1, each individual defender just brute force their way through and get this round done and dusted. However, they're using that time to drone out and take a pause for 4, but maybe that's the wrong decision. Ion gets one on the other side, Live on the other, traded back. A quad kill for Muzi, looking for the ace, but with 10 seconds. One player has to stick the plant, the other has to try and defend him. Wizard is the option to try and hold the round in level playing field for Nip. Plant does go down, it's not denied. Wizard swings up and Ninjas in Pajamas take the round and equal the score line.
That was so close, though. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, it's getting so down to the nail. It's getting so scrappy on both sides. Again, Black Dragons, they did a really good job of whittling down the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, just because, you know, Ninjas created the breathing room I said they needed, and then they just didn't react to it. They took that moment, they were like, okay, pause. But at that point, the timer is ticking. Too dangerous, in my opinion. Way too dangerous. You need to try and make that collapse. Granted, you know, they did want to just make sure they had the information they needed, right? They did want to make sure. I understand that completely, but it's just the time aspect every single time. It is just getting so close. 5-5 though, Novi. Again, Ninjas in Pajamas, we said that timeout, they had to try and win this round immediately after, and certainly they did that. Who will get to match point first? That is a question on my lips. And again, given that this is Ninjas in Pajamas' map pick, given the fact also that Black Dragons have really just not really preferred to go here, I am so impressed with how Black Dragons have managed to get it to even Stevens here.
The good thing going for them in this round is this is their primary site. It's the one they like going to most. They were quite consistent on it as well. And Nip got shut out because they ran the clock so low. The speed, though, that they adopted in the last round is a good sign if you're a Ninjas in Pajamas fan. It shows that they're willing to up that tempo and can play aggressive if they need to. That removal of the smokes as well with the Talonite shield was just perfection on top of Black Stairs. I want them to show the same sort of control, you know, in essentially being face to face with your opponent, but not panicking, not misstepping, and not giving them the opportunity to find a kill and suddenly reverse the round on its head.
Absolutely. I just want to see Ninjas try and get some of this, try and get some of those external walls open a little bit quicker, all the way over on the office side. It'd be interesting to also again see cons enter from this side, because a really massive thing Black Dragons could do is if they go for that late round flank. But again, it's such a large map. People tend to avoid it sometimes when it comes to this map, especially when you know that someone might be lurking underneath trying to take that ground floor pressure. Pino could allow himself to get a few little freebies with those nades yet again. The pressure's already starting to amount for Black Dragons. Once again, those door barricades being their main way to get that information. There we have it. Live will be the first to fall, Novi.
Yep, the Nook. Good on those entries. Pino scuttled his way through, and he's still got both frag grenades. We saw him earlier pulling the pin. He's looking for those up nades, but he's waiting until Nip is in a position where the rest of his teammates can provide yellow pings to secure those kills. He is walking around with these frag grenades. He's now going to throw them into default spots or onto the stairs. Luckily, the magnet saves Ion's life, but that was a little too close for comfort. And with that, Nip is going to start pressuring onto the site. 45 seconds in tow. It's a 5 versus 4. They've got that man advantage, but the Monty, without the firepower, is essentially going to hamper them on this push through. They've got to use their shield appropriately. Stemp trades back onto Muzi, so it's a 1-for-1, but Bassetto going down is pretty damn big without those smokes available on the toxic faves. Pino with the frag grenade. Ooh. Ion chimes in with the headshot, a double kill. Stemp now face to face with a French mountain in front of him. Not able to secure the kill. Psycho shuts him down, and Ninjas in Pajamas are a map point on their map pick.
Really good teamwork there, because again, you know, you're trying to go for that round win. Maybe you try and stick the plan, or, you know, you use the fact that you've got the Monty there. Granted, you know, got a little bit dicey there because they could have taken the Monty out really easily. We saw them going for it. We saw them go for the melee. We saw them trying to shoot the feet. The extra additional angle there obviously helps, and that's why sometimes it's ideal to stay closer together when you're going for those final collapses. When I say sometimes, most of the time, it's a good idea to stay together when you're going for those final collapses. Black Dragons calling the timeout now. I think it should have come maybe a little bit earlier, but granted, now or never. This is their moment to try and get this round under the belt, pull it to a delicious overtime. I mean, if we're getting overtime on map number 1, that surely is a sign win for some certified barn burners. I know I said the word. If I say stable scorchers, does it make it better?
Not really.
It doesn't, does it?
No. Full 12 rounds in regulation. Question is, are we going to overtime? How much gas does Black Dragons have left in the tank? We mentioned it's currently the morning for us. We're over in the UK. It is dead early. It's 10 to 4 a.m. But over in Brazil, it's not exactly the best of times either. There was very, very long games beforehand in the previous series. This is the 4th series of the day, 4th quarterfinal. And so Black Dragons and Nip, the longer these games go on, they are going to start wearing themselves out because it is late over in Brazil. And it's not easy. This is a war of mental attrition as well as the mechanical plays which are happening on the server.
Very excited to see how this round goes. Again, pretty standard setup. Seems like they're just really spreading themselves out, spreading themselves far and wide. Could be a danger if Ninjas in Pajamas start to notice this very quickly and go for a sudden rush through the top of Black Stairs, as an example. Could spell danger, but for now it looks like Ninjas in Pajamas are just going slow and steady, wins the race mode. So Tora Drone's going out to deal with the casual, the usual setups that we see again, that shield in Dragon, a Goldie but an oldie. So you are able to really use these Tora Drones to their full potential, especially when it comes to Clubhouse, because you know where this utility is going to be, right? You know the top of Black Stairs is going to have a shield or some kind of cover presence. In this case, it is indeed a keeper barrier. You know there's going to be a shield facing, you know, from Dragon facing towards that eastern side. You know it's going to be there. This is the beauty sometimes of Skyscraper. This is the beauty sometimes of people taking the standard setups, the standard lineups. It means that the actual play is going to come down to those so juicy gunfights.
And I highlighted this on the first round of, if you don't bring the Mute and you don't bring the Solus, Flores goes up in value significantly. Nip have identified that, and suddenly an operator like Azami, who we said is one of the most powerful operators in the entire game at the moment, goes down in value because you can run those drones in onto those Keeper barriers, load them up with the Rotero drones, and just like that, her utility is essentially nullified. They counter each other out. And so lovely to see Psycho utilizing that for Ninjas in Pajamas. He's made short work of a lot of that utility. Dragon's control has already gone over to the way of Ninjas in Pajamas. They've just got to be careful of the mezzanine. Patoxi's going to be the key player here for Black Dragons to hold them in line and prevent Nip from taking the first map.
Quiet before the storm, getting the information they need as they start to set up what should be a pretty nasty but pretty standard pinch as well. They're getting that geisha wall open ideally as quick as they possibly can. I believe they have got it open. It's where the additional angles of pressure can start to be applied. So that pressure from Dragon, that pressure from Geisha is going to start coming in hot and heavy. This is where they really need to land their shots. Speaking of landing your shots, Cons, that certainly is one to start getting this snowball rolling down that hill.
And the Stemp report is reporting that Stemp is dead. The star player for Black Dragons is no more. Alongside Pasetto, his comrade is also slain. Live is going to keep them in it, but immediately traded back by Psycho. A quick double kill. They're looking for one more. They're looking to take this map. Ion, a great kill onto Wizard to confirm it. Kills Psycho, who goes aggressive, and now we're left in a 2 versus 1, but the plant is down. It is being reversed, and it's all on the Jaeger to try and pull the round back within fighting distance, but it's not going to materialize. Ninjas in Pajamas take Skyscraper.
Certainly do. And again, that was indeed their map pick, so they're going to be feeling pretty happy about that, pretty comfortable. Again, though, really, really impressed with what Black Dragons did there, because this is a map that they have kind of been avoiding a little bit. It's not really one they prefer to go to, so the fact they were able to show it themselves and bring it to the scoreline that it was is a good sign. Also, this thing that Ninjas, especially towards the end there, they came with a lot more punchiness, okay? Again, that last engagement, it's like, yeah, it's great for you to jiggle around and just try and go for some of these pre-fires, but you need to try and reposition. You need to try and expand where you're looking, or try and get that information as much as you can. And I think at that point, you're just giving the game away. You're giving away where you are. They can just go for that peak and take you out.
Hats off to Ninjas in Pajamas. They bring it close and, well, bring it home on Skyscraper. Avoid that overtime, which, you know, we said they definitely don't want to go to. But it is a marathon, not a sprint. There is at least one more map that will be border. So we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because this match is looking really, really good.
Better beginnings for the Ninjas ahead. They win their own map pick to start this quarterfinal off. It's a little bit of a belter back and forth, allowing Black Dragons, I think, ample opportunity to work their way back into things. But NIP definitely made sure that they did not allow that pretty dead even first half to slip through their fingers, and they come out the other side, really proving that on attack, it seems like some things on Skyscraper have definitely improved, Connor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Winning 3 rounds in a row while managing to get the plant down in 2 of them, that's quite impressive. At the beginning of this game, Black Dragons were off to such a hot start. They were getting a good split on their attacking side, and I thought it was pretty much over, to be honest, especially because NIP, their attacks have been oh so woeful historically. But then, as soon as we swapped the side, NIP seemed a little bit revitalized. That 3-3 split, it wasn't quite enough.
I mean, for Stemp, it was 10 kills through the first half. For Black Dragons, there was plenty of Monty play, lots of misdirection on their own attacks, trying to ensure that they got out to as much of an early lead as possible. But then NIP really did have a phenomenal second half. That was why they were able to storm back. Black Dragons got to 5 rounds and then stalled out from that point. Stemp really, like, whatever fire was lit under his ass to start was not something that he could continue through into the second half, and that's something you want your star player to be able to replicate time over and over. So great for NIP to start this series off this way. It's just a matter of whether they can keep this same thing going on a map that they didn't select. We're heading to Border next as map 2. That's where Black Dragons put a stop to W7N's overall, like, early reign of terror hopes at the beginning of Brazil Stage 1. So I'm not really certain what NIP are hoping to do to counter this, because Black Dragons also will be starting this map on attack.
Yeah, for the attacking side of NIP, their timeout that they took was absolutely massive, because they not only got the bomb down, but Jacob, they were able to get the opening pick in all 3 of those rounds right after they called the timeout. They swapped off. They started bringing the knock and getting them in the round just that little bit earlier. The knock was played in round 1 and 2 of their attacks, but it wasn't quite as fruitful as just sending in our good old friend Cons and then just obliterating people, finding off that lone roamer.
Maybe there is something to the idea that NIP really do need some kind of pause to find relative success. Remember that one overtime game they took over FaZe Clan on Bank, and it was that massive, what felt like a half-hour tech delay waiting to jump back into things? They ended up winning that game, even though it was still relatively close, and this time they got a pause right when it felt like they needed it, and they got the next 3 rounds immediately after with those entries as succinctly as you mentioned, especially with the executes going down. Maybe that's just something that they need over and over again if they really want to ensure that these maps go in their favor.
Yeah, I was going to transition to Border being a very heavily conversion-based map, and I'm also really happy that you picked up on that big pause, because I did want to talk about that FaZe game, because it was controversial to say the least, but beautiful stuff regardless. But from the NIPS support staff that really just apparently carry an iron hammer and start swinging it around during those timeouts, that really get their players focused and dialed in and are able to fix the issues and correct them to get round wins.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is something I'm curious what our casters think. We'll bring Grace and Novi back in for this one. It's not that this series is over, my friends, even though we have had one series already that as soon as that first map was over, we were like, yep, this thing is basically done and dusted. This is a much closer game. And for BD to have only lost Skyscraper by such a close margin definitely doesn't necessarily shake my confidence that they still have the ability to take the whole series. Novi, I'm sorry that I said anything about BD going 2-0 in this one, but still, I like what they did on Skyscraper enough to I still think that their chances are relatively high to win the whole thing. What do you think?
Yeah, we were watching Stemp and we were reporting in on his progress as instructed.
Thank you.
Two. Very impressive stuff. Like genuinely, like he sort of like blew open a couple of rounds. The issue was when he got onto defense, it didn't quite materialize, but a lot of good factors for BD, especially on that attacking side, sort of leading the way in opening kills. I think they were 4-2, but then when they got into defense, NIP did it back to them pretty much harder. But Border, with the fact that attackers can get that advantage so early on, with the fact that it's quite a small map, those opening kills are going to be very, very impactful. Would be surprised if Black Dragons goes, all right, let's get to that third map, let's just roll them as hard as possible and go flawless on those opening kills and engagement.
Grace, let's just roll a hypothetical scenario out here for BD. Because they're super attacker-centric, we understand they are very execute-oriented. That might be something NIP has read into. So let's just say NIP get a 4-2 like beginning half when they're on defense on Border. Do Black Dragons still have a chance to come back in, or at that point are NIP already running away with this thing?
I think at that point, probably NIP would be running away with it because, again, I just want to touch on what Connor was saying before about the timing of their timeouts as an example on the side of Ninjas. I think that was perfect. I think that really set them in the forefront to have the most advantage going into the rest of the map. I think it helped them to have that breathing space that they could control. They were the ones to dictate, okay, this is what we're doing, let's go for it. At that point, I think the hype, almost the pressure, the energy the Black Dragons were building up, I think it kind of came to this kind of stagnant standstill moment. Then everything started falling apart. The fundamentals started going a little bit squiffier. At that point, it started getting a little bit more awkward. So again, if that happens again, I think Ninjas will go for the exact same approach where they get that timeout. They're like, how will we secure this? How will we go for it? And then carry it away with them.
All right, well, Ninjas are trying to strike down the Dragons in 2, and for BD, as well as they might have played that first game, they're still in a massive deficit. Grace, Novi, let's see if NIP can lock this thing away in just 2 maps. We'll be back later.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Connor. Grace, Black Dragons versus Ninjas in Pajamas. We were gifted with a very, very close, entertaining Skyscraper game. We're now into Border, a map that we don't tend to get cast too often, so very excited for that one. But my question for you, Grace, right, is I looked up the time conversion for what time it is in Brazil. If Black Dragons want this series, they're going to have to go to 3 games, and they're starting the second game at midnight. What does that do to players and teams to be playing? Because let's be honest.
Novi. The thing is, yes, granted, your scrims will probably finish, your officials normally finish relatively early in the night, you know, nice kind of 9-10 o'clock your time. But then what do most of these players do afterwards? They then grind ranky until the early hours. So again, unless they've got a very strict sleeping routine, I think for general energy, it's not going to be too fatigue inducing. But I do understand, again, LAN is a different vibe, right? LAN is a different vibe. You're showing up at a specific time. It's a different environment. It feels different. You're not in your usual kind of comfortable position that you are when you're just scrimming normally. You are on the stage. You are sorting everything out that way. And that's where the time fatigue can set in a little bit harder. So you're right. There could be an aspect there. I'm very curious to see how NIP play around, again, the way that they were using their utility. On both sides too, again, Black Dragons had a really good way of using some of these barricades to be like, yeah, we'll take half of this pressure away, we'll get that audio cue to see where they're coming from. But I think, if again, Ninjas, if they start getting carried away with things, if they start getting those rounds under the belt, I think that's going to be really difficult. Because I think they will start calling those timeouts. And even if Black Dragons called a timeout, I think NIP would actually probably end up getting more out of it. Because that's just the way that they play, to be honest. Again, this is a titan of a team. Back to kind of restore themselves to their former glory. Certainly, there is a potential this could happen. An upset could happen. Black Dragons, they've been super impressive. I've touched on this point so many times. They've been super, super impressive throughout the entire season. Realistically, on paper, you know, we were all saying this could be pretty much in the favor of Black Dragons, but the maps really have fallen, in my opinion, more into the favor of Ninjas, and we're already seeing that certainly that is indeed the case.
However, Ninjas Pajamas didn't have the cleanest of runs on Skyscraper. They did play very well, but Black Dragons certainly took a fight towards them. And now we're in Black Dragons' home turf, in theory, with their pick. Let's see what they can do. Ninja Pajamas, Psycho is holding CCTV. Lives on the rappel. So they're going to want to clear out CCTV before they can start focusing on the armory. Certainly a more westerly take seems to be for the side of Black Dragons. No early engagements. They were better on opening picks on their attack, 4-2. So Nip struggling to get those early impressions in. Wizard gets tagged by a frag grenade, but it doesn't quite secure the kill. So both teams trading health, it seems, but Wizard's first of all confirmed by a frag grenade for live, and that's going to put Black Dragons in the good standings for the rest of the round. E1D chimes in. How do they then position for an execute towards that Archives?
I think they're applying the vents pressure. They're playing sandwich. Well, they're now not playing sandwich pressure. Step's gonna get yeeted and deleted from the server. Pino will be taken out as well, as will Muzi. So already, this is looking great for Black Dragons. Certainly is now. Psycho left in a 1v4. This is a great way to start your entry to the map if you're Black Dragons. That plant is going down. Again, the clunky retake. Psycho can try and go for a rotation and push through into Armory that way, but looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a cleanup. Live getting tagged up just a little bit. Again, I think we did indeed even hear a little bit of warning shots coming through from Black Dragons. Difficult position for Psycho to be in. Desperately looking for the heads. That's going to give away his position. He's going to get tagged up a little bit. Yes, you can make your way into office, but they know exactly where you are, and that timer is ticking down. The best you could do right now is try and pad your KD out, in my opinion, Novi. And there we have it. Passetto to finish things off.
Pad your KD, or even just take the moment to talk to your team. We said that NiP is very good at converting their tactical timeouts. Well, 20 seconds on a round that you have a 0.0001% chance of winning. May as well take that time, talk to your team. Because the experience lends itself to being able to adapt on the fly. That's part of why Ninjas in Pajamas managed to trump Black Dragons on Skyscraper, was that ability to adapt on their attacking side. Not a good start on their defensive half, however, on board. Back to Armory and Archives, a bit of a switch around in terms of operator lineup. We're seeing the Thorn being brought, as well as the Kaid.
I like that. Again, especially for a map like this. The main thing to remember about Border, in my opinion, you can kind of split it in half, right? Split it down the middle. You've got CCTV and East Stairs as that kind of like first half. And then you've got Office towards Armory as that second half. And 9 times out of 10, you have to go for the clearance of the first half first, regardless of where you are, regardless of where the defense is. You have to clear at least 50% of that top floor, right? And then you set up. But there's the potential of the flank constantly. Constantly. And again, bringing something like the Fawn out, bringing the double trap as well, because you've got, of course, the Frost there too. It really will punish the players when they're trying to get that control of CCTV, get control of that first half from the get-go. And again, Stamp being punished there. Pino getting a little bit aggressive, Novi. That's all of that Dokkaebi utility taken away from the hands of Black Dragon.
Nicely done by Ninjas in Pajamas to push themselves with an early lead over Black Dragons, and losing the Dokkaebi, more importantly, is pretty devastating. No logic bombs, no cams being able to switch sides, and that leaves Black Dragons with that disadvantage carrying on. However, probably the biggest issue, Grace, is no EMPs anymore, which means that ex-Kairos are going to have a hard time getting rid of those Artilla Electro Claws from the Kaid. Muzi's going aggressive, blown sky high, however, by Ion. And just like that, Black Dragons put themselves back in a winning position. However, that C4 is going to tag out Patoxy. He's going to have a hard time swinging corners as well. And a second Nitro Cell is now being pulled.
Certainly is. And again, you need to remember, as the timer starts ticking down, this is when this trap utility gets so much more powerful. Those Razor Blooms, they're not static. They can be hidden. Speaking of hidden, Konz's head certainly isn't hidden. Patoxy is going to clean that up. Collect a little scalp for himself. Granted, Muzi has fallen down, but again, those Razor Blooms will still be in play along with those Frost Mats. Ion does get that pick onto Psycho again, speaking of the Frost, but still, it's a 2v3. If you're Ninjas right now, you pull back, you let them fall into that trap utility. They've got a minute to work through, work out where you are, and if you've positioned that utility correctly, maybe you can catch them a little bit off guard here.
And the calls must have gone out that both or two of the 3 attackers are quite heavily tagged, which means Wizard on that DMR with the long lines of sight should be able to just tap them away and shred them to pieces as they go for a last-minute push. The player they need to watch out for, however, is that Sledge with that frag grenade. It's still in pocket. There is no Jaeger, no Wamai to prevent it, so the positions of the defenders is of high importance not to get cleared out by that utility. But here's the push towards the Armory side. Wizard's got the angle. He's actually playing quite close for my likings with that DMR. The flash is going to go out. He's going to duck in behind. Pino gets the flank. Wizard gets the other one, and now it's a 1-on-2. 15 seconds. Ion has to run on in, try and clear out Wizard. Wizard brings it home, and NiP get their first round on the board.
They certainly do, and again, really good going. Just going a bit more passive there. Want to collect your wands. burning out the timer as well. I think there's definitely a good moment where, it was very obvious that ninjas were aware of the timer ticking. They got into these different positions, these awkward positions. We even saw someone crouched behind Fountain, for goodness sake, waiting for that rotation from CCTV and the night corridor. Good stuff indeed. This is the awkward part because we are indeed going to this bathroom site, and this is where 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna confess things here. Players have a difficult time here on the attack because sometimes, again with that timer, if you leave it too long, your usual approach is that you're trying to play around that hatch, right? And if you can't get that hatch open or you've left it too long, that is a very difficult choke point to try and get through. And usually at this point too, people tend to get a little bit more isolated because maybe you'll have someone go for the off angle again, assuming at that point there's been significant casualties on both sides. I really think this site pick tends to favour the defence a little bit more, in my opinion, Novi.
I'd have to agree with you. I'm more curious though for NiP, the reason that with them choosing the site, they've actually brought out an operator we haven't seen this series so far, the Mozzie. I was thinking the mute with the Rotero drones would be a good counter, but the Mozzie fills that similar gap, and on top of that, with how narrow the teller's position can be, if you get one of their drones, you can go for a run out, you can get a bit of information. Pino needs no information, he just runs straight out and blitzes Ion to death. What a great start for NiP so early on, and Black Dragons, they can't even react.
Especially when, again, a lot of this utility would have been really useful for Black Dragons to still have. Especially those nades, there's a lot of difficult corners to go around. Pino, however, is going to get taken out. So that's casualties on both sides. And again, no more Solus utility. No more little bits of information as to where these approaches are coming from. And even, to be honest, no indication of when that plant's going down apart from the usual kind of audio cues and things like that. So quiet before the storm now. Both teams taking damage. It's where we want to see a bit more aggression maybe on the side of Black Dragons, but it looks like they are going to be patient again. They're going to try and work out where all of these players are lurking and then react accordingly. The aggression from the break room. Again, break room balcony. There's always at least a gunfight here. This could be a little bit nasty. The Ratty angle. Of course, you're getting punished. Your hitbox has collapsed, Bizzetto. No trade to come back from Black Dragons either. Novi, look at Patoxi's health.
Yep, Patoxy is on a sliver of HP. Fons could breathe on him and he would die. Stemp falls to the hands of Psycho, really struggling on board at 0-3, so not really helping the situation for the Black Dragons. NiP is looking comfortable, but that frag grenade could be the difference maker. Patoxy removes cons, and now we're in a 2 versus 2. He might be in a sliver of health, but he's still taking heads, taking names, and just like that, Black Dragons in a strong position to mount their assault. Even stronger now that Live has a triple kill onto Psycho. It's all onto Muzi. There's the first. Is Patoxy to try and bring it home on 25 seconds? Not even close, but the P10 Rody, the rate of fire, just one bullet, one little clip on the finger of that Ash, and she is down for the count. The swing round the corner. Patoxy stood no chance.
No chance being, yeah, that's completely correct. Again, tiniest sliver of health, as you said. Difficult situation to win, even in the most opportunistic situation. This run out there, I think, to be honest, that run out from the get-go, really helped to set the momentum for the rest of the round, in my opinion, because then they could kind of pull back a little bit, get nice and safe. Granted, Black Dragons did trade it back. At that point, it's like this. Ninjas seem to have this way of playing the rounds where it's like a runaway train, right? It starts to gain that momentum, and it just builds slowly and slowly over time. I love also, though, I will point this out, I really feel that a big issue sometimes is that players and teams do not call the timeout quick enough. I think this is absolutely the correct time to be calling this timeout right now if you are Black Dragons. This is your map pick. You have had such a significant win rate on it. You have been absolutely dominating your opponents on it. Especially on the attack. Again, I think the lads on the desk touched on this, but they are a very attacker-sided team. They're really good with these attacks. Very aggressive, very punchy, very fluid. Ninjas in Pajamas are really throwing a spanner in the works here again. And I think the unpredictableness of Ninjas in Pajamas is really going to start to impact Black Dragons as the time goes on. I love the fact that Muzi is starting to rock out with the alibi too. Again, the fact that you can sometimes catch people off guard. Desperate times call for desperate measures. People start going for these pre-fires, going for these swings more. If you throw out those replicas and they get caught off guard by one, that's going to give you all the intel you need. And we've seen how the Ninjas in Pajamas will react to that information game.
I'm just so impressed with how versatile Ninjas in Pajamas is showing their playstyle to be.
Absolutely.
The first round, they sort of mirrored what they tried to do on Skyscraper, and it didn't work. Where they tried to play quite passive, wait for Black Dragons to come in, and both teams are showing respect. The difference is, Border is smaller than Skyscraper. There's not enough room to sort of transition your defenses back. You get caught out very easily. So what Ninjas in Pajamas have gone, has sort of said, and what they've done is gone, all right, well, we can't wait for them. Let's bring the fight to our opponent. Let's step up the gear, step up the pace. And they went from, I think, getting 2 opening kills to, 4 deaths on Skyscraper on their defense, to now they're 2-1 up on opening kills on their defense on Border. So very, very different style that's being brought in. This is showing depth from a team that a lot of people looked at these teams within the Brazil last chance qualifiers and kind of wrote NiP off because of how poor they were in that regular split.
Definitely. Already they're going to see those black mirrors towards the usual breach. So again, this is where they're like, okay, maybe we try and go for that office take, but again, maybe one of these mirror windows will be looking around office. I don't think it will be there. I think it's going to be in bathroom. Oh, no, it is indeed looking into office. So both sides of this top floor pressure that they could try and take, defended by those mirror windows. So impactful. Such a good piece of utility in this setup. Because remember, Novi, you have to get this top floor control. Otherwise, the retake on that vertical could be very, very uncomfortable to deal with. Already, Con's taken out Patoxy too, so opening kill going in the favor of Ninjas in Pajamas.
So NiP wants more with the opening. We've seen what they can do in this position. They seem to ramp up the pressure even further and start running away with the round. But Stemp, he's currently 0-3. He's looking for his first of the round. He snuck into the archives. He's sitting basically on the site with the droning coming through. Wiz is going to get tagged as Stemp goes aggressive. The Night Cell from underneath, it's not going to connect. And Black Dragons themselves are applying the pressure. The Logic Bomb should surely go out soon, or they can just run on in. Ion gets the first onto Wizard, but there's still more to find. Baseto chimes in. Stemp chimes in with his first of the round. It's a 4-on-2, but Pino's here. He's going to get tagged by that security sort of metal detector, but just like that, with that information, he has to back off. His position is known. Black Dragons have breathing room.
And that's why he's making sure that Black Dragons can't go for the refrag, pulling back a little bit. Again, that utility that he has in pocket, he can know when the plant is going down. He can know when they're droning. He can work out roughly where they're coming from. Speaking of where they're coming from, Cons is suddenly getting a lot of Black Dragons flying towards their face. And wow, Novi. By the skin of their teeth. Another round on the trot for Ninjas in Pajamas. Essentially just hiding at the end there. Again, people can't go for the pre-fire if you suddenly drop down prone in the corner and just hide.
Just play the time. And Black Dragons, that's kind of been the issue, right? They're suffering the NiP treatment where they run the clock too low, and by that point, they can't really do anything. It was a really good push. Stemp got that control in Archives, and then they grouped up, pushed on through to take Armory. However, the actual drop, when it came down to it, they didn't have a follow-up plan. Basically, their checklist wrote, take top floor, and then the next step is plant. Like, there's no in-between. They didn't have a plan in which to do it, and they got to the point, 30 seconds, not enough time. They drop the hatch. It's a quick flurry of kills. NiP comes out on top. It did come very close, to give credit to Black Dragons. It's just not ideal. It's not consistent enough to net round win.
Sung his praises previously, but again at the moment, Stemp is having a really difficult time getting some of these picks under his belt. There's been a few rounds where he's tried to go for something large and got shut down immediately, or been again caught slightly off guard by the aggression of ninjas in pajamas. Again, I love the fact that ninjas are sticking with these well, I was going to say they're sticking with the razor blooms, and as soon as I say that, it's like I've jinxed him. Yuzi is going to fall down. That's going to be a good start for Black Dragons, again, being able to get that player advantage from the get-go and still loads of time to work with. However, those Razor Bloom shells are still going to be lurking, and this is the difficulty with that kind of trap utility. We consider the Frost Mats, we consider the Capcan EDDs, right? They are static. They are in a little position, you know, where they're going to be 9 times out of 10. They're around doorways, they're around windows, right? You get the Razor Blooms, you can tuck them anywhere. It's the same as the Black Eyes. You won't realize till it's too late that that is kind of looming over you.
Looming over you, and before you know it, the shrapnel rips you to shreds. We've seen Cons try and hold on to the break room position. The flash is going out right next to him, but he's not blinded. He's still got control. He knows he's going to one and done. He's not getting out of this position unless he backs off behind him. Just about creeps his way through. Still applying pressure onto this door. He's not letting it go, Grace. He's like a dog with a bone. He refuses to back down until Bassetto shuts him down. And like that, Black Dragons are 2-0 up in the kills department, and they're looking for a third.
The ninjas are starting to get a little bit freaky with it. They're really being aggressive here. And Wizard ideally needs to try and reposition himself. He's being too static here, and he's about to get pinched out potentially if he can't escape. Granted, there is a hatch in front of him that he could potentially hightail it down. Psycho 2, again, needs to reposition, but think about the amount of angles you have in the CCTV area. There's so many areas of opportunity for Black Dragons to utilize. Oh, there we go. The Pogmat comes through. Psycho is gonna fall. But that's live downed underneath the window. Most likely they will be able to get him up, but the timer is starting to tick down, Novi.
Yeah, do you really try and go for the res? Yes, they do. The information is given for Wizard. He's gonna try and clear them out, but no, just behind that locker, which prevents him from securing the kill, but that is going to waste a bit of time. That gives Ninjas in Pajamas the tiniest margin of breathing room. Pino's going to be the first one to try and hold the flow of blue that's flooding into the site. Black Dragons takes everything. A flawless round to bring them closer to Nip, but Nip still have the advantage in the half. It's 3-2 as we go into round 6, the final of their defensive side.
These has kind of slowed the momentum of Ninjas in Pajamas, though, right? You know, 3 rounds on the trot, you finally put that breakdown and go, okay, we need to get back this round. They get the round. Again, really just playing around the fact there that Ninjas weren't really, again, I noticed it quite clearly halfway through the round, they weren't really trying to pull back to safety. And the issue is, you know, you get into these positions, there's so many angles that can be held against you. It's very, very dicey to then escape. So you have to get aggressive, right? You have to get aggressive because you can't just stand there, you know, like cheese at the market, just waiting for them to come to you. You have to move. You have to go for those kills. And that's where Black Dragons were able to actually punish Nip. They waited for them to get aggressive and they shut them down immediately.
Oh, I'm sorry, Grace, but like cheese at the market. Okay, that's a new one. Okay, I'm gonna remember that one. That's great. The thing is I 100% get what you mean. You know, they're just waiting there, waiting to be picked up, sniffed, and potentially chomped on by a very hungry dragon who likes cheese. Dragons? Do dragons
what
like cheese?
What are you doing to the cheese at the market? No, you're going up and sniffing all the cheese.
Dragons. They're dragons. They're going to be, you know, what do you mean? You just buy the cheese without smelling it or tasting
Why would
a bit
I
of it?
smell the market? Never mind.
Okay, we're getting sidetracked here. Okay,
Moving swiftly on.
Moving swiftly on, back into this. Black Dragons, they're looking to equalize. So a similar performance to what we saw in Skyscraper. Comparatively, last time it was Nip trailing who were trying to get closer to Black Dragon's advantage that they were bringing with all the opening kills they were getting. This time, Black Dragons, they're playing chase. So they're behind, looking for that advantage that will step them forward. They have improved in opening kills. The last 2 rounds, they've been a lot more on it. However, Nip has kind of been going a bit too aggressive, so depends how far that they've read into that. The information gathering, though, the droning, is a lot better from Black Dragons. That has been not necessarily a sore spot, but certainly something that has left a little to be desired. With the Mozzie as well, alongside the Solus, though, Nip is going to try their best to try and give themselves a blackout space of information in which they can flourish.
I feel like maybe they'll bait a bit of pressure upstairs, but it looks like they might try and go a little bit more direct. Ion has fallen, though. So again, even if they did get top floor control, that's at least one part of that verticality, that vertical pressure that they could use ripped from their hands. Patoxy still is in play, though. Again, that skeleton key could pretty much do the same job. It's just a minute or so to go. They need to get a jolly move on. So they do want to commit to this kind of horizontal take. Pressure coming from the front, the pressure coming from Passport, and Patoxy on this eastern stairs too. But are they aware of Wizard lurking just around the corner?
Just behind the tellers with the double windows as well. So they've got to be careful of both areas that he can peek from. Of course, if they don't drone in, they don't know which one he's hiding behind. If they come close enough to this window, he's going to swing, remove them from play, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 5. His position is known, and the swing still comes through, aggressing towards Wizard. It's Pino that goes down first from live. Psycho trades onto Stemp, so keeping Nip in the level playing field in which, well, not level playing field, they've got the advantage. They're in the driver's seat, but the shotgun, the skeleton key through the wall, Patoxy blows it apart, and now it's a level playing field. In fact, Nip has now pushed themselves back into the lead. With 8 seconds remaining, Black Dragons running out of time, and Nip will win the defensive side on Border.
4-2 split on Border. Goodness me. Goodness me. Again, to be fair, you know, I do think Border can be a little bit attacker-sided, but in terms of the Brazilian statistics, it's actually been slightly defender-sided. Granted, the teams that have wanted to go here, those defensive have been hyper-aggressive, of course. So that can certainly change things, and again, like I touched on earlier in the night, the Solus vs Army now being in play certainly mixes things up a lot more. Now, Novi, we have gone to the side switch. The main question on my lips is how Ninjas in Pajamas are going to play these attacks. Will they go old school? Will they go for that CCTV and Eastern clearance before trickling outward? Will they try and go a bit more direct? Maybe just directly getting stuck into office. Again, applying that vents pressure. Maybe a bit of sandwich pressure too. Only time will tell. Looks like they're bringing the sledge out. Picking off the book onto the sledge. They're going to bring the Monty as well. Again, wondering where that Monty is going to come in from. Potentially could be used to apply pressure onto that main breach. Potentially could be used to apply pressure directly from these eastern balcony stairs.
Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it, just because of the amount of angles in which the defenders can play and flank that Monty. Unlike some of the, maybe for like a downstairs take towards bathroom and tellers where the walls are usually reinforced and so you've got a bit of cover, the Monty, especially like walking through office or through that east stairs, if you get flanked or even from a side point from office, you're very, very vulnerable. On the window now as well, Psycho could get picked off. But he's going to push forward, get information for his team. He's not, he's got an idea that Bassetto is just around that corner, or is that live? And both players retreating now into office, and essentially the Monty's kind of scared them off, and now that gives credence for him to take control of East Stairs for Ninjas in Pajamas as the rest of his team get in position.
This is the beautiful thing about Monty. I touch on this a lot, but it's the fact that you don't really have to do anything too aggressive. You can just be that kind of information gather from the get-go. You're the one putting the little feelers out and being like, okay, well, they're being a bit aggressive here. There's someone lurking here. Maybe we can use some of that util to deal with things. Again, maybe that Selma will get a shot out here. They have managed to EMP the wall, but they're not aware of this Ratty angle build. They certainly are now. We see the pings coming through. They're going to know about all these angles. Here we are. Pino, beautiful pick down to Basetto. That's at least dealt with one of these angles of pressure, but there's still that pressure from Fountain. There's still that pressure from in the site.
Pino is doing a fantastic job. 4 opening kills so far, 0 opening deaths. And just like that, Basetto has fallen by the wayside, leaving Black Dragons without their smoke. And that's going to make the push considerably easier for Ninjas in Pajamas, but Black Dragon's not giving up without a fight. That Monty's going to be doing work pushing up in, but that frag grenade's going to make it a lot more difficult. Both SAS operators no longer in play, and now Black Dragons are left in an even further desperate position in which to fight their corner from. Ninjas in Pajamas looking incredibly confident and competent in the fragging, picking off these defenders one by one. Stemp has the cross, though, is what we warned of. The Monty goes down, but it's traded, and the Monty isn't quite dead yet. 20 seconds. Nip needs to focus on the objective, because we know if they run the clock down too far, they can get caught out. Ash is going to swing the corner. Patoxy removed from play. This is looking like a flawless round, and yes, it is. Ninjas in Pajamas. Perfecto. Lovely stuff.
Edging closer and closer to that match point now, and certainly that round was incredible from them. They had all the utility they needed, right? Yes, Monty, it gives you so much information. You can kind of push back the defense a little bit. Otherwise, they get a little bit aggro, they try and pre-fire you, they try and send some util out, but you're still feeding those positioning to your teammates the entire time. And those EMPs really allow them to start to apply that pressure. Limited repositioning on the side of Black Dragons. I think really as soon as they lost that smoke, they were desperately trying to go for something a little bit more aggressive, catch them slightly off guard. But unfortunately, the pressure in office was so great that one person holding on to Fountain, regardless of people elsewhere, is still going to be a little bit rocky for them to go for these pre-fires, which is exactly what we saw happen, to be honest, Novi. Double hard breach being brought this time by Ninjas in Pajamas, as they have indeed clocked that they might need to get a little bit more up close and personal, maybe get some additional lines of sight open this time. The mirror being brought out by Black Dragons, again, just to really defend, really keep hold of this